The final door has swung open, and the ultimate enemy has emerged. Enter Baek Jinwoo, the fearless hero, ready to face the showdown. Citizen, it's time to evacuate the battlefield and make way for the Battle of Legends. This global broadcast repeats. The last door is open, and the ultimate adversary is here. Civilians, please make your exit. An explosion rocked a towering building, shattering windows as the door opened. A spiderweb of cracks raced across the building. White noise echoed through the air. The colossal skeleton crawled out from the depths, towering even higher than the skyscraper it just ravaged. Clad in a grey tunic, his bones protruded menacingly. Baek Jinwoo, our hero, faced the skeleton. With sword in hand, the hero of legend stood without armor, asking, "What do I have to fear? A brush with death?" quipped a child. Peck's heart raced. Then the esteemed hero Blue Swallow charged the monster with a cry of lost fear. Baek Jinwoo soared toward the skeleton at a breathtaking speed, dodging in mid-flight, realizing he needed only to strike down his foe and seal the final door. Death reached out with its bony hand to halt his savior. "This is your end," shouted Jinwoo. The skeleton wavered, but did not flinch, thanks to his quick reflexes. The skeleton met its demise in a thunderous explosion. Victory, once again, for our hero, humanity's savior. Destined to seal the final door and become a legend in history. Glory beckons, the skeleton warned. "Hero? Legend? I care little," Baek Jinwoo said nonchalantly. The woman lay dying, blood staining her hands, as she held another woman gasping through tears. It was a dark, full moon night, the ground littered with the fallen and swords embedded in the earth. "I know I've been a burden. Hero, protect everyone," she whispered. A companion cheered. "We need you, warrior." But Jinwoo was tired. "I am both hero and warrior," he muttered. The hero's sword met the skeleton's face, leaving Jinwoo's expression grim. No joy, only a hint of melancholy. Jinwoo's mind wandered. "Let death claim me. Maybe then my fate will be over. Even so, I failed to protect those dearest to me," Jinwoo lamented. "My duty is done, and I can now die in peace," he thought, as he closed his eyes, welcoming the long-awaited end. As Jinwoo opened his eyes, he saw the massive face of a man with long grey hair and piercing green eyes staring down at him. Shock gripped Jinwoo. Was he being attacked by a giant? A gentle touch from a white-gloved hand brushed his cheek as he closed the door, but Jinwoo caught the giant's finger that touched him. "Oh my, look at that!" exclaimed the giant with white hair. "Little Riley has such a firm grip on my finger." In front of Jinwoo were the grey-haired giant and a smiling blonde girl dressed in a vivid orange dress. The boy stretched his arms out in front of him and said, "Ian, you've woken the baby up." The blonde girl chimed in. "Look, Riley isn't even crying." She stretched her arms out, and Jinwoo was taken aback. "What are these tiny hands of mine?" And Riley jumped. "How adorable. She's already showing her talents." The girl was amazed. "Could this be from my childhood?" Jinwoo tried to compose himself. He was the youngest son of the legendary swordsman, Count Apleta. Jinwoo, now a baby, lay in a crib wrapped in a soft pink blanket. "Am I in a strange world?" The hero was still in a state of panic. "Yes, I must be in a strange world. Did this woman mention something about an Apleta?" The warrior pondered. Riley seemed to be awakening. "Are you ready to receive the sword's blessing?" A new, unfamiliar man approached Jinwoo. "I am the sword master. You are my youngest son. We, the Apleta family, are a lineage of great sword masters. The blessing of the sword is a significant and long-anticipated ritual for each of our children," the man explained. He appeared to be Count Apleta. Tall and stately, with grey hair and brown eyes, he commanded respect. Yet, Riley was astounded. Many began voicing opinions and asking questions. "Yes, I can see him receiving his first sword. Have you already polished Riley's sword? Another heir will soon be a master swordsman," much to his father's pride. Jinwoo was horrified. He had vowed in his previous life never to wield a sword again, and now he found himself reborn into a family of swordsmiths. What did this mean? Why was this happening? Swords flew toward young Jinwoo from above. Real swords, 3 of them at once. Jinwoo was struck with post-traumatic stress. "These are real swords." "Oh, the young master seems eager," said a red-haired man. "He can't wait to wield his first sword." Jinwoo flailed his tiny hands away. "What are you talking about?" he wondered. "Miss, look at young Riley," one of the girls gushed. "He already loves swords." "These fools don't understand," thought Jinwoo. "I hate swords." Little Riley began to cry. So distressed was he at the thought of the sword. He swore he would never touch a sword again. In the end, the man would not be appeased. Reborn in a child's body, he retained the memory of his past life. "When will you take me to death?" Beck cried out 19 years later. "Is the Apleta family selecting an heir?" someone asked. And finally, another answered. People celebrated, drank, chatted, and reveled in the occasion. The Apleta family boasts the sword's blessing. Yet none of their offspring have fully mastered its power. The eldest, Leon, a tall young man who mirrors his father's demeanor, follows the path of sheer strength with a serious demeanor and empty grey eyes. He is renowned as a monster hunter, while the middle son, Lloyd, stands out for his agility and swiftness. His fiery red hair and piercing blue eyes complement his skill, which is so precise he can slice a droplet of water midair. "Tell me about the third son," asked a man seated with the two boys. "You said there were 3 sons," he added. "Yes, 3, the boy answered. "But the third son is another story. He's completely useless." "How can the High Counselor's son have no sword skills at all?" the man asked, astonished. "He's a drifter," the boy replied with a hint of regret. The man nearby, sipping his beer, overheard and bristled at the mention of the third prince. His long grey hair framed a tense expression. "Rumor has it that during the blessing of the sword ritual, he took it," the boy remarked. "Sounds like just another tall tale," the other responded. "I doubt he has much promise in this life," he added dismissively. The grey-haired man set his beer down with a loud clink, startling the boy. "How dare you, commoners," he growled, revealing himself as the same green-eyed man who woke young Raleigh 19 years earlier. He wasn't as imposing now, but he maintained his authority. "Watch your words," he scolded. "The young prince is training with his sword, while you settle for sweeping floors." Meanwhile, the prince lounged beneath a tree, humming a tune and musing about the clouds above. He wondered if one looked like a hamburger. "You know nothing," the old man retorted. "The prince is doing his best and is an honorable man." Junwoo, relaxing on the grass, let his thoughts wander. He wished for a Coca-Cola. "These memories keep chasing me," he murmured. He had thought he would forget his past life by now, but it remained vivid. He remembered taking a sacred sword meant for no one else, an act that tasked him with saving humanity from the Demon King. That moment marked a turning point. He was no longer himself, but the warrior chosen by fate. He vowed never to take up a sword in this life. His destiny was sealed. Junwoo rose to his feet, brushing the grass from his hands. "Never again," he swore. "Never, ever wield a sword." "Jesus," someone shouted. It was Han, the old man with grey hair and green eyes. "Ah, Han," Junwoo replied, surprised. "I knew I'd find you here," Han said. "Have you practiced with the sword today? The heir's election is just around the corner, with other families set to observe the candidate's skills." "Young master, it's time," a servant said. "They still call me the ugly, lazy duckling among my siblings. Why should I bother with this?" Riley yawned. "Young master, do you understand what's at stake?" asked the old man. "Why not prove to everyone you're not lazy?" the old man urged. "Why bother? They're not wrong," Riley responded nonchalantly. Ian couldn't believe his ears. "Don't you want to show them you're stronger than your brothers?" Riley was about to leave, but Ian tried to stop him. "Stronger than what?" Riley asked lazily. "You have intelligence and reputation," Ian began, but Riley's disinterest left him speechless. "I'm too ill. I'll never be able to hold a sword," Riley said dismissively, tears of frustration welling up in his eyes. Ian couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded the boy. "Han, don't pay attention to what people say. I'm useless. I've learned that from experience." Riley walked away cheerfully toward the mansion, but Ian grabbed him. "With all due respect, sir, you're only 19 years old," the frustrated elder yelled. "Madam, the heir election process must begin soon." The dining table was laden with dishes and appetizers, and a beautiful candelabra with 5 candles took center stage. "Master Riley must compete with his siblings, surely. You understand that water doesn't come from stone." "That's true, Jan. Riley deserves the chance to prove himself as heir. He is the son of the great Thanatolith, and our family is renowned for producing the best swordsmen." The blonde girl in a bright orange dress approached Riley. "Of course, now my mother will scold me for that," Riley thought. The mother sensed her son's distress but remained gentle. "I want my son to find his own path and happiness. I don't want the fate of the Oplata family to be a burden on him," she spoke softly. Riley was overjoyed. His mother's joy mirrored his. "Madam, aren't you a little angry?" Gin asked. "Why would I be angry?" she asked in return, gazing at him intently. "Riley, there are differences between them. Would you like to discuss this with the young master?" Han asked. "Han, don't mind what people say," Riley responded calmly. "Lady, you know how bright he is," the old man continued. "He has been speaking since he was a baby. Finally, I can speak," said little Riley, still in diapers. "Madam, come quickly." Riley spoke, cried the maid. Riley, now 1 year old, was the most talented child in the family. The elder reflected on his 60 years of experience and marveled at the Lord. "Riley is the most talented child I've ever seen." By age 2, Riley had learned to read and was devouring complex literature effortlessly. "Han, are there tougher books around?" Riley asked. "But you just read a series on medical treatments." "Young Riley, science-minded children usually wield pens, not swords," his mother replied. "Nevertheless, you belong to the illustrious Oplata family." "Ma'am, stay close," Ian urged, struggling to calm himself. Riley settled at the table with a contented sigh. "This is great. Ian and Mom love me and will always shield me," he thought. "I'll never have to pick up a sword again." But suddenly, blood gushed from his mother's mouth, splattering across her hands and lips. Riley looked over, stunned by what he saw. A puddle of blood pooled on her chest as she slumped from her seat. What's happening, ma'am? Ian exclaimed, alarmed. Mom? Riley asked monotonously. Caught off guard. Ma'am, can you hear me? Ian shouted. Mom! Jinwoo cried out, his voice echoing the shock. The white tablecloth that had just been a setting for a loving family meal was now stained with blood. What an adventure I've had, Beck mused. Ma'am, you're bleeding, Ian insisted. Everything around me was perfect, and I never needed a sword for it. What's wrong with Mom? Riley asked. Junwoo leaped up from the table and rushed to his mother's side, cradling her. Young master, you're coughing blood, an old man cried, frantic. We should call for help. No, let's give her first aid first, Riley instructed. A red-haired girl in a purple dress stood by the palace doors, her expression shrouded in darkness. Finally, a woman's voice said quietly, yet with a sense of foreboding. I've heard that voice before, Beck realized, recognizing the serious tone. The woman behind the door grinned with sinister intent, the one who had poisoned his mother and upended his peaceful life. His father's first wife, Orly Paletta. The identity clicked. She was the red-haired woman with piercing blue eyes, just like the second prince. Anger and hatred surged through him, his fists clenching in rage. Young master, you must stop the bleeding, Ian advised. Jan, you go to the doctor. Leave my mother to me, the third prince instructed. But how can you help her? The old man asked, uncertain. Don't you remember? When I was 5, I read all the medical treatments. I'll give her first aid and take her to her rooms, Riley explained. The woman sweated, her eyes haunted, bloodstains around her mouth and chest. All right, I'll fetch the healer immediately, Ian said, accepting the task. Oh, and one more thing. Bring me my wooden sword, Riley added confidently. He wrung out a soaked cloth and placed it on his mother's forehead to cool her down. I think I've done all I can for now. Young master, I brought the healer, Jan called from another room. Come here, Riley beckoned. It happened after she ate the soup, Ian informed the healer. Very well, sir. Let me examine you, the doctor replied. Fortunately, the poisoning wasn't lethal, and there was hope for recovery. It seemed the toxin hadn't spread too far. The doctor placed 2 fingers on your wrist, checking your pulse. Ian's relief was palpable. Thank goodness, his health isn't in danger, he muttered. What? Not in danger, even though she's bleeding from the mouth? Junwoo questioned, trying to process the situation. Ian, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Riley asked, his expression intense. Yes, young master. I fear there's a strong chance this was a deliberate attack on the lady's life, Ian agreed. We've already detained the maid responsible for serving you and the lady. An interrogation will begin soon, he added. We must investigate and find the culprits. We don't know much yet. My apologies, young master. I should have been more vigilant. Ian, remember I told you about the other world I dream of sometimes? Riley began. Yes, young master, Ian nodded. Well, there's a saying in that world, don't disturb someone who's sleeping peacefully. Riley paused, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Thanks for the sword, but I need to speak with someone now. Riley left his mother's room, his heart set on one goal. In this life, all I want is to live happily alongside the ones I love. His mind wandered to his mother's comforting smile, but a burning fury soon replaced the thought. Someone dared to shatter my final wish, he whispered, his fists clenching. He stormed toward the woman in the purple dress, his anger palpable. I guess I'll have to pick up my sword again, he declared. But this time, not as a warrior, not for the sake of honor. This time, I wield the sword for one thing only, my desire. Orly turned toward him, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Hello, Relay. How are you? She greeted, her tone feigning innocence. Not so lazy now, are you? Riley quipped, unamused. Thanks to you, I don't let it hold me back. Orly's face hardened, the once friendly mask slipping. What about my mother? Orly, your games have gone too far. Orly chuckled mockingly. I'm the mistress of the castle, doing what's best for everyone, she replied, her gaze steady. I worry about Iris too, you know? Everyone ridicules her son's reputation, calling him the master of the lazy sword. You've changed since the last time I saw you, Riley observed, his grip tightening around the wooden sword. I can still smell the soup my mother ate from your hands. Is there something you want to confess? Riley asked, his voice calm but piercing. You've always had a keen sense, she remarked, smirking. I was in the kitchen before dinner. Her grin turned sinister. It's funny you ask, because you're the one behaving strangely right now. She laughed, the sound echoing through the room. Changing now? It could mean sudden death. Keep your head down and stay quiet, Orly advised the servant. The woman has left. It's already night. What have you discovered about Raleigh? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Ma'am, he went to the courtyard to train, the servant reported. To the courtyard? Thank goodness I assigned you to keep an eye on him. Orly took a sip of her tea, contemplating. I've realized he doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly. What else could we expect from the so-called lazy sword master? Orly scoffed, irritated. He acts like a wounded puppy, but dares to speak to me with such disrespect. There's no point in waiting any longer. Finish what you started tonight, she instructed the servant. Yes, ma'am, the servant responded, already formulating a plan. I'll go unnoticed, it will be easy, the servant thought. At first, Raleigh seemed harmless, but soon the servant sensed Raleigh might have caught on to being watched. It felt like Raleigh was patiently waiting for the servant to make a move. Why are you just standing there? Orley snapped, growing impatient. Go and do it. Yes, ma'am. The servant quickly moved through the corridor, heading towards Raleigh's room. Raleigh was awake, watching the servant approach. Todd, the servant, froze when he saw the fiery determination in Raleigh's eyes. Raleigh called out, "Wake up! You're not paying attention." He lunged at the servant, wild energy in his gaze and a gleam of satisfaction on his face. "Have you come to kill me?" Raleigh asked, raising his wooden sword in readiness. "On Lady Orley's orders," the servant shouted, their swords clashing. Raleigh's intense expression met the servant's frightened eyes, their faces mere centimeters apart. "You're wasting your time," the prince interrupted. "A mercenary who can't even handle a wooden sword." With a swift move, Raleigh disarmed the servant, causing his sword to clatter loudly to the ground. The servant's fear was palpable as Raleigh once more raised his wooden sword. He paused near the window, his red eyes glowing and his silhouette dark against the light. A silent moment passed, and Ian entered Raleigh's room. "Young master, you're here," he said. Raleigh, relaxing with a book on his face, greeted Ian with a lazy murmur. "What's the news?" he asked. "Sir, a body has been found in the mansion," Ian reported tensely. Raleigh looked up from his book, clearly not as alarmed as Ian. "I thought it would be something serious," he remarked. "It's not just any body," Ian added. "It's the body of an intruder who somehow breached the castle." "How did they die?" a servant asked another. "They had a broken neck," came the reply. The servant stood well away from the body, while Mrs. Orley, standing nearby, nervously bit her gloves. "And just outside the lady's room," added one of the servants, painting a vivid scene of the unfolding drama. The news of Lady Araz's poisoning had made its way to the Count, who quickly addressed the situation. "You've done an admirable job aiding Lady Araz, young master, but now's not the time to let your guard down. You shouldn't be alone. We don't know if there are more threats lurking on the estate." Raleigh responded, "I hear you. But let's be frank, I can handle myself just fine. Your focus should be on keeping an eye on my mother." Turning to Ian, he handed him a piece of paper. "Here, I've made a list of herbs to concoct a potion for Mom. This should help her recover. But when you go to..." Before Ian could finish, Raleigh interjected with a smirk. "Think I'm just lounging around? I've been busy. Go tend to your mother, please." "And you, young master?" Ian asked. "I'll be there soon. But I've got some things to take care of first," Raleigh replied. Under the prince's sofa, a wooden and aluminum sword lay hidden, ready for action. The Count questioned, "Did you search the entire estate?" "Yes, father," the first prince began. "We've checked everywhere." "But," the second prince finished, "we haven't found anyone suspicious." "Did you find anyone who seemed connected to the intruder?" The Count persisted, his frustration evident. Meanwhile, Mrs. Orley, seated behind her ex-husband and his sons, listened intently. The Count instructed his children, "Start with the town of Yippa, find those who dare challenge our family, and make them pay. Whoever did this must be within our walls," Orley murmured nervously. "And they've got the murderer's dagger. What does it mean?" "How is mother, Raleigh?" It was morning, and Raleigh was stretching lazily under his usual tree. Han replied, "Thanks to the potion you gave her, she's much better today." "Glad to hear it. But if that's the case, I'm going to keep resting." Raleigh settled back onto the grass. "Young master, please listen to me," Han urged. "Now's the time to take up your sword. You can't just go easy and then give up." Raleigh, already lying on the grass, observed the ripening fruit above. "Ian, grab one for me, and for yourself, too," he said. "What are you talking about?" Ian asked. "We've got plenty of fruit in the mansion. You can eat whenever you want." Ian then realized Raleigh wasn't referring to fruit. High on a branch, the glint of the murderer's dagger shone. Raleigh grinned, quick to spot it. "Perfect. Aren't you going to grab your fruit?" he asked cheerfully. "Not now, sir," Ian said, picking up a stone from the ground. With a swift motion, he used it to dislodge the dagger from the tree, catching it with one hand while expertly grabbing the fallen sword with the other. "I doubt that's fruit," Raleigh said with wide-eyed curiosity. "How did you end up here?" Ian wondered aloud. "What is that?" asked the third prince. "A dagger," the old man answered, "but it bears the same markings as the blade of the dead assassin," Ian noted ominously. As the deep night fell, the sound of horse hooves echoed as chariots rolled through the shadows. A pale, gloved hand emerged from a carriage window. "The third one is gone." "Suicide?" asked the white-gloved man. "Still unknown," replied the blond man in black. "What about the body?" The purple-haired man with an unkempt beard asked, his eyes hard and calculating. "Left behind on the Iped estate?" The man mused, thinking about Lady Orley's possible peril. "We need to head to the village of Yippa. Are you taking care of this alone?" asked the man in black. "Yes, but don't let them see me," he said with a confident smile. "We'll be swift and discreet." The man donned a black cloak and covered his face, leaving only his eyes visible. "I must help my daughter," he thought. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Mrs. Orley bit her gloves anxiously, her frustration boiling over. Why did that fool lose his dagger? She fumed. Earlier, Ian and Raleigh had handed the sword they'd found to the Count. The gleaming sword added to Orley's irritation. Stupid third one. He couldn't even die properly. How dare he lose his dagger? Orley seethed, shouting curses. Who's there? She demanded. It's me, Joyd, came the reply from the other side of the door. Come in, Orley said, exhaling. I'm going to check on Raleigh. That fool. You must be busy. What brings you here? Orley asked. So, Joyd responded. It's nothing. Mom, I just wanted to check in. I heard about the assassin outside your room. Yes, thank you for your concern, dear, Orley replied. Mom, are you all right? You don't look well. You must be worried, Joyd said. He was killed right in front of your door. You must be exhausted. Rest. Mom, I'll take care of your rooms, Joyd reassured her. Well, son, your visit instantly made me feel better. Have you heard? Grandfather's factory arrived in Yippa village, the second prince noted. Orley smiled with irony. The tea factory? She asked. Yes, the workers said so. They arrived in large numbers. I hadn't heard, Orley admitted, suspicious. You know about the third's death, don't you? Orley thought, her smile hiding her true intentions. Go on now. You must have things to do. I'll be fine. Son, many workers. Huh? Maybe my father is here too. Orley beamed. That means he's serious about fixing things, she mused, glancing at her son. At dusk, Raleigh lay under the tree, pondering his next move. The plan remains the same. Number 2 first, then 4 and 5, whispered strangers nearby. Everyone's making life complicated again, Raleigh muttered. A dagger to my father's heart might solve the problem, but it seems the assassins will strike first. Are you ready? Here we go again. Riley closed his eyes, and in the next moment, 3 men clad in black robes perched on the branches of a tree. Our mission is to retrieve body number 3 and remove it from the mansion, the leader of the trio whispered. Be careful. Most people in the mansion are skilled warriors, either current or former, he advised. Yes, sir, the subordinate nodded, as the leader gave the orders. But suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Hold on a moment, someone said. Sorry to cut in, but I've got to say my piece, as they watched Raleigh striding towards the mansion with a cheerful gait. I don't care what you plan on doing here. Just stay out of my way, and we'll have no problem, the newcomer declared with a piercing gaze. Whatever you do, keep your distance from my path and avoid entering the property if possible, the voice added. Understood? And don't even think of sneaking in. Did you hear that? One of the men asked his peers. Everyone in the guild has heard, another responded. There's no assassin in the family or near the estate. Should we call for retreat? One of them inquired. No, we must finish this mission once and for all, the leader responded. I'll take the dagger. Your task is to capture and recover the body. The murderers can communicate telepathically, so the rest of you need to create a diversion for the estate's inhabitants. If things go south, don't get captured alive and destroy any evidence. It's crucial we take care of this task, said one of the men. It's a personal request from Lady Orley. We can't leave without finishing what we started. Her son is harmless. I hear he doesn't even know how to wield a sword, one of the men remarked, hinting at an easy job ahead. Everything should be fine if we stay hidden. This is our chance to rise, another said with determination. I'm sick of taking orders, they grumbled. Telepathically, Raleigh turned to the assassins. The 2 men in black robes tensed up with fear. They stood in a corridor illuminated only by moonlight, leading to a grand, ornate door. You entered exactly where you shouldn't, Raleigh warned them. The third prince blocked their path, his expression unreadable. But you've made your choice, he said with a chilling smile, as he tightly wound the rope attached to his sword around his arm. The assassins' unease eased slightly when they realized they were facing the third prince, known as the master of the lazy sword. At least they wouldn't have to search for him for long, and they offered him the promise of a swift death and gratitude. One of them swiftly moved behind Raleigh's back, ready to strike. The other assailant was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Raleigh's hand shot up, expertly swinging the rope around his sword. He swiftly turned and drove his blade straight through the chest of the invisible second attacker, leaving him bewildered and bleeding out. Raleigh reminded them he'd warned them against crossing his path. Speaking with cool detachment, he untangled the rope from his sword and aimed for maximum damage to the would-be assassin's ego. You're about to meet your end at the hands of the so-called master of the lazy sword, Raleigh taunted, relishing the chance to strike fear into his opponent. The remaining killer was struck with terror at the thought of being bested by someone they considered the palace's weakest link. Meanwhile, Raleigh quietly untangled his sword from the rope, seemingly unfazed by the danger. The second assassin questioned whether they'd been misled about their target. The third prince smirked. Well, if you're listening, come out. It's a shame you won't leave this mansion alive, Raleigh declared, turning to the assassin's telepathic conversations. His confidence was enough to ruffle the other attacker in the black tunic, who couldn't grasp how Raleigh could speak so dismissively of their esteemed guild. Then Kara lunged at Raleigh, but he effortlessly countered, slicing the man's arm off with one swift motion and calmly telling him to hush. The assailant stumbled back, realizing his dismembered arm lay on the ground. He screamed in horror as Raleigh smiled, not even letting him attempt to flee before a well-aimed sword cut him down. The scene was bathed in the killer's blood, staining the walls, carpet, floor, and ceiling. Raleigh looked on, stating he had warned them. His next move was to hunt down the remaining assassins. Meanwhile, in a different part of the mansion, Ian and a maid were embroiled in a battle against a barrage of attackers. The maid, growing overwhelmed, admitted to Ian they were outnumbered, questioning how the intruders had snuck past the mansion's guards. Ian, undeterred, charged at the intruders, branding them as cowards, and systematically dispatched them one by one. After finishing off the attackers, Ian called them insignificant, exhausted from the fight. The maid joined him, reflecting on the 15 attackers they'd already faced. Han urged her not to despair, telling her to fight on until the very end. Belle agreed to keep an eye on Lady Araz's room and asked Han to track down the third prince. Ian hurried off, determined to find Raleigh. Knowing the prince was a master of stealth, he hoped Raleigh had found a safe hideout. Ian called out for Raleigh, urging him to hang on. But before he reached the third prince's room, an assassin blocked his way. The old man sized up the situation and knew this was a more formidable foe. He warned the assassin to leave or face the consequences. But the assassin said nothing, simply pointing his sword at Ian. Ian didn't have time to waste. He drew his own sword and lunged at his opponent, telling him not to play games. He managed to cut the assassin's finger, but that only infuriated Ian more. How dare this insignificant opponent challenge the great Iped family? Ian's eyes blazed with determination. The assassin retaliated, bringing his sword dangerously close to Ian's face. But things took a turn for the worse for him when he suddenly found himself stabbed in the chest with his own guild's dagger. Confused and defeated, the assassin crumpled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ian swung his sword and cut the enemy in half. Now free to reach Raleigh, he rushed to find the young master. Meanwhile, Raleigh was surprised he had missed his initial target. But given his changed body over the years, it wasn't a shock. He concluded he'd done well that night and walked away, leaving a trail of assassins behind. Ian finally caught up with Raleigh near the tree where he usually rested. He found the prince sitting on a large branch and asked if he had been there the whole time and if he was all right. Raleigh played dumb and asked Ian why he was out so late and why he was sweating. Ian didn't respond, but insisted Raleigh leave with him immediately. Raleigh, intrigued, asked if the assassin had returned. The third prince climbed down from the branch, ready to follow Ian's lead. Ian asked how the prince knew about the assassins, confirming their presence in the mansion. Raleigh tried to feign surprise, but the hero who had once saved the world struggled with pretending to be taken aback. Ian now understood why the young master was hiding in the tree. The older man sighed with relief, saying that had something happened to Raleigh, it would not have been acceptable. He stressed the danger of the situation and urged Raleigh not to leave the safety of the old man. Ian shared that he and Syrah had taken down over 15 assassins. As they headed back to the mansion, Raleigh interrupted Ian with a question about his mother, showing his concern. Ian smiled at the boy's thoughtfulness, amazed that even in such dire moments, Raleigh worried about his mother's safety. Ian found it puzzling that others saw the prince as useless when he was truly kind-hearted. The older man's eyes sparkled with admiration for the young master. Ian informed the prince that Syrah, a brave and capable young woman, was caring for his mother. Raleigh was reassured knowing his mother was in good hands. He agreed they needed to return to the mansion as soon as possible. Once inside, Ian commented that his sword sensed approaching danger and asked if the prince recognized it as his father's sword. Raleigh dismissed the concern, believing he'd already cleared the area and Ian was overreacting. Ian moved cautiously like a spy, pointing out that Raleigh was the most vulnerable member of the family and needed extra protection. Raleigh played along and thanked Ian for his help, even though he preferred not to appear weak. Raleigh asked Ian to wait as he examined something suspicious. Ian's attention was drawn to the paper Raleigh was holding. He gasped, claiming the paper seemed cleaned by someone. Raleigh denied the old man's suspicions, asserting he might be lazy, but he wasn't dirty. He asked Ian to inspect the paper more closely. After closer inspection, the old man read a list of ingredients for a soup: leaf dust of the house, moon herb, and cetacocotine. Ian zeroed in on the word put, which was emphasized just before the meal. He couldn't believe it at first, but the shocking reality dawned on him. Lady Araz had slipped poison into the soup. Meanwhile, Count Ipleta clashed with an assassin. He accused his opponent of being like all killers, quick to flee like a cornered rat. The murderer, wounded and exhausted, stayed silent as the Count continued to taunt him, pointing out how he could never match his skill. In the heat of battle, the Count landed a decisive blow, mocking his foe for being such easy prey. The killer paid little attention to the Count's jabs. He focused solely on his escape plan. Having grabbed the dagger, he hoped his smoke bomb would activate within minutes. He decided if he could buy enough time, they could save Lady Orly. The Count charged at the assassin with fierce determination, his eyes ablaze and sword at the ready. A colourful clash ensued as their weapons sparked. Finn, the Count, denounced his foe as a coward for dodging his attacks, expressing his wish to capture him alive, but declaring he had no choice left. The assassin began to understand the gravity of the Count's words. He realized he was in deep trouble as the Count aimed his sword at him, promising him a chance for final words. Their fight was interrupted by Ian bursting into the room with dire news. Ian brought Lady Orly with him, revealing the shocking truth to Count Ipleta about who had tried to poison Lady Araz. The Count couldn't believe his eyes. Ian held Lady Orly by the shoulder. She looked terrified, and Ian's grave expression suggested he feared the assassin's motives. The Count asked Ian who the man in the black cloak was, but Ian said he was just another assassin, promising to dispatch him soon. The Count then questioned why Ian suspected Lady Orly's guilt. Ian provided no explanation, only handing the Count the sheet of paper he had retrieved and asking him to read it. Lady Orly grew increasingly hysterical as Finn read the incriminating text about the ceticocaine mushroom. The Count's face turned red with fury, veins bulging, and his eyes seemed to darken as the truth of the situation sank in. Ian stated that, as the Count probably had already guessed, the letter bore Lady Orly's handwriting. Lady Orly seemed on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with panic. Raleigh sat on the floor beside his mother's sleeping bed, reflecting on the events that had transpired in his father's office. He wondered if Ian had presented the evidence to his father yet, and assumed Lady Orly's guilt, which would soon be confirmed. As the prince contemplated the situation, it felt like an eternity as he pursued the unfortunate situation. Lady Arak awoke to find Raleigh by her bedside and inquired if he was all right and whether he was injured. Raleigh reassured her that he was perfectly fine and there was nothing to worry about. She placed her hand on his forehead and pondered the origin of the assassin. She expressed her happiness at her son's presence and how it seemed as though roses were blooming around him. Mother and son shared a warm embrace, and Raleigh said he was deeply relieved that his mother was unharmed. Maid Zeta witnessed this touching scene of mother and son. There was a knock on the door. Zeta announced it was Anne, and Raleigh welcomed the elder in. The prince began questioning Anne, while Sarah tried to comprehend the conversation. It took her a moment to grasp that Ian was likely right. Soon after, he inquired where she and the young master had been. She explained they had gone out without revealing their destination. Ian accused Lady Orly of poisoning Lady Araz's soup, leading them to discover the culprit. Lady Orly's guilt shocked Lady Iris, who wondered how Orly could stoop to such levels. Ian confirmed Raleigh had found a poison recipe note in Lady Orly's handwriting. Iris expressed her disbelief and wondered why Orly felt the need to poison her. She lamented aloud that she was wronged yet again. Collapsing from her bed, Sarah rushed to her side as Raleigh crouched down beside her. Raleigh's mother acknowledged Orly's dislike for her, but struggled to comprehend how the lady could go this far. Raleigh tried to comfort his mother, asking her to stay calm. After a while, he asked Ian about his father's whereabouts. Ian informed him that the Count was speaking with his first wife. However, there was a troublesome addition. A surprise guest joined them. Ian described how his father had finished the situation. They managed to retrieve the dagger, but failed in their mission. Finn was horrified at what he witnessed. His father-in-law stood before him, revealing the enemy's evasion tactic. Finn questioned how his daughter could be dishonored like this. Orly's frustration surfaced as she countered that Finn had been the one to dishonor her, marrying another woman. She expressed the pain she felt when he grew distant and fixated solely on Iris. Finn disapproved of such accusations, stating Orly had married him not for love, but for his family name. He remarked that she had actually married a weaver, not him. The Count of Ipleta didn't hold back, accusing Orly of only caring about his last name and status. She initially seemed fine with it, but now she had crossed the line by bringing a band of assassins into his home. His anger was palpable. "And you dare to pin this on me?" he fumed. A heavy silence fell over the room. Finn ordered them to leave, and he and his father walked through the forest. Orly seemed shell-shocked, lamenting the unraveling of her dreams. She wished it was all just a nightmare she could wake up from. Her father tried to offer comfort, pointing out that at least Leon and Lloyd would be better off and the tea factory would endure. But before he could continue, a glint of a knife caught their attention. Orly spotted Raleigh sitting on a branch nearby, his presence unexpected. "Is the show over?" Raleigh asked with a hint of sarcasm. Orly's father demanded to know what the prince was doing there. Raleigh said he was there out of curiosity and the desire for revenge on behalf of his mother. This enraged Orly, who shouted insults at the young prince. Raleigh calmly stopped her outburst, questioning how her father would react if she struck him. Orly's father intervened, challenging Raleigh with a dagger and a band of assassins by his side. He wanted to know why Raleigh thought he'd survive the confrontation. Orly saw the situation as an opportunity to use Raleigh as a bargaining chip, thinking it would resolve all her problems. Raleigh dismissed the threat, stating that Lady Orly had tried to poison his mother and had sent assassins, offenses he couldn't overlook. Orly's father lunged at the third prince, but Riley deftly evaded the attack. He warned them against further attempts, reminding them they couldn't avenge their defeat. His father was stunned by Riley's agility, struggling to understand how he outmaneuvered the head of the assassins. Orly, in a burst of rage, commanded the assassins to eliminate Riley. She screamed for them to erase him from existence. Riley, seeing the chaos unfold behind him, couldn't help but grin. It was a nostalgic reminder of the old days. He effortlessly blocked an attack with his wooden sword. Feeling like a hero reborn, he decided that this was self-defense and politely asked the assassins not to make a fuss. Riley stayed calm as his enemies launched attacks from every direction. With one swift move, he took them all down. As he surveyed the aftermath, Riley told the surviving assassins that he was no longer the man they knew. Blood pooled around him, raining down from the yet-to-fall corpses. Orly's father was struck but survived, hitting the ground hard. He was shocked to see the boy wielding only a wooden sword and to witness Riley's power firsthand. Riley approached him, emanating a deadly aura. He reminded Orly's father that this was his second offense, so he intended to give him a swift end. Riley drew his sword from the stepfather's back as the man pleaded for mercy. He claimed his daughter was simply influenced by the wrong people and not inherently evil. Riley's response was cold and final, a resolute no. Blood splattered everywhere, coating the trees and bushes in a macabre red. As Riley observed the aftermath, he recognized how different his body felt in this life, having rested for 19 years. Riley's hands were stained with blood, and he resolved not to let his emotions cloud his judgment again. He decided it was time to return to Ian, admitting things had gone too far. Hannah called for the old man, asking if he had found the young master. Ian replied no, while the maid expressed concern for the prince's safety. Ian reassured her not to panic, believing Riley was likely hiding. However, the girl protested that this was not a time for gain. Ian's concern grew, wondering if they were wasting time. He resolved to search the property again, while Sarah offered to join him in looking for the third prince. As they prepared to go, Phenopolis called out from a mansion balcony, observing the servants below. Zara grew increasingly uneasy as the Count exclaimed that Riley had vanished without a word. Ian feared the young prince's honor was at stake due to his laziness and lack of accomplishments. He shuddered at the thought of the Count's rage if he discovered Riley had been kidnapped by assassins. He imagined the Count's furious declaration that Riley's disappearance was a disgrace and forbidding them to search for him. The Count had no patience for idle men like the third prince, and Ian had just begun to explain the situation when Riley suddenly appeared. Ian rushed to embrace the prince, while Sarah scolded him for worrying them. Riley's response was nonchalant as he explained he'd just arrived and overheard their conversation. Sarah playfully slapped him on the back, scolding him for causing them such concern. Riley's father then approached and led him away to his office. While the prince followed obediently, Lloyd was already there, looking displeased. The Count mentioned Riley had found the note and asked if he had brought it. Riley confirmed he had. Lloyd, furious, accused Riley of causing their mother's downfall. Riley responded with a wide-eyed innocence, which only enraged Lloyd further. Lloyd demanded his brother admit to fabricating the note, leaving Riley in shock. Riley was astounded at his brother's anger, but he refused to be provoked. His father intervened, asserting that Orly had indeed poisoned Iris's soup and allowed assassins into their home. He then turned to Riley, insisting he needed to know where the note had come from, emphasizing it couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Riley decided to come clean, admitting he had slain the assassin who threatened his mother. This revelation took Lloyd by surprise, prompting him to speak up. Riley continued, revealing he had practiced with the sword in the courtyard a few days earlier. Riley explained he'd barely managed to fight off the assassin with his wooden sword in the corridor. He detailed how he escaped. Upon his return, found the assassin already dead. In his hand, the boy found the note, but Finney Pellet cut him off, jumping to the conclusion that Orly had sent the assassin. Adjoit bristled at the accusation against his mother, insisting she would never do such a thing. His father acknowledged that Adjoit would struggle to accept it, but confirmed the fact that Orly had allowed assassins into the house. He explained that this was the reason for exercising her. As the conversation wrapped up, Finn instructed his children to prepare for bed. As it was getting late, the children obeyed and both headed off. But suddenly, his father stopped Riley and asked him to visit his office the next day for a private conversation. The younger son was taken aback but agreed after a few moments of surprise. Riley left and closed the door behind him. In the hallway, he encountered Leon, who treated him with disdain. It seemed Leon no longer spoke to his younger brother, but Riley wasn't bothered. Riley viewed them as two show-offs. Leon asked Adjoit his opinion on the matter. Adjoit responded that he didn't believe Riley was lying. Leon responded with a detached demeanor, acknowledging the tragedy of their mother's situation, but stressing that nothing could be done. Leon warned against giving into emotion and expressed his gratitude to Riley for handling the assassins. Adjoit was incensed, unable to understand how his brother could say such things. But Leon questioned if he was willing to excuse murder just because it was their mother. Adjoit shouted that she was still their mother. Leon reiterated that murder is a crime with no excuse. The second son was disgusted and asked his brother if he truly believed their mother was a criminal. Leon gently patted his younger brother's head and turned to Lloyd. After a pause, Leon said they would leave things as they were for now and reminded his brother that the election for the Ipleta house heir was approaching. At that moment, Lloyd understood Leon's intentions. The first prince vowed to avenge their mother by righting the wrongs done to the Ipleta estate once he inherited it. But Leon reminded his brother that, even though Raleigh was idle, they couldn't discount him since their father still held out hope. Leon concluded by saying they would certainly avenge their mother, but they needed to be patient. Adjoit nodded, trying to hide his tears, and Leon encouraged him to trust the process, eliciting a small smile from Adjoit. The sun was up, shining like it had just been given a brand new polish, and all the creepy crawlies from the night before decided to get the hell out. Ian was already chatting with a young teacher, armed to the teeth with makeup. He was imagining the third prince in every possible way, preparing for his big chat with the count. When he finished, the old man said, "Wow, Raleigh looks like he just left the playground." Even though he's still a teenager, Raleigh had his hair combed to the side and his clothes neatly pressed. When Ian opened up, Raleigh said, "Wait a minute, do I really look 10 years old?" Ian just ignored it, blathered on about how this could be Raleigh's big break. Now that Lady Aguilla was out of the picture, the prince could finally have a serious talk with the old man about the family fortune. He was over the moon about it. The old man thought it was some kind of cosmic moment. Raleigh didn't seem very excited about the old man's music. He just mumbled something about getting out. Ian tagged along, still going on and on about how Raleigh just didn't get it. The Highness called him to see the prince's insane skills, right? The old man cracked a joke about how he always said Raleigh was the real MVP among the brothers. The third prince knocked on the red door and announced himself. His father invited him in, but before he entered, Ian grabbed him, pumped his fists and wished him luck. Raleigh turned to his father, who responded back. The Earl told Raleigh to pack his bags, no explanation necessary. Raleigh said, what? But his father handed him an invitation card. The prince was still scratching his head, so he asked where he should go. Snatching the paper from his old man's hands, Raleigh read that it was an invitation to the royal duel. It was the 17th, apparently, and it would take place a month from now, bringing together all the sword beasts around the world. But here's the thing. It said it was specifically for him. Raleigh, just for him. But couldn't his dad just say, "Hey, my third son is joining the party"? Raleigh thought the whole get ready thing was a bit much. He asked why he should go, but his father just gave him that look. You know why? From experience, as his brothers had been there, done that. The third prince said, "Yes, they said it was amazing," but the Count of Ipleta said, "No, son, this invitation is all about you." Then he made this heart gesture with his hands, and Raleigh got the message loud and clear. The third prince ignored it and said he wouldn't go. He thought about just closing his eyes and letting the tears flow, like he did in the first chapter. He kept repeating that he wouldn't go. No way. He had no skills, man. His father rubbed his tired eyes and told him to stop. He also warned him not to push his luck. So, his son was doing everything he could to convince the old man to give up. He even mentioned the time he accidentally scared his mother half to death with a wooden sword. Yan, who had been listening like a professional on the other side of the door, started to turn paler than a ghost. But in the end, Raleigh simply cut him off, knowing it was a lost cause. He begged him not to force him to pick up a sword. But then, the father entered with all his benevolent air, with a pep talk trying to convince Raleigh. But man, those words just brought back a whirlwind of memories for Raleigh. "You can do it, soldier," echoed in his head, and suddenly everything was bathed in a cherry red of blood. "You can do it, soldier." The words kept pounding in his mind, like a broken record. Raleigh stood there frozen for a second, then finally exploded, telling his father to stop with this soldier business. He was freaking out that his father was looking at him like he was about to send him into battle. He said it loud and clear. He wasn't going to do it. But then Finn rose from his chair and laid down the law. The Count said, "Sorry, boy, but you have to do this." He said Raleigh was no longer a child and had responsibilities. He dropped the bombshell that Raleigh had no choice but to participate in the tournament and defend the family's honor. Raleigh was practically shaking in her boots. He couldn't understand why he should suddenly be the family hero. He almost stumbled out the door, and there was Taro Ian, catching him in the act. When Ian realized he had been caught, he started making excuses, as if he was just tidying up the place. But before Ian could say anything else, Raleigh ran away. Finn ordered Ian to chase him, but Ian was lost. The Earl had to shout his orders again before Ian got the message. Meanwhile, Raleigh was hiding in her mother's closet, trying to make sense of everything. He couldn't understand why everyone in the family, even the maids, were obsessed with swords. It was like a punch in the gut. He was the son of a sword master. It made sense that the father would want to pass on the skills, but why did everyone on the estate have to be a sword maniac? And just when Riley thought he had things figured out, he overheard a conversation between his mother and a maid. They were talking about how worried they were that Riley wouldn't take on the responsibility of being the heir. But Mom said, "No, we'll be fine." Then she tells me that Riley does those puppy dog eyes, all sad and stuff. She says, "What's wrong, honey?" But Riley, quick as a fox, puts on a poker face and says, "No, Mom, it's cool. Don't worry about it." Lady Iris opens the game, saying that the prince has changed a lot. But the mother declares, "I may not understand him, but hey, I'm his mother. I'll figure it out." She's dropping some serious love bombs, vowing that she'll always be by Riley's side, even if everyone gets tired of her laid-back Netflix and chill attitude. Zara's jaws practically drop hearing all this mum's cute talk about her son, but Iris asks, "Is Riley driving Syrah crazy with his laziness?" And they start to laugh, and Zara replies, "No, not under my supervision." Then, out of nowhere, Iris asks Zara for help moving some things to another room, and Zara replies, "Of course." So they go to this closet, and Iris taps on it, asking if Riley is disappearing in there again. The closet doors open, and there is Riley, caught in the act by his own mother. What a strange situation. He starts babbling about needing alone time, but his mom isn't buying it. She knows her son well. He talks about how everyone was worried when he went missing, thinking the boogeyman got him or something. Then the mother says, "It's because of the tournament, right?" And Riley just nods like a doll. The mother is curious to know why he is in a cold sweat because of a sword, and Riley comments, "Oh yeah, swords aren't really my thing." But then his mother drops the bomb. She's going to the tournament with him, without worrying about the butts or the butts. Meanwhile, Ian is outside, paying attention to the carriage as if it were the Queen's carriage. He is all concerned with every little detail. His mother questions him, "Did you forget something, dear?" And old Ian is swearing up and down that they've got it covered. Then he asks, "Should we bring some extra help?" Sarah says, "No, we're fine." Ian is losing his mind because, Riley is royalty and all, but Sarah is acting like they're about to storm the castle. Finny Paget appears, asking if they are falling on the road. The mother responds, "Yes," and Ian just gives the guy a nod. Count Finn starts to get all sentimental, practically getting emotional because he doesn't want to leave his son's side. But the mother declares, "We agreed to this. No long goodbyes, dear." She even kind of calls him out, asking if he's jealous. Finn just makes an excuse about going with Riley being the only way he can participate in the tournament. Classic dad move, right? So my lady is giving her man a glare and reminding him that they agreed to keep the vibes positive. She says, "Give it time, honey. That's my advice." Count Ipleta and the team say goodbye. Then the Count gets all serious, dropping the bombshell that he has the safety of his son and his wife under absolute control. He says, if something happens to them, heads will roll. He swears with his feet together that he will protect them with his last breath. Zara makes her own promise, and then it's time to say goodbye. Lady Iris smiles from the carriage, while the young prince gives his father an icy glare. On the way, the mother starts shouting Sololo. She's explaining how she hasn't said that word in years and is excited to use it again. And Riley wonders, what's with that word? His mother realizes that this is his first time leaving the farm, so she tells him everything. Sololo is the family farm, baby, and Pijet. And Riley comments, "Wait, does she have a name?" Mom is all proud, talking about how her dad built the place so it has his name all over it. Miss Iris turns to Zara, asking where she is from in Solia. Zara responds, "To the right. The sun is on the right side of the mansion, and there is a sun on the left and another in front." Zara tells Riley that the only thing north of Solia is the Sololo mansion and a large wall to keep the bad guys out. And Riley comments, Cool. How big is Solia?" Zara responds, "Huge. It's like an entire kingdom squeezed into one city." Zolia clicks to Riley, as if it's something her teacher mentioned, and he thinks, "Oh yeah, something about sodas." When he hears this, he gets excited. Zara explains that it is a carbonated drink that tickles the taste buds, especially with ice, and Riley declares in his thoughts, "Sounds divine," and begins to interrogate her for details. Poor Zara is blushing like a tomato. She tells him it's sweet like wine, but it won't get you drunk, and remind him that he called her the nectar of the gods. And he asks, "But what about the color?" But Riley can't hold back anymore. He's hanging from the ceiling, shouting the name of the drink, Coca-Cola. The women in the carriage are asking each other, "Man, are you okay?" Riley doesn't even respond, just asks if they have Coke in Solia, and the waitress asks, "Do you mean non-alcoholic wine?" The mother intervenes, asking if Zara has been giving Riley drinking lessons, and Zara questions him, "Riley, really?" Ian enters the scene, clarifying that Coca-Cola is the real thing. Even children drink it. Riley is excited because if they have Coke in Solia, he's in. So this has been Riley's dream for a solid 19 years, right? The carriage is flying. No time to waste. And Zara declares, "Hey, it's an ambush." She jumps out of the carriage and asks Ian who the hell attacked them. And Ian yells, "Those goblins over there?" And let me tell you, these elves look like they haven't seen a shower in ages. Green, ragged, with elf ears and human faces, wielding clubs and wooden shields. And Riley, in her thoughts, comments, "If these are goblins, Zara will finish them off in 3 seconds." Zara is shouting for everyone to disperse because these goblins might try to surround the carriage. She tells Ong to put it away. Meanwhile, Riley is in a cold sweat and tells the guy to trust the maid. He's asking himself, why is Zara moving like molasses? I could finish them off in an instant with my killer moves. But all he can think about is getting his hands on a Coca-Cola. Now he's wishing he brought more reinforcement. There's blood flying everywhere, but there's still a bunch of goblins roaming around. Hannah's yelling at him to watch his back because he is the young master's shield. Finally, Riley has had enough and shouts that he is tired of this and is joining the fight. While he is fighting the monsters, Zara sees him and questions, "What the hell are you doing here? Get back in the carriage. It's dangerous." Riley takes the gun from her and asks why she isn't using her legs in the fight. But Zara is shouting at him to stop. During a break in the action, Riley declares, "I was the only one looking forward to a Coke today. Now that's gone. I'll never get my hands on one now." Then he turns to Zara and suggests that she draw a circle and stay in it to move better and fight longer. Meanwhile, he's slashing goblins left and right. He's yelling that if he doesn't clean them up quickly, there won't be time for a Coke break today. With a savage look in his eyes, Riley takes down the rest of the monsters with a powerful blow. Everyone is speechless. Zara and Ian are shaken to the core. The old man can't even process what just happened. And there's Riley, smiling like it's no big deal, with blood smeared across his cheeks and hands. The carriage is gone, and Hannah's asking Lady Iris if she knows her son's abilities. Mom is just petting Riley and saying she's glad he's safe and sound, heartbroken when she saw him face those goblins. Ian is still stunned, but Iris speaks softly. "SHH, keep this a secret. Don't breathe a word of it to anyone, not even the Count." Ian gave a nod. It's morning, and they finally arrived at their destination. Zara is on cloud 9. Lady Iris is feeling a little awkward with Hannah around, worried about sending Ian to the castle alone. But Zara says, "Relax, it's okay." Otherwise, she would have spilled all the juicy details of yesterday's trip. The waitress is preaching about respecting local customs, like getting drunk, drinking, and having fun. And Riley responds, "Yeah, sure. Sounds tempting, no." And Zara is asking, "Where should we start?" And the prince responds, "Obviously with Coca-Cola," but is quickly corrected that it will be a sweet, black, non-alcoholic wine. Zara discovers a cafe where they can find what the prince wants and escape the scorching sun at the same time. Then a random guy, looking like he's seen better days, says he saw two fangs. He's skulking in the shadows, watching Riley and his mother as if they were a pair of lottery tickets. He turns to the girl next to him, calling her Magic Tower Scorpion. She's this thin girl with ghostly skin and midnight black hair. But there's a catch: half her face is hidden by a horrible scar. She doesn't blink at the guy's nickname or orders. She just moves on. Riley is looking at a barrel like it's the Holy Grail, and he comments, "It's real. Guys, I'm swimming in Coca-Cola." He's raving about how fantastic and cold it feels, the foam tickling his throat. The prince is literally losing his mind with joy, while everyone looks at him as if he has escaped from the insane asylum. Lady Iris and Zara are dying of embarrassment. Meanwhile, a cheerful friar is ordering another round for his mother, and she is responding, "Of course, dear." While the prince is drinking another glass of Coca-Cola, Zeta is saying that he is acting like a drunken failure. Then this black-haired girl is grabbed by some people. She is screaming that she is innocent, but no one is believing her. She's asking for help, but the grabbers are talking about catching her in the act of stealing. Of course, the girl is protesting like crazy. Zeta is almost ready to step in and rescue her, furious. Then Riley says, "Wait, it's all an act." He is telling the maid to relax and not care. Riley is there, ready to dive back into his heavenly drink, while Zara wonders, "What's this whole acting thing?" Riley just shrugs, looking at his sword. Meanwhile, the drama unfolds as the actors pull the brunette girl back and forth. One of them is even smiling. The prince explains that if she needs help, he will be watching from all angles. So, Riley is totally focused on this maiden sword, right? He glances at Zara and asks her what she thinks it means. Without even giving her a chance to respond, he declares, "Hey, let's not get involved in other people's messes, okay?" They're already inside the house, and Riley strolls into the living room and finds Han there. It's pretty obvious that the old man isn't his usual self. Upon spotting the downed servant, Riley asks, "Dude, what's bothering you?" And Ian answers, "Honestly, I just want to do things my way. For example, if I had felt like it, I would have signed up for this fight." He picks up a glass and swirls it silently, then sips his drink. The next thing you know, he's telling you about his day at Solia Castle. So, Hana's at the castle gates, asking for 4 tickets to the fencing tournament. The guard asks, "Where did you get these?" And Ian replies, "Straight from Count Ipletta's house." The guard gets agitated and asks if it's legit. Ian is at a loss as to why he is being questioned, but says, "Yes, of course," and hands over the official letter with the Earl's seal. The guard takes a look, then excitedly confirms that there are 4 tickets for the competition. Han doesn't talk about the next step, so he suddenly asks for auditorium tickets. Ian falls face first into his pillow, perplexed that the tickets are for the stands, not the main event. But wait, there's more, and Ian comments, "This isn't the end." The prince tries to intervene, but is ignored. An awkward silence hangs in the air between Han and the lobby. Then, out of nowhere, someone calls out to Han, and he turns to face a tall, blonde, middle-aged guy. The guy calls Han a legendary mercenary and reminisces about the good old days. Han is all confused, trying to understand the reunion. The guy wonders if Ian is also participating in the fencing tournament. After a moment, he asks, "Looks like you haven't tied the knot yet, huh?" And Ian says he's just a humble butler on the farm. His old friend is perplexed, asking what the hell he's doing serving there. Han's heart is in his mouth, wondering if it's because of his legendary sword skills or his quick movement. With each word, Ian's face goes from confused to blurry. The blonde guy laughs, asking if he's being mistaken for the Count of Estein himself. Han is speechless, and the guy comments, "Given your age, you're most likely second." Ian diverts the subject and turns to the girl, asking about when spectator tickets will be available and how long they will have to wait. But before she can respond, he is already interrogating her about the Count's 3rd son. After racking his brains, he finally remembers the name Raid. All these kids with their fancy second names, like Sharp Sword and Swift Sword. Then Snedder says, "We might as well remember the 3rd prince's second nickname as well." Then Ian is crying profusely, clinging to the blanket like it's his lifeline. He's lamenting how completely embarrassing it was to make a fool of himself in front of his ex-colleague. Ian is sobbing so loudly that he's practically turning into a human fountain, and Riley declares, "Nah, I can't handle this noise anymore," and claps her hands over her ears. The old man is crying over how Snyder, the legendary mercenary hero, took pity on him, and he says, "If only Lady Araz hadn't asked me to keep yesterday's fiasco a secret. If only she had kept her mouth shut." Han's screams could break glass. He's so agitated. Everything is just too unfair in his book. Meanwhile, Riley and Ian sit at the table, waiting for Madame Iris and Zara to appear. Zara is all excited, asking how they slept. But then she sees Han's sad figure and almost chokes on her own hand. Ian's eyes are practically swollen. Riley responds sarcastically to the girl's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. He's just tired of it, wishing he was back home, giving his son a look as if to say, "Can you believe this mess?" Madame Iris simply starts laughing, saying that Ian has the emotional depth of a puddle. Riley throws in the towel, agreeing with her mother that Ian is sober and continues to spout the same nonsense every half hour. Ian clears his throat, trying to compose himself, and wishes everyone a tired good morning. Zara nods at him, then quickly changes the subject, addressing the young master, and the prince asks, "Where are we going today?" Zara is all excited, announcing that they are going to Ratsolia, and Riley asks, "Why now?" And the girl declares, "Because we won't get another chance." She's excited about the big tournament starting tomorrow, excited about her first tournament experience. Meanwhile, Anne is awake and alert, adding that going to Solia's bottom is not a smart move. Zero agrees, saying it's suspicious and dirty, even though it's local, and Riley comments, "No thanks, I'll pass on that adventure." And Zara says, Cool, I understand." So she dramatically volunteers to lead the charge through the city. Lady Aras gives the go-ahead, and they leave the place where they spent the night. Zara and Riley appear to have been hit by a truck. The Temple of Solia is their first stop, a place where people pray to the goddess Idnessa for healing and blessings. Lady Iris had a scare with a horrible illness once, so she's stopping by to thank the priest who treated her and to check out the town while they're at it. Riley takes a look around and decides that this sacred spot isn't much different from anywhere else. He remembers people talking about how the goddess grants the gift of prophecy. He ponders whether anyone would actually sign up to be a monk for such a job. The father gives Lady Araz a sidelong glance, then adds that her recovery has been quite a journey, but they've done it. Father Liebers throws some congratulations at her, stating that she has the goddess Ioneza wrapped around her little finger. Then, our prince's mother thanks Father Liebers, but Riley declares, "I'm gone, family," and starts to walk away. And Zara asks, "Hey, where are you going?" And the prince replies, My mother will talk non-stop, so I decided to take a look around." And Ian comments, "I think I'll go along." Then, the old man speaks about how elegant the architecture of this temple, the Temple of Solila, is, and Riley comments, I remember this place from a past life. I saw a statue and thought, hey, I'm the chosen one of the Holy Sword." And just like that, his life went from zero to hero. He's there, feeling all nostalgic, remembering that moment when he met a saint and revealed the holy sword. Further along, near this huge statue, there is a figure wearing a white robe, and Ian asks, "Who's that?" But Riley doesn't care. It turns out to be a short girl with long purple hair. She greets the old man and the prince, acting all honored to meet someone supposedly blessed by the gods. She welcomes them as guests of the temple, and Ian greets her, saying, "What's up?" with a wave, but Riley just walks past. The old man isn't too happy with Riley's silence, muttering about how the prince should show good manners, and Riley asks, "Why bother?" Then he turns to Ian, saying, "If you want me to greet you, you should start by opening your mouth." Everyone is shocked by his insolence, and Ian in his thoughts comments, "This guy has a lot of courage," but Riley is cool, thinking it's the last cookie in the package. The albinos girl thinks he's hilarious. Then, dramatically, she takes off her hood, revealing this cat with yellow eyes, and Ian, in his thoughts, declares, "Damn, it's Santa Frisia," feeling embarrassed. The old man apologizes for not recognizing her, but Riley doesn't care, acting all indifferent, saying that the prince should greet her because she's a saint and everything. And Ian comments, "Yes, she is the Saint of Solia, the youngest of the Holy Virgins," and Riley says, "PFF, weird custom, worshipping living saints." And Ian wonders, "I'm lost. Where is this going?" Riley is mumbling to himself, not really liking this whole saint thing. In fact, he's hating it. He approaches the statue of the saint, sarcastically saying that he was chosen by the holy sword and tasked with overthrowing the king of demons. Then he says, "All right, give me the sword," and the saint declares, "Only a warrior chosen by the gods can wield it." And in her thought, she says, "You're my only hope, bro." Then Riley says, Okay, I'll take it." But inside, he asks, "What's that again?" He shakes the saint's hand, turns his back and starts to walk away. And Ian announces, "Dude, at least show her some respect." And Riley says, "No, the more I look at her, the less hungry I get." Zara isn't enjoying Riley's insolence, feeling a little uncomfortable with his sarcastic comments. So Riley is feeling super embarrassed by the saint's comments. He declares, "Hey, time to go. My mom's probably done talking by now." But then, out of nowhere, a woman's voice interrupts their escape plan. They turn around and see the saint approaching them, shouting for them to wait. The prince reluctantly comes back, and this girl is locking eyes with him, looking like she's trying to remember where she knows him from. Riley is sweating, thinking, "Please don't ask me to pick up some holy sword and kill a demon king." He's praying she doesn't drop that bombshell. But then the girl yells, "Hey, bend down for a second," and asks if it's him. And all Riley hears is, "Hey, are you the one?" The prince's face is a mixture of horror and confusion. Why is a saint asking him these things? She gives him a superior look, saying that she thought so and that he seemed quite slow. And Riley asks, "Wait, you still call yourself a saint after that? Saints shouldn't be talking nonsense like that." The whole temple is shaken. Even Ian is in a cold sweat, but the girl is not shaken. She just calmly says that she is still the youngest saint in Solia and that it is natural to be proud. Riley is furious, sarcastically saying that she is a real pro at being proud. He adds that she can think whatever she wants then. The girl is shocked that he is speaking to her so casually, reminding her that she is a saint, and the prince asks, "Really?" Doubt sets in. He asks Han if he should kneel and cry, and Ian's like, "No, man, that's not it." Riley is all confused, frustrated. The saint is looking at him innocently. He apologizes, admitting that he has a problem with saints because one made him feel terrible once. The priests and Han are in a cold sweat, and Riley's like, "You know what? You do whatever you want, saint. Let's just go our separate ways." The girl holds her tunic, starting to cry. Two priests, all men, run up to her. One offers a tissue. Meanwhile, Riley is still questioning her, asking, "What's with all the crying? You started this whole mess." But the girl says, "No, bro, that's not cool. Treating a saint like that, total sacrilege." Riley doesn't care, however, ignoring his words, saying he's not religious. She snaps back, criticizing him for making her look bad after she started talking trash. Then the prince spills the beans, admitting that he didn't want to hit the temple in the first place. He kicks Han, but Han says, "Come on, try again." And Riley says, "Nah, family, let's get out of here." They are running away and the saint stands there, watching them dive. Soon, she starts crying because of the strangeness of it all. She's furious with the prince, like, "Really? What now?" Riley says, "Oops," as Frasia's tears start to flow. The priest tried to cheer her up, saying, "Hey, haters gonna hate, right?" But the girl said, "Wow, thanks for the pep talk," in the most sarcastic tone ever. Old Riley is trying to calm things down, saying, "Calm down, I'm just an ordinary rude guy." The girl says, "Yeah, you nailed it," before hitting him with, "Have you ever thought that about me, Dad?" The guy is shaken, radically denying it. She's like, "How could you?" throwing the ball back to him. Then he begins to claim that it is the holiest thing since sliced bread, even considering the reincarnation of the goddess herself. The other priests are like, dude, relax, supporting the first one. Finally, Fraser seems to calm down, saying that it's okay just thinking about that nice guy who would pray. But then, out of nowhere, one of the guys moves toward her, and she says, "No, I don't," before shouting, "Wait, is that him?" As he jumps, Han is at Riley's grill, asking what he whispered to the saint. Riley said, let me think, remembering her asking him if he liked men. But instead, he tells Han that he was asking her what kind of snacks she liked. And Ian is clueless, but Riley says, it doesn't matter now. He tells Han that he's a pain in the ass, but a decent guy, so he'll let it slide. And then he says, being called a saint is not all it's cracked up to be. Lady Iris is eager to know what happened at the temple, but Riley says, nothing special. Meanwhile, Han has a dark cloud hanging over him. Zara is excited, saying they are going to the magic tower, and Riley is all ears, especially when Zara mentions that he can learn to move things with his mind. But the old man's gears begin to turn. Realizing that there has never been a magician in the Ipleta family, Zara and Iris are laughing and Riley stands there, unimpressed. As they climb up to the tower, Riley's eyes widen at the sight of it, comparing it to Big Ben. And that blue glow? It reminds him of when he destroyed those monster heads in Chapter 1. He is impressed by the tower's vibration, saying it has a different feel than Solia's left side. Then the waitress opens up, saying that if you take one step closer, you'll feel the vibe change, as if the air takes on a completely new flavor. She starts talking about mana, saying it's so pure around the tower, it practically makes you tingle. Then she says, "Hey, Prince, pull out that blue glow." And Riley says, "Yeah, I see." Zara explains, saying it's some kind of contraption in action. Riley is totally turned on, soaking up these stories of magic like a sponge. And let's talk about his past life. Dude had this epic sword, but it was a double-edged sword. You know, like be the chosen one? Heavy stuff. But here and now, Riley is totally into the magical living vibe. And he says, "No more chosen baggage, please. Magic is all about choices, man." Riley is looking at his hand, wondering if mastering magic can take away the trauma of his past life. And Zara asks, "Do you want to try?" and drops the bomb about measuring mana levels. Riley is thinking, and Zara declares, "Dude, enjoy the moment." She's mentioning Riley's homies, Leon and Joyce, who measured their mana levels to be magic sword pros. Leon did well at 12, while Joyce missed the boat. Lady Iris gives the hint, saying that Riley has to try. Ian is simmering in the background, ready to explode. It's like he has flames coming out of his ears. He's dying for Riley to show off these skills, because in the war, Ian was the master of magic. Now he's excited to showcase Riley's talent and throw away that lazy sword tag. So everyone is in the tower, with their mouths open, and Riley wonders, is this real life? Lady Ares is in awe of space, and there are books and bottles flying everywhere, shining like crazy. And those stairs? They are literally floating. Riley is freaking out about the magical sparkles in the air and those stairs to the sky. And Zara comments, "Yes, this tower is where the hipsters hang out, and let's be honest, they all look like they're straight out of a fantasy movie." One of the tower's inhabitants, a distinguished-looking wizard with white hair and round glasses, approached the group. In a gentle voice, he inquired about the visitor's mission and, addressing the youngest of the group, informed them that not everyone was allowed to enter the magic tower. He asked them for documents to confirm their identities. After examining the papers presented by the oldest of the group, the blonde wizard recognized his origins as Ipiet. With a smile, he granted permission to explore the first floor, but warned that access to the second floor and touching objects were restricted until his authorization. While Riley, one of the group's members, was absorbed in front of an imposing magical stone, the wizard acted quickly when he realized that the young man was about to touch it. With a warning shout, he prevented Riley from making a serious mistake. The boy apologized, explaining his curiosity by the intense blue color of the stone. After the brief interruption, the wizard explained the importance of following the rules, especially regarding the handling of magical objects. Riley, embarrassed, agreed with the wizard's words. In an attempt to better understand the environment that surrounded them, Lady Ares approached the group and politely asked the wizard for information about the tower. With a smile, the wizard introduced himself as Ferda and began to share his vast knowledge of magic. Ferda explained that there were different types of wizards, from sorcerers to alchemists, and showed visitors various magical artifacts present in the tower. He demonstrated a magic book with a glowing blue aura and a device capable of freezing water. As the group explored the wonders of the first floor, Ferda explained the rules for accessing the second floor, where apprentices practiced magic. The group was intrigued by the possibilities offered by the tower. As the prince examined a magical device, he questioned Ferda about its operation. The wizard explained that it was only necessary to concentrate mana and the ball would respond accordingly. And one of the travelers raised a question about the safety of the device if the amount of mana was excessive. Further admitted that a person with such ability would be considered a prodigy and perhaps invited to study in the tower. Despite their concerns, Further assured the group that the safety of the devices was guaranteed, stating with a smile that the tower was not a dragon's lair, and therefore there was no reason to fear. The legend of the great wizard Astroi echoed through the walls of the tower, bringing with it memories of the Great War and the extraordinary feats he had accomplished. Further, the wise shared with the group the story of Astroi's defeat of a renowned mercenary hero during those tumultuous times. Despite not remembering the hero's name, Further reiterated the grandeur of the wizard's victory. Between the girls' laughter and Han's questions about the expectations placed on the young master, the atmosphere became tense. Riley, focused on the magical device before him, encouraged the experiment to begin. With a touch from Prince Riley, the balloon began to glow brightly, sparking anticipation among the group. Everyone watched in fascination as the light emanated from the balloon, flooding the room with its intense glow. Ian's heart nearly stopped as the light dissipated, revealing an insignificant amount of mana in the ball. Despite the disappointment, Further explained that this was common, but Ian was unable to accept it so easily. The prince's reaction caused a dark aura of despondency to surround him, contrasting with the previous one of anger. Even with the support of his mother and Further, Ian couldn't come to terms with it. His frustration reached a breaking point as he grabbed the balloon, wanting to break it into pieces. The ensuing confrontation between Han and Further reflected the tension in the air. While the wizard tried to contain the young prince's anger, Han insisted that something was wrong. Meanwhile, the third prince, oblivious to the drama, was distracted by thoughts about food and dinner plans in Solia. As the argument unfolded, the old man held a golden magic ball between his hands, tears streaming down his face. Sarah exchanged silent glances with Ajan, while Further expressed despair on her face. A moment of heavy silence hung over the group, filled with conflicting emotions and uncertainty about the future. Suddenly, a scream echoed in the room, breaking the tense silence. It was Sarah, catching Mr. Yong's attention. In a quick gesture, she pointed in the direction of Prince Raleigh, implying that he was using his magic. Han turned abruptly, convinced that the prince had transferred his power to some nearby object. In this place, where magic was so present, the transfer of power did not seem impossible. Taking advantage of the confusion, Further intervened and snatched the orb from the old man's hands, leaving him indignant. Han shouted a protest, blushing brightly and almost collapsing onto Sarah. Skillfully, the girl held him and suggested that it was time for them to go to dinner. Ian, however, remained unfazed, refusing to leave without further explanation. The look of disappointment directed at the prince was evident, a silent punishment for his misplaced skill. Ian pondered the nickname, Lazy Swordsman, not fully understanding its meaning. As everyone prepared to leave, Seda had to practically drag the wailing servant out, with the door closing behind them. Further finally relaxed. An aura of exhaustion hung over the room as the wizard swept the floor of the magic tower. He felt exhausted, unable to understand where the old man got so much energy from. Internally, Further grumbled about the man who seemed to touch everything. While he worked, other wizards went down to the first floor. One of them, noticing Further's tiredness, expressed concern. Further, however, was distracted by a commotion among the wizards and quickly joined them to see what was going on. Upon encountering a horror scene, Further was astonished. The large blue magic stone was cracked, an unusual event considering only the most powerful mages had access to it. When asked about what had happened, the man was unable to respond, leaving everyone worried about the possible consequences. Panic spread among the wizards as they debated how to find the culprit. With no evidence to support their suspicions, the green-haired wizard, visibly shaken, declared that they needed to solve the mystery before Astroi, the great wizard, found out, as his punishments were feared by everyone. Further was overcome with fear, his body trembling at the alarming situation. Someone in the room asked who was on duty on the first floor that day, and if there were any witnesses to what happened. One of those present approached Further, asking if he was on duty and if he had noticed anything suspicious. The confusion was evident, as no one had any clues about the incident with the damaged stone. Suddenly, the stone shattered into fragments, leaving the wizards horrified, especially Further and the green-haired wizard. A scream echoed through the tower, a woman's voice calling for Prince Raleigh. He turned to find his mother at his side, worried about his well-being. Together, mother and son walked through the city streets, hand in hand, sharing their concerns. Raleigh explained that he was disturbed by having visited a temple for the first time in his life, and by the presence of a holy maiden who had made him uncomfortable. He also withheld from his mother his visit to the tower and collecting mana in an unconventional way. Carefully, he hid his secrets, laughing as he commented to his mother that, in the end, everything turned out well. Lady Iris comforted him, mentioning that they were in good company with Han and Zera by their side. Meanwhile, Zara reassured Han and encouraged him to get himself together. Ian, still in shock, could not understand how everything had happened. His mother, observant, noticed his concern and lovingly reassured him, expressing relief at always having him by her side. Delighted by his mother's words, Riley remained silent, holding her hand. As they walked down the busy street, they saw the same two men who had robbed them before, probably planning their next hit. Riley, noticing a guy with a different appearance, dressed in white and with a red scarf around his neck, became alert, worried about the possible presence of guards nearby. Beta shared with Hamel the discovery that the subject in question was at least one member of the Earl family, news that did not please Beta at all. Watching his prey closely, he suddenly turned to the man at his side, identified as Hamel, and asked for his opinion on the situation. Beta referred to Riley, Lady Iris and Sarah, who stood out in the crowd. Hamel questioned whether these were the same people who had visited previously. Beta confirmed vehemently, stating that they were the same ones who ignored the attack on the young woman in that same area. With a sarcastic smile, Beta mentioned that among them there was a young man, his mother, and a maid. Noticing an old servant, Beta counted 4 in total. Hamel asked if the choice was deliberate, to which Beta happily agreed, stating that they deserved punishment for what they did. He justified the action as an act of correction, claiming that the goddess Irene would forgive them. Although Hamel had his reservations about Beta's plan, he agreed that, in theory, there should be no problems, as there were 2 aristocrats against 2 servants. However, he expressed a bad feeling. Beta responded that they were in no position to choose, pressuring Hamel to agree. Finally, Hamel consented and Beta celebrated the decision. With a determined smile, Beta advanced through the crowd, with Hamel following silently. His target was a few steps ahead. With a look of complicity, they began a silent countdown. The villains became alert, and when Hamel approached Han, he was silently discovered. The old man reacted, hitting him in the chest with his elbow. Hamel tried to get up, but Ian intervened, quickly hitting him in the knee. The thief fell to the ground, injured. As Hamel tried to recover, the old man questioned his identity and origins. Seda watched nervously, remembering where she had seen those faces before. With caution, the group prepared to act, keeping an eye on the criminal's movement. The surname Ipiet echoed in Hamel's mind, arousing suspicions about the true identity of his targets. He nodded at the words of the man next to him, observing him with curiosity, but without the threat that Ian conveyed. The girl questioned their origin, while Beta was still shaking and covering his face. Sarah, leaning in a little, suggested that they were from Lower Solia, adding that they smelled like garbage. Beta protested, arguing that she had perfumed herself. The thief began to sniff. The commoner Sarah could have been easily deceived by the scent, but she claimed that it was also her homeland and would therefore let them live. However, he demanded that they pay for the mistake of trying to hurt his master. The servant knelt down beside Beta, who begged him not to do it, but the servant did not hesitate to step on his arm. His eyes lost their previous gentleness as he warned them to choose their target more carefully next time, as their master did not like to be disturbed. Meanwhile, Lady Iris and the third prince enjoyed sweets on sticks. Riley looked for Zeta, while the old man explained that she had gone to the bathroom and would be back soon. When asked if he also wanted to leave, Riley responded that he didn't know, explaining that he was asking because he hadn't found her as they walked away. Surprised, Ian asked again. The third prince stopped talking, distracting his mother by praising the food. Riley noticed the majestic red tent above and everyone was mesmerized. Seda explained that the fencing competition was finally starting, an event that everyone had been looking forward to. Riley, his mother and his servants were already in the stands, along with the other spectators, all excited. The third prince inquired about the food and drink, and Zeta, the maid, assured him that everything was ready. While Riley devoured the food, Ian watched the competitors with interest. The prince asked if they were good, and the old man confirmed. Remembering that they had seen the competition program at the entrance, Riley admitted he didn't pay much attention. Ian sighed tiredly. Sarah explained that the program included 3 competitions, scheduled to end before dinner. She expressed indifference, feeling that the competitors, although excellent, were not up to Ipja's standard. Riley noticed a couple sitting next to her in the empty space around them. It seemed like there were fewer people there than before. Lady Iris also noticed this. The waitress commented that the crowd was smaller than expected. Nodding, the lady expressed surprise, expecting the place to be crowded. Sarah explained that the entry of uninvited guests was restricted here. To attend, ordinary people needed a formal invitation. As the competition was between aristocratic families, Lady Aras asked if this meant that ordinary citizens could not watch. The waitress clarified that it wasn't like that, pointing to a floating blue stone with a sphere on top. The girl explained that it was a device to track the event. Curious, the lady asked about the artifact. The maid explained that it was a device to visualize what was happening there. Riley expressed disdain, suggesting that some stupid nobleman might inadvertently embarrass himself. Surprising her, Sarah explained that this would not be possible due to the time difference. She added that the images could be cut from the transmission if necessary, controlled by the magic tower. The prince was once again fascinated by the tower, even considering that it was a different era from his past life, where everything was facilitated by magic. His mother noticed that the competition was about to begin when screams and noises came from the other side of the wall. Someone ordered them to stop shouting in the mono-room, while another demanded to know where a person had come from. On the podium, a voice warned about the son who was leaving and asked for silence. Ian found the commotion strange and asked why they were so noisy. His question disconcerted Riley, Madam, and the maid. Sarah excitedly imagined that if the young master left, he would shout for everyone to shut up. The old man explained that two competitors were withdrawing, one from the Boyden family and the other from the Dries family, known for their sword skills, although not as much as the Ipita. A boy in the audience raised his hand, exciting Sarah and Lady Iris. The third prince watched silently as a colorful battle unfolded before them. Ian watched the prince, wondering if he was genuinely interested. The third prince leaned back in his chair, stating that yes, he could see techniques that he had never witnessed before. Although he knew practically all the existing techniques, these new ones surprised him. Sipping his dark drink, he found it interesting, although it looked like children were playing with toys. Ian listened attentively as the third prince explained that even though it was a little strange, he had a genuine interest in it. He admitted that it was a somewhat arrogant but intriguing prospect at the same time, even though Riley called him a monkey. Sarah shrugged, suggesting that his master could even defeat goblins with ease. The old man didn't miss the chance to comment that, in this case, the young master should have participated. Riley, however, reiterated that he was lazy, leaving Anne horrified at his lack of ambition. Riley even appreciated the nickname, Wandering Swordsman, adding that it was appropriate. The old man then asked Ian if he was taking it seriously. Observing the third prince, he noticed a tired expression on his face, questioning why he hid his talents and his true personality. Ian wondered what the real reason was behind the unpleasant nickname, Wandering Swordsman. Lady Iris called the servant, suggesting that it would be good to find Riley a companion to liven up his life. She asked his opinion on the matter. The third prince even choked on his Coca-Cola. Ian and the prince were surprised, asking if she was serious. The lady smiled, assuring him that it was just a joke, but Ian noticed a thoughtful expression on her face. The prince's mother laughed, relieving the tension, while the prince himself stood up, visibly nervous. He announced he was leaving, with his mother agreeing. In the hallway, Riley muttered to himself, questioning why he was so obsessed with the idea of a wedding. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a blue-haired man and a red-haired worker. The man abruptly accused Riley of being disrespectful towards the competition participant. Ian was surprised and Riley wondered what he had said that was so offensive. The outraged man berated Riley for minimizing the contestants' efforts, demanding that he leave if he couldn't appreciate their efforts. Riley apologized with an indifference that seemed quite fake. He gestured for Ian to leave, indicating that it was time to start. The prince took Ian's arm and led him outside. While the man watched them disapprovingly, he called out to Riley, asking to wait. When the young man stopped, the man declared that Riley's apology didn't seem genuine. He argued that the prince's words lacked sincerity and questioned whether it could truly be considered an apology. Riley looked at him with an air of superiority, and the man continued to express his dissatisfaction. Tired of the situation, he exploded, proclaiming that he, Plog, the eldest son of the Orencium family, would teach a lesson on behalf of all participants. The third prince was starting to get tired of this argument. Plog insisted that if the prince was present there, he must belong to some specific clan. Pointing with his finger, he demanded that the prince reveal which clan he belonged to. The prince, in a moment of afterthought, regretted his hasty words, wishing he had remained silent. Ian confronted the young man with a questioning look, questioning his next action. Riley responded with a look that implied the obviousness of the situation. Before he could react, the prince's shot cut through the air, taking Ian by surprise. Pluck and the girl chased Ian, while the man questioned him about his fate. Ian, however, blocked the way, asking them to wait. The old man protested, claiming that he could not allow his passage, but his words were interrupted by a Pluck's attack. Ian managed to block the blow, while the man lamented the numerical disadvantage. A Pluck advanced towards the prince, promising to punish those who disrespected the nobility. Riley's blank stare disconcerted the man, who felt a growing discomfort. Grabbing a Pluck's wrist, Riley confronted him firmly. "You see, Plog, your solemn words about being discovered are particularly intimidating," Riley teased. A Plog found himself unable to escape. Confused by his opponent's strength, he channeled his blue magic, but realized his powerlessness against Riley's determination. The third prince intervened, squeezing a Plog's hand tighter, eliciting a groan of pain. The girl, worried about her master, tried to get help, while Han watched in silence. Applog questioned the young man's identity, intrigued by the lack of signs of mana manipulation. Riley watched Applog's hand, intrigued by his intention. The throbbing pain in Applog's arm made him groan, as the girl tried to run away in search of help. Angrily, Riley threw Applog at the girl, expressing his desire for a peaceful life. Ian watched in silence, surprised, as a large hole opened in the wall from the force of the impact. The prince approached Applog, inquiring about his name. Without waiting for a response, he instructed Applog to listen carefully. Riley, with a threatening look, warned Applog about the consequences of his indiscreet words. Submissively, Applog agreed, with terror in his eyes. Riley coldly warned that any disclosure of the incident would result in drastic consequences for Applog. This time, Applog readily agreed. Ian, perplexed, questioned in his mind the words exchanged between Riley and Applog. Riley called out to Ian, placing a hand on her shoulder. He ordered him to resolve the situation there and then, and that, if anyone asked, he should state that he had acted on his own. Ian was not amused by the order and appeared slightly disgusted. The prince said goodbye to Ellie, praising Han as a mercenary hero. Taking full responsibility, he asked her for a favor. Riley pulled away from the stunned Ian and settled in next to the attackers. Later, he returned to the room and told the girls what had happened. Zara inquired about Mr. Jan's whereabouts. The prince responded nonchalantly, mentioning that Ian seemed to have changed. After waiting in vain for the old man, he left. It seemed like an eternity had passed. The cleaning lady mentioned hearing something similar to an explosion recently. Riley, turning away, denied having heard anything and suggested that it might have been Ian. Zara, with her good hearing, doubted, while Riley took another sip of his drink, feeling the coolness. The prince appeared again drunk, which did not please his mother and the maid at all. Realizing that the competition was about to begin, Riley inquired into the nature of the contest. Zara explained that there were rumors about a quest for supremacy, raising the expectations of many, including her. Riley mentioned the main candidate, and the maid asked if he had seen a young man with 2 swords, characterized by white hair and blue eyes. The third prince found the boy charming and remembered his brother Joy at that age. Zara explained that he was the only participant to use 2 swords, anticipating an exciting confrontation. By revealing that the boy was from the Jiniri family and that this was his first competition, he aroused the interest of Riley, who admired his rapid rise. Zara also mentioned secret competitions between the participants, intriguing the prince even more. Zara highlighted an additional rumor circulating about the boy's superiority over the Ipiet clan, surprising Lady Iris and Riley. The latter highlighted the dominance of the Ipiet clan when it came to sword skills. Riley pointed out that, in this case, it was not wise to expect good results from the boy. Zara, on the other hand, had a more favorable view, praising his courage and masculinity. As he watched everything in silence, Riley smiled. The referee explained the rules of the fight, making it clear that the death threat would result in disqualification. Her opponent looked confused, while Zara expressed some optimism. The prince, upon witnessing the scene, turned to Zara. He asked if anyone had any information about the individual in question, specifying whether he was referring to the rival candidate's opponent. Initially, a maid had difficulty remembering the young man's name. Meanwhile, the referee was preparing to give the start signal. Zara recalled that the noble in question belonged to the Erencium family. The swords fell from the hands of the renowned swordsman, Grenier, leaving him slightly stunned. All the spectators were shocked when a prince from the darkest family was thrown. Firmly, the man held his sword, preparing for the attack of his opponent, armed with a red pen. Now, he seemed somewhat more confident. Riley watched the competition with fervor, commenting on Erencium. The image of the family's first prince echoed in the mind, the man the prince had left hand to. The third son murmured that he had also used that style at the time. The young man was paralyzed after the blow, looking at his opponent in surprise. Had he understood? The prince of Ginia fell to the ground. The judge approached and helped him to his feet. Rising quickly, they announced that the winner was the second son of the Erencium family. Multicolored confetti appeared and applause echoed through the crowd. Aprian looked pleased, although he was still hesitant to fully believe in his victory. Riley reasoned that if he compared Aprian to his brother, the smell of the pills wouldn't be as strong. However, Riley was convinced that Aprian had not won solely through her own skill. Now that the prince remembered Han, he questioned why the old man had taken so long to intervene. Zara jumped with joy, while Lady Araz soothed her lovingly. Riley couldn't get Ian out of her thoughts. Maybe something had happened and he needed to go back. However, this did not seem to be a viable option. Zara brought more hamburgers and reported that the owners of the house had already eaten. Riley thanked the waitress. The third prince tried to reassure himself, convincing himself that nothing had happened to Ian. That simply couldn't happen. Meanwhile, Jan was gently lifting the red-haired girl, but she insisted on helping the teacher first. Jan explained that due to his manner defense, he had fewer internal injuries and therefore she should be the priority. The girl leaned on Ian's shoulder. Images and screams echoed in the old man's mind, remembering the young gentleman's words about wanting only a peaceful life. Ian recognized Aplog's strength and remarkable abilities. However, he reflected that regardless of everyone's talent, his master was already skilled. Although he didn't express it out loud, it seemed like the gentleman had demonstrated his level of skill. Now, the old man wondered if Ian had been purposely restrained during the mana measurement. Ian fell into his thoughts. Could it be possible that the young lord was a dragon that manifested on Earth? Dragons were supreme beings with a life expectancy of 10,000 years. Sometimes, for mere entertainment, dragons assumed human form. Ian could find no other explanation for such strength. Despite the prince's youth, Ian sighed, unable to conceive of such a possibility. He had witnessed her birth and watched every moment. Suddenly he remembered the lady, remembering Lady Aras holding her son for the first time. Now, the old man reflected on the lady. If that was the case, everything would be clear, and the abnormally large force would be understandable. However, the last lady had died in poisoned blood. Ian wondered if a majestic dragon could be a victim of poison, or if it was a fragility of the human body. Absurd thoughts tormented him, and he was forced to return to reality, coming to his senses. Ian continued to support the injured girl by her shoulder. He emphasized the importance of the teacher. Before finishing, he approached Prince Aplog and praised him. Even though they were both injured, he proudly declared that, according to him, Mr. Raleigh had become the best man. The girl and Aplog looked confused, not understanding why Ian was stopping them. Ian continued extolling the gentleman's nobility. Confidently, he stepped forward, assuring them that they would not regret it if they thought about it. He remembered the prince's mother's request to keep the secret and suddenly stopped. He felt a slight sadness when he remembered that they had agreed to keep everything secret. Suddenly, they were interrupted by someone. Ian turned around and saw a group of people, led by a young woman in white shoes. When he looked up, he recognized them as members of the Temple and the Order of St. Frisia. Their presence there surprised him. Frisia explained that they were there as a guest of the temple and came to inform about it. Ian felt a chill, as they had actually come to collect the spectators from the previous event, and they were looking for Raleigh. After a brief moment of silence, Zane suggested that Ian should also be aware of this. Zara, yawning, commented on her strange feeling, perplexed that the person they supported had been defeated so quickly. Lady Araz remained silent, but asked about future competitions, being told by the waitress that there would probably be no more as it was prohibited by the rules. Lady Iris confirmed that the competition had ended that day, quicker than expected. Zara noted that there were fewer participants this year compared to the previous year and mentioned that the opening ceremony had been celebrated on the day, bringing forward the semi-finals and final the following day. She looked towards the balcony and added that she did not expect such a result from a member of the Arencium family. Lady Iris questioned whether that punch was truly that powerful. The maiden promptly replied yes, as the power of her punch was equivalent to that of Prince Leon. The lady then asked, "And compared to the strength of Raleigh's punch?" Zara did not expect this question from her host. She hesitated for a moment and stated that if she had not truly known the knight's abilities, she would have said that Mr. Raleigh was not his equal. She vividly recalled the confrontation with the goblins, then corrected herself. She explained that surprise wasn't the right word. In fact, I was completely amazed. Unlike the second son of the Arencium family, the Lord showed no hesitation in his blows. He remained confident, and what surprised her most was his cold and unfazed gaze. Finally, Zara coughed and confessed that she couldn't determine who was stronger. She turned to Raleigh, but did not find him there, which surprised her. Lady Iris reported that the prince had long ago decided to go look for Ian since he left. It was then that Zara realized that, in fact, Mr. Ian hadn't left yet. She decided to let him know about this when she returned. The prince's mother laughed and commented that, suddenly, Riley was also looking for a companion besides Han. This made Zara a little embarrassed. She asked if the lady was really serious about the bride, and if that meant she really wanted the prince to get married. All the aristocrats had already left the room, without mentioning or discussing the competition. Lady Iris calmly suggested to Zara that something strange had happened there. She also noticed someone blocking the path, who appeared to be Yang. This time, Zara was not surprised and even lightly pushed the aristocrats in front of her. She saw two people supporting Han, who was barely able to stand. The girl recognized Riley and questioned why he was there. She soon realized that Mr. Riley was not accompanying Riley, and the lady inquired why the abbots of Solia's temple and the knights were gathered there. They apologized to the aristocrats for blocking their path as they left, without looking where they were going. Santa Frisia explained that they were now searching for members of the Pellet and Orencium families. Zara was even more horrified when she saw Santa Frisia. Riley remained outside, leaning against the castle wall, holding a cloth object. The prince observed him and commented that he had not purchased those items the day before. Riley held a golden mask in her hands, with black cloth sewn around it to cover other parts of her head. The prince muttered to himself that this fool from Orencium needed to keep his mouth shut, otherwise things might get serious, and Riley didn't want that. He noticed a magical blue light next to him, realizing that Ian had just said goodbye to the men of the Orencium family. He directed his gaze in the direction where he had seen the blue light and wondered if it was close to Lower Solia. Riley let out a laugh, remembering that it was a long way to Lower Solia from there. Without difficulty, the third prince jumped over the opposite walls and reached the top of the castle. Upon arrival, he reported to Orencium that he had warned them during the flight about the need for the pills. Inside the cave, lit by the dim light of some lamps, moans of pain echoed. The dark-haired thief, Hamel, was among them, lamenting that he was alive. Looking at his hands, Hamel doubted that those 4 people were from the people of Ipiet, but he soon corrected himself, recognizing his luck to be alive. He pondered whether it was morning or night, initially leaning towards morning, but upon noticing the light from the lamps, he concluded that it was night. He regretted having slept all day since they arrived the night before. He called Bat to check his status. The blonde was lying down, leaning against the wall, and Hamel complained about having carried him in his arms, almost destroying him. Beta, still trapped, cursed whoever had tied him up. Hamel worried about Beta, checking if he was okay, but Beta, angry, didn't forget to insult him. The blonde, with a scared expression, complained about his broken arm and the end of everything. He questioned whether Hamel truly believed that the nobles would treat someone from Lower Solia decently. Defiant, provoked Hamel, who tried to calm him down, without success. Beta continued to complain about what was done to him, but he stood up determined to sell his story. Hamel tried to calm him down, asking if he was going to look for the woman, while Beta, indignant, talked about the scum of the magic tower. Hamel insisted that Beta calm down, but he didn't listen. Even begging, Hamel couldn't make Beta change his mind. Beta offered Hamel a blanket, asking him to get up, but was met with silence. He urged Nani, the black-haired girl with a scar, to get up, explaining that he needed her for a plan. Nani wondered if there was really a way out for her. A carriage was gliding through the night streets of the city when someone narrated how he had attacked and dropped the second sword with a single blow, and then been attacked. It was Prince Aprian of Orencium, winner of the contest, traveling with his brother, the first prince, Aplog. Aplog asked about his brother. Aprian finally directed his attention to him, denying that anything was wrong. However, Aplog was unable to hide his nervousness. Aprian noticed, worried about the change in his brother's behavior, that he never got agitated, not even in competitions. Aplog reassured him, but Aprian was surprised by his attitude. The red-haired girl also looked out of it. Sitting outside the carriage, he watched the brothers. Aplog insisted everything was fine. Riley occupied the top of the carriage, relieved that he hadn't spoken, invisible from where he sat. He praised him for his silence, eager to guide him discreetly if Aplog needed support. He was already preparing to remove the mask when something hit him in the back. Magic. On the road, some distance away, were Beta and Nani. One asked the other if it was the boy they were talking about, referring to Riley. Surprised, Beta didn't know for sure, but he was determined to follow the family that transported him. Nani, indifferent, stated that he recognized him as the target of persecution. The tension grew as Nani threw a bolt of lightning towards the red-haired girl, who screamed in pain. The frightened horses, pulling the carriage, overturned it, causing the brothers to fall. Riley, in disbelief, jumped to a nearby roof. surprised by the girl's magical powers. A scream of dark magic echoed as Riley recalled his previous encounter with the girl, suspected of robbery. He realized he had seen her before in Solila. The girl smiled at Beta, her smile as wide as her confidence. He entrusted her with the case, asking her to take care of herself. Watching him warily, Beta reiterated his need for her and added his conviction that she could handle it. An aura of blue magic surrounded him. Nani stated that he could not fail. Lightning shot toward Raleigh. Zara expressed her concern about the growing tension and imminent danger. Upon seeing him sitting with them, Frisia questioned his presence there, which was confirmed by the waitress. Intrigued, Frisia inquired about his current whereabouts. Zara was frustrated, remembering her excuse to go to the bathroom. Ian was also uneasy, interpreting the maid's grim expression as indicative of her anger at Raleigh's pursuit of the old man. She regretted not bringing the carabiners. Lady Iris asked St. Frisia if she would wait for him there. After a moment's hesitation, Frisia picked up the cup that Raleigh had used earlier. Lady Iris watched him in silence, while Ian wondered about the saint's supposed divine powers. He speculated whether she was using them to find her master. St. Frisia observed the third prince's cup, making Ian curious. Suddenly, she grabbed it furiously, causing the contents to run down her arm, worrying the priests present. When she regained her composure, she questioned Lady Araz about her words, who hesitated before answering, worried about Zend. Yan, watching in the background, was horrified, recalling the previous incident involving Raleigh and that girl. He assumed his presence there still irritated her. He considered it prudent for the gentleman to avoid meeting her again. A call interrupted the conversation as a blue-haired priest informed the saint about a terrible incident in the central district. He reported a red light in the sky, shocking everyone with the revelation. Meanwhile, Nani's lightning struck a roof, generating a cloud of dust and a purple electric light. Chaos broke out in the city, with cries for help echoing. The attack did not hit the masked man, who was watching from another place with Riley and the prince. Witnessing the scene, Ian reflected on how these events were only known from reports or books, never witnessed. The girl, overcome with anger, prepared to attack again, blaming Riley. The latter, in turn, skillfully avoided confrontation, both wishing each other death. The third prince pondered how someone so young could master so much magic. In front of Nani, some warriors were already gathering. They tried to interrogate him and ordered his surrender, but before they could finish, one of the knights was struck by Nani's lightning. Meanwhile, Riley watched, unsure of what to do. Zara was in the spotlight. They said that, unlike the girl, Ian would be more useful there. Considering his options, he thought perhaps he should at least contact the Arenchan brothers. A Plog and Aprian lay unconscious on the road, a ball of lightning approaching. Raleigh was horrified to realize that they were inert while she needed help. With regret, he accepted that he would now have to intervene. Nani released a fireball, directing another attack at the masked man. The third prince, paralyzed, watched the sequence of events. Now, Raleigh needed to redouble his efforts, facing the girl's simultaneous attacks. Surprised by her ease in using magic, he remained motionless while she pointed. Raleigh pondered the possibility of also mastering this skill. It seemed easier to him than the art of the sword, which demanded physical strength and refined technique. Magic even enabled teleportation, as Nani demonstrated by conjuring an ice spear and then throwing sharp rocks towards him, revealing his power. Reacting dexterously, Raleigh repelled all the ice spears at once. Watching in surprise, Nani gaped. An angry male voice ordered Nani to eliminate Raleigh, and it was Beta, visibly enraged. It took Raleigh a moment to recognize him, remembering his previous encounter as the individual who had attempted to rob. Beta advanced, and Raleigh lamented Hana and Zera's harshness, thinking that if they had been eliminated earlier, none of this would have happened. However, Riley concluded that he had no choice but to clean up his own mess. Nani was startled by Beta's screams, while the prince assessed his sword, ready to act. Meanwhile, in the magic tower, a man dressed in a blue robe ordered Ferda to bring out the culprit who had damaged the valuable mana measuring tool. The mission had to be completed before the tower master realized what had happened. Ferda, apprehensive, lamented the possible consequences, fearing that he would be expelled from the magic tower if he failed to find the person responsible without even knowing who it was. The man with glasses hesitated, while Ferda realized he had a suspect in mind, Riley, the lazy sword of the Ippolita family. However, Riley was low on mana, and Ferda didn't notice anything extraordinary about him. He was on top of a building, about to leave, making sure he couldn't be the third prince, which seemed impossible to him. Further found this completely unbelievable. After all, not even Grandmaster Astro had managed to damage this mana measuring tool, so he concluded that this lazy and troublesome sword, which had attacked him once, must be the culprit. Further rebuked the idea, stating that anyone on the street would find it absurd. He insisted that he needed to find the real culprit and that this was just nonsense. Walking down the street, Further witnessed an explosion on the roof of a nearby house. Curious, he approached to investigate. He wondered if the explosion was in fact a fireball. Touching the ground, he felt the intense heat and confirmation that it was indeed a ball of fire. A crowd began to gather, clamoring for safety. With the city in an uproar, they accused the wizard of causing damage. Further, indignant, questioned who would dare to use magic to attack without authorization. Deciding to act, he ran towards the central square, where he felt he needed to interrupt the out-of-control magician. As he approached the explosion, he noticed that the city around the tower was on fire, engulfed in purple fire. Determined to get answers, he questioned the reason for the wizard's presence. Meanwhile, the girl prepared another attack. Further pondered whether she should have been banished from the magic tower. Nani launched another fireball, demonstrating confusion from a distance. Further, also perplexed, observed the scene. The masked man prepared to repel the attack with his sword, easily avoiding it. Riley blocked another beam, frustrating Nani, who was unable to harm him. Determined to show her strength, she decided to attack continuously, saving energy to prolong the fight. The girl released magical arrows, her power manifesting around her once more. Nani bit her lip, her mana turned into arrows, flying in the direction indicated by the girl's hand. They addressed the third prince directly. Riley tensed when she realized that it was the girl who was using a different technique. The prince jumped from the roof of the building, dodging the arrows in his path. He expressed his surprise, saying that he used to dodge blows easily, but now they were becoming too weak. Nani looked sad and depressed, with a trail of blood on her chin. Beta jokingly asked if Nani could defeat him. Upon noticing that the girl did not respond positively, Beta became furious, demanding an answer. He shouted that he could beat the boy. A brief, silent yes was heard in response, so the girl begged Bat to believe in her, promising to carry out the mission at any cost, as it was her only friend's request. Finally, the girl looked determined and stated that she would carry out the task, even if it cost her life. Riley suspected something was wrong. He realized that the color of his mana was very rare. The houses in the neighborhood were still burning with purple fire, and smoke dominated the area. The color purple was present in everything, even the girl's ice spears. The prince considered that perhaps it was a special type of mana, something he had encountered in a previous life, meaning unique abilities. However, Riley still felt that something was bothering him. He reflected on how normally the dark purple color indicated powerful dark magic, but this mana seemed unstable and dangerous. The girl was suffering, and Beta couldn't understand what was happening. Then, Riley realized that she couldn't control her own magic. The girl wiped the blood from her cheek, confused by the amount. Nani noticed that blood was now also flowing from his right eye, where there was a scar. She looked at Beta in terror. The third prince realized that something was very wrong, and that they could not ignore this situation. Someone in the crowd shouted to pay attention, while another suggested that perhaps they should flee. Still another said that someone would probably take care of the magician. Screams and memories of his past life haunted Riley. He felt as if fate was guiding him, as if he was forced to win. The memories and traumas of his previous life took over him. Manny expressed his intention to detain the group and let them escape, arguing that this was the only way to ensure their survival. Beta vehemently refuted this proposal. Nani resigned, said she didn't care if she died. The blonde grabbed Nani by the neck, continuing to scream, emphasizing that she wouldn't dare die until he killed her. Beta threatened that if she died now, she would just be a pile of useless bones. He then asked if she understood the gravity of the situation. Surprisingly, the girl was speechless, while Nani murmured that she had trusted her. Before she could finish her sentence, Beta interrupted her, scolding her for her ungrateful attitude, remembering how they had welcomed and fed her, and now expected her to work to support herself. He questioned her about her refusal to cooperate and the ugliness of her behavior. Beta continued his furious tirade, expressing disgust even when looking at her, perhaps the reason she had been kicked out of the magic tower. Then he turned his attention to Raleigh at his side. The prince exuded a terrifying black aura, with only his eyes shining brightly. Upon seeing this, Beta staggered and fell to the ground, hysterically asking what was happening. Riley declared it all over, pointing his sword at Beta and questioning how he dared to insult him. The exasperated prince stated that he could no longer bear her words and declared himself fed up with her presence. Beta was terrified, shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the girl conjured a pillar of fire, and Raleigh was enveloped in an aura of purple mana. The prince caught the blonde's attention and easily undid the oncoming magical attack. Nini intervened, stopping the masked man from approaching Beta. Raleigh, perplexed by Nini's loyalty, considered her a fool and accused her of being complicit in the situation. Unconcerned, Raleigh ordered Beth to stay away. He scolded her briefly for her fuss, suggesting she get some rest. As Nini fell to the ground, Raleigh turned his attention to Beth, who was crying in fear. The third prince warned Beth that he was not as merciful as he seemed, and that if he was attacked, he would retaliate ruthlessly. Then Riley advanced, determined to decapitate the thief, but was stopped by the man's protective field. Raleigh looked up and saw an old wizard, proudly holding his majestic staff. The old man questioned the identity of Raleigh, who resented that more trouble was coming. Realizing that he had waited too long and that he was now faced with a powerful individual, Raleigh noticed the old man's energy currents, which extended to Solia and the fortress. Without delay, the old man declared that if Raleigh did not reveal his identity, there would be only one option left. A flame emerged from the magical staff, growing larger as the wizard raised it, proclaiming himself as the great master asteroid. Promising to personally take care of the matter further, he insisted that they needed to go to the central square, where blood stained the walls and stone floor. The boy was heading towards the great master asteroid. Further explained that he was only summoned in truly urgent cases, while injecting some purple into the bald young man's arm, highlighting that summoning his greatest teacher, Solia's representative, was not a simple task. The magistrate removed the gold from his bag, but Astrius reiterated that he was not to be disturbed, busying himself with his herbs and potions. Further insisted that the drugs for sale were not relevant at that time. He reported about an exile from the tower causing commotion in the square, which piqued Asteroid's interest again. He commented on everyone's possible death, with a mixture of surprise and irritation. The old man laughed at the situation and expressed his intention to enjoy the view and have fun at the same time. Further reminded him of one more thing. Another man was in the area, fighting with the old guinea pig. Later, the great master would remember these words when confronting the masked man. He questioned further about the intruder, and the professor denied knowing his origins, but assured him that he would not allow him to get away with causing disturbances in his territory. Riley's eyes widened, questioning the old man's self-proclamation as Grand Master, as he did not appear to be the same unpleasant individual as before. In the streets, people debated the danger of the situation and whether it would extend to them. When they saw Master Astroja, some were shocked by what they saw. The third prince observed the old man, pondering whether his abilities would be tested, deciding to check his strength. Astra brandished her staff and summoned a meteor. The master announced that he would deal with the intruder personally, stating that there was nothing to be done in cases like this. Riley prepared for combat. A fire and mana attack approached him, and he calculated 3 possible points of impact. The prince chose to split the beam of light into 3 with a swing of his sword. Asteroid, surprised, reacted with disbelief at the intruder's skill, launching a water balloon in response to the impending attack. There was a massive collision, extinguishing the flames. In the midst of the smoke, the master was unable to locate the masked man. In total silence, he wondered about the intruder's whereabouts. His luck was tested when a sword came flying straight towards him. Astro erected a protective barrier, hoping to repel the attack, but failed miserably when the sword, thrust with great force, easily broke through the magical defense and hit him directly in the shoulder, eliciting a groan of pain. Anger took over him this time, and he shouted indignantly at the aggressor's audacity. As he looked around, he realized that the man had mysteriously disappeared. Nobles, clerics, and the saint continued along the stone path, their white robes standing out in the gloom. They stopped their march when Saint Frisia gave orders to move away, while she conjured a divine barrier in front of her. Recognizing the divine magic, Astro dispelled his own defense. One of the knights asked one of the clerics how it was possible for Master Asteroid of the Magic Tower to attack a saint, considering it an outrage. Frisia faced the great master and realized that he was not looking at them, but at the central square. He ordered his companions to leave immediately, Meanwhile, Zara, Lady Iris and Ian remained in the building where the competition was taking place. Despite the night already advanced, the waitress asked why Zen was looking for Raleigh. Ian coughed and turned to him, wondering if he knew anything. Before he could finish, another question popped up. Initially confused, Zara asked if Ian was really there. With a tired expression, he wondered if the others had already arrived. Worried, the old man inquired about the whereabouts of the third prince, to which he received a cheerful answer. His mother had said that Han was in the bathroom, so he went to look for him. With understanding, Lady Iris commented that they must both have missed each other. Ian was horrified to realize that the saint was looking for them and had fled. Zara applauded, suggesting that now that the young master had returned, it was safe to leave. They returned to the stone path. Riley turned to Ian, who stated he would go with them. He asked if the old man had resolved the matter, and Honor responded affirmatively, explaining that, although they were on their way to meet members of the Erencium family, they crossed paths with the saint, which changed their plans. The prince smiled, satisfied with the solution. At the end of the conversation, a discreet smile appeared on Raleigh's lips. She thought of the Harappo warrior. They decided to investigate her, as she had demonstrated remarkable abilities. Nani, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, woke up when the man asked her why they were heading to the lower part of Solia. Aprian replied that there was someone they needed to meet there. Apollogue seemed overcome with horror, while Aprin displayed confidence. The man was not impressed by the girl's presence. He considered how long he could interrogate them, as the gentleman had many commitments. Aprian asked about his brother, but noticed that he was shaking and not responding. The young woman confronted the knight, questioning whether he shared the view that magic was exclusive to wizards. The knight, reprimanding her, confirmed that she had. Enraged, the girl asked if he was insinuating that respectable members of the Erencium family, renowned sword masters, were involved in magical matters. He insulted them, calling them nothing more than waste. The knight hesitated for a moment. The girl did not cease her protests, expressing her anger and pointing out that they were also harmed, losing a companion in the incident. The knight raised his hand, trying to calm her down before explaining. However, he asked that the statement be recorded later at the police station. Nat handed her a piece of paper, which the girl took impatiently, laughing at her meticulousness. Addressing his aristocratic brothers, he apologized for the long wait, suggesting that they return later and enjoy a meal first. Aprian agreed, urging them to leave. As they moved, he patted his brother on the back. The knight observed them, noticing the young woman's duality. The night was deep, lit by the full moon. Nani groaned on the floor, confused as to where she was, as she recalled her last interaction with Beta. She remembered his words, begging her not to die, insulting her and demanding that she stay alive until he avenged the attack. Nani, suffering a sudden pain in her chest, clung, remembering the insults of her only friend, Bat, and feeling rejected. The doors opened, revealing the figure of a man at the entrance. Nani wondered if he had woken up yet. Before her stood Raleigh. Surprised by his presence, she seemed to recognize him. Raleigh reported that she had not yet awakened and asked about Beta's condition. Indifferently, the third prince replied that he didn't know. In silence, Nani reflected on what had happened, while Raleigh expressed his perplexity, questioning how she had carried out the attack. Nani turned around and refused to provide any information. Raleigh insisted, demanding to know what kind of being she was, but once again, Nani remained silent. She stated that she was not just a mage, as the color of her mana was unique. The prince questioned whether it was an idiosyncrasy, an exacerbated sensitivity of the body to certain stimuli. The girl asked why he wanted to know. Riley, wielding his sword, noticed Nani's apparent lack of understanding of her situation. Feeling compelled to act, he threatened to cut her neck, expressing his disgust at having his time wasted on someone so fragile. Nani, frightened, questioned whether this would be her death sentence. Outside, the window showed a thin layer of frost, without a single leaf on the branches. A child, amazed by the snow, called out to his mother, praising her beauty. The mother, a woman with white hair and grey eyes, responded tenderly, declaring that the snow was a representation of her own beauty. The girl laughed, being affectionately called daughter. A white-haired teenager, Nani, radiated happiness. The woman stated that the girl was her daughter, just like her mother. Remembering her mother's words, Nani reaffirmed her belief in mutual trust. She recalled a moment when, as a young girl, she expressed her desire to be recognized in the wizard's tower. In another memory, Nani, still young, was immersed in an oppressive silence inside a fortress, powerless to intervene. She heard someone's terrified screams, begging her to stop, while others insisted she wouldn't be able to. When the screams stopped, a figure handed him a pill, declaring it was his turn. Perplexed by the pill, she wondered if she could resist it. The great Master Asteroid, accompanied by prisoners and blood on the walls, encouraged her to persist, leaving her even more terrified. With a trembling voice, Nani begged the magistrate to kill her, remembering the episode in the Magic Tower, where her protective mana did not prevent her from being subdued. The other mages celebrated his apparent defeat, happy to have achieved their goal. They celebrated the fact that the mana remained in their body, cheering enthusiastically. Someone proclaimed that with these results, they would be able to create high-level mages. Nani finally realized that the experiment had come to an end. Now, with dark hair and a striking scar on her face, she emanated purple energy from her hands. The wizards informed her that that was it and that she was free to go home. Although wrapped in a thick brown cloak, the cold still bothered her. She asked if it was true, if she wouldn't need those drugs anymore. They assured him that he had and praised his efforts. Nani felt relief that it was finally over and the prospect of reuniting with her mother. Walking through the snowy streets towards her home, she knocked on the door. When asked about her identity, she identified herself as Nani, the snow-white-haired daughter. Tears were already flooding her eyes when the door remained closed to her. He repeated his name several times, crying on the doorstep of his own home. Looking back on these moments, Nani wondered what she could have done differently. Her tears fell onto the blade of her sword as she cried out for an explanation for her pain. Riley, in a way, understood the girl's suffering. Observing her with sympathy, he lowered his sword and advised her not to seek happiness in that way. He recognized that she had made mistakes, but believed that she could start over differently. By offering his help, he proposed a deal to help her rebuild her life. Nani, confused by the offer, stood up and expressed her desire to start over, even in the face of adversity. Riley clarified that he didn't intend to help her out of pure kindness, but rather because he identified with her search for redemption. He highlighted the importance of facing the truth and learning from mistakes to move forward. The girl was surprised by the prince's generosity and questioned why someone of his position was approaching her. Riley admitted that there was no specific reason, just an emotional connection he felt when looking at her. Meanwhile, in the criminal's absence, Master Asteroid demanded answers about the spell that had damaged the stone, leaving the mages in a difficult position. Furta admitted that there were suspicions, but no concrete evidence of the suspect's involvement. Asteroid grabbed his fellow mage by the neck, making him scream in pain as flames formed in his hand. The master threatened that if they did not find the culprit, they would be held responsible or perish in hell. The wizard writhed in agony in Asteroid's arms, while Furta bowed in apology and the fellow wizard coughed nervously. Astray released the wizard with an oath, calling them incompetent and ordering them to prepare to leave. He punched Furta and slapped the third wizard, cursing them for allowing the masked man to escape, as well as the one who destroyed the stone. Then he remembered the girl they had thrown from the tower and realized they had lost her too. After regaining his composure, Astray commented that capturing the masked man had been difficult and that there was a lack of evidence as to who had broken the stone. He then questioned why they had not found the transgressor of the Magic Tower, expressing his dissatisfaction with the seal's disappearance. One of the wizards, trembling, explained that the seal had disappeared. This infuriated Asteroid, who demanded an explanation as to how this happened. The wizard confirmed that the seal placed on the object had been erased and offered to prove it. Asteroid then asked about the Orenzium. The wizard, thoughtfully, replied that they hadn't seen them since yesterday, due to what happened that day. Around them were large closed wooden boxes, mentioning that they missed the last opportunity to take out the goods, hurting their chances in the fencing contest. Turning to Furta, Astray asked about the problems in Lower Solia and whether they were under control. Furta quickly replied yes. The Great Master, leaving, dismissed them with contempt, ordering them not to see them again. Furta inquired about Asteroid's fate, receiving a threatening response. He suggested that perhaps it was time to stop. Asteroid angrily declared that the medicine now allowed a mage to reach the 7th circle, remembering Nani's expulsion and success in elevating mages to the 6th circle. Before Furta could finish, Astray simply teleported away. Furta remained alone in the large room while Nani asked the prince about his memories of the past. Riley pondered for a moment, catching the scent of a large wooden box, similar to the ones mentioned in the Magic Tower. Without waiting for an answer to her previous question, The girl inquired about Raleigh's actions. He explained that he had detected a strong odor there and was investigating its origin. When he opened the lid of the box, he found grass growing inside it. The prince took a handful and examined it, wondering if it was relevant. He turned to the girl, asking her why there would be drugs in the magic tower. A sudden scream behind them surprised them. It was Master Astroy. Recognizing the girl, Astroy questioned her if she was the transgressor. Nani trembled in fear at the master's figure. Astroy laughed, considering her an unexpected gift, and commented that she had become harder to find. Astroy turned to Nani, asking how she had broken the seal. Meanwhile, Raleigh had already donned a similar mask. He stood up and confronted the venerable man, asking him if he was the acclaimed Grand Master Astroy. The master questioned whether there was anyone else present, observing the individual with the mask. Riley stated that it was a familiar figure and asked if they recognized the mask. With some leaves in hand, Astroy noticed that they were not bored in the magic tower. The third prince asked the master if the leaves were his, remembering that such a practice was illegal in Solia. Astray was furious. Raleigh approached the girl and explained to the master that he was just looking for something related to her, removing a large fish. The masked man laughed, suggesting they relax and enjoy, wondering if they were right. The master, already gathering his fire mana, accused the masked man of being scoria and launched a fireball towards him. Nani was horrified, while Riley, positioning himself in front of the girl, intervened, wielding his sword and reprimanding her aggressive attitude. He questioned whether Astroy really was the Grandmaster, angering him further. Astray, enraged, launched another attack, calling them pathetic scum. Unable to understand how they dared to challenge him, Astroy was surprised when Raleigh skillfully cut off his arm with a well-aimed sword blow. Astra was stunned by the turn of events. Her eyes and mouth remained open in shock. Meanwhile, Raleigh stared at the old man coldly and calmly. Crouching to the ground, he grabbed the shoulder of the man, whose severed limb lay beside him, surrounded by a pool of blood. The old man cried out for his lost hand, while a horrified Nani covered her mouth with her hands, shocked by the scene. The great master cried bitterly over the loss of his member. Raleigh, indifferently, warned the master to leave or face living with only one arm. The old man, holding the wound with his other hand, screamed in agony. The masked man happily reported that he had severed the largest artery, and if left untreated, the man would rot like a dog. Astroy, furious with himself, realized his carelessness. Raleigh moved away, preparing to teleport, while the masked man kicked his master's hand and sent him away. The prince approached Nani, questioning whether they should continue the search, indicating that she had mentioned something about a nearby location. Astroy, confused, didn't understand what they were talking about. Raleigh, sticking his sword into the ground, suggested that a staircase led to the cellar. Surprised, Astroy could hardly believe that the masked man knew about the basement. With a strong blow, Raleigh caused the stone floor to give way, revealing a hole. The Grand Master screamed in horror, while the masked man surmised that he had found what they were looking for. Nani, surprised and a little scared, witnessed the events. The masked man, excited, was attacked with a knife in the back by the witch. Nani, facing the wizard, denied his direct instruction. Blue magic stones enveloped Nani as Nani explained that it was Ferda's teacher who taught her. When Raleigh heard the familiar name, he turned to the girl. She clenched her fist, dismissing the words as mere noise. Activating her magic again, purple mana enveloped her as she reached out her hand, daring Astroy not to interfere. Furious and fearful, the old man threatened her, but did not dare to counterattack, just teleporting away. Riley stated that the old man, despite having lost his hand, was still a good person and had mentioned this a long time ago, but was confident that everything would be fine. Like a wizard, he was determined to find a solution to the problem. Nani, crouched on the ground, agreed that she wasn't in her best condition either. The girl questioned why he hadn't just killed the old man instead of cutting off his arm. Raleigh understood the implication behind the question as he held the sword recently used to open the floor. The prince explained that his goal was just to get a full picture of the situation. Beside them, a staircase led down to a lower place. As they walked down the stairs, the girl asked about their next steps. Riley exemplified that he only wanted peace and tranquility. Then, something extraordinary happened. After the incident, Riley turned to Nani and asked what she would do in her position. He indicated that he would retreat and stay behind. Nani took a step back. As they descended the stairs, Riley expressed his determination, mentioning that he would let the world fall or even the devil himself rise. He explained that, when faced with a critical situation, he preferred to speed up the process, just like someone who lit the fuse of a bomb before observing from afar. As they reached a door, Riley explained that they were about to do the same. The girl started to question, but was interrupted by Riley's question about whether she would follow him. With determination, he walked through the door, suggesting he go first. Nani hesitated, watching him in silence, until she gathered her courage and followed him. On the other side, they found a room with scales, potions and bloodstains everywhere. When asked if the medicine for the experiment was there, Nani revealed that she did not know which medicine they had used. He explained that he instead used his visualization ability to find the location. She pointed to her eye, revealing a scar around it, which enabled her to locate people by imagining their features. Riley compared this ability to radar, surprising her with the concept. By dismissing the question, he suggested that she was just talking to herself. Nani stated that he had acquired knowledge of black magic and enemy detection there. Riley questioned whether this was all a result of the experiment. The girl, positive, agreed. Nearby, there was a cage with people who were probably the targets of the experiments. They begged for salvation, with tears in their eyes. Riley decided to take action and free them, breaking all of the caged locks at once. He explained that he had said he would act before the situation worsened. With a gold coin in his hand, he instructed Nani to stand back and observe. When he snapped his fingers, the coin fell, indicating his freedom. Perplexed, the girl looked at the coin, not understanding what he meant by free. Once again in the arena were Priyan and her opponent. Riley was woken up by someone urging him to get up, as the tournament was about to begin. It was Lady Aras. Riley slept in his chair in the auditorium. "Your son had to see that because it's not every day you get the chance to witness something like that," said his mother, gently waking him up and explaining. As he composed himself, the third prince rubbed his eyes. "Does the Arencium family live there?" he asked. Upyan didn't look good today. He was visibly shaking, clearly afraid. They informed the prince that, in fact, he was the youngest son of the Arencium dynasty, and that, it seemed, he would be the last to act. Yen claimed to have heard that yesterday he had also fought. "Of course," Sarah said with great enthusiasm, winning a high-level fight against his opponent. "It was him," she continued, the competitor brandishing the two short swords. She declared that it still pained her that yesterday's duel had ended so abruptly. "Two swords?" Ian asked. "Is this user-friendly?" "Of course," said Zara. Riley wanted to know if Zara had seen anything strange yesterday. The girl intervened during Serenzium's young son's argument and pleaded ignorance. The maid didn't understand anything the prince said when Riley asked about the smell. "The game would start in 3 seconds," someone shouted. The girl mentioned the smell. "I don't have a face with the pawn today. It's shaking, and that's typical." 3, 2, a loud one. The duel had begun. When a prince screamed, everyone froze. The prince's sword glittered in the air. Face down on the floor was a Priyan. Shield flags displaying a fearless lion and 2 crossed swords hung on the walls. Frantic, a plog banged on the table. He screamed and questioned why things were happening the way they did. "They should have given the award yesterday," he commented. "What just happened?" Plok wondered. "He should relax," said the red-haired girl. The first prince of the Arencian family shouted that his younger brother had fractured his leg and he couldn't calm down. "I had lost." Appian was face down, legs on the ground, and trembling on the ground was the prince. They had gone that morning to the lower section of Solia, the girl reported as she looked at them. A Plok seemed to squint in anger. They informed them that they could no longer provide things. The red-haired maiden was informing them. The first prince intervened. Anger grew in a Plog. Low Solia's bitches had betrayed them, he mused. "It seemed," said the girl, "to be the case. Although he claimed to have tried to blackmail them, they had escaped the trap." A Plog shouted that he didn't know how they dared and called them bastards. He looked shyly at his hand and his entire body. The prince recalls Riley hovering over him and promising to tell him once and to pay close attention. A Plog remembered the wicked smile and the advice to stop playing dirty tricks and have fun. By now, the first prince was enraged. How dare they, he pondered. Who did they mistake him for, considering he was a gentleman from an aristocratic family? Grabbing his head, he said. Under his skin, he thought, there were bugs crawling. A liquid burst from his lips. That medicine, he recalled, seemed to have finally made a Plog lose his mind. He decided to take it himself, if they didn't give it willingly. Prit swung his blade with an insane smile on his face. Ignoring Solia, he believed he could easily defeat them if they stood in his way. Since a plug in Corvado was from the Orenzium family and the girl questioned him, amazed as to where he was going, he consented when the prince stated that a peon needed him. The master didn't consider responding when the maid continued playing. His only ability was to move closer to his goal. The clouds glowed orange during a stunning sunset. Someone was happy that the competition was finally over. It was Sarah, who, knowing that they would return home tomorrow, happily declared that today was an excellent day to visit the local tourist attractions. Reacting, Lady Aras expressed her deep sadness at the impending return the following day. Raleigh usually strolled around carefree, with her hands behind her head. Someone asked if she had gotten it yet. 20 minutes before the end of the competition, he remembered the prince's words about going to the temple. The girl asked why, and Riley told her that she should catch fire and tell her everything that had happened with the bomb. Back, he asked if she had hurt the man who had disturbed her life. They said that the elderly man, who was an imposter, had rebelled against the prince. Nani paused and then began to speak. Even her mother, she reported, had turned against her. Is Raleigh sure the temple goers would hear her? The girl asked. Everything will be fine, said the third prince. In fact, his comments surprised Nani a little. That had been a long time ago. Raleigh released the people into the basement of the cage, and they commented that she was not alone now. It was one of them, said another. A third thought their appearances were similar. Witches had disfigured them all. Although his scars were distinct, his black hair was the same. They, some commented, looked alike. This also made her his friend. Sunset is almost here. Bait would be an excellent idea, someone suggested. Now, what kind of bait? Asked another. It was the type, said the first, that no one could miss. The second looked in his pocket. Nini was holding Medicare Zoa, a medicine produced in the magic tower. She was sure she could handle it, she added. Assuring them that everyone had been through this, she held their hands. This cannot happen again. Distressed, another girl declared that she didn't want to go through that again. Crying and hugging herself, another girl declared that she hated everything. They were right, Nini said, smiling at them. The young woman had tears in her eyes. They should start their lives again, he commented, pausing for a moment before continuing. Were the boy and the two women ready? Nini asked. He ordered them to follow her without waiting for an answer. They only needed to enter the temple after they had already left it. Opening the door, Nini was about to enter. However, one of the monks stopped them and gently asked who they were. They grouped together in a circle as if they were ready to defend themselves at any moment. What were they doing to be in this horrible condition? The priest asked. The masked man had told them to visit the temple, not the castle, he remembered. They had to go to the temple, not the castle, he recalled the masked man saying. Still, the priest did not meet his expectations. With great fanfare, he signaled them to leave. Reasons? About your clothes. They came from the lower regions of Solia. He then asked them to leave. Nani boldly asked to wait. But a pair of jagged swords were pointed at the priest as he approached. Tell her to wait, he said. The only person from the lower parts of Solia, Nani informed me, was her. The young man wasn't having fun, and the dark-haired girl in the back was sick. Other people on the left and some on the right were equally alone, Nani commented, unlike her. These people were barely making ends meet, she said. The priest examined them closely. Taking the medicine from the Grandmaster's pocket, the girl informed him that she had something extremely important to share with the temple members. She informed the priest who had come to say that cruel experiments on human beings were being conducted in the wizard's tower and handed him some medicine. He declared his desire to know what they were doing there. He was surprised to see what Nani had packed. To be honest, he was amazed. Before he could ask anything, Nani urged everyone to pay attention. Nani asked someone dressed in white what his name was. Everyone heard the female voice again and saw the saint there. Right behind Nani, Santa Frisia approached her. Nani asked, "Is it really the saint?" when Frisia practically shot. Nani stated, "It was her," Freya replied, smiling. What she meant escaped Nani. With a quick turn, the saint contacted Steele, who answered immediately. How many people were there in the temple at that time? He asked. Walking down the town's gravel street, a man swore. People looked at him on the way, unhappy, and he continued to swear. Plucky looked horrible. He was shaking and holding on, his eyes covered in horrible bruises. Being from an aristocratic family from Orenzium, he questioned how they dared to leave them. Walking forward, the prince declared that he would kill them all. He was shocked to find people like that there. Someone behind him muttered, laughing. A plog turned to this. Grandmaster Astroy personally approached him. The prince was the target of his pointed finger. That was the one that had scratched him. The damn foreigner. Here is Astroy's applause. Yes, he shouted, quite suddenly. That their meeting had happened at the perfect time. Claiming to have been the one to deliver the goods to the men in Lower Solia, he shouted. That herb had been warned not to be sold, Applog shouted furiously. Astroy punched him in the face and said it was because of that silly weed. The old man ordered Applog to stop talking, even though he hadn't finished his sentence. He glared at the prince, and the wizard asked Applog if he thought he wouldn't find out. Holding the cut on his face, the first prince could not hear his grandfather. Taking out an herb from his pocket, Astroy handed it to Applog. Applog was standing still as if he was under hypnosis. He let the scent of the plant envelop him. Calmly, the old man informed him that he had betrayed him in this way, even after giving him everything. Applog muttered instead of responding for a moment. He then shouted. His pupils seemed to have disappeared behind his eyelids. Foam rose from his mouth. Twisted and trembling was the prince. If Applog wanted that, Astroy wouldn't stop screaming. If that was so, he thought, why was he walking around wearing a mask like a slimy rat? Not that the prince would respond. Or respond in any way. After shaking his head, the old man said, I have nothing more to say, said Astroy. How to proceed then? With a gold coin in his palm, the old man said that Plock should check what he had lost. Finally, the prince regained his calm, smiled, and his pupils returned to normal. Looking curiously at the teacher, he spoke. As Plock didn't know why the teacher had his plate, he began to look at himself. That was enough, Astra told the young man, to end the comedy. Too late, he said. His hand with the narcotic plant caught fire with flaming mana. Not that Plock had time to react appropriately. Applog was horrified, even screaming. The prince made no attempt to pick up the leaves. Falling to the ground, he begged the great master not to do that. Applog sobbed. Amazed and even in a state of terror, the prince looked at the burnt vegetation. Astru looked around the entire situation, convinced that something was truly unusual and undoubtedly incorrect. The fact that the prince was so weak amazed me. They called him from behind as soon as he realized he could actually, before Astro, finish his own thought. St. Frisia was there with some temple priests and some men. Frisia stated that they had recently discovered that he was a suspect in a crime. He asked some questions, bitterly. Smiling carefully, the teacher began to ask the saint what he was doing there. Couldn't finish. Why did Frisia interrupt him and start discussing cruel human experiments? He spoke about the production of drugs and their illicit distribution. The magistrate seemed obviously perplexed as he listened to her. Now he sternly questioned whether he was involved. Once again showing a happy smile, Astroy laughed and promised to talk to them later. There would be a teleportation. He couldn't, however, as a spell cancellation sounded. Furthermore, this turn of events took the master by surprise. Purple mana enveloped his hand, hindering his magic. He didn't understand what spell cancellation meant. It still amazes me that a 7th level wizard would have such a physique. Still, it wasn't Frisia, it was Nani. The magistrate could now see his face because the hood had fallen from his head. I asked where the bastard was going. The magistrate was surprised to see her among the temple goers. Nani, according to Frisia, had given them this information. Amazed, the girls sat next to each other, and Frisia asked Astroy if it was true that he made drugs and experimented on people. It looked like there was going to be a big argument there. Ian also mentioned to the young master that this place seemed to have promising business. Really smiled happily. He thought that Nani had brought a saint and negotiated with the temple administration. The prince concluded that all that was left was to watch what was happening because Nani seemed to be quite focused. With a gentle smile and platitudes about how he had no idea what they were talking about or what drugs might be in his magic tower, the magistrate tried to defend himself. They didn't even grow therapeutic herbs, he claimed. In that case, Frisia said, he had to answer to her. Declaring loudly that he had not done so, he asked to swear on the goddess Irene. The girl had yellow light in her eyes. Now the magistrate trembled and closed his eyes. With her eyes wide open, the girl gave him a careful look. He seemed quite uninterested in her, and I assumed he would never talk to her no matter how he looked at her. These people, however, are in a higher position. Tensed, Astroy said nothing. Would he respond? Asked Frisia. He questioned whether it was true that Mr. Astroy himself had conducted the tests and produced the medicines mentioned by Nani. Still, the teacher said nothing. He leaned over now and laughed. Indeed, he said. That master seemed insane. He said he sold drugs manufactured in the basement of the Magic Tower to aristocrats. He claimed the funds paid for his experiments. Quite simple tests. He looked at Frisia. She looked obviously disappointed. Astra asked about the nature and existence of the problem, and Nani gritted her teeth. She screamed that that bastard lied about everything, clearly furious. He was implying that the experiments were modest, she said, clenching her fist. The girl was furious, screaming. She called him an idiot. She shot him in the head. Next bastard. The girl was suddenly stunned. Someone advanced. Still, Ian was at the bottom, out of control and seeming to burn throughout his body. The master of all was insulted and questioned what he had done. Ian yelled at the bastard. The Great War was started, he shouted, by damn drugs. How many tears and blood have his people shed for this war, he asked. Surprised by the old servant were the girls and the supervisor. Saying that those majors didn't like him in the past, he was preparing to punch someone. His comments made Rolly a little embarrassed. He perked up again as he declared that he hated idiots like him in private. Coughing, Frisia stated that he was involved in the production and sale of drugs, as well as human abuse when he was in Solia, and so she insisted that he accompany them straight to the ministry there. Two gentlemen stepped in front of her to defend her. The gentleman had a combative demeanor and dark eyes in the shadows. He asked, coldly, if they wanted to arrest him at that moment. The master also inquired whether they had forgotten that he was a seventh circle wizard. Once again, he used his mana. After all, he suggested, perhaps we shouldn't make an enemy of him. Silence fell from the saint. Then he said, you really shouldn't. Was it true? Astroi wondered. It was his mistake, said the master, to have the thief at his side, and he proposed to let him deal with Nani alone. Even more distressed, Nani questioned what he had just said. Frisia looked at the master and replied that he had recently received a revelation from God. Fearing what the great master would say, he asked. He began to talk about the one who would save everyone. He had already arrived on this planet. Rolly, tense, knew these words well. After the priests, Frisia and the knights created a shield. The girl gave the order for the knights to attack the master. Arenas of grease and yellow-orange mana sprouted from his palm as Astra attacked first and ordered them to see the attack as their own defense. The knights dodged as best they could, without waiting to try the sand. Some were already groaning in pain. The master then uttered the word swamp, and the knights' feet began to sink into the now viscous rocky path. One of the knights urged the others to leave as quickly as possible, preparing another attack, Astro, and stated that Santa Frisia could still take back her words. He said many people would die if they came into contact with him. Although for now Saint Frisia remained mute and said nothing, she was furious with her lord. The injured soldiers were covered with golden mana as Saint Frisia said the word to heal. He advised the honorable men to remove any local who attempted to cross the road. But he told them that many more innocent people would die if he didn't stop Astroya right then. In the end, the men gave the order and instructed them to deal with it. Astroi created a whirlpool engulfed in flames. Precious was pushed to come here and take the risk for him. Now, Riley understood that it was the beginning of the fight. Upon the magistrate's raised palm, the whirlwind intensified, said the phrase meteorite. He warned them to go to hell and accuse the scattered saint. Straight towards the saint and the surviving knights flew the whirlwind. A little fearful, Frisia raised her palm towards the meteorite that was heading towards her and shouted for safety. Santa Frisia's mana and the Magister's mana met. The knights prepared their shields. The saint's tunic, once white as snow, had some scratches and ash on the arms. Nani gave the saint a somewhat nervous look. When the Grandmaster said that he didn't seem reckless, a sphere that shot a multitude of magical arrows materialized behind him. They would have to fight to the death in that situation, he stated. The old man decided to try his luck. They were going to stop the saint, the men shouted. They said they would have to wait a while, as they had requested reinforcements for the Solia fortress. A torrent of arrows shot towards them before they could finish. In front of them, Frisia erected a magical barrier. It won't last long, someone shouted. And this was true, as each arrow that hit the shield created a new crack. Please reverse the magic, Frisia begged Nani. The arrows had already broken the shield. No, Nani replied. The girl raised both her hands and shouted the command to cancel the spell while gathering her purple mana. The shield and arrows began to disperse before them. Frisia screamed in pain as one of the magic arrows cut into her cheek. Ian drew his sword and looked around. The terrified villagers rushed around him, with Rowley following behind. Ian jumped in front of her. She looked aggressive, with her long hair falling over her shoulders. The way the old servant looked at her left her amazed. Had he seen her during the battle? He asked. Meanwhile, Ian crushed the arrows one by one, ignoring the girl's questions. Fighting energy shone in his green eyes. Having cut all the arrows amazed the magistrate. The servant's interference and eventual loss of patience angered Riley. Fearing for her life, Zara urged him to scream for help. Lady Iris was also scared. With trembling hands, the third prince advised him to say goodbye to his mother first and wait another 5 minutes. He was really talking nonsense, Lady Iris said. Standing next to him, Astroy laughed and declared that everything amused him, that he seemed to have met the worst, and that there were many excellent spectators in the city. The warm-up was over, the teacher announced, and now they would play responsibly. Evil Zen retorted that he could not escape from a simple prison. He would not be innocent, the professor laughed, if he killed all the witnesses to the crime. Now purple, Samana summoned the underworld. The word hung over Nani. The girl understood that it was a spell and could not be broken, but she also understood that Astroy would have to die from very lethal dark magic if she wanted to start over. Astra was particularly threatening. They would understand, Nani thought, what was done, not understanding why his legs didn't obey him. Suddenly, a flame sounded in the girl's head. She was startled. The voice said that they wanted to start a new life, both her and the hero who was ready to save this world. The person would have to undergo testing, he added. Wakefield put on the mask. Where the voice originated from was not particularly clear to Nani. What other underworlds existed, Ian wondered. And someone shouted, asking the saint what to do next. Frisia was also very scared. He didn't know that Master Astroy possessed such enormous magical power. Why was she doing all this? Asked Frisia. Astroy urged the girl to remember the goddess Idnissa, but did not answer her question. Astroy's opponents. Nani shouted at them to get out of the way, promising to try to stop him. She directed her enchanted energy towards the Lord of the Underworld. What was she doing? Asked Frisia. Although Nani found it very challenging, she became convinced that she could do it. Tears fell from her eyes as she considered the possibility that she had only lived for this day. The girl remembered how, kneeling on the threshold of her own home, she had informed her mother that it was her daughter, even though the moment she had been waiting for so long had disappointed her and stolen her hope. That man, he remembered, specifically the moment when Rolly reached out to her. The girl's eye, damaged in the experiment, was bleeding. But despite the pain, she was happy that that man had shown her that there was still hope. So if she died now, she would not regret it. She was talking nonsense, said the man in the black hood as they began to argue. He said that all the work he had done to rescue her would be for nothing if she died. The man in the mask who had helped Nani earlier was still there. The prince had broken the enchantment of the underworld with a single blow of his sword, shocking Nani. Astra was horrified. Ian and the others, including Frisia, were equally surprised. The elderly man pointed to the masked man and said that it was him, that the wizard had stated what he had, that it was the fool he had seen in the cellar. Riley scratched his head and ignored the teacher, wondering why Zera was moving so slowly when he could have saved you faster. Then, to anger his master even more, he repeated this while giving him a threatening look. The prince disrespectfully turned to face the holy woman Frisia, who was sitting on the stone road, and informed her that she possessed some sort of divine power, as her blade glowed with blue mana. Then he asked if she was capable of stopping him. She didn't seem to have much strength, muttered the third prince, softening his sword. Telling the girl that the underworld or whatever it was had disappeared, he lifted her by the neck. He then had to take his henchmen and get rid of them. Frisia remained unresponsive. She just looked at the interrogator. She was speechless and staring in great amazement as they let her in. Sandy was sitting behind the rock with 2 other men already, and she didn't say anything. When she finally said, "Healing," a wonderful golden energy emanated from her body and enveloped everyone around her. From a distance, Nani asked the man why he was there. He had promised not to intrude, she claimed. Not really. In retirement, Rolly commented, I remembered what he had said. He stated that he had not planned to do so, however. Why had he broken the enchantment of the underworld so easily? Asked the surprised wizard. Looking coldly at him, Riley commented that he had been making jokes for a long time. Nani was surprised. Astro was already shouting that he was a 7th circle mate, clearly very upset. What had the brat said? He wondered. He mentioned that he was fixing things here very slowly, Riley recalled. Then the prince said, more emphatically, that his mother had almost been hurt. He would therefore immediately fix everything now. The teacher was very angry. Although she had only broken the asteroid spell once, Nani thought, she knew he was no ordinary person. She wondered who it was. Someone held Nani by the shoulder. It was Raleigh. They had to finish what they started, he said happily. After all, she was right. The rest, he replied, she could consider later. Turning now to Han, he motioned for him to come closer, and Han obeyed decently. Raleigh instructed the young girl to take a deep breath after taking her hand. What was he doing? She asked. Calm. All he said was that it was time to put an end to this nonsense. The old man should shoot as many arrows as possible, the prince instructed. Ian understood now. Nani pointed directly at the Grandmaster. Todd asked if they had really made their decision. The man would be found and destroyed anyway, so there was no problem, he replied. To which the disguised prince said he would do whatever he wanted. If he could, he would kill him. He ordered him to go ahead. Around the three of them, a summoning circle materialized. Riley promised Ian that she would take care of the spell and allow him to keep it. The old man should trust him, he commented. Ian didn't ask the man any more questions and left. The wizard was hit by a deadly green mist from one of Ian's arrows, which also cut his cheek. Above Ian and Nani, the young man, a green magical sphere formed. Then Frisia appeared and said that she would also add her grain of sand. Raleigh and Ian looked at the saint in surprise. The prince asked him after a short while why he was doing this when he could just relax and go away. Frisia was furious. In fact, he stated he only thanked them in those cases. The master's hand trembled a little. They were all losers in his opinion. He said that such insignificant fools did not deserve his attention. Ashra felt her hand tighten and knew she was down to about half her mana. However, he assumed it would be enough. Furious, the old man ordered them to die for him. The great master signaled a miracle. Now his aura was a pale blue like snow. Riley mentioned the old man's meanness. All he did was look at them. Is Nani breathing? He asked. Yes, Nani said. The prince asked him to hit the old man. A powerful blow. Of course, the girl replied. She was ready. Riley commented that he hadn't had a big fight in a long time, so this was fantastic. They would attack at the same time, he said, and the girl should gesture to her heart. Turning to Ian, the masked man said that his job would be to destroy the pendants from a distance. Nani should only concentrate on the strike. His hands were about to attack. She also felt the need to say something. However, the prince stopped her and reassured her. He said Ian would take care of everything else. Riley joked, if it doesn't work out, we'll always have the holy power. Furious, Frisia said. How much longer? The Grandmaster was furious beyond belief. Huge chunks of ice hurled themselves at them. Ian softened his formidable bow, which he had prepared to protect himself from the pendant's blows. The huge blocks turned into small, harmless pendants. Ian, meanwhile, was shooting arrows at the ice. He could feel small shards of ice pressing into his head. Behind them, the saint had erected a magical barrier. There was still a little left, the nanny was asked to explain. Suddenly, Nani became quite worried and pointed out to us that there was Manhwa ice covering the floor in the middle. Riley swore they were acting up there again and swore. 2 pieces of different ice supported his feet. He pressed Santa Frisia against him with one hand. She looked small. Afraid, the girl asked if she was still alive. Raleigh nodded, then the man's mask fell abruptly and he asked how she was. Surprised to discover it was Raleigh, Frisia. She claimed it was her last vision. Riley asked Nani if she was ready, then ignored her. Ready, the girl declared. Yes, Riley said. He had to drop the gun as soon as he gave the signal. Although Nani did not understand fire, the prince explained what it meant to attack the wizard with magic. The girl understood that it was because of their joint efforts that they had survived to that point. Master Astroy looked terrible. His eyes seemed to glow red, but he wouldn't feel an ounce of regret if he died from the blow. When Riley finally gave the command to attack, Nani threw a super punch. Purple mana exploded from the girl's spine. Blood gushed from her lips, and she thought her body was about to explode. It was all a farce, the magistrate commented while laughing maliciously. His dark magic was fighting against Nani's bright mana. Nani believed it was not enough. He felt no regrets. Meanwhile, Riley threw his sword at the master, not knowing if releasing it now would be effective. The Grandmaster was scared and terrified. The prince's sword pierced him. What was that? Asked Astro. Nani's black magic has now merged with the master in the hole. Purple explosion. Silent and still, she slept. It fell from the city's rooftops. Nani's black hair spread out on the road. She was surrounded, her face mottled with small cuts. She accidentally leaned on Pedro Street. Not far away, the snow already covered half of his torso. Leaning against the wall was the jade body of old Grandmaster Astroy. Ian and Frisia rushed to Nani. Frisia bowed and hugged Nani, the saint shouting her name. I asked the saint if she was okay. The girl cried and screamed at Nani that she couldn't die like this. Her tears fell a little on the cold face of the incapacitated Nani. Frisia begged her not to die. The entire snow-covered scene looked terribly gloomy. Frisia sat next to Nani's bed, who was asleep. The saint looked sad. He remembered asking Ainsi if he knew where the masked man had fled to, but he replied that he had seen the wizard fall from the tower and that he had not seen the man since. Meanwhile, the old man lifted Nani into his arms. Frisia said he was far away and that's why she hadn't noticed he was gone. And then Zed arrived abruptly and disappeared again. Ian, holding the unconscious girl in his arms, explained that if it weren't for that person, they wouldn't have been able to stop Astroy. Frisia recognized this to be true, so she asked if Ian was serving the Ipet family. If that was true, she thought she had last seen him in the temple, and the old servant said yes, it was true. Nani finally woke up and saw Frisia by her side. Frisia came to her senses. Nani was awake, wiped her eyes and asked where she was. The saint happily replied that she was in the temple and was extremely happy that Nani was safe. The last two sentences surprised the girl and she asked again. Frisia apologized to Nani. She said she did the best she could. Frisia told her that the magic he acquired during the tests in the tower had generated certain modifications in his body. It was a mutation. This reduced Nani's life expectancy and turned into a disease. Frisia said it had been a long time since those tests. Then Nani responded, understandingly, that was why they couldn't fix it. Frisia was quiet and then responded positively. Frisia bowed her head and said Nani gathered all her courage into a fist and told her about Astro. And she couldn't even help. Frisia asked for forgiveness. Nani smiled dryly and replied that everything was fine and she was prepared. Frisia was irritated, as she didn't even know how to thank or apologize. She explained that thanks to Nani, they managed to stop Astroy. Nani insisted that it was nothing, that everything was fine, and that in reality, she hadn't helped much. The girl put her hand to her chest and begged the saint to speak. First, she uttered a thoughtful "I," and then asked how much longer she could survive. The saint's eyes were full of tears. She indicated that it was impossible to completely cure the condition, but that they could increase life expectancy somewhat. Tears ran down her hands, which were holding the white handkerchief. She indicated that in the worst-case scenario, she would have until the end of the summer, and if she made it, she could survive the winter. However, the most plausible prediction was that this would happen by the end of October. Nani repeated the word autumn, got up from the bed and thought that she seemed to be focusing too much on revenge. She and the saint sat facing each other in the dark chamber and Nani thanked Frisia profusely. Frisia commented that Nani didn't need to thank her. She replied that she hadn't done anything for her. She asked how she could look into her eyes after that. In this situation, Nani tried to negotiate that his conquest never officially took place. Frisia asked what she meant. Nani said she was talking about how she found the teacher's faults and killed him. She stated that it was not her who did all this, but someone else. The girl remembered the determined expression of the person with the mask. Nani smiled and commented that if anyone should gain fame and honor through an achievement, it was him. He commented that, if they wanted to do something good for her, it would be preferable to satisfy that man's desire. Frisia stated that the man Nani was thinking about intervened and asked if Nani knew who he was. Nani says yes. There were lots of dazzling fireworks outside the beautiful structure. Two people were fighting with swords. Riley sized them up and instructed Zara to just watch them. She asked if she had seen them. Zara thought she should see it, and that's what she saw. Riley asked if there was anything she didn't like, but she looked at the stands and talked about legs. Relay was also pleased to finally understand. The third prince was irritated because he didn't use his legs, only shaking his arms. Lady Iris saw this and commented that it was good to see him so interested. She asked Ian if it was like that. Han made a horrible face and didn't respond. The lady recognized it and asked if everything was okay. He commented sadly that it seemed like his body was no longer as robust as it once was. Lady Iris asked what he was saying. She reassured her, noting that at that moment she could do nothing, and Ian informed the lady that it was fortunate that she was not injured. Zeta was excited that the tournament was finally over. Han asked the young lord when he would have time to return and commented that it was good that he hadn't been injured. Meanwhile, below, the soldiers were bowing. With a judge between them, Riley replied yes, that he was just watching the show and immediately returned. Zeta replied, irritated, that she didn't understand why he had gone there, that it was dangerous. He said it was a nightmare. A young man entered the room and introduced himself as Daniel. He said he had something to say before he was handed over. He stated that recently a man had exposed the terrible horrors that occurred in the tower, and that this individual was a member of an aristocratic family. His words surprised Riley, who tensed. Riley made a face and Lady Iris asked with interest who this was about. Daniel said out loud that he was a man from the Ipiet family. Now Riley was truly terrified. Daniel, in turn, continued calmly, addressing the young knight of Ipiet, saying that he knew. The young man asked where he was sitting and asked him to make a sign, and Antartamudea whispered something, a suspense of different syllables. Zera turned to the third prince and asked if he had heard what Prince Daniel had said. However, she spoke to an empty seat. Riley was no longer there. All that was left was a Coke and a burger. Zera didn't understand where he had gone and called for him again. But, of course, no one responded, and the Coke and the hamburger fell to the floor. Meanwhile, Riley sat in the dark bathroom stall and wondered how they knew. The prince remembered Daniel's declarations that the young lord of the line of Ipiet had discovered the terrible horrors that occurred in the enchanted tower. The temple of Solia and the danger averted. The words that he was the hero of the family and palette were particularly strong in the prince's thoughts. These nightmarish words, as he understood them, haunted him even in this life. Riley didn't understand how this had happened. After all, he had disguised himself and even changed his voice so that no one would reliably recognize him. The prince remembered aiming directly at his master's heart and calculating the force for the sword to unite with Nani's magic. Riley pondered why this had happened. Under the hole at the bottom of the cabin door, a few feet with snow-white shoes appeared. A few people were present, one of whom announced that they had finally found him. Another questioned whether he was really there, and the second confirmed it. A female voice advised to open the door with magic, but someone interrupted Nani, asking her to wait. Nani ignored it, ordered the door to be opened, and her magic helped her achieve this. Riley sat in front of them, looking distressed. The prince looked questioningly at the girl and wondered if she had gone completely crazy. Santa Frisia, who accompanied Nani, was embarrassed to find Raid sitting in the bathroom and covered her eyes with her hands. As Nani silently stared at her hero, still holding his arm, Raid lowered his head and regretfully announced that he was going to sue them for sexual harassment. He looked at Nani and asked how they had managed to discover her. The girl closed her good eye and pointed to the other, stating that she used that one. Now, this ability didn't seem to fit the prince at all. She remembered exactly what she had told him. She assured her that she was right and that it was not magic, but her injured eye. He said he could remember a person's face and find out their location. Riley pounded the wall with his fist in outrage and shouted that it wasn't fair to use the radar. The saint wondered what a radar was. Riley replied that there was a saint who used the men's room as if it were his own. These statements were extremely embarrassing for young Frisia. Riley made a disapproving expression and declared that there didn't seem to be any more saints in this world. The prince's statements deeply offended the saint. He exclaimed that he hadn't told her that. He replied that he himself had indicated that she was not his type. Once again, the third prince didn't say anything to her. Finally, he got up from the bathroom and asked what they wanted from him. Frisia coughed and commented that she felt a little embarrassed talking about these things in the bathroom. But no one had ever seen such a petulant smile. It seemed to shine with a heavenly splendor. The girl reached out to the prince and said that he had been blessed by the divine goddess Idnessa. Fragments of his previous existence flashed through his consciousness when a saint whispered to him that he had been chosen by the holy sword. Riley was determined not to believe that again. The young man remained silent. Frisia continued, stating that this was why he, the Lord, Riley didn't let her finish her sacred speech. She begged him to get up. The third prince smiled sadly and asked if she had accidentally informed him that he had to eradicate some evil. A trickle of cold sweat ran down his cheek. The saint was perplexed and asked what he was talking about. But then she understood that he was right and questioned him, shocked. How did he know? This was not what Riley honestly expected to hear. Again, the prince thought deeply. His bright, carefree world was falling apart. Again, the young man clenched his teeth. Then I wondered if they were trying to convert him into a gentleman again. Frisia tells us that, according to the revelation, the prince had received power from Raleigh. He was sure she was about to say the familiar words about needing to defeat another villain, but contrary to his expectations, Frisia said it was because of a dragon. He was surprised and asked, and the saint confirmed his words. She said that a dragon was about to appear, and that it would bring disaster not only to Solia, but to the entire world. He said it would be a real disaster. Riley asked what would happen now. Frisia added that, as the goddess Ionina herself declared, he was the one who would have to capture the terrible dragon. Riley remembered that she had declared herself to be the goddess Ionina. He had a feeling that she must be omnipotent. He looked at the saint in bewilderment, his nose wrinkled. The prince felt that there were so many planets in the cosmos, and she clung to this one, making him work hard to rescue some small settlements. Riley informed Frisia that he knew what his nickname was, the Lazy Sword. He repeated the term lazy once again. The third prince waved his hands and stated that he imagined he would live the rest of his life doing nothing. So why the hell did they want him to hunt a dragon? He also asked if he remembered what he called him last time. The prince did not wait for an answer. He claimed he was gay, angered by the reality of being that way. Riley was already irritating Frisia terribly. Nanny questioned the reality that he was gay. Frisia shouted that she didn't need to know. When Riley came out, she asked if they wanted her to cooperate after saying that. Frisia was scandalized by her actions, shouting at her to wait because she wasn't finished yet. The girl was really upset with the boy. Frisia screamed loudly and Riley stopped now. She said more calmly that he was, in fact, the one who had detained Destroyer. He questioned whether this was true. Riley was silent for a moment, turning her back to the girls. And then, with an expression of terror, he turned and whispered something that scared the saint a little. He shrugged and said something about drugs and experiments in the wizard's tower. Who discovered everything? The prince's eyes widened as he asked who had told him. He asked again who had told this nonsense. Nanny looked at him silently. Finally, Raleigh's lethal gaze fixed on her, and he wondered if it had been her. Nanny remained mute, but sweat was running down his face. Riley went to her, explaining that she had asked him not to tell her anything. Freya rushed in front of Nanny, protecting her, and ordered him to wait. But Riley ordered her out of the way. He looked at the saint in a way that perhaps no one had ever looked at her. He ended up giving instructions. Riley held Nanny's shoulder tightly. He approached the girl and asked if she knew he had deceived her. Frisia lowered her head and asked Riley not to worry as Nanny had just told him. Riley asked irritably what Prince Daniel was talking about. The saint was surprised and insisted that she had not told anyone about her abilities. She only indicated that she had contributed a lot to the victory over Astroy. Nanny was upset and Frisia reminded her that Nanny had resisted until the end. Walking in the opposite direction, Riley repeated again that he didn't want to. Frisia shouted that he had power, that he had defeated Astroya. The word power did not please the prince at all. On the contrary, it even disgusted him. Riley said goodbye to her and asked for God's sake to leave him alone and let him rest. Frisia asked how, but there was no answer. Riley turned to Nanny and started to say something that worried her. Nanny tensed. Riley gave a happy smile and offered to go out and talk. Despite the friendly smile, his vibe didn't inspire any confidence. Finally, dawn arrived. The rays of the morning sun fell on the Ipiet property. Finn was reading a newspaper in his office when something caught his attention. He wondered what it was. He looked at the headline. What did you say happened the night before in Solia? He stated that the night before a set of boxes had been discovered in the Sorcerer's Tower of Solia. It was discovered that inside the boxes there was a significant amount of illicit and psychoactive marijuana. The revelation that the Seventh Circle wizard, Astroy, was the owner of this shipment shocked the inhabitants of Solia. A young gentleman from an aristocratic family helped reveal the terrible reality. Prince Daniel presented the medal to the third son of the Count of Ipoletta. Finn Ipoletta was really surprised by what he read. His hands involuntarily tightened the edges of the newspaper. The Count was thrilled and proud of his own son. He exclaimed that he needed to write a letter to Iris immediately. His scream was audible even outside the mansion. Everyone was already outside the beautiful structure of the competition. While Zara and Lady Ares seemed satisfied, Riley and Nanny felt discouraged. Iron cried, comforted by the maiden. The lady asked her son where he had been recently. Riley replied that he had been going to the bathroom for a while. And Anso Yozoi pondered whether yesterday it was only because of the young master that Santa Fresha had learned the whole truth about the great master asteroid. The girls they passed and pallet around screamed. One of them asked if the other thought it was a gentleman. The other asked if she hadn't heard him. She said it sounded like him. The gentleman of the famous family and pellet. The first he said he was the youngest in the family and that he wasn't like they said. Raleigh rolled his eyes dismissively and understood that this was exactly why he wanted to stay in the shadows. She was irritated by the idea that a simple sword strike would be enough to leave everyone shocked and intrigued. Nani looked the prince in the eyes. Lady Arras was delighted and informed her son that his father must be extremely happy. Riley responded that he was probably right. He stated that he didn't seem to have much of an option but to accept. His mother smiled pleasantly. Finally, she focused her attention on Nini and sweetly asked who the girl was. Nini hesitated for a moment. Riley said that it was a little difficult to describe and that, in general, everything was quite complicated. His mind was getting confused. The prince apologized for not informing her immediately. He said he had something to tell them. Zara and Ian looked at him, and Ian even stopped crying. Despite the new tears in her eyes, Riley stroked her neck and whispered that the reason was because he had come looking for her in the bathroom. Zara whispered to Madame to take a look. He added that the girl appeared to be blind in one eye. Lady Iris examined it closely and commented that it looked like Zara was right. The third prince smiled and added that he had seen her perform magic yesterday and that she had been wonderful. Nani was embarrassed. Looking to his left, Riley said that after having measured his mana in the tower, he also wished to practice magic. Lady Iris asked what he was going to do with her. The prince stated that he thought another maiden would not be bad for free time and that she also possessed magic. Ian shouted. He asked what the Lord said. "It's a girl." "No." Riley became more serious and said he knew she had been influenced by the tower's tests. He informed her that he understood the situation she was in and that she couldn't let it go. He stated that he remembered why he had received the award. Ian was not happy at all. Lady Arras took the old man's arm and informed him that she did not mind at all. Zara wasn't particularly thrilled with his decision either. It was a beautiful sunset, and Madden, in front of his son and his new lover, was delighted that Raleigh had finally decided to do something on his own. He stated that this is why he wanted to respect his choice. All these sentences closed Jan's ears, and he shook her hand, dissatisfied. However, he had no option, so he said that if the lady looked good, he was fine with it too. The elated woman pulled Nani forward, asked her if she had found out, and ordered her to salute her. He told her they were the people who took care of his family. The girl bowed lowly and introduced herself as Nani. Zara looked at her with a bit of contempt. She commented that it was evident from Nani that she was from Solia, as she had neither manners nor nobility. She approached and explained that her name was Nani. The maid pointed her index finger informatively and explained that she had already been to Lower Solia, so she knew what she was talking about. He said he would take care of her and told her to get ready. Nani could not fully understand what Zara meant. Riley, upon noticing this, smiled. He remembered how he had instructed Nani to go and talk to him. It was unclear what else he could do. As Nani had interfered, he told her to travel with him to Ipete County, as he felt it was better to have Nani close by to monitor her. He looked at Frisia, Nani, and said that he would also get rid of her and finally feel good. Meanwhile, I'd wondered what he was talking about, as Raleigh had explained to him that if he had kept quiet, he wouldn't have had to take her. He asked Frisia not to make a spectacle. The third prince asked what the saint would say about this. The two girls remained silent. Once again, without waiting for a response, he himself suggested that if she didn't want to say anything, it was best to end it there. Finally, Nini announced that he was going, as he still had issues to resolve with the prince. He remembered that Raleigh had called her and informed her that he hadn't heard from her yet. Nini defended his decision by noting that if he were around, he would certainly learn to start his life from scratch. He thought a little, but his path would become a little clearer. Zara clapped her hands with joy and said that now, finally, they could go to the county. She turned to the prince and said that a letter had recently arrived, in which it was said that the count wanted to see his son as soon as possible. Han thought it likely that Fenipola had read the newspaper and therefore it was time to return. The rays of the afternoon sun gently fell on the roofs of the Solia Kingdom's regional houses. Nani and Raleigh walked side by side. The girl asked the prince, "Should I call you sir now?" She didn't expect him to respond, but reported that she was happy nonetheless. Riley looked at her, surprised to hear this. But Nani looked extremely pleased at that moment, with a beautiful smile. The girl was happy, saying she never dreamed she could leave that horrible place. Looking at her, Riley also smiled, calling Nani funny. They traveled along the stone road towards Solia, shining brightly in the sky. Rolly commented that anyone who saw them naively would think he was saving her. Along the way, when they noticed something, everyone stopped. Zara looked ahead, and Ian and Raleigh looked serious. Lady Iris was pleased and shouted that it was Bishop Rebosa. The young man bowed courteously and said to the woman. Iris, who was happy to see her again, asked intriguedly what was the reason for her presence there. Rebosa replied that he was looking for someone. He turned to find Raleigh and Nani at his side, and they stiffened. Bishop Rebosa happily declared that it was a recent incident. Behind him came two other priests with two white boxes. He looked directly at Raleigh and Nani and said that it looked like the two young men had forgotten their belongings in the temple. They didn't understand a word Rebosa was saying. A box was delivered to Raleigh. The other was given to Nani. Rebosa smiled mischievously and stated that those were his prizes. Riley asked in disbelief what other prizes there were. In the package, she found a purple dress. Rebosa stated that it was a public place, so she couldn't say directly. But she began to speak, and Riley stopped her from continuing. On the third prince's hand was a golden bracelet and a hazy, translucent ring. Bishop Rebosa approached and whispered that those items were his. He stated that unfortunately the staff was broken, and so he was simply handing them over. Nani asked the scoundrels if they had to accept it. Rebosa asked what was the problem. The girl said that for her he was an insignificant person, whom she hated with all her being, and therefore it was obvious that she did not want to accept it. However, against Nani's words, Rebosa ordered them to accept the items. He asked who, if not them, would give the temple the artifacts. Raleigh and Nani looked at those present with surprising scorn and contempt. Rebosa smiled widely, closed his eyes and swore that those things were pure and harmless. Behind him, Santa Frisia remained silent with her head lowered. She looked up from the hood. A doubt arose in Raleigh's mind, and she wondered if the bishop himself had invented it. Nani asked her master present if she would accept. They held two huge boxes in their hands, covered with the same white coverings. Riley looked at her and asked how she was doing. The girl replied that she had already tried it, and that there was no more magic in them. Riley tilted her head and whispered, "That's the way it is." Now the prince smiled at the bishop, thanked him and said that, as they gave him, they should accept it. Lady Iris arrived from behind and said it was time for them to leave, as the earl had asked them to hurry. The bishop replied, "Ah, that's true." He informed her that she should be proud of her son as he had received a medal. She responded that he was right and thanked him for taking care of things personally. Finally, Rebosa said he hoped they had enjoyed their visit to Solia. Lady Iris commented that they would definitely return at some point. After saying this, the locals and the servants of the Ipiet tribe turned and left. Frisia was upset. Later, in the temple, Bishop Rebosa replied that it was definitely different. At first, Santa Frisia could not understand who the young man was talking about. But the young man revealed to her that he was referring to the young teacher. He went on to state that, however, Frisia had already told him that a revelation had been made to him. He remembered his words that this noble was destined to destroy evil. Frisia didn't respond, and Rebosa, upon leaving, added that, in this case, it was about living and seeing. The door behind the bishop finally closed. The saint was furious with Rebosa. His eyes were blazing with anger. She spoke to herself, indicating that she didn't know what she was doing. But there were 3 revelations. Frisia sat in a beautiful armchair. The girl knew that she had received 3 revelations from the goddess Irene Nessa. In one of them, the magnificent goddess went to her daughter, Saint Freya, saying that it would soon be time for her first test. The goddess was wearing a golden mask covered with beautiful white flowers. All around her were golden leaves. She begged Freya to be careful who was taking her to him. The goddess stretched out her hand and declared that the hero was destined to stop him. She said that Freya had to be careful with the dragon that would soon appear on Earth. Frisia concluded that his initial test certainly had something to do with Rebosa, but she felt that perhaps the young lord, Riley, could disrupt the bishop's evil plans. Who knows? His eyes shone again. It was revealed that this is why she didn't notify him about the presence of the first revelation. Frisia suspected that what Rebosa was up to. She did not have time to finish her thought, as the priest called her, ordering the saint to hurry. He stated that everyone was waiting for her. Frisia couldn't stop thinking about that man. She told the priest she was on her way. She realized that this man was not as simple as the bishop assumed. It was already evening when Raleigh, his mother, and his servants finally arrived at the estate. They were received by the serious Count of Ipiet. He crossed his arms over his chest and stated that they had returned. He had requested the family to return quickly, so he was a little disappointed with their late arrival. Riley contacted his father and was surprised that he was still awake. Lady Arras let out a light laugh behind her son's back. Finny Paletta tensely put his hand to his mouth and asked his son where the medal was. Sweat ran down the Count's forehead. The third prince, embarrassed, handed a shiny gold medal to his father. The medal looked extremely majestic in Finn's eyes. It seemed to him that his son's hand also shone with the prize. The Earl of Ipied was fascinated by the shine of the medal, surprised that Prince Daniel himself had given it to Raid. Lady Iris, on the other hand, let out a laugh as usual and reminded the Earl that he was afraid his son might get hurt. The lady asked Finn not to always be so honest with others. The Count cleared his throat and asked if the fact that only Ian and Zara were among them bothered him. Iris promptly stated that there was no problem with them. They were doing a fantastic job, and Anne and Seta then bowed and saluted their master, Finny Pidgeot. Niney looked at them in shock, but didn't respond immediately, soon imitating their actions. She wore a snow-white robe with a scar on her face. He pondered what kind of young man would be with them. Raleigh's thoughts seemed to have been struck by lightning at his father's statements. Lady Aries crossed her arms softly and added that it seemed like they had a lot to talk about. The woman gestured for them to enter. Raleigh sighed in relief and accepted. Naney looked at him questioningly as they walked through the grassy farmland. Riley thanked God they'd finally arrived, saying he almost sat on his heels in the car. Naney smiled sweetly, understandingly. In response, someone stopped in front of them and asked. Finally back, it was Joyd. He looked surprisingly cheerful. The other prince smiled and said that he had heard that his brother had won a medal in Solia. He extended his hand and asked for permission to look at her. When Riley did not comply, Joyd gently urged him to give him the medal again. Riley looked at him with an extremely tired expression, as if he had been working hard all night and all day. The third prince reflected on the fact that he had just arrived and believed that he could now sleep peacefully. For a moment, Riley remained silent. Then, Lloyd showed a smile full of satisfaction and turned to his brother with a curious look. "What's the matter with you?" he asked, feigning concern. "Why didn't you hand over the medal?" His tone was laced with sarcasm as he probed further. "Was that whole story about your medals just a bunch of lies?" he added, his voice filled with mockery. The second prince, delighting in the opportunity to provoke Raleigh, asked about the fate of the supposedly honest man who never told a lie. He joked, "Surely you wouldn't lie, right?" With an air of impatience, he insisted, "So, is it true?" This was the 10th time he stretched out his rather ugly little hand, demanding, "Give it to me quickly and teach me." Raleigh, tired of the exchange, finally relented and agreed to teach him. As the prince fumbled in his pocket, Lloyd watched, a trace of surprise shining across his face as he finally saw the medal in real life. He held it in his hands, marveling at its intense glow. Lloyd was absolutely fascinated, describing the medal as amazing. He finally understood what Solia's medal looked like. However, he couldn't resist asking his brother if the medal was fake. Ian was surprised by the second prince's words, and Zara was already starting to get angry. Lloyd quickly urged them not to misinterpret his curiosity. Raleigh listened, scratching his neck thoughtfully. The second son explained that he was only asking because he could not understand how Raleigh had obtained such a medal. Lloyd, exuding arrogance, repeated his disbelief that Raleigh could have been bestowed the honor. Raleigh smiled and called his brother, while Naney, tense and disliking the other prince, watched the exchange. The third prince then suggested that if his brother liked the medal so much, perhaps he could have it. This was far from the answer the second prince expected. He felt his frustration rise, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Lloyd's maid, equally surprised by the suggestion, watched in amazement. Raleigh put on an innocent expression, explaining that he simply thought his brother really liked Lloyd. Lloyd, listening to his brother, was amazed. Despite everything, he felt a strong attraction to the swordsman. Lloyd, with a sly smile, began to ask if Raleigh was really willing to give him the medal. However, he was unable to finish his sentence because Raleigh snatched the medal from his older brother's hands, declaring that if he didn't want it, he certainly didn't need it. Lloyd was once again flabbergasted. Enraged, the second prince grabbed Raleigh by the neck, demanding to know how he dared to mock him. Raleigh, remaining calm, simply called his brother's name. Finny Paletta intervened, telling his second son to stop acting like a clown. Beside him, the beautiful Lady Aries watched the scene unfold. Lloyd released his younger brother, claiming to understand. Madame Iris then approached and gently inquired about Lloyd's well-being. Ignoring the question, he stated her name and asked how her trip had been. Lady Iris, with a sweet and kind smile, replied that everything had gone well and thanked him for his concern. She added that thanks to her prayers, they had reached home without incident. Suddenly, the prince's mother turned to Nain and Iris. I could hear Madame asking Nain about the possibility of joining them on the next trip. Lady Iris shared her joy, expressing how long it had been since her last visit to the kingdom's capital, and was very excited about this journey. Lloyd also smiled, commenting on how wonderful it was that everyone was able to enjoy the trip. She threw her cape over her shoulder with a flourish and declared firmly, "Having fun is all well and good, but there's no excuse for being lazy and neglecting your training." The prince, seeking confirmation, turned to the lady and asked if she was correct. She stated her question, emphasizing that this especially applied to him and his older brother. "Now, more than ever, you need to focus on your future," she advised, not resisting pointing out that some among them seemed uninterested in the heir's responsibilities. Zara and Ian, listening to the conversation, reacted with visible irritation and disgust, their foreheads throbbing with suppressed anger. Naini also heard the second prince's nasty comments and felt a pang of empathy. The prince commented that it would be wise if his little brother avoided seeking his help when he inevitably found himself in trouble. Lloyd's words sent a chill down Naini's spine, his gaze turning deadly as he stared blankly at the second son of the Ipiet family. When Lloyd left, he scoffed, expressing disbelief at how the third prince could have obtained such a medal. "But what can you do?" he muttered under his breath. Naini, watching from afar, felt a surge of anger. He lightly touched his finger, releasing a burst of purple mana that flew towards the prince. Oblivious to the imminent danger, Lloyd, in his arrogance, failed to notice the obstacle in his path. He stumbled and fell painfully to the ground, screaming in pain. The two maids beside him were alarmed and rushed to help him, asking if he was okay. Meanwhile, Naini hid behind a door, silently observing the scene with a sense of satisfaction. Someone in the crowd shouted, mocking the second prince as terribly clumsy, sitting on the floor with a bandage on his head and an expression of extreme indignation. Lloyd began shouting at his brother, insisting that it wasn't his fault. Leon, approaching the scene, tried to calm him down, assuring him that he understood. Lloyd, still furious, could not understand how such an incident had occurred. Now sporting a new cut on his forehead, he shouted that not even a 10-year-old would be that clumsy. Leon, with a knowing look, reminded him that he had had a similar fall when he was 10, although it had happened because he had tripped. Finally, Leon sighed and decided to change the subject, asking about Raleigh's condition. The second prince, now a little calmer, replied that Raleigh was still the same and that nothing had changed. Leon, however, was skeptical and wondered aloud if Raleigh was really the same. Finally, Lloyd remembered that his younger brother had brought a strange woman with him, piquing Leon's interest. He inquired further, and Lloyd confirmed. Describing the woman as very unattractive, he noted that the woman's gait and fashion sense suggested that she was not an aristocrat. As Leon considered this information more seriously, he found the situation increasingly strange and dubious. He shared his thoughts with his brother. Lloyd made a joke, commenting that the woman even smelled different, something he had never encountered before. Leon didn't react to the comment, his mind occupied with thoughts about Raleigh and the suspicion that his brother was up to something once again. Finally, he told his brother that a variety of different people were coming to Solia these days, so there was no reason to be surprised by the influx. And in any case, it seemed like Raleigh, the idiot, was up to something shady. The first prince pointed out that he had never seen his younger brother show any real interest in women before. Lloyd, equally surprised, agreed. "You're right," he replied. "He used to spend his days lying in a tree." Leon nodded and commented that this deserved special attention. He instructed his younger brother to keep an eye on Raleigh, just in case. Lloyd wasn't overly eager, but he saw the wisdom in Leon's advice and agreed. Leon added that he was also trying to gather information about the mystery woman. The prince then dismissed his brother. Lloyd stood up without protest, conceding the point to his older brother. Now, Leon was alone in the dimly lit room, illuminated only by the midnight full moon. Deep in thought, he pondered Solia's medal and turned to the window, questioning how his lazy brother had achieved such an honor. That medal, he mused aloud. He didn't even participate in the competition. He just watched from the stands. Frustration boiled inside him as he gritted his teeth. Leon had no idea how or why Raleigh had received the medal, but he was determined to thwart his clumsy plans. Elsewhere, someone was watching Naini, who was wearing an impeccable maid's uniform. "Much better," they commented. "Yes, it's much cleaner than before. Not to mention the saint's clothes." Zera, now raising her index finger instructively, informed them that even if they had chosen her to teach the young master magic, they might not have chosen her. The maid approached the frightened girl and sternly reminded her that she still had tasks to complete. "You understand?" Zera asked assertively. Naini, confused, responded with a hesitant yes. Before leaving, Zara asked if Nani remembered what she had been told before arriving. Embarrassed and polite, Nani replied that Zara had instructed her to take her role seriously. Zara, pleased, recognized Nani's good memory as a positive trait. The maid then warned her that the rules of the Ipiet house were very strict, and Nani would need to forget everything she had learned in Bahazolia. Nani nodded slightly. Zara, with a sly and caustic smile, offered to work together. Nani sighed deeply, feeling her former employer's penetrating gaze. She stood up, irritated but resigned, and accepted. Zara happily turned around, allowing Nani to relax a little. Nani realized that she now seemed to fear Zara more than Beta. Meanwhile, Raleigh, sitting in a chair, asked, "So these two have to do this in their room?" Zara was enjoying the newcomer's antics, but was now focused on establishing order and discipline. Zara, in fact, looked quite terrifying. Raleigh wondered if that was why Zara had smiled so much when they got home. Han didn't answer Raleigh's question and didn't press for an answer either. However, Jan remembered that he had something to discuss with the master. He asked what they should do with the items given by Bishop Rabosa. Referring to the things left by the great Master Astro and later destroyed, Raleigh said that Rabosa called these items trophies. The prince looked disdainfully at the purple cloak he was holding. "I don't even know how to use it," he admitted. The third son simply suggested selling the trash, despite it having been used once by Astro's grandmaster. Ian, with a curious look on his face, asked the prince if he liked the idea. Raleigh, still pondering what to do with the items, finally responded, still uncertain. Behind them, Sarah was instructing Nani on how to handle the heavy and expensive curtains. The girl fumbled a little, her clumsiness evident. Ian assured Raleigh that he would consult someone more experienced about what could be done with the item. As Nani struggled with the curtain, holding them awkwardly in her hands, her mind was full of questions. Alfombra, Zara turned to the master and informed him that they had finished cleaning and were about to leave. Raleigh acknowledged their report, saying she was fine and praising their work. As the maids left the young master's room, Zara reminded them of proper etiquette. "When you are about to leave, you should say goodbye and bow," she instructed. Someone called Zara. It was the second prince, Lloyd. He nodded in greeting, saying, "There you are." Zara bowed gracefully, but Nani did not do the same. She stared straight ahead, her expression neutral. Zara, noticing this, discreetly tilted her head and whispered to Nani, warning her about the prince's notorious temper. Nani stood tense and serious, clearly uncomfortable and not liking Lloyd. Zara whispered a warning to keep a neutral expression, as any sign of disdain would be noticed. The second prince, less courteous to Nani, asked if she was the same girl Raleigh had brought last time. Nani confirmed discreetly, explaining that she was being introduced to the house and its responsibilities. Seda asked why she was there. Lloyd, he intervened, downplaying the matter, saying he just wanted to ask him something. He then asked Nani's name. Ta, briefly pronouncing his name, kept his gaze steady without looking at the ground. Lloyd approved and expressed his desire to talk to her. He mentioned that it was Raleigh's first time bringing someone into the house, and he was curious about his younger brother's choice. Nani found his comments distasteful. The second prince approached Nani and asked if she knew how Raleigh had won the medal. Nani rolled her eyes, not understanding why this idiot kept talking bad about her master. Lloyd, with a tight smile, pressed her for an answer. As he spoke, Nani discreetly assessed the amount of mana he possessed. Zara, realizing the direction of the situation, felt compelled to intervene. However, Nani was only focused on the fact that this second son only possessed a fraction of the Lord's strength. Zara intervened, stating that she wasn't finished training Nani yet. But Lloyd also ignored her, focusing on Nani. The prince's posture changed from cordial to stern. Lloyd heard everything, the veins on his forehead visibly pulsing with anger. Nani finally spoke, stating that Mr. Raleigh had brought her here. Something seemed to metaphorically explode behind her words, and she sounded both confident and furious. Lloyd, surprised by his audacity, tried to maintain his composure. However, the tension in the room was palpable. The exchange clearly affected everyone, leaving a lingering sense of unrest and unresolved conflict. The atmosphere filled the room with a distinct aroma as the girl finally finished her task. The prince, feeling a mixture of anxiety and frustration, smiled nervously and complained that he was losing control. He asked her to repeat what she had just said, his voice tinged with irritation. "What the hell else did you say?" he demanded. Nani, being short, looked up at him, but her serious posture remained unshakable, his eyes fixed on the prince's, piercing him with his gaze. Lloyd, enraged, took it out on her. He shouted, demanding to know how she dared look into his eyes, accusing her of losing her mind and calling her derogatory names. Nani, however, attributed her attack to his resistance to her magic. Meanwhile, Lloyd slept peacefully on the elegant rug, oblivious to the chaos. Despite Lloyd's resistance, Nani, a sixth circle mage, was undeterred. Zara stood to the side, speechless, her mouth open as she realized that the Lord had brought an extraordinarily strange person into her home. Zara, on the verge of tears, felt overwhelmed by the situation and didn't know how to deal with it. Nani tried to comfort her, suggesting that it wasn't as bad as it seemed. "We can lay him down," she proposed. "And when he wakes up, he'll think it was just a weird dream." Nani pressed the fold of her skirt and asked Zara if she remembered correctly that a maid's main duty was to serve her master. Zara, confused about where this was going, nodded. Nani then reflected modestly, saying that if she had been there in the past, she would have covered it up with a 3-story word, recalling how she had insulted him in every way. Zara let it go, wondering if she had just sworn. Embarrassed, the girl admitted that she thought she would be reprimanded more than once. Knowing that she would probably be reprimanded for this, Nani continued to make mistakes. She then asked if it was acceptable to use a little magic in this context. Riley emerged from behind the door at that moment. Zara scowled at Nani, and the prince, now alert, asked why Lloyd was sleeping there. Zara, not expecting to see him there, became worried. However, Riley did not demand explanation. He shrugged, asking if they were done and if he could take Nani with him. Zara responded immediately, confirming that the training was indeed over. Unexpectedly for Nani, Riley grabbed her shoulder and pulled her closer. Delighted, Riley commented that this was great and that the time had finally come to practice some magic. The girl was a little surprised by the Lord's behavior. Zara decided to forgive poor Nani this time. They separated, Zara going in one direction while the prince and Nani went in another, continuing their conversation and sharing a laugh. Zara rationalized her own forgiveness by attributing it to Nani's promise to forget her behavior in Solia's nether part. Nani hesitated, then offered to at least make her a cup of tea. Riley looked at her, tiredly refusing. "What kind of tea?" he asked, eyes closed. After all, she was a sorceress. Nani, without looking up, called him a fool and pointed out that despite appearances, she was a servant. Realizing the words that had just escaped, she quickly shrugged and covered her mouth with her hand. Riley also didn't expect to hear such frank words from a maid. He turned to her and sighed deeply, muttering, "Oh, those grumpy sorceresses from Lower Solia." Nani, realizing her mistake, bowed and sincerely apologized. The third prince, deciding to move past the unpleasant moment, commented that he hoped she would quickly learn to speak with more respect and appropriate decorum. In front of them were the objects donated by Master Astroy. The prince asked Nani to come closer and examine them. Thoughtfully, he mentioned that he had analyzed these items closely. Riley messed with the mana or traps on the objects, not knowing if any of them were dangerous. He observed that if there were any traps, he had not seen the magistrate setting them. Nani commented that, during her days in the laboratory, she had seen Astroy wearing his cape, but never a ring or bracelet. She assumed Astroy didn't have these items at the time. Riley placed his hand on the table, displaying a gold bracelet, and said, "That's how it is." He told her that in that case she could keep the items. She mentioned that she had an acquaintance who was knowledgeable about these things and that he would ask her for more information. Nani was surprised by his words, especially about having an acquaintance skilled in magic. She asked why he hadn't studied with this acquaintance before. Riley responded with a question of his own, asking why he needed her. Riley looked at her silently for a moment before explaining that she had reached the 6th circle of magic with the help of medicine and that her magical abilities were exceptional compared to other magicians. Despite this, she wondered why she was the only one chosen. Riley smiled warmly and reassured her that she didn't have to be the only one. This answer left the girl even more intrigued. She murmured, continually asking why. Riley responded that she wanted to be free and that she often trusted people who ended up abandoning her. Once again, Riley reassured her with a happy smile, emphasizing that she didn't need to carry the burden alone. The girl, still perplexed, murmured and asked why once again. Riley gently asked if she was tired of it all yet. The girl crossed her arms defensively. Riley commented that someone thought she was a magical masterpiece, but some considered her completely useless, never taking her feelings into account. He recalled a battle with Riley in which she had bled from her injured eye. Riley mentioned that the more distance he got, the more he felt attached to the people around him. The third prince asked if she had realized that it was not necessary to be useful to be close to others. Nani listened as Riley explained that being a free person meant following your heart. She reflected on her past and the hero of humanity, recognizing that she should remember that too. The prince gently told her that he wanted her to remember this. She explained that her memories were mainly from the past, and that, therefore, she should not get caught up in the reasons for her action, but simply live her life. Finally, she said she didn't need to constantly question why things happened. She just needed to embrace life and her experiences. These words left a deep impression on young Nani. She kept repeating the prince's words about following one's heart. A tear rolled down her cheek as she smiled and said it was the first time she had heard such words. Riley, instead of answering directly, simply said that was why he made his choice. Suddenly, he burst in, calling it a hoax, a contamination, and declaring that, even in the face of death, he would never teach this to anyone. Nani, who had been enchanted by his words, came out of her trance and thoughts. Riley continued to scream, saying that he was already asked to become an apprentice. He added that if someone used any other magic besides the sword, they would become the true embodiment of evil. Riley shouted that this was all heresy. The girl laughed softly and said that was it. Riley, clearly frustrated, complained that he had no interest in the dark arts. He expressed his growing tiredness with the conversation and asked his acquaintance to stop talking. At that moment, Nani regretted interrupting such an emotional moment. The carriage rolled through the forest. Nani informed the prince that he would need a circle if he wanted to use magic. Sitting inside the carriage, Riley asked what the circle was. Nani explained that it was like a ring. If your heart is surrounded by a ring, you have a circle, she said. If you have 6 rings, you are a 6th circle wizard. Riley asked if she meant he had 6 circles. Nani confirmed, explaining that the source of all things was light. Riley agreed, noting that in this world, it made sense. Nani was surprised and asked him if he meant that he was in another world. Riley looked away and denied it, saying he was simply making an observation. Nani explained that this was the basic principle that novice magicians learn. She created a magical ball of light in her palm, demonstrating the fundamental miracle of creating something from nothing. Riley watched his hand closely. Nani continued, explaining that in order to use light magic effectively, they needed to determine their specific talent or specialty. Riley asked what her specialty was, but didn't wait for an answer before asking what she was good at. Nani admitted that there was nothing she was particularly exceptional at, displaying extreme humility. She joked that maybe that was why she was the only person who survived the terrible experiments. Riley wondered if she was now bragging to him and said that if that was the case, he had a question for her. The girl asked what else he wanted to know. Riley mentioned that they still needed to ask about the ring and bracelet. She reminded him that she had talked about her friend before, the one who was knowledgeable about these items. Nani asked if he was referring to his friend who is skilled in magic. Riley confirmed. The prince looked out the window and said that they were almost at their destination, estimating that they would arrive in another 5 minutes. Nani asked if she would have exceptional company, thinking about her arrival. Nani decided that although she didn't have much time, she had her 6th circle and was as skilled as she was. As they approached their destination, the anticipation of meeting the exceptional company filled the carriage. The journey had been enlightening, and both Nani and Riley seemed ready for whatever lay ahead. The carriage stopped, and someone finally announced that they had arrived and that it was time to disembark. Riley exited the transport, and Nani followed, thinking they could now meet the distinguished wizard Riley had spoken of. She felt a mixture of anticipation and seriousness. However, when he saw the person Riley was referring to, his enthusiasm quickly evaporated. Inside the house, Riley shouted, "Yendel, are you wandering around again?" He called for Yendel, asking where he was. Lazily, someone in slippers shuffled out and, sleepily, remarked, "I've already told you the shop is closed today." He then demanded to know who the idiot was making all that noise, loudly asking if they couldn't read the sign on the door. It was a man with long red hair named Yendel, who stared directly at Riley. In a threatening tone, he asked if Riley still hadn't learned good manners, pointing out that you should only enter a shop when it's open. Riley, half jokingly, pointed out that Yendel was just waking up when the sun was about to set. Yendel, catching the joke, retorted cheerfully, "Who cares?" and commented that Riley was no longer just a lazy swordsman but a hero. He asked how the hero was doing and if he still carried his medal. Finally, noticing Nani nearby, Yendel asked who she was, speculating she might be the prince's new princess. Riley ignored the question and explained that they wanted to ask Yendel something, which is why they had come to see him together. Meanwhile, Nani was terrified and perplexed by the presence of such a strange creature. Riley explained to Yendel that he had recently been following leads in Solia, where he received some intriguing information whispered to him at the temple. Yendel, now curious, asked what was going on. Nani wondered why this was happening. Riley asked Yendel if he knew what the whispers were about just by looking at him. Yendel, still sleepy, asked what they had said. The prince revealed that, at the temple, he was told he needed to capture a dragon, specifically Yendel. The smile disappeared from Nani's face as she imagined the shadow of a mighty dragon looming behind Yendel. She questioned why a dragon would be there. Riley, apparently amused, asked Yendel if he knew what the temple might be talking about. Yendel showed sudden interest, and the prince repeated that the temple had tasked him with capturing a dragon. This request seemed to entertain the boys, with Riley pointing directly at Yendel and asking if there were more dragons besides him. Yendel, showing his sharp and fearsome teeth, burst into laughter, pounding the table with his fist. His eyes filled with tears from laughing so hard. Nani was surprised and frightened by Yendel's behavior. When Yendel's laughter subsided, Riley confirmed that he was also surprised by the temple's request. Yendel asked if everyone at the temple had gone mad. He then wondered aloud why they had decided to involve the third prince in this matter. Riley admitted he had no idea and asked how he could possibly know. The boy asked Riley what he planned to do now and if he would become a dragon hunter. Riley grimaced in disgust, clearly repulsed by the idea. "No way," he responded, incredulous that Yendel could even suggest such a thing. He also wondered what ridiculous nickname Yendel would come up with next. Yendel, laughing, said they were going to hunt a dragon and advised Riley to stay very quiet so people would think he was simple-minded. Riley asked Yendel to be serious and questioned if there were any other dragons in the area besides him. While preparing a drink, Yendel replied that no, he was the only dragon there. He mentioned that it had been a long time since he had seen any of the other dragons and wondered aloud how many years it had been, estimating around 3,000. Yendel placed 2 glasses in front of his guests, one green and one yellow. Noticing that the girl was hesitant to drink, Yendel assured her that it was non-alcoholic and would not interfere with her tasks. Nani reluctantly agreed to take a sip. Riley, sipping her own cocktail, asked if Yendel would mess up the console by accident. Yendel, slightly offended, asked if he looked like an idiot. Eventually, Nani seemed to enjoy her drink. Yendel, twirling his mustache, pondered aloud what the drink might do for him, noting that it would probably only add to his problem. Suddenly, Yendel approached Nani and warned her, "Maid of Riley, keep your mouth shut." His gaze seemed to burn through her, and Nani realized it was the gaze of a dragon. Sensing her fear, Riley said it was okay to be scared, but reassured her, allowing her to continue looking at him. He then placed Master Asteroid's belongings on the table. "We received these items recently, but we don't know how to use them," he explained. "We came to you for help." Yendel smiled and asked if Riley knew what an inn was, pointing out that they sold alcohol there. Riley, confused, asked what he was talking about, knowing that this place was known as a haven for alcoholics. Yendel, shrinking, commented that there was something about the prince that showed no conscience. He then called Riley an idiot. Riley, slightly irritated, asked if Yendel was refusing to help. Yendel confirmed, but added that he didn't like the third prince's tone. Riley then asked if Yendel would help if asked politely. The dragon remained silent for a moment before nodding. He took the golden bracelet in his hands and asked if there was anything specific to check. Riley, satisfied, said yes. Yendel then asked about the money. The prince laughed and questioned what money had to do with their relationship. Yendel, holding the bracelet, called the prince a shameless thief. In his other hand, Yendel held the magistrate's purple cloak. He continued to curse Riley, calling him a devil and accusing him of being heartless. Nani marveled at the dragon's ability to investigate 3 items simultaneously. Shortly after, Yendel announced that he had finished his assessment and asked where to start. The girl was surprised by his speed and realized that he really was a dragon. Riley, unsurprised by his friend's abilities, instructed him to start with the cover, as that was what interested him most. The dragon examined it and replied that there was nothing special about it, except that, by wearing it, the bearer would be protected from any inclement weather. Nani confirmed, yes, ensuring that magic is used effectively is always crucial. Yendel extended his arm, revealing the bracelet and mentioned that it was a kind of storage. Riley intervened, and a large box formed on Yendel's arm. He explained that allowing a bit of magic to enter the bracelet would open a compartment. Riley realized it worked like an inventory. He then asked Yendel what would happen if the bracelet broke. Yendel replied that, naturally, everything inside would be lost, and there would be no way to repair it. Nani, holding the magical bracelet, commented that it was the equipment of a 7th Circle smuggler. She marveled at how easily Yendel deciphered its function. Smiling, Yendel reminded her that he was, after all, a dragon. Then, Yendel instructed her to take the ring and put it on. He tossed the ring to Nani, who slid it onto her finger without hesitation. Instantly, mana began to flow from it. Yendel explained that, when worn, the ring absorbed all the mana around. Riley, skeptical, asked if it really absorbed mana. Nani assured him that it was. Riley mentioned that when he had tried before, nothing happened. Yendel chimed in, agreeing and chalking it up to Riley being a unique individual. Nani, perplexed, asked her master what Yendel meant. Yendel teased, asking if Nani didn't realize that her master was a monster. Riley, not wanting to get into it, told Yendel to stop as revealing more wouldn't benefit anyone. The prince then told Nani to keep everything, insisting that he did not need the items. Nani, surprised, said that she could not accept such valuable items. Riley insisted, saying that she should keep them since he had no use for them. Turning to Yendel, the third prince asked if he could measure the volume of mana randomly. Surprised by the request, Yendel scratched his neck and mentioned that a guardian had recently given him a measuring stone. He asked the prince if he needed her. Yendel laughed, wondering if Riley wanted to use it. He offered the stone to Riley and asked what he would get in return. Riley shook her head, stating that it was for Nani. Nani, confused, did not understand the purpose of this request. Neither does Yendel. He approached Nani, concentrating deeply. Yendel smelled it and declared it unusual, especially focusing on its damaged eye. He noticed that a lot seemed mixed up in this area. Riley speculated if that was why the color of her mana was different. Yendel agreed and asked if this affected all spells. The prince confirmed, explaining that both the flame and ice spells made his mana turn a dark purple hue. Sweat poured down Yendel's face as he proclaimed that Nani was truly one of a kind. Turning to Nani, he told Raleigh that he had met a very interesting person. Allendale then mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that this girl didn't have long to live. Nani looked shocked and repulsed by this revelation. Riley, intrigued, suggested that Yendel could measure his mana as well. Why not, he added, noticing Yendel's irresistible expression. Riley reminded Yendel that the last time he was there, Yendel told him there was no reason to practice magic. Yendel asked if Riley still felt that way. Riley pounded the table with his fist and retorted, asking if Yendel had fallen from an oak tree and lost consciousness. The boy pondered the reason behind Riley's renewed interest. The prince fell into a thoughtful silence before explaining that he was simply tired of apple picking. Yendel felt disappointed by this answer, and Nani was equally surprised. The dragon swore under his breath, clearly frustrated. Riley approached, placing his palm on the stone, and asked Yendel why it was taking him so long to respond. Nani started to say something thoughtful, and Yendel commented that it had been a long time since he had seen anything like that. Riley wondered aloud if Yendel's meter was faulty. This comment offended Yendel, who shouted back, asking how he dared insult his abilities. Nani, deep in thought, mentioned the concept of time. Riley asked what he meant by that. Nani explained that his quirk was related to time. The prince asked if this was a good thing. Suddenly, the stone began to react. Nani explained that over time, the stone had cracked and deteriorated, succumbing to his influence. Riley asked, "And what does that mean?" Yendel intervened, clarifying that Riley could only use time magic, nothing else. This revelation horrified the third prince. Yendel offered to demonstrate rather than just explain. He summoned fire mana into his hand. Recognizing that fire was not his element, he conjured a normal fireball and then showed what it would look like if Riley used it. The fireball extinguished and spread faintly on the ground. Riley commented that it was like the flame of a match. Nani nodded in agreement. The third prince trembled with disappointment, realizing that his dream of becoming a powerful wizard was unattainable. Yendel persuaded him to abandon this dream. Riley lamented that life would be much better with magic than it ever had been with the internet. Yendel didn't understand what Riley was talking about. Nani, trying to be helpful, mentioned that she learned in the tower that people who mastered time magic often rose to high positions of power. Riley asked if she was joking. Nani sighed and asked if there was any magic that could turn back time. She cheerfully replied no, but explained that time magic could speed up the ripening of apple, making them ready to eat faster. This did not cheer the disappointed prince. Nani, still excited, clapped her hands and talked about how wonderful it would be to not wait for the next apple season. Riley remained silent for a moment, then quietly commented that she would be the one to collect them. This unexpected humor managed to lighten the mood a little, and although Riley was still disappointed, he couldn't help but smile at Nani's tireless positivity. The girl didn't understand what Riley meant. Riley clarified, "You said you were going to pick the apples." Night had fallen, and darkness enveloped the mansion and the area around it. I pled her. Riley sat at the dinner table, reflecting that, after all, he was nothing extraordinary. He held a magical sphere of light in his hand. Nani watched, but Riley mentioned that the light only lasted half a second. The girl smiled warmly and reassured him that it didn't matter if they couldn't identify his special abilities. She tried to cheer him up, reminding him that Astroy was dead and he wouldn't need to use as much magic as before. Just then, someone entered the room, announcing that Riley and Nani had arrived. It was Leon, followed by Jorid. The first prince greeted Riley. "Ah, the brothers are here," said Riley. Nani rushed to greet them with a respectful bow. Leon commented that at least they had finally seen his face, noting that he had been around all day. Lloyd asked if the third prince had traveled anywhere interesting. Riley confirmed this, saying that he had spent some time in a leaf village. Lloyd mentioned that Ian and Sarah had stayed at home the entire time and asked if Riley had traveled without a guard. Riley reassured them, pointing to the girl next to him, indicating that she was with him. "With that maiden?" Lloyd asked, surprised. Suddenly, Lady Arras entered, exclaiming how good it was to see everyone together. Riley greeted his mother, who informed him that they had a visitor while he was away. The prince asked who the guest was. Bishop Rebosa appeared next to Lady Arras and greeted the prince. Riley was surprised to see him. The prince wondered if Rebosa had come to see his mother or him. Monsignor Rebosa commented that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and also greeted Nani, bowing and calling her ma'am. Leon and Lloyd were amazed at this unexpected show of respect for a simple servant. Leon asked Lloyd what that was about. Meanwhile, Rebosa had already sat down at the table. Nani bowed and informed that her blankets were ready and that dinner would be served soon. The bishop thanked her, calling her Mrs. Nani. Lloyd politely asked Rebosa why he was showing the maid so much respect. Rebosa realized that the other princes probably didn't know. He asked if Riley had not told them anything. Lloyd, surprised, asked what he meant. Bishop Rebosa turned to Nani, who sighed deeply. Taking this as a sign of agreement, Rebosa began to explain proudly. He announced that last time, Nani and Lord Riley had captured Grandmaster Astroy and burned him to the ground. He proudly declared that Nani was a sixth circle witch. The first and second princes were speechless. Their jaws dropped and the instruments they were holding slipped from their hands. Lloyd, unable to contain his curiosity, snapped. How and why? Leon, more composed, asked why she had become a servant. Nani was visibly displeased with the interrogation. Riley, on the other hand, didn't think revealing her identity was a big deal, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Bishop Rebosa had ulterior motives. Despite his seemingly kind attitude, Riley suspected that Rebosa might ultimately be the villain in this story. It was a classic trope. As they ate, Riley couldn't stop thinking about Rebosa's unexpected visit and his true purpose. He didn't have a specific reason for showing up at their house. Leon noticed Riley's discomfort and looked at Lady Nani. Riley was convinced that the bishop had something nefarious in mind. When Lady Iris, the servants, Riley and Nani said goodbye to Rebosa, the bishop warmly invited them to visit him sometime, saying they were always welcome. Riley, anxious to get rid of him, promised that he would certainly come, although he had no such intention. Seeing the prince's mood, the bishop laughed and commented that Riley's temper had not changed. He thanked the nobles for their hospitality the night before. Lady Iris responded graciously, saying they were always happy to see him. Rebosa thanked her for her kindness before saying goodbye. As the carriage drove away, Riley and Nani watched intently. The prince commented that he could see through Rebosa. The girl was confused. Riley explained that, ostensibly, the bishop had come to check on his mother's chronic illness, but given that he spent most of his time talking to them, it was clear he had a different agenda. Nani held the box that the bishop had given her before leaving and asked if Rebosa's visit was related to what Saint Frisia had mentioned last time. Riley confirmed, remembering Frisia's prophecy about the dragon that would soon arrive in Solia and how he had been tasked with capturing it. He concluded that Rebosa had not come to check on his mother, but to deliver these gifts as a form of bribery. Nani was a little surprised. Riley explained it more simply. It's like receiving gingerbread. Once you eat it, you feel obligated to give back. He compared the situation to someone enjoying a sleigh ride and feeling compelled to make an effort for the sake of that pleasure. Nani pondered for a moment and suggested that the master wanted to introduce himself. Riley interrupted her, exclaiming that she was crazy. Of course not. Why would I do something like that? He asked. Nani replied that it was just her thought. Riley, clearly frustrated, lamented that he was tired of dealing with these saints. Suddenly the prince hesitated and told her to wait. He commented that she was different from the saint she had been in her previous life. Nani, totally confused, didn't understand what he meant. Riley was outraged, questioning why all this chaos had erupted since their arrival in Solia. Meanwhile, Nani, not paying much attention, discreetly stored the bribe box in her magical inventory bracelet. The third prince started to feel relieved, thinking that there would be no more problems for a while. However, Nani reprimanded him, warning that speaking like this was tempting fate and could lead to the opposite result. The prince did not like his gloomy prediction. Now, Riley and Nani were in the study of the Earl of Ipiet's father, Finn. Finn started the conversation by saying, "Okay, Riley, it looks like this girl is a sixth circle mage." Riley asked if Han had informed him yet. Her father shouted that the servant had only mentioned that she was a sorceress, but nothing about being from the sixth circle. Finn, calming down, commented that even though Astroy was in the seventh circle, being in the sixth circle was still remarkable. He questioned why a sorceress of such caliber would serve as a servant. His words left Nani increasingly confused. Now, Count Ipiet addressed Nani directly, praising her as an excellent magician who managed to stop Astroy. He noted that with her skill level, she could have secured a much better position and asked her to explain. Nani replied that she enjoyed living in the mansion and serving her family faithfully. She confidently stated that this was why she accepted the servant position. He added that he found something there that he had lost in the magic tower. There was a moment of silence as Nani and Finn exchanged glances. The Earl clenched his fist and acknowledged her words. Noting that she had followed Riley since she was a child, Nani confirmed this, stating seriously. Finn Ipiet then asked her what she thought of Riley. Both Riley and Nani were surprised by the question, but after some time, Nani laughed and said that he seemed like a good man. Finn was satisfied with his answer, and Nani happily asked if it could be otherwise. She seemed to radiate an exuberant energy, as if pink roses were blooming around her. Riley, however, felt uncomfortable with this image. He exclaimed, demanding to know what they were arguing about and the reason for the strange atmosphere. Nani then leaned over and explained that the sixth circle was just a result of her past, and now she wanted to live in the present. She closed her eyes, remembering that Frisia had predicted that she would only last until autumn. Realizing that he might not survive the summer, Nani looked at his master and understood that it was too late to change his fate. She wanted to spend what time she had left living a quiet, ordinary life. She convinced the Count that she was living a much happier life now than in her past as a sorceress. The Count asked if there was anything she was dissatisfied with. Nani assured her with a negative gesture and said that everyone treated her very well. This answer seemed to please Finn, who concluded that she was content with her situation. The prince commented that summer would soon begin, noting that the sun was already warming, but it was still spring. As usual, Riley put his hand behind his head and mentioned that this year he wanted to return to Rainfield. He then asked his father for permission to go. Meanwhile, Lloyd was in his brother's room, bombarding him with questions. "How is this possible?" demanded Lloyd. Leon, remaining silent, listened. Lloyd asked how Riley had obtained the medal. Leon speculated that there was probably a reason why Riley received the medal. The second prince, frustrated, shouted that he could no longer stand still. He insisted that they also needed to accomplish something significant. Only in this way, he believed, could they win the battle for inheritance. Leon agreed, recognizing that due to the events in Solia, Riley had become a serious contender for the inheritance. He was holding some papers, including a document about the hunt for a dark wizard last seen in Rainfield. He handed the papers to his younger brother, explaining that there was a dark wizard in Rainfield that they needed to capture. Lloyd, excited by the opportunity, eagerly suggested that they capture and kill the dark wizard. Leon, smiling because he knew his brother was up to something, asked him to wait a bit. He noted that summer would arrive soon, and Lloyd agreed, saying it would be hot in a few days. Leon realized why Riley wanted to go to Rainfield as soon as summer began. Their father granted Riley permission to go to Rainfield, which made Riley very excited. Nani, however, did not understand his reaction. Leon, plotting, thought it would be better if Riley never returned from Rainfield. Ian ran after the young prince, worried, and asked how long he would be gone. Riley hesitated and replied that he didn't know yet, estimating perhaps 3 weeks. Even this relatively short period horrified Ian. He asked why it would take so long. Riley laughed and reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling him not to worry, that they would be fine. Feeling a little relieved, Ian exhaled. Nani, wearing a yellow cloak, mentioned that she had created a communication channel in Lady Araz's hand mirror. She explained that, with magic, they could maintain frequent contact, so Ian shouldn't worry so much. Lady Iris laughed and thanked Nani, expressing confidence as Nani would be with her son. Nani was deeply moved by Lady Iris' words. Feeling a surge of emotion, she asked if they were ready to leave and sincerely wished them a safe trip. Sarah then turned to Nani, who listened carefully to his instructions. Suddenly, Lady Iris remembered something and ran to Nani, asking her to wait. Ian didn't expect that from the lady. Lady Iris handed Nani an object wrapped in a black cloth. Nani asked what it was. Iris smiled and said she didn't know if Nani would like it, but she had made it herself. He also asked Nani to look after Raleigh while he was on vacation. She explained that Raleigh used to wear the item, but had now adjusted it to suit Nani. Lady Iris admitted that she wasn't sure it would work for Nani. When Nani asked if Raleigh had used it, Lady Iris did not answer directly, but told her not to forget to unwrap it later, hoping she would like it. Nani held the gift tightly in her hands, thanking Lady Iris profusely and promising to take good care of the young master. Lady Iris smiled and said that in that case she would trust her. Raleigh felt relieved as he settled into the carriage, happy to escape the unbearable summer that was approaching. However, Yendel was not satisfied. He slapped his face and called Riley an idiot, watching him disembark from the carriage and calling him crazy. Riley teased Yendel, asking if it was really that difficult for him to use the teleporter once, and joked that he could do it in the blink of an eye. Yendel, enraged, shouted at him, warning him not to awaken the beast within him in case Riley forgot he was a dragon. His eyes burning with rage, he threw a fireball at the prince. Riley dodged the attack with ease, although the fireball exploded behind him. Yendel's screams only further angered Raleigh, who crouched down. The third prince reassured Yendel, saying that he had anticipated such a reaction and promised to repay the debt. He then asked Yendel to teleport them after all. Yendel, calming down, offered to take Raleigh where he needed to go and give him something. He gestured towards Nani, who was busy tending to the horses. Riley firmly replied that Nani had her own desires and was not an object to be surrendered. He added that he would not give it to anyone. Looking at the cheerful girl, Riley noticed that she looked like him in some ways, perhaps like he used to be. This observation seemed strange but true to him. Yendel's laughter filled the air as he admitted that Riley had a point, even if he himself didn't fully understand it. Yendel asked if Riley was sure of this, and Riley confirmed, saying that Yendel should prepare to teleport them. Just as they were about to teleport, Yendel abruptly stopped Riley. Frustrated, Riley asked what else was wrong. The dragon started talking about Nani, referring to her as the prince's princess. He hesitated before asking how long she had left to live. Nani, sitting in the back of the carriage, could not hear their conversation. Yendel commented that it seemed like Riley knew everything. Riley confirmed, acknowledging that Nani was no ordinary person, and it would be strange if he didn't know. Yendel, worried, asked what Riley planned to do about it. Riley remained silent for a moment, thinking about the situation. Nani was alone, feeling that they were late for something. She remembered Lady Iris's gift. With Iris by her side, Nani took the package in her hands, pondering whether she should open it now. She began to unfold the black fabric, curious about its contents. Inside, he found a beautifully decorated mask, half white. Nani was stunned when she saw the mask. His trembling hand held the gift tightly as drops of water fell onto its flawless surface. Tears streamed down her face as she cried, deeply moved by Lady Iris' gift, and silently thanked her. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain and covered his mouth with his hand. He coughed, and blood appeared on his palm, forming a large, bright red puddle. She looked at her hand in shock, her eyes filling with more tears. Frasia's words echoed in her mind. She should survive this summer, and if she was lucky, she might make it to autumn. But Frasia had also said it would likely happen in early fall. Blood stained the area near her mouth, but she whispered to herself that she didn't care. Nani was genuinely happy as she held the mask made by Lady Iris. Suddenly, Raleigh called out to her, shouting that she was ready to come down. Frightened, Nani quickly joined her master. Before Yendel, Raleigh informed the dragon that she was with him. Yendel responded rudely, telling her to stop blabbering. He announced that if they were ready, he would begin. He pointed his hand at them, making a sweeping gesture, and said the word teleportation. They were enveloped by heavy rain as the space around them changed. Raleigh shouted, calling Yendel an idiot and asking why he had sent them there. Before them stood a giant monster, about 7 times taller than the prince, wielding a sword of comparable size. Raleigh asked Nani he was an ogre. Nani confirmed yes. Riley, exasperated, told Nani to look at what Yendel had done, sending them to such a dangerous place. The ogre opened its huge mouth and roared. The third prince, furious with the dragon, called him a crazy idiot. The ogre wasted no time and uprooted a large tree, preparing to attack the prince with it. Riley mocked the ogre, saying that he had only uprooted one tree and thought he was now the strongest. Nani, terrified, ran towards her master, but he told her to stay back, explaining that he could handle it alone. He advised her to put on a raincoat because it was raining heavily. Riley drew his mighty sword and smiled at Nani, saying he understood. Nani began to create a protective dome, asking him to be careful. Riley joked that he appreciated her concern. When the ogre threw the tree to the ground, Riley easily jumped over it, telling the monster to calm down. He asked the ogre what had provoked him so much and pointed his sword at the creature, warning that it would not survive. The ogre's eyes filled with even more anger as he prepared to attack. Riley teased the orc knowingly. The monster attacked, but Riley deftly dodged it. Undeterred, the orc swung the tree again and again, but Riley avoided each blow. The orc, growing increasingly furious, slammed the tree into the ground repeatedly. Steam came out of his mouth in fury, and the tree, after another powerful blow, split in half, leaving a crater in the earth. Riley sighed, exasperated. He just wanted some quiet fun, but this was too much. He flew directly towards the orc, questioning the purpose of the teleportation. With a quick blow, the prince cut the monster in half, causing it to fall to the ground. The orc let out a final sigh as he collapsed. Riley raised his hand, and the monster within him roared, screaming in pain. Nani stood there, stunned. Riley, now covered in blood, swore loudly. His head, face and clothes were splattered with the monster's blood. He angrily commented that he had wasted time washing before leaving, blaming Yendel for bringing them here on purpose. He questioned how else he could explain his current situation. Nani rushed to Riley, suggesting he use magic to clean the blood. She cast a purification spell, sending her mana towards him. However, the magic had the opposite effect, leaving black, oil-like stains on his face. Riley was horrified, while Nani was equally shocked by the unexpected result. Nani tried to reassure him, saying it was just dirt, nothing disgusting. Riley, frustrated, asked how dirt could be considered not disgusting. Suddenly, the orc began to move. Nani shouted that the monster was getting up, and Riley was surprised to see it get up again. The prince asked Nani who she thought had caused the orc's resurrection. The girl offered to handle it alone this time. Riley, still frustrated, allowed her to try. Nani quickly enveloped the orc with her purple mana, completely erasing it. She suggested that Riley put his hand in the dirt, and he agreed. Meanwhile, a small man with a red ponytail on his head appeared, standing on a tree branch. Riley asked where they were. Nani consulted a map and asked him to wait. She explained that there were no signs in the area, making it difficult to pinpoint her exact location. She then turned to Riley, explaining that she had used search magic and sensed someone nearby. Riley, surprised, suggested they go there, as they had no other option. Nani agreed, but suddenly, the orc reappeared, seemingly out of nowhere, his eyes blazing with rage. Now he was smaller, but no less furious. Riley sighed, realizing the fight wasn't over. But before they could react, they were surrounded by local warriors. Among them was the red-haired man, each holding a bow. Riley asked who they were, noting that he had been coming to Rainfield for several years, but had never seen them before. The red-haired man shouted at him not to feign ignorance. shouting. The red-haired warrior declared that they had seen everything. He turned to Nani, accusing her. Magic came out of your hands. It was black magic, wasn't it? Nani, surprised by the accusation of being a black mage, intervened, asking what they were talking about. The rain fell on them as another warrior shouted that the dark mage, who had been wandering around Rainfield lately, was indeed her. He added that she shouldn't even bother making excuses. The warriors insisted that they had seen dark magic flowing from their hands, considering this irrefutable proof. One girl among them mentioned hearing that she had used purification magic. They questioned whether she realized that she had corrupted the magic, turning it into dark magic. Riley was astonished by his conclusions. A laugh escaped him as he marveled at the complexity of the situation. He looked seriously at the warriors and asked what they were talking about in regards to another black mage. A green-haired warrior shouted at him to stop making excuses, accusing him of being in league with her. This accusation deeply angered Riley, his veins swelling with rage. Furious, he warned the warrior not to point his weapon at him. Riley emitted a deadly aura that terrified the red-haired warrior, who had not expected such a reaction. Riley asked the warriors, trying to contain his fury, if they truly believed that he and Nani were involved in dark magic. Calming down, the prince stated that they should be outraged as local warriors were about to kill them based on false accusations. One of the warriors asked the other what was happening, to which the other replied that he felt an oppressive aura. Riley pressured them to answer his questions correctly. Another warrior shouted that Nani's mana was black. Riley replied, and what does it matter if her mana is dark? The red-haired warrior pointed at Nani, stating that black mana was an unmistakable sign of all black mages. The third prince turned to Nani and asked if it was true that all black mages had black mana. Nani shook her head, denying the statement. Riley then addressed the red-haired warrior, stating that his statement was incorrect. The man, now frightened, asked what Riley meant by that. Riley explained that Nani's dark mana was a unique trait, not inherent. He then asked the red-haired warrior to explain more about why they believed she was a dark mage. When the man hesitated, Riley pressed him further, demanding to know if they had any concrete evidence. Seeing the warrior's uncertainty, Riley declared that they should think carefully before making such accusations. He emphasized that Nani's dark mana was the result of experiments, not indicative of dark magic. He urged the warriors to reconsider their position and respond thoughtfully. Riley, speaking languidly, declared that he could swear by his surname, the wizard Ipiet, and then asked what they, the local warriors, could swear by. The local warriors were surprised. One whispered that they were in trouble, while another realized that this ally of a supposed black magician was, in fact, of noble blood. The redhead was also shocked and questioned what a noble was doing in his area. Riley continued, saying that he was unfamiliar with how things worked in Rainfield, but insulting the nobility could at least result in imprisonment. He explained that he was there on vacation, looking for a peaceful rest. He demanded to know why they were there when they didn't even know who he and Nani were or why they were there. The redhead's surprise increased with each word. Without waiting for a response, Riley declared that he would fulfill their wishes. He drew his sword and declared that he would do what a true black magician would do, kill all the witnesses and move on. Nani was shocked by his statements and begged her master to wait. Nani shouted that the warriors would understand if she and Riley explained their situation. The wind blew his hair back, revealing his half-damaged face. The warriors murmured among themselves, wondering what had happened to his face. Nani faced them directly, asking them to listen to her. The redhead, now revealed to be a girl, began to cry uncontrollably, covering his mouth with his hand. Horrified by what she saw, she lamented the horrors of Solia's Tower of Magic. She cursed Astroy and expressed her regret, furiously apologizing and asking how it was possible that Nani had fallen prey to such horrors. The red-haired girl begged for forgiveness, admitting her mistake with tears streaming down her face. Nani, also tearful, handed her a towel, telling her to take it and use it. The girl thanked Nani. Riley, watching disapprovingly, commented that he was prepared to kill them a moment ago. He added that what bothered him most was that her crying reminded him of someone. Nani began to say what was on her mind, and the prince remembered the face of an old man who was crying from the pain and sadness he experienced in Solia. Riley let Nani finish her sentence, confirming that it was Ian. The girl finally stood up, and the other two warriors began to bow. Riley asked if they now realized they were wrong. The local warriors recognized their mistake and apologized to Lord Riley for their rudeness. The third prince laughed, pointing out that he had told them that 5 minutes ago, but they didn't believe him. He asked what had changed now. One of the warriors explained that his commander had never been mistaken before. Initially confused, he then admitted that the commander's intuition was generally correct. The commander, the red-haired girl, looked away with tears in her eyes. The warrior assured them that they could now remain calm, as they no longer suspected them of wrongdoing. Riley then asked about the identity of the black magician they were referring to. The warrior explained that this black magician had gained notoriety long ago, and that recently, traces of him had been found near Rainfield. The red-haired girl looked sad as the warrior spoke. He then remembered that he had a pamphlet with a description of the wizard and a reward for his capture. He offered to show it to the aristocrats. Riley took the pamphlet and read it aloud, noting the mage's characteristic dark mana and ability to control the bodies of dead creatures. One of the warriors clarified that they were trying to capture him. Another warrior reiterated the wizard's power over the corpses, and the red-haired girl confirmed this. Her head bowed in sadness. She explained that her father had been a victim of this criminal. Riley, astonished, asked if he had heard correctly that the wizard could actually control corpses. The girl stated, starting to explain that he was the reason her father died. However, another warrior interrupted, asking if they could hear something approaching. Everyone turned to see the same ogre, dead twice already, staggering towards them, covered in scars and wounds. Nani shouted a warning to Riley, who readied her sword once more. The prince, unfazed, seriously injured the ogre once again. The red-haired commander and the two warriors were amazed at Riley's strength. Meanwhile, deeper into the forest, a figure in a black cloak watched the scene, muttering about the difficulties of finding suitable corpses to control. Frustrated, the black mage muttered to himself, wondering why the ogre was being ungrateful after being saved. When he disappeared into the forest, he decided to find a creature similar to a basilisk for his purposes. Back at the battle site, the ogre was finally defeated. Nani was holding an umbrella over herself and Riley, who was reveling in her victory and enjoying the refreshing rain. Nani suggested throwing a shield to protect herself from the rain, but Riley refused, finding the experience of sharing an umbrella in a downpour romantic. Suddenly, the red-haired girl reappeared, happily noting that they hadn't said goodbye yet and could now be together. Riley, however, did not seem pleased to see her again. She commented that she was surprised to learn that the hero she had heard about was now working for them as a butler. Riley retorted that he was surprised to see her upset and crying like Ian. The girl, feeling embarrassed, asked him to forget, admitting that she felt ashamed of her previous behavior. He handed them a piece of paper, explaining that he now owed them a debt and that they should have at least that amount. The redhead smiled and added that since they had been there for a month, they were welcome to visit any time, and he would treat them to a delicious lunch. Riley took the paper and said, "Great." As they said goodbye, the girl wished them a happy holiday and hoped they had fun. Nani and Riley set off, walking under an umbrella in the pouring rain. Nani commented that many things had happened, but they still managed to reach their destination. A city stretched out before them. Riley was satisfied and looked at his companion with a smile. Nani commented that, as the saying goes, after black comes white. She also felt happy in the fresh air. Riley was delighted. He smiled and declared that their long-awaited real vacation was finally beginning. Riley suggested that Nani decide where they should go and begin their journey. Nani was already wearing the mask that Lady Iris had given her, apparently lost in thought. She didn't immediately realize what Riley wanted. Riley guessed she was saying she was hungry and said she knew it. They needed to eat first. The third prince snatched the umbrella from Nani's hands and happily announced that it was time to try the region's traditional dish. Nani was a little surprised and even scared by his behavior. She didn't even know what pigeon pancakes were. The order was ready and placed on the table. Nani looked at the food with some displeasure, while Riley was happy that it was finally cooked. When he saw them, he exclaimed that they could eat them. He urged Nani to try it. She looked at the plate in disgust and asked if that vomit was meant to be eaten. Riley, surprised, asked what she meant. With an expression of disbelief, he ordered her to immediately apologize to the pancake fans on a rainy day. Nani wondered what he was talking about. The prince said she hadn't even tried it yet, advising her to eat first and judge later. He warned her not to ask for more when she was done. Reluctantly, Nani looked at the stack of pancakes and picked up her chopsticks. She expressed her gratitude but said it wasn't something she was used to eating. Riley stopped her, insisting she try it. Eventually, Nani put the food in her mouth. The taste surprised her. She had probably never tasted such a delicious meal. She was so enchanted and amazed that it seemed as if roses were blooming everywhere. Nani exclaimed, asking what that was. Now relaxed, Riley asked how she was doing and if she was okay. Still wide-eyed with surprise, Nani replied that it was delicious. Riley said it was his turn, deftly picking up the noodles with his chopsticks. He was so happy to eat pancakes again that it felt like fireworks were going off around him. The prince remembered the past, saying that it reminded him of the old days when he often ate pancakes. Nani, curious, asked when that time was and what he meant by old times. Riley poured some sake and told her not to worry about it, suggesting that now was a good time to drink it. Nani held a cup of sake in his hands, looking at it suspiciously. She asked if it was alcohol. Riley remained silent, and Nani continued, saying that Master Sars advised her not to get drunk. Riley, feeling irritated, noticed his hesitation. Realizing he wasn't denying it, Nani concluded it must be alcohol. The prince reassured her, saying it wouldn't hurt and encouraged her to drink. Nani replied that it was not about doing harm, but about respecting Lady Aras's wishes. Rolly once again interrupted her, insisting that she try it, assuring her that it would do no harm. With a bit of disdain, Nani finally took a sip and was surprised to find that the sake was very tasty. Riley smiled. See? Nani then drank the entire glass. The prince was amazed. This was not what he expected from her. She took one sip after another, and Riley even had to stop her. Nani happily placed the cup back on the table and loudly exclaimed that it was incredibly delicious. Riley, initially surprised and relaxed, they were sitting at a table near the window, listening to the sounds outside. Riley looked out the window, but realized the sounds were coming from a nearby table. A man in black robes was sitting there, sloppily eating his bread, chewing and coughing. He was shoving a loaf of bread into his mouth, which Riley found quite unpleasant as it ruined the atmosphere. The man ate carelessly, muttering to himself, "More, more, more." Displeased, Riley stood up and asked Nani if she had finished her meal, suggesting it was time to leave. Nani, delighted, followed Riley. As they left, Riley looked at the man in black robes, relieved that he wouldn't have to see him again. The doors closed behind them. The man finished his meal and collapsed tiredly into the chair. A waiter approached and politely asked how he would pay. Apparently, the man had forgotten to pay. The waiter reminded him, saying that he could not act in gratitude by not paying. The waiter, still in a good mood, began to declare the amount of the bill. However, the man didn't let him finish. Instead, a black-gloved palm hit the waiter in the face. The man in the robe, with a sinister tone, said that he was sorry that only one had been captured there, implying that he intended to create a puppet. Darkness enveloped everything around him, empty plates, tables, the entire room. The waiter hung limply on the wizard's arm. The man scoffed, "Here's your payment. Take it." The poor waiter could only scream in response as blood splashed onto the stone floor. Riley and Nani were already outside, braving the elements as the rain continued to fall. Fortunately, they were well prepared with an umbrella to protect them from the downpour. As they walked, the prince turned to Nani and asked if she was enjoying what she was drinking. Nani, with a knowing look, replied that she knew it was alcohol. She mentioned that it tasted unlike anything she had ever tasted in the lower parts of Solia, and that was why she found it so surprising. Riley, curious, asked if the alcohol tasted better than she was used to. Nani, with a touch of sadness, admitted yes. They continued to walk through the wet, shiny streets. Riley then reminded Nani that he was now her assistant and asked her not to tell his mother about their drinking adventure, promising that it would be a little secret between them. He asked her if she understood, and with a resigned sigh, Nani agreed. Riley added a piece of advice. If they were going to Rainfield, it would be wiser to wear a raincoat rather than relying solely on an umbrella. However, he confessed that he had forgotten to bring his raincoat. The prince then considered buying one, but quickly remembered that Nani would also need one. This thoughtful gesture surprised Nani. As they talked, Nani morbidly commented that she would die soon anyway. Meanwhile, Bishop Rebosa was asking other priests if they had discovered the Lord's whereabouts. A priest respectfully reported that the Lord had gone on vacation yesterday. Rebosa pressed for the exact location, and the priest revealed that it was for Reinfeld. This revelation surprised Rebosa, and he questioned the information again. Dissatisfied with the news, he expressed his frustration with the need to go there. The priest laughed and commented that, of course, Rebosa had to go, as Riley was the goddess's chosen hero. Gathering his thoughts, the bishop declared that there was no time to waste and that preparations for departure had to be made. The young priest obeyed diligently. Someone called the Lord, and Rebosa seemed pleased to see the newcomer, Santa Frisia, standing before him, visibly tense. Frisia asked if Bishop Rebosa was going to meet the Lord. Riley, listening, reminded Rebosa not to touch him, implying that it would not be beneficial. Rebosa laughed and asked if this was also a prophecy, adding that if Frisia continued to abstain, he would consider it intentional. Rebosa insisted that he had to find his chosen one, emphasizing that Solia's fate depended on Riley. He corrected himself, stating that it was not just Solia's future, but the future of the entire world that was at stake. Rebosa stressed that this man had to save the world and questioned why the saint was advising him to leave Riley alone. Santa Frisia remained silent, contemplating Rebosa's intentions. Upon leaving, Frisia warned once again not to disturb Mr. Riley, repeating her warning. Rebosa smiled mischievously, thanked Frisia for the warning and bowed. The girl glanced sideways at the bishop and then turned to the goddess Idnessa, questioning what the goddess's revelations about Bishop Rebosa meant. Meanwhile, Riley and Nani found themselves in a vast library. Nani was surprised to notice that it had not stopped raining all day and marveled at the fact that the books, despite the rainy weather, remained in perfect condition. Riley was surprised by what Nani had observed. She explained that the people of this place mastered a unique form of magic that kept everything in impeccable condition, regardless of the incessant rain. Nani then wondered aloud how it could rain every day. Riley admitted he didn't know anymore. The prince confessed that he was not sure of the rules that governed that place, but suggested that they make the most of it and have fun. He enthused that reading a book while listening to the relaxing sound of rain was a heavenly experience. Nani looked at the books around her with growing interest. Riley proposed a plan. They would split up, each choose a book, and then meet in the center of the library. Nani was hesitant, worried about her duty to protect Riley. Riley noticed her reluctance and asked if she thought he needed protection. Nani started to respond, but Riley interrupted, emphasizing that their task now was to choose a book, and whoever chose first would secure reading seats for both of them. Nani wandered between the rows of bookshelves, pondering which book to choose. She was unfamiliar with the library's collection and wondered what kind of books she could find there. She thought that in the Wizard's Tower, all the books she had read were about magic spells. To his surprise, he even spotted a book on how to make turkey pot pie. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Nani turned around and saw a red-haired girl nearby. It was Nara Basiliska. Nara, noticing Nani alone, questioned why she had left her master unattended. Nani, hiding the book behind her back, explained that she was looking for information about black magicians, hoping it might be useful. Nara asked about the books Nani had found. Nani revealed 2 titles, The Alcohol Fairy, Magic Tricks for Hangovers 101, and The Alcohol Fairy, Turkey Pies That Sober You Up Instantly 101. Nara teased Nani about her choice, insinuating that she was a drinker. Nani denied this, justifying that she thought it prudent to learn magic to stay sober. Nara accepted this explanation and reminded Nani of her promise, inviting her and Riley to visit again soon. As soon as Nani started to respond, they were interrupted by a series of screams. Both Nani and Nara turned around, startled. Nara asked if Nani had heard it too. Nani confirmed, noting that the screams seemed louder the second time. They ran away from the row of books, and Nara asked where Riley was. Nani explained that they had arranged to meet at the library center. Nara, claiming he knew the way, guided them as they ran. Nani asked what Nara thought could have caused the screams. Nara admitted that she wasn't sure, but she had a bad feeling about this. They made a few more laps, and Nara announced that they were almost there. When they reached the central hall, they came across a horrible scene. The bodies of several young people, both boys and girls, were spread across the floor and shelves, surrounded by pools of blood. Nara, horrified, asked what had happened. Nani covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with shock, and asked in a trembling voice who could have committed such a heinous act. She looked at one of the corpses, noticing with horror that it was still bleeding from the eyes and mouth. A wave of magical energy emanated from the body, and Nani, more amazed than ever, pointed it out to Nara. Nara turned around, equally surprised, and asked again what Nani meant. Nani reflected on the situation. She hadn't heard any explosions or other loud noises, which made her wonder if the wizard responsible had somehow suppressed the sound. She pondered the nature of the scream they had heard earlier. One thing was certain, the magical abilities of whoever had conjured this scene were of an incredibly high level. Turning to Nara, Nani asked her to think of Mr. Riley, to visualize him in her mind. Nara, confused and bombarded with questions, didn't understand what Nani was trying to achieve. Despite her many questions, Nani didn't give any answers, just shouted at Nara to stop talking and do it quickly. Reluctantly, Nara agreed. She closed her eyes and concentrated, trying to remember what Riley looked like. Meanwhile, Nani activated her magic eye, focusing her energy on locating her master. To her surprise, Nani discovered that Riley was on the first floor of the library. She relayed this information to Nara, who was still trying to process everything. Nani then painstakingly asked where the stairs were to climb. At first, Nara didn't respond, preoccupied with something else. Then he asked Nani to wait, mentioning that he might recognize the footprints they had seen earlier. Nani looked at the dark spots near the boy's feet, breathless and tense. Suddenly, some of the dead bodies began to rise, groaning angrily. Nara identified them as the revived dead, animated by dark magic. Nara's eyes burned with fury. Her anger was palpable. She gritted her teeth and told Nani that the black magician they were looking for was really there. Nara's anger intensified as she revealed that the black magician was responsible for her father's death and turning her brothers into monsters. She was sure that this black magician was nearby, and Nani turned to Nara, who warned that it was extremely dangerous to remain there. Nani suggested that they first find Mr. Riley and then move to a safer location. Nara was silent for a moment, then declared that if a true hero were present, he would prioritize evacuating the other people first. She added that her father would have done the same. Finally, she shouted to Nani to go find Riley while she searched for remaining survivors. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Nani nodded and asked Nara to be careful. She then hurriedly left and eventually found her master. Calling out to him, Riley was surprised to see Nani there, noticing her heavy breathing and urgency. He asked if she had chosen a book and reminded her that they should meet in the main hall. Nani, still catching her breath, began to explain the dire situation. She told Riley that something horrible had happened in the library, which shocked the prince. He asked her to clarify what happened. Nani, raising her voice, revealed that a black magician was in the library, plotting something sinister. Riley, surprised, demanded to know what she was talking about and who this black mage was. He asked if Riley remembered the ogre that had chased them into Rhinefield Forest. The third prince nodded, recalling the harrowing encounter. He mentioned that he believed he had killed the ogre at the time, only to see it resurrected. Nani explained that a similar phenomenon was now happening in the library. The corpses had come back to life and were wandering throughout the building. Nani shouted that they needed to leave immediately. Riley mentioned the dead bodies and then approached the railing and looked down. From his position, he saw 2 employees of the Library of the Dead below, who upon noticing a living being, roared and began moving towards it aggressively. Riley leaned heavily on the railing, his body shaking with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Nani, deeply worried, asked what was wrong. The prince, his voice shaking, said he felt like they were trapped in a zombie movie. Nani, unfamiliar with the term, did not understand the prince's reference. Riley, trying to regain her composure, stood up and moved to another part of the library, wondering if the high-pitched scream they had heard earlier was related to the current chaos. Nani confirmed his suspicion. Just then, a zombie growled and charged at them from behind. Riley, quickly realizing the danger, told Nani that he now understood the situation. He picked up a book and swung it hard, hitting the zombie square in the forehead. The creature staggered and finally fell to the ground. The prince, catching his breath, commented that he didn't think the situation was so serious that Nani needed to run to him with all her strength. Turning to face Nani, he saw 2 more former library employees lying on the floor behind him, now undead. Meanwhile, Nara wiped the sweat from her forehead, relieved that she had finally resolved the immediate threat. Suddenly, someone with white shoes entered the office. Now determined, Nara wanted to find the black magician. Alone in the spacious hallway, she recalled a traumatic childhood memory. She remembered how, when she was little, her father stood in front of her, defending her and shouting at the dark mage subordinate, demanding to know why they were being targeted. The black mage, dressed in a black robe, laughed cruelly, saying that he would end their suffering by turning them into soldiers for his army. Little Nara cried and begged her father to run away, while her father shouted back, accusing the black magician of having killed Uncle Tio and Sister Lana. The red-haired girl cried, unable to accept their fate, while her father, with a serious expression, told Nara that someone had to stop the black magician. Nara remembered touching her father's hand for the last time. She recalled his pained but smiling face as he told her to run, insisting that at least she could be saved. Summoning all her fighting spirit, Nara promised herself that she would find her father's killer and avenge him. Determined, Nara focused on her thoughts about the black magician. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice, scolding and shouting. It was the black wizard, demanding to know where the damn book, Clouds of Rainfield, was. He berated 3 library employees, calling them useless and ungrateful, despite restoring their brains and bringing them back to life. He scolded them for not being able to find a single book for him. One of the young men finally handed the wizard a book. The surprised wizard quickly picked it up and examined it closely. To his satisfaction, he realized that it was indeed the correct book he was looking for. He applauded and praised the boy, exclaiming that someone had finally found the book. He yelled at him, "You're doing a great job. Keep it up." Nara watched him closely, questioning if he could really be the black mage. The wizard, looking at the book, declared that, with its help, he would bring Joveracid to Rhinefield. Horrified by his words, Nara's anger increased. She demanded that he repeat what he had just said, her voice shaking with fury. Ignoring her, the wizard shouted triumphantly and laughed, announcing that a few hundred more warriors would soon join his army. He stated that all of this was to end his suffering. Nara, boiling with rage, was about to attack him, but the wizard managed to escape. The white shoes left a splash in the puddle as he disappeared. Meanwhile, Nani and Mr. Raleigh left the library and went down the stone stairs. It was still raining heavily. Nani turned to speak to Raleigh, but he silenced her with a gesture. Suddenly, Nara appeared behind them, calling out, "I Peter-san." When Riley responded, she mentioned that she still remembered him killing the ogre with a single blow. Recognizing her, Riley asked her name again. She didn't respond directly, but urgently said that she had just seen the black magician in the library. He added that, before disappearing, he had taken the book, The Clouds of Rainfield. Riley listened intently as she described the situation, mentioning that in the process, several hundred people had died. Clenching her trembling fists, Nara spoke about the wizard's meaningless speech about praying to end suffering. His eyes filled with tears as he looked up, finally saying that he saw strength in Riley and Nani. Riley looked at her seriously, asking if she wanted their help. Nara, her voice breaking, explained through tears that if the black mage succeeded in his plan and acid rain fell on Rhinefield, everyone would transform, just like the people in the library. She hadn't finished speaking when Riley interrupted, stating that everyone would turn into puppets. He asked if that was what she meant. Nara confirmed, with tears streaming down her face. Riley became irritated, expressing his frustration that there were always villains like the Black Wizard causing trouble. He then commented that it hadn't even been a week since their vacation started, implying that he couldn't help them. Nara, determined, begged for his help, saying that the Black Magician had killed her father. Raleigh, showing little empathy, repeated that he was on vacation and could not be bothered. He began to walk away, leaving Nani and Nara standing on the steps. Feeling desperate and abandoned, Nani tried to call her master, but he was already walking away. They stood next to a fruit vendor, and Raleigh pointed to something in the distance, clearly dismissing the situation as none of his concern. Meanwhile, Nara, refusing to give up, began actively distributing search flyers, hoping to attract the attention of local residents and gather any information that could help them find and stop the Black Mage. Nani pointed with her finger, directing Kyle Raleigh's attention. All Raleigh could focus on was the fact that he was finally on a long-awaited vacation, his first in years. He had escaped the monotony of his responsibilities and was determined not to be drawn into dark and tedious stories. The prince knew he just wanted to enjoy his vacation and have fun. Despite the chaos around, this adventure excited Raleigh. As Nara ran through the city, full of urgency and stress, the word fun kept echoing in Raleigh's mind. He and Nani stopped, and she asked if he was having fun. Riley remained silent, his thoughts interrupted by the urgency of the situation. Suddenly, a wizard's voice interrupted his thoughts, asking who they were. Nara, full of anger and determination, didn't respond immediately. The wizard commented that he had not finished preparing for the acid rain that would soon fall on the city, boasting that it would not take long for his plans to be completed. He taunted that he would cut off the head of anyone who tried to interfere. The man in black laughed and challenged Nara, asking if she truly believed she could stop him. He repeated his question, demanding to know who she was. Nara's eyes burned with rage as she screamed that she had come to avenge the murder of her entire family. The wizard seemed to recognize Nara. He remembered those eyes. He shouted that he remembered vividly, those eyes watching as their bodies were consumed by his flames. Nara, surprised but resolute, pressed him further. The wizard admitted that he would never forget the sight of those eyes as they burned. He saw Nara's eyes now and remembered his family. The Black Magician claimed that he had granted those people immortality, and yet they were so ungrateful. Nara, angrier than ever, screamed at him to shut up. The wizard, pretending to be calm, asked if she wanted to try his fire too. Nara adopted a fighting stance, his eyes full of disdain. The wizard was delighted with the opportunity to eliminate those who had escaped him. At that moment, a purple aura appeared in the sky, a prelude to something ominous. The wizard raised his hand, and moments later, a weak, exhausted man appeared, with his nose and mouth drooping. Nara was shocked, her knees gave way as she realized the man was her father. The wizard announced this reunion with perverse joy, savoring the moment after so many years. Nara was horrified, and the wizard couldn't contain his excitement, saying sarcastically that he might cry with joy. Despite his deteriorated appearance, Nara recognized his father. Gripping her weapon with renewed determination, she lunged at the wizard, screaming that she would kill him. The wizard mocked his fury, pretending to be scared. When Nara's arrow flew, it missed the wizard and hit someone else nearby. The wizard laughed, saying that he had helped her find her father and calling her ungrateful. Suddenly, the street lights went out, and a brilliant fireworks show began, casting an eerie glow over the scene. Nara, indomitable, flew towards the wizard from above, determined to end his reign of terror. Nani, Raleigh and the locals were completely captivated by the night show. The fireworks lit up the sky in a dazzling display of colors, leaving everyone in awe. The prince and Nani remained silent, watching the spectacle as the crowd around them marveled at the beauty and coolness of the fireworks, exclaiming how dazzling they were. The third prince maintained his silence, his expression neutral. Then, in a monotone voice, he told Nani how much fun he was having and asked how she was feeling. Nani was surprised by Raleigh's response and didn't respond immediately. Raleigh, not expecting an answer, suggested that perhaps she had expected too much from the evening, which led to her disappointment. Finally, Nani confessed that she was not enjoying herself at all. Raleigh smiled and asked why. Nani asked if her master really didn't know. Raleigh admitted he knew. Nani then suggested that maybe they should leave. However, the prince, focused on something else, mentioned that there was an insect in front of his eyes, and he was still not sure whether it would bite him or not. Meanwhile, Nara was locked in a fierce battle with the wizard. His mind was filled with a mix of determination and despair. She shouted about how excellent her entire family was, their courage unmatched. The wizard teased her, suggesting that they should add more people to their undead ranks. Suddenly, more corpses began to appear around Nara. She screamed at the wizard, calling him a bastard and wishing for his imminent death. Pointing his scythe at him, he prepared to attack. The black mage, smiling mischievously, asked if she would regret her action. Mana, her dark magic, wrapped around Nara's father's neck, using him as a shield. The wizard maneuvered so that Nara's attack pierced his own father. The immortal screamed in agony, blood already pouring from his eyes. Nara was horrified by this turn of events, calling out to her father in distress. She still held the gun that had pierced her closest relative. The wizard scoffed, stating that while she sought revenge, she couldn't actually hurt her own father. Nara shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, an arrow flew into his father's hand. It was the green-haired warrior, who shouted for Nara to come back quickly, reminding her that her father had already died a long time ago. The black mage finally noticed the warrior. Realizing where his enemy's ally was hiding, forming a sphere, he launched magical arrows towards the warrior. The warrior tried to deflect them with his hand, but the arrows caused him pain. The black mage mocked the warrior's efforts, declaring it a terrible misfortune that his archer had attacked him. He provoked the warrior to look at his companions, noting that they seemed frantically busy. The warrior realized that the people around him had been turned into zombies. He shouted to the commander that they could be surrounded at any moment. She shouted back that it was better if they left. Nara responded, shouting that he couldn't leave because he was her father. Two zombies charged at her from behind, growling fiercely. His green-haired ally shouted a warning. The wizard, laughing, trembled with malicious joy, questioning whether she could actually stab her own father. The wizard's words enraged Nara, adding fuel to the fire. He suggested that it would be ungrateful of her to do so. Nara, enraged, stood up from the wet ground, her eyes blazing with fury. She launched herself at the wizard with lightning speed. Her sharp staff pointed straight at him. She shouted furiously, demanding that he shut his ugly mouth. Seeing all this, the warrior was overcome with terror and shouted for the girl to stop before it was too late. However, it seemed like no one else was listening to her. The wizard, in response to the attack, just smiled. Nara threw his cold, deadly weapon directly at the man, aiming for his neck, his throat. Blood gushed from his lips, and he groaned in unbearable pain. But when the hood fell, it revealed Nara's father again. The unfortunate girl was stunned, realizing that she had once again hurt her loved one instead of that damned psychopath. Above his head, a cloud of black mana began to form. The wizard cast the air hammer spell. The dark magic rushed directly towards the astonished commander. The warrior, terrified, called Nara. The air hammer hit the poor woman, knocking her to the cold, damp ground. The warriors, both scared and excited, ran to the commander, asking if she was okay. The black magician, completely calm and satisfied, declared that they had reached the limit, the point of no return, and that it was therefore necessary to grant them immortality. He proclaimed that he had just completed all preparations. The green-haired warrior seemed to understand what the wizard was saying. The wizard, with a joyful expression, turned his face towards Reinfeld's night reign and shouted that from this moment on, the city and its inhabitants would live forever. Everyone would be one step closer to escaping their tiresome misery. As his face became completely drenched, he covered it with his hood and began a countdown. Nara, unable to do anything, sat helplessly on the ground, surrounded by terrified warriors. They realized that the black magician's nightmarish plans were about to come to fruition. The city was experiencing what could be its last clear, fresh rain. People strolled carelessly under umbrellas, unaware of the impending doom. As the wizard continued his countdown, Nara desperately begged him to stop. Begged with all her strength, but the only answer was the constant sound of rain. The wizard raised his hands. Lightning seemed to shoot from his body, reaching the sky. But then, something went wrong. The rain turned into something different, nothing. The warriors and the wizard looked up, confused, at the dark sky. The wizard was also perplexed. The raindrops seemed to freeze in midair. Now, everything seemed so calm. The red-haired girl, having never seen anything like it, commented on the phenomenon as the drops froze. Suddenly, someone forcefully stood up from the ground and declared that they had finally found the wizard. It was the third prince, sword in hand, flying directly towards the wizard, calling him a disgusting idiot. Children on the streets told their mothers how raindrops were miraculously freezing in the air. Residents came out of their homes in shock. Having never witnessed anything like this before, they were scared, not understanding what was happening or if it was a good sign. A small child, mesmerized by the raindrops reflecting the city lights, commented that he didn't know what was happening, but he thought it was very beautiful. Someone nearby told another to watch the rain as it began to fall again, transforming the scene from eerie stillness back to its natural state. The child's mother and the man were captivated by the sheer beauty of the phenomenon unfolding before them. The night seemed truly magical. Vividly colored fireworks lit up the sky, while raindrops continued to drench the city, creating a mesmerizing scene. Riley realized that this meant Nanny had made it after all. The black magician, noticing the prince, asked who he was. He commented on the sudden appearance of a sword in front of his nose, but complained that the prince had not bothered to introduce himself. Riley pondered whether the wizard was addressing him, even though the prince was also wearing a hood. Not expecting an answer, Riley thought it was obvious who he was and considered introductions unnecessary. Nara was extremely surprised to see Mr. Rolly there. She hadn't expected his presence and wondered what he was doing in that chaotic situation. Riley addressed the wizard, taunting him that despite all his preparations, his efforts had been in vain. He asked the wizard how it felt to see his plans thwarted and whether he liked the feeling of failure. These words seemed to deeply hurt the black magician, who became visibly angry. His once satisfied expression disappeared, replaced by a frown. The wizard vehemently denied the prince's words, not wanting to believe them. He screamed in anger over the rain and clouds, accusing Riley of stopping everyone from praying to escape their suffering. Riley, in response, asked why the wizard was so offended, implying that he wouldn't have intervened if the wizard hadn't ruined his vacation. The third prince's eyes turned cold and emotionless as he remembered that he wanted to say something more. Telepathically, he ordered Nani to act. The wizard was horrified, and Nara looked at the raindrops, realizing that it was Nani's work. The black magician tried to catch the distant raindrop, shouting, "These raindrops, where is the rain?" He cursed his new adversary. Riley found it funny that the wizard dared to call him ungrateful, despite having ruined his vacation. The wizard, now overwhelmed by Riley's magical power, called him an ungrateful brat. Riley stood firm, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground, sparking with energy. Someone behind Riley shouted a warning, reminding him that the wizard still had many puppets. Riley, although he did not stop listening, ignored the warning. He laughed, acknowledging the wizard's rare talent, but stating that he also possessed great talent. Bright blue mana swirled around the third prince of Ipita. Zombies screamed and charged at him from all directions. Riley concluded by saying that although the wizard was skilled, he was not a coward. With those words, Riley slashed the undead with a single swift movement, killing them once and for all. The wizard, angered by Riley's resistance, summoned more immortal dead, declaring that he could not let this continue. Suddenly, an ogre appeared before them, a terrifying sight even after enduring countless deaths. Near the ogre was a goblin, significantly smaller but still formidable. The psychopathic wizard had more in his arsenal, including his own dark wizard. This further piqued Riley's interest. They attacked the prince in every way possible, launching attacks from all directions, but Riley dodged each attack with ease, casually commenting that he felt sorry for them. He taunted the local black magician, saying that all he seemed capable of doing was manipulating puppets. This infuriated the previously jubilant wizard, who could not believe the audacity of Riley's words. Riley found himself surrounded by a circle of monsters and undead with various abilities. He challenged the wizard, saying that if he wanted to demonstrate his powers, he would need to do better than that. A particularly strong zombie charged towards Riley, who simply smiled and commented that such a display was insufficient. At that moment, something changed. Nara, watching in disbelief, wondered if the black mage could really control his creations now. The prince revealed that he was holding back, not using mana. He asked the sinister wizard how he felt about his abilities now and what he had to say about himself. Riley's excitement was palpable, her eyes shining with anticipation. With a mighty blow, the prince declared that the wizard must meet his end, his sword cutting through the air with lethal precision. The raindrops suspended before Nara's eyes separated due to the force of Riley's attack. He announced that they had finally captured the lunatic, and the black mage, now immobilized, was thrown towards a cliff. The mountain where he landed was full of fabric scraps and traces of mana. As the wizard's influence waned, the undead began to crumble, their garments disintegrating without the power of their creator. Nara looked at her father's grim remains, tears streaming down her face as she hoped his soul was finally at peace. Riley, however, was not particularly moved by the scene. Their thoughts were focused on the larger situation, considering Nani's role and how they were managing everything. Despite the blood dripping from her mouth, Nani smiled, relieved. Nearby, Nani stood atop the church bell tower, holding raindrops in her hands. She thought about how serene it felt to hold them in silence. However, his mana began to falter and break under the strain. Nani realized that he had tried too hard with the purification magic. A pool of blood formed on the stone floor beneath her, still growing. Nani understood that if he continued, he would die. Her mana reserves were depleting faster than she could replenish them. In a final effort, she focused on dispersing the remaining clouds, forcing herself to concentrate intensely. With one last exhale, Nani managed to clear the clouds in time. Below, people were still marveling at the beautiful and extraordinary night. She felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that she had saved them. Silently, she celebrated her achievement, reassuring herself that she had done it. The morning arrived with a light rain, unusual for Rainfield. The wind carried some newspapers, one of which Nani picked up. The letter inside described a strange phenomenon observed in the city. The rain suddenly stopped, and raindrops began to rise. The vision that opened up to the city's inhabitants quickly became the most important topic of discussion, dominating the headlines of every newspaper that day. The girl wanted to give the man the newspaper, but he told her to let it go. However, Nani was not paying attention to his words. His focus was elsewhere in the text. She read that the black magician, seen the day before in the library, had not been captured. The newspaper reported that the injured and the families of the deceased were outraged and blamed the guards of the library of the incompetent for their failures. Nani informed the prince that the press had concluded that the wizard had escaped capture. Riley commented that the basilisk team seemed to have followed the mage, considering his work commendable. Nani agreed, suggesting that their efforts deserved recognition. Riley then asked if Nani intended to irritate him like she liked to do to Ian. Feeling a little embarrassed, Nani assured that she would not do that. Despite her initial discomfort, Nani expressed her happiness that they had managed to save innocent people. She reiterated her joy and hoped the prince would share it. Riley remained silent, simply waving his hand. The girl, fearing she had said something wrong, began to apologize, expecting to be reprimanded again. To his surprise, Riley placed a hand on his shoulder and asked him what was wrong, with a gentle attitude and even smiling. Riley acknowledged that he hadn't told her yet, but he thought she had done a good job. These words made a deep impression on Nani. He asked her to continue being diligent, and she calmly accepted the compliment. Riley then turned his attention to his drink, adding that he was feeling content. However, he noted that Nani seemed to be enjoying the vacation more than he was. Nani lowered her head and apologized louder this time, making the prince laugh and apologize again. He reminded her that they would need to return soon, as everyone at home must be worried. Nani looked up in surprise, a strange expression on her face. The water on her face mixed with her sweat, and she raised her head to the sky. Riley didn't understand what was happening to her and asked more seriously what she was doing all of a sudden. Nani turned to him, nervously replying that they had completely forgotten about each other. Riley found their behavior strange and asked what they had forgotten. She hesitated for a moment before saying that it seemed like they hadn't forgotten anything after all. Holding something in her hands, she said it didn't matter, dismissing the worry. At first, Riley didn't understand who hadn't been contacted. Then Nani finally explained the situation. She pointed out that since their arrival in Reinfeld, they had never communicated with home. They had completely forgotten to make any contact. Riley was horrified, realizing he had actually forgotten. With trembling hands, Nani handed a mirror to the prince, reminding him of their promise to communicate through it. Both were equally confused, with Riley questioning how they should proceed and what to do now. The prince lamented that everything was his fault, insisting that she should have taken responsibility for the situation. The girl screamed, repeatedly begging for his forgiveness. Behind Nani appeared the image of a disgruntled mother. Riley, trying to calm her down, ordered her to stop apologizing and activate the communication device. The girl obeyed. In the mirror, the reflection of Lady Aras de Solia appeared, but she did not look as kind and cheerful as usual. Lady Aras asked sarcastically who was calling her, whether it was Riley. Now, all three were smiling awkwardly. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Lady Aras asked if her son wanted to explain why it took them so long to get in touch. Riley began to stammer, saying he would explain everything immediately. He hesitated, not knowing how much to reveal. The prince swallowed nervously. Now, Lady Aras turned her attention to Nani, asking why she was so quiet. Nani responded quickly. Lady Aras suspected they might be having communication problem, but Nani assured her that everything was fine. Riley didn't understand why Nani said that and asked if she had lost her mind. She shouted back that despite reading a lot of books, she still had common sense. Nani tried to protest, but Riley interrupted, asking if she thought everything was her fault. The girl insisted it wasn't. Lady Aras could hear no more and sighed deeply. The mother asked if they were okay, if something had happened. Nani assured him that everything was fine and nothing had happened, ensuring his safety. Lady Aras said it calmed her somewhat, but noted that nothing is that simple. Behind Lady Aras, Ian appeared. The old man was crying, sobbing and asking if they were okay. Riley reassured him, saying they would be back soon. Ian looked relieved. They also apologized to Ian and Lady Aras for calling so late. Lady Aras finally relaxed, returning to her usual demeanor, saying she was glad Riley understood. She added that he should know what to do after apologizing. Riley replied that he was sure and that it would not happen again. Lady Aras said that remembering was important and that they would be waiting for him at home soon. Suddenly, Sarah appeared next to Lady Aras. Lady Aras asked them to wait a moment because Sarah wanted to speak to Nani. Nani turned pale and greeted Lady Sarah. Riley laughed and told Sarah to teach Nani a lesson. Sarah turned to a slightly irritated Nani and reminded her that even if the prince had completely forgotten, it was still her duty to maintain contact with the house. Nani apologized silently. Sarah shouted that it was Mr. Riley who had gone on vacation, not Nani. Nani bowed and apologized, saying she was sorry for her carelessness. Sarah exhaled and asked if she had seen the fireworks. Nani nodded and confirmed yes. Sarah then asked how she was feeling. Nani began to remember the beauty of that night and managed to say that it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen in her life. The rain continued to wet the streetlights, creating a serene yet melancholy atmosphere. Meanwhile, Bishop Rabosa was at the edge of the cliff, the ancient battlefield. Traces of blood and the black magician's mana still remained. The bishop ran his finger over the remains and murmured that he had warned Uriel not to interfere. Clenching the mage's mana in his fist, he commented that everything was done in hopes of warding off suffering with prayers. The bishop realized that he needed to be much more vigilant from now on. Heavy wooden doors creaked open in front of him, and he wondered if this place could really be what he was looking for. Nara entered, looking around cautiously. Soon she directed her attention to Raleigh and Nani, greeting them and mentioning that it had been a while since they last saw each other. Nara stated that she came to talk to them. Raleigh, curious, asked why. Nara hesitated before revealing that although she looked human, she was actually something else. She explained that she was the last survivor of her basilisk family, which had been very useful during the Great War, particularly under the heroic successor Han. Raleigh tried to recall any information related to this, pondering about Ian and the basilisk family. He wondered what Nara wanted and why he was there. Nara expressed that if they didn't mind, she wished to accompany them. Raleigh, still processing, asked again about his intentions. Nara took out a small bag, explaining that it was a request from her late father. She said that before he died, he had expressed a desire to see the Lord once again and wanted his ashes to be scattered after meeting him. Nara had begged the prince so fervently that he fell to his knees, surprising everyone around him. She begged them to take her with them to Solia. Soon, the carriage was on the rainy road, with Nara tending the horses, elated that they were finally leaving. However, Raleigh remained dissatisfied. He commented that just by looking at her, one could tell that she must fulfill Ian's wishes. Ian and Nara's tears were palpable, albeit for different reasons. Nani's mood had improved a little, although her hands were still shaking. Raleigh turned to her, noticing her discomfort. The girl lowered her head, and he wondered where the sudden chill he felt came from. She didn't respond initially, prompting Raleigh to call her name again. Nani suspected that it might be because she had used a lot of mana recently. On the third call, Nani finally responded. Raleigh asked if she was feeling unwell. She insisted she was fine, repeating this to reassure him. Nani then reminded Raleigh of the conversation they had the day before with Lady Nara, mentioning that she had also spoken about the basilisk family. The prince, intrigued, expressed his interest and said he had some questions. Nani explained that they had the ability to recognize a person's energy and the type of mana they possessed. Raleigh confirmed this, noting that they could indeed discern the nature of someone's mana. Nara intervened, emphasizing that they did not judge people by their appearance, but by their inner energy. She elaborated, explaining that there were several types of energies, red, blue and white, but also a dark purple one. She mentioned that Reinfeld's dark magician had exactly that kind of energy. Raleigh was surprised by the revelation about purple mana and asked her to tell him more about it. The girl agreed, but mentioned that perhaps it would be better to wait. The horses galloped quickly, then gradually slowed down. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wow, what a coincidence!" A large, muscular man with a long mustache and dressed in peculiar armor approached them. He asked if the man in front of him was Captain Rock Thunder, marveling at how small the world was as they were meeting again after 6 months. He asked if they came from Rhinefield. Turning to Nara, he called her Cabal and asked if she was going there. Nara confirmed, saying that he had heard a rumor about a suspicious person, possibly a priest, hanging around there. She suspected it could be him. Cabal tensed and asked if she was crazy, questioning what kind of priest she was referring to. He then noticed the people in the carriage and asked who was traveling with it, speculating that they might be from a noble family. Based on the transportation, Nara, politely but firmly, told him not to meddle in matters that didn't concern him. Raleigh gave Cabal a stern look. The man laughed, commenting on the boy's explosive character. Observing the carriage, he speculated that they were probably aristocrats from a noble Ipiet family. Nara advised him to temper his curiosity and move on. Cabal laughed again, saying he understood, and then shouted that they would meet again. After he left, Nara continued, describing how disgusting purple mana types were. Raleigh asked if purple mana was common and if he had it too. Nara replied that it was rare and that she had only encountered 4 people with purple mana so far. She said she found one in an unnamed town, another who was a priest in Rainfield, and the man with a mustache they had just found in the forest. The 4th was the black magician. Raleigh was surprised to learn that there were only 4. Nara clarified that although she had only found 4, there could be others that she had not yet found. Meanwhile, Bishop Rabosa was close to Cabal. The large man turned to the bishop, announcing his arrival at Ebriol. Cabal addressed the black mage, who was always in the center, mocking him. He asked the bishop how long it would take, noting that the situation was serious and could take some time. He couldn't guarantee him anything. Cabal was furious that without his left arm, they could no longer fight like they used to. Rabosa tried to calm him down, but the man shouted back that it was easy for the bishop to remain calm since he still had both hands. Cabal demanded to know how they would manage without his left arm and slammed his massive weapon on the ground in frustration. Cabal's irritation increased as the other 2 members of his group had yet to appear. Rebosa explained that they were dealing with matters that required intellectual capabilities, which was why they could not be there, and asked for Cabal's understanding. Cabal, still angry, questioned what was wrong with his right arm. At this point, Rebosa was losing patience. Cabal grumbled, calling them ungrateful creatures. He then asked Rebosa what the next steps should be. Rebosa admitted that he didn't know exactly, but suggested that they start solving their problems little by little and keep moving forward. Cabal grumbled that in that case he would proceed to the prayer time. Rebosa suggested that they put a bandage on his left arm and wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, it was a bright morning, and the carriage had finally arrived in front of the mansion in Ipiet. There was no threat of rain. The weather was clear and sunny. Nani felt relieved and happy to be back home. Ian ran towards them, and Nani greeted her warmly. As usual, Ian threw himself into Nani's arms, crying tears of relief. Riley tried to calm her, reassuring her that they were safe now. He then asked the old man, Ian, to finally let him go. Ian shouted, asking if the prince could imagine how worried he was. He wiped his eyes with his shirt sleeve. A red-haired girl, Nara, looked at him in surprise and asked if he was the mercenary hero, Ian. The third prince told Ian that it was time to stop crying and control himself. Then, he pointed to a girl next to him and introduced her, saying that she had come to talk to Han. Ian asked who the guest was and seemed to recognize Nara. Ian, not believing his eyes, started to speak, but Riley interrupted him, confirming that it was her. Nara approached the great mercenary hero, expressing that it was an honor to meet him. She started to introduce herself, but Ian interrupted her, asking if she was from the Basilisk family. Inside the mansion, on a table, was Nara's father's gunpowder bag, and Ian noted its significance, confirming that Gap, Nara's father, had indeed been murdered by the Black Mage. Ian, saddened, recognized that the Black Wizard had taken many lives, including those of loved ones. He told Nara that Gap had been an excellent mercenary and that she should be proud of her father. Ian praised Nara for her strength, noting how she had endured many hardships alone. Overcome with emotion, Nara began to cry. Ian then turned to Riley and informed him that as soon as the Earl arrived, he would let the prince know that Captain Rock Thunder had come to visit. Riley, confused, asked what he meant by as soon as he arrived, since his father had gone elsewhere. Ian confirmed, yes, exactly. 2 days ago, he received a message from Solia Castle and left immediately. The old man added that it looked like someone was trying to attack Solia's borders. The prince then asked about the whereabouts of his brothers. The old man explained that they stayed to ensure that the house would not be left unattended. Riley then asked if her mother was home. The old man responded affirmatively, adding that she had something important to tell him. Suddenly, Riley turned around sharply. Feeling something wrong, he asked aloud what was going on. His concern increased when he noticed a broken plate on the floor. Riley called out to Nani. Realizing she had dropped her plate, she looked at her shaking hands in shock, unable to control the shaking. Seeing her suffering, Riley ran to the kitchen where Nani was. He held her and watched her entire body tremble. Nani, trying to hide her condition, insisted that she was fine and would clean up immediately. She asked Riley not to worry about her. Riley, however, held her hand firmly and asked how she planned to clean with such shaking hands. Nani couldn't respond and mumbled something to herself. She seemed deeply troubled and apologized profusely. She promised to work even harder from now on, vowing to do her best. She begged him, "Please don't leave me." They found themselves sitting on the floor. Riley called his name, trying to get his attention. He asked if she could hear him and urged her to wake up. He called her name louder, but she didn't respond. Eventually, Nani woke up and opened her eyes slightly. Riley and Endal were by his side. The dragon asked Riley what the maiden's name was. Riley replied, "Her name is Nani." Endal commented that it seemed to be in bad shape and that it would only last until autumn at this rate. Riley added that she constantly insisted she was fine, even when she could barely stand. He expressed confusion about why she couldn't take a break. Endal observed that the world had different types of people, some who bore their pain and burdens until the end. He mentioned that there were people like Nani who he considered foolish for trying so hard. Riley knew he was like this too under Beck's guise, feeling the pressure to save the world and meet everyone's expectations, working tirelessly for the good of others. However, this relentless drive had left him completely exhausted. Endal observed Nani lying next to Riley and commented on the incredible nature of humans, suggesting that their short lives could lead them to such extremes. Riley agreed, remembering Nani's words about finding joy in his work. He knew that she had used a lot of mana on Reinfeld, which had shortened the already limited time she had. Riley turned to Endal, remembering the dragon's offer to teleport them once in exchange for Nani. Endal remembered and asked if Riley was ready to hand her over. Riley was surprised by this assumption and quickly clarified that he was not referring to that. Endal asked what they should do. Riley, turning to Nani, begged Endal to save her. Apples appeared on the big tree outside. From the window, Nani watched the apple, but she also noticed Raleigh sitting next to the tree as usual. She knew the weather was getting colder, and sleeping outside in these conditions could quickly lead to illness. To his surprise, Raleigh was awake, which was unusual. Something had changed. Behind them, tall buildings rose. Nani wondered about the origin of her strange feeling. In reality, she was among huge skyscrapers, completely alien to her world. Cars, an unfamiliar sight to her, moved through the streets. These imposing buildings were wild and overwhelming to her. People crowded the sidewalks, but one figure stood out. Nani wondered if he could really be the gentleman. Raleigh looked incredibly angry, shouting furiously. He screamed, defending himself against something, trying to protect himself with his arms. Despite her precarious condition, Nani immediately left her quarters and ran towards Raleigh, her worry driving her. The pain in her body forced her to stop and groan. Han approached her from behind, placing a hand on her shoulder, and advised Nani to rest for the day. And Ian explained that Zara had mentioned that Nani was unwell. Nani lied, insisting that she was fine and perfectly capable. Turning away from Ian, she insisted everything was fine. Ian, looking at her with concern, asked if she was shaking like a leaf for no reason. It was true. Nani's body could not find peace and was shaking uncontrollably. Trying to hide the visible tremor, she held her stomach. Ian stood in front of her, firmly telling her to go and rest. Nani wanted to protest, but it was useless. His tone and words scared her a little, so she finally gave in. After Nani left, Ian turned to young Raleigh and asked if everything was okay. Riley, rubbing her head, explained that she had just had a nightmare. Meanwhile, Nani had to lean against the wall, feeling unwell again. She coughed up a lot of blood, which ran down her hand as she covered her mouth. Riley, seeing her, asked how she was. Nani was unable to respond. His vision blurred, his eyes slowly closing as everything around him faded. She tried to call out for Riley, but was interrupted by a violent cough. Ian and Riley rushed to her side, calling her name, begging her to stay with them. Soon, Nani was lying on the bed. The second and first children of the family were in the room, looking for something. The second son told his brother he wasn't there. The first remained silent. Suddenly, Nani coughed heavily again, and a bright red blood stain appeared on the white pillowcase. At that moment, the boys turned their attention to Nani. The insolent second son shouted at his brother to stop just looking at her, furious and insulted that a maid was lying on the bed resting. After Lloyd's attack, the first son firmly held his hand, stopping him. They both noticed the blood on the bed and on Nani's arm. The first son firmly said to leave her alone. His brother's authoritative words silenced Lloyd, making him question if he had heard wrong. The older brother remained quiet, then shouted that their father would not have left her in this state. He reminded Lloyd of his father's courage in saving children from fires. Suddenly, the first son slapped Lloyd hard on the cheek, the sound echoing through the room. He sternly advised Lloyd to wake up and look at the blood on the pillow. He said Lloyd wasn't a survivor anyway, so he should leave her and let her die. Lloyd was silent, not knowing how to respond, clearly surprised by his brother's harsh words. Then, they both turned as Indal entered the room, wearing glasses and a doctor's coat. Indal wedged himself between the brothers, completely ignoring them, and declared that it was time to examine Nani. Exclaiming that her condition was dire, he demanded to know what the brothers had been doing all this time, leaving them confused. The first brother even asked who Indal was, but Indal ignored the question. He focused on Nani and stated that her condition contradicted the strength of her character. It suggested that if she recovered, she would become even stronger. Intrigued, he examined her more closely. Frustrated, the older brother shouted at Indal, demanding to know who he was and pointing his long, sharp sword at the dragon's neck. Indal didn't like having a gun pointed at him, but he finally introduced himself. The older brother, displeased, asked if Indal was his name. Indal, not as polite as Nani, reiterated that he was indeed Indal. The first son laughed sarcastically and asked if that was really his name. The red-haired dragon turned to the boy, showing a smile with sharp teeth, and asked what he meant by that. Approaching the aristocrats, Indal explained what he was observing, which sparked their interest. He confirmed that his name was Indal and asked what they wanted to know next. Standing before them, he seemed to glow from the inside out, his eyes wide. One of the brothers asked again who he was and why he was there. Indal smiled widely, adjusted his glasses and said he was a doctor, asking if there was any problem with that. The first son had millions of questions for the stranger, his mind buzzing with curiosity and concern. Lloyd was about to question Indal's seriousness about being a doctor when Raleigh entered the room. Greeting the doctor with a smile, Raleigh said, "I'm glad to see you here." He apologized to his brothers for not introducing them to Indal sooner and explained that he was the doctor he had brought from REINCARNATED. Raleigh hugged Indal and turned to his relatives, explaining that he had forgotten to mention the doctor's arrival because he was worried about his mother's worsening chronic illness. The brothers were momentarily confused, struggling to understand Raleigh's explanation. Raleigh confirmed this, saying that his mother's illness was indeed getting worse, which worried him. Smiling widely, he asked Indal to confirm the story. Indal took a step back and stated that they had indeed forgotten about him. Indal continued, mentioning that he had tried to tell them he was a doctor before. The family's oldest brother raised his hand and acknowledged that Indal was a doctor, but demanded to know why he had been so rude to them. Indal looked at him seriously, then smiled and said that the young man was funny. He called him a brat and advised him to be grateful for being alive after pointing a sword at him. The first son gritted his teeth in anger, struggling to contain his fury. He drew his sword again, this time striking harder, and shouted that Indal was a bastard. The dragon's red eyes fixed on the aristocrat, paralyzing him with fear. The man was shocked, unable to move, feeling an overwhelming tension as if he was being crushed by an invisible force. It was then that Nani intervened, holding her head and shouting for them to stop. Riley immediately ran towards her, asking what was wrong. Nani, sitting on the bed with a look of astonishment, asked the young gentleman where he was and how long he had slept. Riley told her that she had slept until noon. Determined, Nani said it was time to get up as work awaited her, and she didn't want to focus on her health. Nani walked away silently, everyone watching her as she walked away, leaving behind an invisible trail of her life's blood. Someone commented that she couldn't stay there any longer. On a golden afternoon, the sunset bathed the Sword Clan manor. All the maids and servants gathered at the entrance, some crying, others visibly sad. Nani's black hair blew in the wind as bitter tears ran down her face. She was next to Indal, who was silently observing the scene. 2 hours before Nani left, Zara was also crying. She felt terribly guilty for not being able to help Nani enough. Zara hugged Nani tightly, with Ian standing behind them, trying to remain calm despite his sadness. 30 minutes later, Zara and Nani were still hugging each other. After another hour, old Ian joined them, unable to contain his emotions any longer. The three stood together, sharing their pain and the poignant moment of goodbye. Riley couldn't bear to see them cry any longer. He wished they would stop shedding tears. Trying to change the mood, he called out to Zara, reminding her that she had mentioned wanting to give him something. Zara, wiping her nose, watched the two girls with pity. Zara then presented her favorite scarf. The maid handed Nani a damp, but very nice and clean handkerchief. Nani accepted him kindly and promised Zara that she would keep him safe. Then Ian drew his long sword, handed it to Nani and said it was for her too. He reminded her that she was now part of the Ipiet family. Nani was incredibly surprised by this gesture and initially couldn't find the words to respond. Holding the sword and scarf tightly in her hands, she heard the boys promise that they would wait for her return, although Sarah specified that they were waiting not for her, but for Mr. Raleigh. Ian placed his hand on Nani's shoulder, urging her to assure him that she would return. At that moment, the door of the mansion opened and Lady Iris ran in with a blue bow in her hand. Lady Iris called her, asking if Nani was still there, announcing that she also had something for her. Despite knowing the gravity of the situation, Lady Iris hid her sadness behind a radiant smile. The blue bow hung elegantly on her arm. Nani hurriedly put the long and heavy sword under her arm, saying Lady Iris to wait, as his hands were full. Lady Iris turned her back to Nani and started tying the blue bow on Nani's long black hair. Soon, Nani had an elegant and delicate blue bow in her hair. She bowed and thanked first Lady Iris and then to everyone else. Raleigh, sitting silently with his hands behind his head, watched the scene. Sarah approached him and asked if he wanted to give something to Nani. The protagonist approached Nani hesitantly and handed her a red apple, saying that would be enough. He asked her if she was okay, which surprised Nani. Raleigh, sitting beside the tree with his hands behind his head as usual, was there while Nani remained by his side. She cried out to the young master that her best moments had already passed and that she feared she would die soon, asking to stay with him until the end. Riley responded by telling Nani that her illness could be cured. His words had a profound effect on her. She asked him to repeat what he had said, and Riley pointed upward, directing his attention to a red apple that was about to fall. Nani watched her closely as Riley assured her that he could save her. When he handed the apple to Nani, he expressed his hope that she would live to help him pick more apples. The sun shone brightly behind the trees full of green leaves. Endal began to speak, signaling that it was time to leave. Now, he and Nani were walking along the path away from the clan and Pellet. Endal told her that from now on, she was his apprentice. Nani, confused, asked what he meant by apprentice. Endal, smiling widely and revealing his sharp teeth, confirmed her statement and suggested that she try calling him master or mentor. Nani's voice trembled as she said the word mentor, but Endal was delighted. Endal replied exuberantly, "Yes, that's better. It sounds wonderful." The boy laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the word mentor. Unlike him, Nani was not so excited. As she walked, she looked around the property, perhaps for the last time. She had promised herself that she would recover and come back. and she repeated that promise to herself. Later, they passed some lit tents. Inside a tent, a group of important people were in discussion. One of them mentioned that he had managed to secure a temporary truce. A bald man commented that he did not expect Antrian to be the first to attack the borders. Another white-haired man said attacking the borders was only half the problem. The bigger problem, he noted, was the mercenary involved in the attack. The men confirmed that the rumors about the mercenary's extraordinary strength were true. They depicted a burly warrior with a long mustache, watching how many warriors fell into his hands. They added that if it weren't for Stig and Pelita, they would have lost the battle. A man with blonde hair and blue eyes, who seemed to be in command, suddenly stood up and slammed his hands on the table, insisting that they not underestimate the mercenaries. He demanded that everyone present understand this clearly. Then he asked the man with long black hair how things were this time. The man laughed nervously, lowering his head, and replied that the situation was far from ideal. When pressed for details, he explained that it was not possible to reattach Orostan's right arm, which had been severed in battle. The blonde leader was furious and didn't know how to deal with the situation. He ordered the entire Kabbalah team, including himself, to be placed on high alert. He emphasized that the Count's sacrifice should not be in vain. Meanwhile, Count Stein was in his quarters, bedridden and feeling unwell. The girls serving the Rabosa Bishop's church were busy around him. One of them wondered aloud whether they should inform the Shire of the Earl's condition. Another questioned whether an heir had been chosen, and a third lamented the great misfortune. Outside, the sky darkened with black clouds, foreshadowing an impending storm. The property looked grey and gloomy. Inside, Lloyd, the second son, paced the red carpet. He remembered his brother's harsh words, telling her to wake up and accept that she was going to die no matter what. The words, although shocking, remained in his mind. Lloyd couldn't understand why his brother had changed so suddenly. He thought about how his father, brother, and mother always seemed to do the right thing. These thoughts tormented Lloyd. Clutching his head, he screamed to himself, trying to banish the disturbing thoughts. The second son looked out the window, lost in his tumultuous thoughts. In the courtyard, he saw Rolly and old Ian. Suddenly, a voice called everyone, announcing the arrival of the story, but warning of a trap. Excitement gripped the three brothers as they ran to their father's side. They weren't the only ones eager to hear the news. Servants and maids were equally nervous, with Nara following behind them. As she curiously looked at the Earl amongst the crowd, the aura of an individual caught her attention. That person was Orostan, whose presence was marked by a powerful purple aura. His red eyes were fixed on Bishop Rabosa, who was meticulously preparing Orostan in every way possible. Nara looked at her hand, noticing that it had turned purple, and was perplexed by the sight. She wondered what the idiot was doing there, given the clear malice in his yellow eyes. This disturbing presence made her question his intentions and why he was involved in her affairs. The two brothers approached their father, but only Raleigh remained behind, standing in the shadows with a look of concern. The first son, filled with horror and disbelief, demanded to know who had dared to inflict such harm on his father. His anger was so intense that his veins throbbed on his forehead, throbbing with fury. Lloyd, equally shocked, rushed to his father's side, asking in a shaky voice if he was okay. Although the answer was painfully obvious, Raleigh remained speechless, unable to find the words to express his feelings. The Count looked terribly thin, a mere shadow of his former self. However, it was not the focus of his current problem. He hung a poster of Cabal and informed his children that he had encountered a mercenary on the battlefield. This mercenary was known for his extraordinary strength. Repeating himself for emphasis, the father told his sons that the mercenary's name was Cabal, and that he led his own formidable band of warriors. Raleigh listened attentively to his father's story, remembering the events that occurred when they returned from Rhinefield. He remembered Cabal vividly. The man's face was unforgettable. Count Ipieta spoke of Cabal's exceptional abilities. He mentioned that in battle, when Cabal wielded his weapon, a whirlwind seemed to follow each of his blows. Finn faced Cabal head-on, trying to mount a counterattack, but the battlefield was a horrific scene. Covered in blood and littered with the bodies of fallen knights, only Cabal remained strong amid the chaos, an incredibly powerful warrior. Despite his decreasing strength, Finn fought bravely against him, his eyes full of determination. Soon, Cabal's heavy hammer came down on the Count's arm, the weapon stained and dripping with another man's blood. Count Ipieta reported, with great regret, that his arm was broken and his sleeve was soaked with blood. Their father explained that this is how he lost his arm. Raleigh was taken aback by these words, shocked and angered that his beloved father had been hurt. He felt a surge of rage because someone he loved had been hurt. For him, nothing else mattered. He always tried to stay out of other people's affairs, preferring to live his life with as few complications as possible. This incident, however, was different. He made a promise to himself that he would never let any member of his family die. Raleigh never imagined something like this would happen to his father. The Count admitted that his body was no longer what it used to be, and therefore the time had come to make an important decision. He declared that it was time to choose an heir for the Ipieta family. The carriage rolled through a forest filled with orange leaves, with Raleigh lying placidly on the roof of the vehicle. It was a rare moment of relaxation for the protagonist. Previously, the Count gathered his 3 sons in his office and informed them that in order to become the successor, they would need to complete a specific task. He explained that due to attacks by the Antrium gang along the borders, many villages in Solia were suffering. He tasked them with going to these villages to help the people, believing this would be their test. Nara ran towards young Riley, who was still on his way. She shouted that she had something urgent to tell him. As he approached, she asked if he remembered the priest who was with Oristan. He replied yes, noticing the priest's purple energy, similar to that of the scoundrel Cabal. Nara's words sent a shiver down the protagonist's spine, alerting him to a potential threat. He was convinced that there was something strange about this priest. He pondered whether it was the right time to choose an heir. Even as he lay on the roof of the carriage, they were told that the village they were going to had less than 100 inhabitants. The village was called Aliva and was surrounded by a dense, gloomy forest. Ian drove the carriage with an experienced hand and mentioned that there were recent rumors of orcs prowling the settlement. He felt that no one was listening, so he had to direct his question to the young gentleman. Although the young man was not particularly interested in what he said, he responded affirmatively, acknowledging Aliva's mention. Ian, the carriage driver, then asked, just to make sure he was heard, what the name of the town was, and Riley guessed her name was Olive. Ian quickly corrected her, saying that her name was actually Aliva. Riley eventually stood up and laughed, saying there was hardly any difference between the 2 names. Despite his attempt at humor, he felt a little embarrassed in front of old Ian. Ian laughed along with him, and the horses continued down the path. The golden autumn leaves fell softly from the trees, signaling the full arrival of the season. The beauty of autumn had already touched the landscape, and soon Riley's carriage arrived at the village of Aliva. Riley asked Han if that was all, and Han confirmed, saying that it was indeed Aliva. A man with blonde hair with a small cap was standing in front of the carriage. He was a short man, with a trembling voice. He began to ask the newcomers about their purpose, but was interrupted by Ian, who politely introduced them as the Ipiet family. This introduction seemed to please the old man, who was pleasantly surprised to learn that they were of the Ipiet family. He thanked them profusely and introduced himself as Molto, the village chief. When the young man approached him, the old man shook his hand and once again expressed his gratitude for the visit. Riley watched the exchange and suddenly commented, "Is this the place?" He turned to Ian and asked if he didn't find the situation a little oppressive. Indeed, the streets were eerily empty, creating a nightmarish atmosphere. Riley speculated that perhaps some villagers had gotten scared and decided to hide. However, the city seemed disturbingly deserted. Molto's expression grew sadder as he listened to Riley's remarks. He sadly admitted that Riley was right. Molto revealed that 10 people from the town had recently disappeared. Riley intervened, asking the old man to explain further. He said it all started 4 days ago. Initially, only 1 couple disappeared. However, the number of missing people soon included children. The protagonist, deeply concerned, specifically asked about the children. Then, he got out of the carriage, commenting on the seriousness of the situation. He thought that it was evident that he would now have to deal not only with the orcs, but also with the mysterious disappearances of the children. Memories of his past life resurfaced, reminding him of children abandoned in the heart of the city during a time of chaos. At that time, everything was on fire: cars, buses, in ordinary houses. The children, lost and covered in blood, looked like zombies, with their eyes bleeding. The protagonist used his magic on them, and it glowed brightly, healing them. His eyes returned to their normal state, and the blood drained. A little child asked his uncle who he was. The protagonist called the child a fool and told him to look at the sword he was holding. The children were amazed at the sword and asked if their uncle was a warrior. This question, for some reason, greatly irritated the protagonist, who abruptly confirmed that he was indeed a warrior. The children were thrilled with this revelation. A small girl exclaimed that it was true, increasing their excitement. He asked if he had come to kill them. In the background, another child was crying because he missed his mother. The same girl approached her uncle and said that they only had one request. In her eyes, he saw the sincerity and innocence of a child, but she asked him to end their suffering. She begged him to kill them. The children told their uncle that they were in excruciating pain. They begged him to kill them, to end their suffering quickly, to mutilate them, so that they would no longer suffer. They wanted to die without pain and without any more effort. That was their only request. And Raleigh, despite his inner turmoil, did as they asked. Whether he regretted it or not remains unknown, but it was clear that he did not feel comfortable taking the lives of innocent children. Ian called after him, pulling Riley from his dark thoughts. Riley turned around, surprised, and asked what was going on. The old man then asked how he planned to look for the missing children. The protagonist admitted that he still didn't have a plan. Molto decided to intervene, stating that the situation was complex and that they might not find any trace of the disappearance. They probably knew that orcs roaming the forests wouldn't help solve the case. Riley scratched his head, acknowledging that it was a nuisance, but something to consider based on the village chief's words. He noted that children began disappearing 4 days ago, one by one, rather than all at once. This suggested that if the children were still around, they would probably be in the vicinity of the village. He became much more serious and, with a grim expression, contemplated the fate of the villagers. In fact, he speculated that orcs had kidnapped and tormented the children. When told they needed to kill the orcs immediately, Malto was scandalized by Riley's reaction. However, Riley remained determined to act seriously and had already prepared his sword. The old man shouted for the young lord to have mercy on them. Despite this, Riley was resolute and kept his sword ready. The old man even fell to the ground in horror. Riley asked what the old man was doing. Malta, confused, questioned what he meant by that, asking if he hadn't said he would kill all the villagers. Confused, Riley asked what he was talking about. Ian looked critically at his young master, thinking he was foolish, because from the way he had spoken, it was obvious that Malta would get it wrong. Riley decided to ignore the confusion. He stated that he would save the children from the orcs. Ian asked if he was going to be okay, and Riley questioned what he meant. So Ian explained that he had picked up a sword. Riley remembered that he had always said he would start using it one day, so he asked what was going on. Ian acknowledged that it was true, but this situation was very dangerous. The protagonist told him that if that was the case, Ian should be watching his back. The old man laughed and said he would do his best. Malto shouted for them to be careful. Riley and Ian continued at full speed, with Riley telling the old man that he was going to speed up. Shortly afterwards, the young man managed to walk away. Riley deftly jumped to the high branches of a wide tree, but Ian was still at the base, unable to follow. Riley leapt nimbly from branch to branch, confident that he would finish off the orcs before they had time to blink. With determination, the protagonist jumped from a high branch, flying directly towards the orcs. While old Ian shouted warnings about the danger, Riley felt no sense of danger as he quickly eliminated the monsters, cutting off their heads or passing through their bodies with ease. Ian was amazed at the speed and agility of his young master, Riley. He knew that no one else in the family or among his allies moved so quickly. Suddenly, someone telepathically communicated with Ian, urging him to move. When another orc head flew out, Ian was surprised. He wondered if the telepathic message was a vision, but quickly questioned how his master had mastered such an advanced skill. Turning his focus to the battle, he counted the dead orcs. The number had already reached 34. Now, Riley, having defeated the first wave of monsters and lying in a pool of their blood, waited for the next group of orcs. Ian rushed to confirm that the village leader had mentioned that there were around 150 orcs in total. The protagonist pointed out that some creatures were missing, surprising Ian. Ian asked for clarification, insisting there was no way that was possible. Suddenly, a large and fierce orc appeared behind the old mercenary hero, frightening them both. This orc, unlike the others, could speak. He whispered threateningly that these men had killed his companions and shouted that he would avenge them. Meanwhile, the orcs in the settlement shouted that they were under attack and demanded that the gates be opened to allow reinforcements to enter. Ian observed Riley, who had now reached the count of 90 orcs killed. It was clear that the young man was going through a challenging battle. He realized that his sword wouldn't last much longer, and the most important thing now was to find the missing children as quickly as possible. The orcs guarding the entrance to the settlement noticed someone approaching. One of them asked the other how someone could have arrived so quickly. Riley, realizing that there were no children present, decided to look for signs of power in the area. He gathered his energy into a focused burst, reflecting on the situation. He tried to calm down, repeating words of relaxation. As he concentrated, Riley felt that there were 14 children. However, the energy was getting weak, and then he started running towards the aura, wishing he could get there in time. After a while, he arrived next to a tree with golden leaves because of autumn, and noticed that the aura he had felt before became even weaker, and the thought that the children had died crossed his mind, but he soon denied it, saying he didn't believe it. The mounds of clay on the cave walls looked grotesque, and there were also bodies of dead orcs scattered about. He wondered who had killed them. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the depths of the cave, and he wondered if she was human. In another part of the cave, a scared boy asked his sister if they would die there. The girl, determined to be strong, scolded him for saying such things. She reassured him, saying that the adults would come to save them, so he shouldn't worry. Other children were also there, tied with tight ropes. They whispered to each other that orcs were everywhere out there, increasing the sense of danger and urgency. The children's eyes, wide with fear, asked if the orcs would eat them, if they would die there. A blonde boy, covered in mud, looked up and asked Riley who he was. Riley stood erect in front of him and asked if the boy was addressing him. Without waiting for a response, Riley confidently declared that he was the man who had come to save them. The children exploded with excitement. They screamed in unison that he was the one. the man who had come to rescue them, the one who would keep them safe. Raleigh quickly asked if there was anyone else with them. The children shouted together that there was an epidemic. Raleigh, his curiosity piqued, asked what kind of epidemic they were talking about. A girl with bangs happily explained that it was a beggar who had hidden them in the cave and left something at the exit. Raleigh's interest was immediately piqued by the mention of a way out. He began searching all the walls of the cave, with the girl watching him closely. Eventually, he found a note addressed to the man who would come to help the children. The note was an apology from someone who said that, with their limited abilities, they had done everything they could to protect the children. It mentioned that some children had weak immune systems and could have contracted the plague, urging that they be taken to a healer as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the blonde boy complained to his sister that his leg was itchy. The girl, feeling the same discomfort, told him to hold on tight. The boy, feeling terribly uncomfortable, begged for relief. He screamed that he was tied up and couldn't scratch his leg alone. Raleigh watched this and thought of the man who had hidden them. All the children were complaining about itching, but the girl kept telling them to be patient. Raleigh knew he had to get them out of the cave and get them to safety. Finally, he managed to untie all the children and took them out of the cave where they were hiding. With a sigh of relief, he realized that they were all present. Suddenly, Ian appeared from behind, looking scared and shouting for the young master. Raleigh called Ian to come quickly. He told Ian that he had found the children and that they were safe, but mentioned that they were talking about an uncle and asked Ian who that person could be. The children then said that they agreed to be friends with this uncle. They described him as gentle, with long hair down to his navel. Despite their wide smiles, it was clear that they were still shaking with fear. Raleigh asked if there was anything else unusual about this man. One of the boys said yes, that the man wasn't breathing. These words shocked Raleigh, who asked the boy to repeat himself. The boy, with tears in his eyes, said the man was very scary and asked why Raleigh was speaking to him in such a stern tone. Raleigh apologized and gently asked if the boy could tell him more. The boy repeated that the man was not breathing and said he noticed it out of curiosity. The boy remembered standing next to the same white-haired man and asking him why he wasn't breathing. The man then wrote on the wall that if he breathed, everyone would be in danger. Raleigh assumed that those orcs had died because man had somehow taken the air from them. He recalled the rotting remains of the orcs, their skin turning purple, and wondered what could have caused such a thing. Changing scenes, where this uncle was, everyone felt a terrible stench. The uncle was worried about the children's safety. He left a trail behind, hoping it would help them find their way. The only thing he could do was hope they were okay. Someone called him out, calling him left leg. This someone took a decisive step, and it was none other than Cabal. He looked at his uncle in disbelief and said he didn't know he was in Solia. If I had known, I would have trusted Rebosa. The hooded girl next to him asked what he was wearing, apparently having forgotten what he was doing. The man with white hair and red eyes watched them silently. His eyes were tired and devoid of any positive emotion. Cabal shouted at him, telling him to put on a more pleasant expression. Cabal was annoyed that everyone in Antrium was looking for him, checking every neck. Suddenly, a nearby girl hit Cabal on the shoulder with her shield and told him to get out of the way. The uncle began to spread purple air throughout the space. The girl explained to Cabal that if this air trapped him, not even Rebosa could help him. The stranger's actions enraged Cabal, who demanded to know what the idiot was doing. He pointed out that of the 6 body parts, he was a leg, and questioned why he acted like a brute when he was supposed to be his partner. The white-haired man also got angry and told Cabal that he had no interest in his business with prayers or anything else, so he should leave him out of it. Cabal covered his nose with his hand, and the girl used a fan. She said that she disliked him from the beginning, and now raised her gun towards the white-haired boy. Finally, the children were reunited with their parents and relatives. The old man, Molto, expressed immense gratitude to the newcomers for rescuing the children and bringing them back safely. Raleigh advised the old man to take the children to the temple for examination and treatment. Molto agreed, saying they would go to the temple immediately. Molto then waved to the children and shouted that it was time to go. The children obeyed without further questions. They climbed onto the cart like normal children, pushing each other and asking each other to stop. They screamed about who and what started first. Only when the wagon with the children finally left did Raleigh breathe a sigh of relief and tell Ian that they had worked hard today. He said they deserved at least 2 days of rest. After that, Ian turned to his young master, but he didn't immediately say what he had in mind, so Raleigh had to ask what was wrong. Ian explained that he always wanted to ask about the sword. He pointed out that Raleigh had never trained with a sword or even held one before. Ian asked Raleigh how he had learned such a remarkable skill. Raleigh, with a calm demeanor, responded that it came naturally, as if he had visualized the movements in his head and then was able to execute them. His response left the mercenary hero stunned and speechless, imagining the elaborate sword fights that Raleigh must have constructed in his mind. Ian then inquired about the mana. He mentioned that Raleigh had recently sent him a vision. Raleigh, slightly confused, asked Ian about his leadership and what it meant. Ian laughed, which enraged Raleigh, who shouted at the knight, demanding to know what he wanted. Ian confessed that he didn't know what Raleigh was hiding, but he always believed him. Ian's emotions came out, and it was as if roses were blooming around him as he cried. Raleigh was uncomfortable with Ian's behavior, wondering why he was so emotionally involved. Suddenly, a large black bird with yellow eyes flew over Libby's settlement. He had a ribbon tied around his leg, signaling to Raleigh that he was a messenger eagle. Ian extended his arm, and the eagle landed on it. He informed Raleigh that the eagle had been sent by Nara and handed him a note. Nara's message warned that enemies were approaching and that Reinfeld's dark magician had survived. This news alarmed Raleigh, and Ian asked what it meant. Raleigh remembered Bishop Rebosa's face and how suspicious this situation seemed, especially regarding Rebosa. Raleigh had recently asked Nara to investigate Rebosa, and now he received this troubling note. The Black Mage's survival did not please Raleigh. Ian, feeling ignored, asked again about what had happened at Reinfeld. Raleigh still didn't respond, making Ian wonder if his master was hiding something from him again. Raleigh turned and asked Ian what he was talking about. Ian insisted that the young master knew exactly what he meant, and Raleigh remained silent. Ian, becoming frustrated, ran up to Raleigh and began shaking him by the shoulders, calling his name repeatedly. Raleigh screamed that his head was going to fall off. Raleigh tried to reassure Ian that it was nothing serious, but his efforts were futile. Ian, now red with anger, demanded to know the truth, saying he wanted to hear it no matter what. An hour later, Raleigh finally explained what had happened at Reinfeld, stating that whether Ian believed it or not, he had told him everything he needed to know, and Ian replied seriously that he believed him. Raleigh was a little surprised by this, but recognized that it was a good thing. Then Ian grabbed Raleigh by the shoulder and insisted he had to make a decision. Raleigh, still confused, asked what else Ian wanted. Ian then questioned what they should do to get back to the center of Solia, explaining that if the note was accurate, they needed to leave immediately. Raleigh smiled and reminded Ian that his father hadn't yet decided who the heir would be. He asked if Ian thought they could leave so suddenly when the family's fate was still undecided. Ian, absorbing the gravity of the situation, said that they would find the black-caped villain immediately and kill him. He asked if there was anything more important than that mission. Raleigh nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they needed to go. They headed towards the carriage that had brought them to the village of Alava. Ian had been eagerly waiting for a long time, hoping that Raleigh would become the official heir of the Ipieta family. But now, without hesitation, Raleigh had given up the most coveted position and was heading off in a different direction. Ian wasn't sure if there was a cause more important than becoming the heir. But this mission gave him strength at that moment. Stopping a black magician who killed and abused people was much more critical for him. In other words, human life always came first. Raleigh fell deeper into his thoughts. He realized that although he was hurting his family by leaving, he valued the precious time he had spent with them and missed it dearly. The room was dimly lit, with beautiful lamps hanging from the wooden ceiling, although they provided little illumination. Orcs, elves, and other creatures were sitting around a large round wooden table. They were reminiscing, asking each other how long it had been since their last meeting, which had been 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, someone commented on how time flies. The green orc asked where Endal was. The elf girl replied that he had not arrived yet. She mentioned that Endal had said he needed to find an apprentice and that they should wait. Someone asked who the apprentice was. Fish girl explained that humans called people who were learning something apprentices. The orc laughed at Endal's peculiar behavior. At that moment, the red-haired Endal burst into the room, shouting at the orc that he was a weird insect. Nani followed him, complaining of not being used to Rainfield's humid air. He walked over to the table, where there were 2 empty seats. Endal asked what the seats were for, surprised to see them all there. Someone replied that there was still one person missing. Endal, slightly surprised, asked why this person was not present. Elf girl explained that she was unable to contact him, and Leo was also absent. The girl then asked about the stranger who had come with Endal. Nani asked if it was about her, asking for her name. Endal referred to her as the apprentice, and the girl confirmed it. The orc laughed and said he would like to see a fight between his guard and the girl. The tree asked him to stop, pointing out that she could barely walk normally and was completely weak. Endal retorted, telling the tree not to underestimate her, stating that his guards wouldn't even be able to touch her little finger. The green orc laughed and accused Endal of having learned to lie in the last 1,000 years. Endal laughed back and asked if she thought that was a lie. He then announced, "She can easily face 5 high elves." This statement alarmed one of the girls, and the elf told them to stop fighting, saying that Endal had brought them together for another reason. She explained that the reason for the meeting was that she had felt a strange energy in that place. Another girl asked about the nature of this strange energy. The tree-like figure asked why she was causing a disturbance, wanting to know what the problem was. The elf clarified that this had happened a few days ago. The girl repeated her question, asking why there was such a commotion. The elf reiterated that this had happened a few days ago. The tree-like figure questioned why the strange energy had been felt in that place, describing it as an unpleasant sensation. She described people in the library with blood pouring from their eyes, affected by a dark energy. Another girl suggested that Ed was something similar to Mana, but it wasn't exactly the same thing. When Rebosa placed his hand over the blackened remains, he looked at them with contempt. Someone asked if there was more to the story. No, she replied. The elf compared the energy to Mana, but noted that it was much darker and negative. She revealed that only 3 individuals possessed this energy, all located in Rainfield. A large candle burned in front of the girl as she continued, saying that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes using her spiritual powers, she wouldn't have believed it either. Indal sat down, with Nani by his side. The tree-like man asked the elf if that was the only reason for the meeting. The orc supported his question, asking if it was something significant. He commented that there was nothing wrong with 3 people wandering around. The girl responded that she believed they were threatening the balance, which surprised and worried Fish Girl. She asked what the elf meant by that. The elf explained that these individuals interfered in matters of life and death, deciding people's destinies. This statement alarmed not only the orc, but also Fish Girl. She slammed her hand on the table, shouting that idiots were acting rashly. This scared Nani, so the girl clarified that with her spiritual powers, she had seen the past and witnessed the events. She asked Nani to tell her what happened that day. Nani, drenched in cold sweat, began her story. She vividly remembered the rainy day, with a flashlight lighting her way. She described meeting a black mage, the one with the black cape and purple mana. Nani stretched out her hand, and the black magic began to waver. Nani explained that the wizard possessed the same dark purple mana as Ella, using it to animate corpses and control them like puppets. The tree-like man sighed and commented that this was a skill, not something unusual. He mentioned that his dragon could also perform such feats with ease. The elf acknowledged this, but pointed out that the issue at hand was the human soul. At this point, Fish Girl intervened, her eyes wide with horror. She asked if they were implying that the wizard not only controlled bodies, but could completely resurrect a person. Seeing her despair, everyone advised her to remain calm and listen until the end. Nani resumed her story, mentioning that Mr. Rolly managed to kill the black wizard, causing all the animated bodies to disappear. After sharing this, the elf turned the conversation to Nani's eye, stating that she was said to have the power to locate a person. Nani confirmed this, prompting the elf to ask what would happen to the dead if she found him. The girl then suggested rephrasing the question. She asked where the black mage was now. Nani's silver eye widened, revealing a deep purple layer surrounding the tall man. Nani held her injured eye, perplexed by what was happening. Unable to fully comprehend the situation, it seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Ian was beside the horses, and Raleigh suggested they eat first. Ian, worried about the urgency, said he thought it was better to hurry, given the situation. He asked if the current mission wasn't more important than food. Raleigh agreed, but pointed out that they needed to be well prepared for the journey, which included being well fed, so they headed down the road, past the market. As they walked, Raleigh mentioned that he was now officially competing for the title of heir, which meant he needed to act with caution and discretion. Some people were sitting at tables while others examined the merchandise. Raleigh, however, focused on walking through the market. Suddenly, he noticed a bank with masks, which took him by surprise. He remembered Nani putting on a mask and smiling genuinely when she looked in the mirror. Raleigh did not understand why this memory resurfaced so suddenly. Han looked directly at Raleigh's face and asked if he was sick because his face was flushed. Raleigh, irritated, shouted that he was fine. He then took 2 similar masks and asked the seller to sell them. The salesman, with a big smile, exclaimed that Raleigh had made a great choice. Raleigh simply replied that the masks would be useful and threw a black mask with a feather to Ian. Ian accepted the mask. When Raleigh was about to leave, Ian called him, telling him to wait. The protagonist, as usual, asked what else there could be. Ian pointed with a white-gloved finger somewhere, and Raleigh turned away, feeling disappointed. They saw a group of people wearing cloaks, which greatly surprised Raleigh. He paid particular attention to the first one, a boy with white hair and glasses who asked if he was Furter. Han confirmed that it was him and noted how anxious he looked. Raleigh asked Ian if they were going to the lower part of Solia. Ian replied that, judging by the direction they were going, it seemed so. Raleigh suggested they watch what was going on, and Ian agreed. The blue-cloaked individuals announced that they were from the Wizard's Tower and asked the inhabitants to disperse. The inhabitants retreated in different directions, surprised by the request, but obeyed. Raleigh and Ian watched from a corner as the group headed towards a dark, descending staircase, where a shadowy energy swirled ominously. The stairs were intimidating and shrouded in darkness. The boys asked what was down there, wondering if it was a beast emitting dark energy. Furter quickly ordered his men out of the area. Following his order, all the boys lined up and shouted warnings to the people, urging them to leave immediately. They repeatedly emphasized the danger, making it clear that the situation was very dangerous. Someone grabbed a stone slab, leaving a pool of blood on it. Although it was a human hand, the person grunted like a beast. It was a bald man, with bloody eyes and mouth, who ran upstairs screaming, leaving a trail of blood behind him. People prayed to God and wondered in horror what that creature was. The scene was truly terrifying. Ferda used her magic, making countless plants and vines sprout around her. He shouted for everyone to move away, desperately urging residents to retreat. Ferda directed her vines towards the strange man, wrapping him tightly. As he did so, he wondered if the man was still human and why he had turned like this. Suddenly, more people appeared from below, all looking like the first man. The other wizards shouted to Mr. Ferda, warning him that even more were coming. Ian, drenched in sweat, was horrified by the sight. However, Rolly was more interested in the moving bodies and suggested they find Nara first. Ferda struggled to maintain her line, blocking the hallway and entangling the stairs with her vines. The eyes of the dead now glowed red, and their bodies seemed to disappear, leaving only silhouettes. Meanwhile, Bishop Rebosa met with the wizard that Riley had defeated earlier. Behind the bearded wizard was the spirit of Reinfeld's wizard. The spirit expressed his satisfaction with his new body. Now that he was in the body of a wizard, Rebosa insulted him, calling him deaf, and warned him not to lose any more limbs. The man accepted, noting that he could not die again and that it would be ungrateful to fail. The left-hand spirit, standing next to a trembling old man, told him to calm down, promising revenge with a wide smile. Bishop Rebosa pointed his hand at the pile of human bodies and invoked his power. People agonized in fire, magic and dirt, screaming loudly. Ferda's group of mages arrived at the same pile of bodies where Bishop Rebosa and the Black Mage had been. The stench was unbearable. One of the boys asked what had happened there, but despite his curiosity, no one was able to answer. Suddenly, someone shouted, calling the honorables and asking for permission. Ferda and her companions were surprised to see Bishop Rebosa and the Black Mage standing there with a menacing appearance. The boys were terrified and asked how the two had survived and what it all meant. Rebosa ordered the wizard to deal with the intruders, who seemed ready to fight. The group of mages found themselves surrounded by undead on all sides. Despite the imminent threat from the Black Mage and Rebosa, Ferda realized that the only option was to flee. They screamed that they needed to evacuate immediately as an army of corpses approached. Ferda decided that they needed to seek help from the Wizard's Tower and Solia Castle. Someone disagreed, saying this wouldn't work, and suddenly, a large black tentacle appeared in the sky, radiating purple energy. They realized they were not alone. The powerful and strong tentacles grabbed the blue-cloaked men by the legs and lifted them into the air. It was incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to break free. The Black Magician declared that it was time for lunch. Ferda charged forward and activated her magic, beginning to fight back. It seemed like a hopeless situation, but then everything burst into flames, surprising the Black Mage. Under the influence of Ferda's fire magic, the tentacles began to release the mages and retreat. The Black Mage was furious and called Ferda a troublesome ingrate. Rebosa commented that, normally, lunches didn't talk so much. Meanwhile, in a beautiful room, a dark stone sculpture stood out. The statue depicted a figure in a beautiful white dress, with a mask and a crown. A girl prayed to the goddess Idnessa, asking for guidance on how to deal with Rebosa and expressing her feelings of helplessness. She mentioned that even the dragon said she couldn't handle it alone. Finally, the goddess Idnessa responded to her daughter, which greatly pleased and comforted the girl, who was radiant upon hearing the goddess's voice. As if the statue had come to life, it seemed like everything had a purpose. The goddess told her that if she was lost and wandering, it would be worth finding the black butterfly. Idnessa said that the black butterfly child would help her find her way. Changing scenes, they asked Ian if he was okay. He said it didn't look good, but Ian remained silent. It was Nara who asked the most. Now that he is together with Ian and Riley, Nara asked if they had ever seen an invasion of corpses before. Riley responded that it was similar to what had happened in Reinfeld. He explained that these corpses had no mana. They moved on their own. Ian agreed, saying that Riley was right. While eating a sausage, Riley asked what was going on with Rebosa and what he had discovered. Nara reported that Rebosa did his temple work in the morning, traveled to Lower Solia, and returned in the late afternoon. Riley asked if Rebosa had been on Solia's bottom. Nara confirmed, saying yes. Ian remained silent, and Riley continued talking. Riley expressed his belief that there was some connection between Rebosa and the corpses. Finally, Ian decided to speak. He turned to Riley and said he had something to share. Riley asked him to explain further, and Ian explained that what they saw were not just dead bodies, but their eyes. Describing those black, empty eyes, the protagonist asked when this occurred. Ian began sharing more details, revealing that the incident happened 26 years ago, and that he still regrets it. At that time, Ian was young and full of vigor, One day, as a mercenary, he traveled to a village where a certain witch lived, a girl despised by society, with questionable purple energy emanating from her home. She, just like the corpses in Solia's lower half, had completely black eyes, and he thought that was why people called her a witch. But when he met her, he realized that they were just absurd rumors. During their encounters, young Ian discovered that he was skilled with a sword, which somewhat surprised Riley. Ian confirmed that the black-eyed girl taught him how to fight and became his mentor after he defeated her. When he asked her about her eyes, why they had darkened, Riley wanted to know what she had told him. Ian revealed that she said she received a blessing. This revelation surprised Ian at the time and has now sparked the protagonist's interest. The servant remembered that the girl had expressed that she did not want any blessing, that she did not need those eyes, and then she looked very sad. Ian remembered this clearly, and she had said that her power came from another world. These last words deeply shocked Raleigh. Ian, noticing Raleigh's condition, asked what was wrong with him. Suddenly, something surprised both Naru and Ian. The wizard tower was now literally split in two, raising a cloud of dust. Nara was in shock, screaming that it was true, that she had just passed out. Riley asked what she meant by fainting. Ian was next to the window, looking out. Riley remembered further and wondered where that wizard was sleeping when the wizard tower fell. Ian mentioned that the biggest problem was where the tower had fallen. Riley asked where she had fallen. Ian responded with a trembling voice that had fallen upon the temple. He expressed his concern, saying that if he was not mistaken, the saint was praying there at that time. The protagonist put on a dark blue mask and asked what they should do. Riley said to go to the temple immediately. He looked terribly determined and shouted for everyone to hurry. Smoke and dust rose from the fallen tower. Many exhausted people, with torn clothes and undead, wandered the roads. The guards directed the common people, shouting at them to run in a specific direction where there was refuge. People ran as fast as they could, screaming and covering their heads from the falling rocks. A terrified girl saw a dead man approaching her slowly but inexorably. She begged for someone to save her. The masked Ian quickly threw a knife into the air and used his sword to lift the slab that had crushed the girl, freeing her. He asked if she was okay and told her to leave quickly. The girl thanked him but mentioned a baby. Realizing that the boy had also been crushed by the rock, Ian reassured her that he would take care of him. Suddenly, the girl pointed something at her savior's back and screamed. The sword cut through the air again. There seemed to be a girl under a dark hood. She had purple hair, and Ian placed his sword against her neck. The girl revealed her face. She was a saint of the temple. She asked the girl if she could remove the object from her. Ian, surprised to see a saint there, asked if she was okay. The saint, frustrated, asked Ian to remain quiet. She apologized, explaining that she didn't know who they were, but suggested they exchange vows later. Using divine magic, she lifted the block from the boy's feet. The saint then picked up the boy and asked if he could run. When she realized he could, she instructed him to run to the shelter. The boy happily thanked the stranger before he and his mother left. The saint turned to the masked trio Nara, Riley, and Han and said that she would first like to know who they were. And Ian spoke first, apologizing, but said he couldn't reveal their identities. The saint accepted this, recognizing that their actions in helping people were enough. Suddenly, dead men began flying towards the trio above. Raleigh easily took them on, destroying each one. He just exhaled as he did this. Inara, without wasting any time, also pierced a dead man with precision. The saint shouted that they shouldn't just kill the corpses. She activated her magic, making her hand glow with golden light. As the magic enveloped the corpses, they began to grunt loudly, their mouths opening simultaneously. One of the corpses coughed and grunted, its body shaking violently. Ian fought another dead man, trying to use the point of the sword instead of the sharp edge, struggling with the challenge of not killing them. The mages, now defeated, continued to summon fireballs and ice arrows, but a black liquid dripped from their eyes. Raleigh was dissatisfied that the dead were also using magic. Ian shouted to Raleigh that he'd better get out of there. Then, the black mage and Bishop Rebosa appeared. They mocked the group, saying that no one had allowed them to leave yet. The saint was deeply moved, but found herself speechless. She remembered how the wizard had been impaled, and as she lay there, devoid of strength or feelings, Riley was also shocked to see Astro. Riley called him a son of a bitch and demanded to know how he had survived, asking Rebosa if it was his doing. Rebosa smiled widely and told Uriel, the black magician, that it was time to use magic. Uriel, raging in Astro's body, called all the ungrateful creatures from behind. Using dark magic, Uriel squeezed Ferda, who screamed in pain. Uriel then threw Ferda to the ground. The saint ran to the boy and asked the trembling Ferda how he was. The wizard, barely holding himself up by his elbows, told her with his last strength that he was not Astroi, that there was another person in his body. Raleigh vividly remembered seeing Uriel standing on the cliff with his hands raised. At that moment, Raleigh recognized the terrifying energy, which surprised him. He wondered what the idiot was doing in Astroi's body. As he thought about this, the saint was horrified and asked Rebosa why he was with them. The The scene was horrible. Bishop Rebosa looked like he had been skinned. He told the saint that it was not something she needed to know. He always wore makeup on his face, and without it, he looked disgusting. He shouted that everyone would die right then and there. Raleigh, seething with rage and confidence, removed his mask, declaring that Rebosa had finally shown his true face. He approached his opponents with sword in hand, ready for combat. One of Asteroid's magical hands was shaking violently, as the body had not yet adjusted to its new owner, and muscle memory persisted. Uriel commented that the body's reaction indicated that Asteroid was killed by him. With a wide smile, Raleigh scratched his neck and confirmed the wizard's words, adding that he had indeed broken up with Asteroid. Uriel, enraged, asked if Raleigh had already forgotten. These words enraged Uriel, who screamed in disbelief. He remembered the battle well, and it was unforgettable. Now, in Asteroid's body, Uriel called the protagonist an ungrateful bastard, her eyes red with anger and hatred. Bishop Rebosa was also surprised to see the Lord there, not expecting to meet Raleigh. Even Furta was surprised, wondering if it was the Ipid family. Rebosa laughed, confirming that it was himself, the Lord, and although he had guessed, he was still surprised. Ian also removed his mask, and he and Sandy listened intently to the bishop. The bishop commented that Raleigh was nicknamed the lazy swordsman because he seemed incapable of doing anything. But in truth, he was an exceptional swordsman. Rebosa smiled mischievously and added that unfortunately, the Lord had discovered his true identity, so he would have to kill him. Raleigh, unfazed, declared that he did not care. He wouldn't kill them, but he would thwart their plan to open the underworld, as that shouldn't happen. This revelation scared and tensed the Black Mage and Bishop Rebosa, who looked questioningly at the swordsman. Seeing their expressions, Raleigh was satisfied that he had guessed their intention. They were indeed planning something nefarious, so Uriah pointed accusingly at Raleigh, calling him scum and asking how he knew. Raleigh replied that it didn't matter, suggesting that if they left now it would be better. But before he could finish, he and his team were attacked by large, thick tentacles that entangled the men. Rebosa smiled widely and happily, asking if Raleigh thought he could protect everyone. Raleigh realized that he had been too careless and was now far from enjoying himself. He was about to retreat when a tentacle wrapped around his leg, and Uriel asked where he was going. Furta got up, rekindled her flame, and shouted for everyone to run and save themselves. Zane was genuinely surprised by the turn of events. She turned around, realizing that she no longer had the necessary strength, which frustrated her immensely. The fire spun to attack, and Ian shouted for the Saint to dodge the attacks. Protecting the Saint was one of his main objectives. Despite this, the Saint did not move. She just watched the scene with wide yellow eyes, her thoughts running wild. In her mind, she turned to the goddess Inosa, bitter, burning tears welling in her eyes. Wondering if these were the burdens she must bear, she remembered how the goddess had called her followers, urging them to follow the black butterfly. As she remembered, the tentacles began to slowly dissolve, destroyed by the flames. Everything around them was burning, with sparks of fire and trails of purple energy rising into the air. One girl exclaimed, "Thank God I wasn't too late." The Saint recognized the voice and finally opened her eyes to see Nani. She smiled widely and calmly at the Saint, now looking much better than before. Santa Frisia didn't expect to see Nani there. Nani apologized to her master, explaining that her training had taken longer than expected. Riley was surprised to see Nani and wanted to say something but was speechless. Rebosa asked who the other girl was, and Uriel, horrified, asked if she was using the spatial inversion technique. The bishop asked about it, and Uriel explained that it was a magical technique that allowed the creation of a barrier, mastered only by magicians of the Seventh Circle. Furta also recognized the spatial reversal and was amazed, knowing that she had reached the Sixth Circle only last spring. He couldn't believe that Nani had already advanced to the Seventh Circle. Furta approached Nani and asked what had happened. Nani, breathing heavily, said that it had been a long time since he had seen Professor Furta. He expressed a desire to talk more, but mentioned he had more pressing matters and apologized. Turning to Raleigh, he asked if the gentleman could briefly update him on the situation. Raleigh replied that the enemies were attacking, and Nani asked how they should proceed. Raleigh instructed him to suppress the zombies but not kill them, and deal with the other enemies as he saw fit. Nani threw herself into battle, holding an apple as a gift in one hand and her magic swirling in the other. Determined to deal with the threat quickly so they could return the apple to its owner, the zombies rushed to attack. They roared fiercely, looking extremely terrifying. Nani, now fully confident in her powers and herself, wielded her sword. She turned towards the monsters, killing them at her own pace, cutting through the air with her cold, magical weapons. As the girl's magic burned the zombies, they screamed and growled in agony. The pain was unbearable for them. Nani sat near Santa Frisia, watching everything closely, ready to attack and defend himself if necessary. The Saint, perplexed, asked what was happening. All of Vism's mages wielded both ice and fire magic, fighting desperately, not for themselves, but for the safety of others. The Saint shouted to Nani that the dead were using magic, Nani turned and extended her arm, releasing her own magic upon them. The mages, whose magic had begun to weaken, now grunted and coughed as Nani's powerful magic attacked them with a red-hot pillar. Nani's sword flew out from within the pillar and landed right in front of old Ian's face. Nani, turning to Ian, told him that the sword he had borrowed was very good, and Ian smiled excitedly, feeling happy that it was really Nani. And the black magician, visibly irritated, demanded to know how Nani dared to defy them. Bishop Rebosa felt that something had changed. The girl's magic was now directly behind her main opponents, surprising both Rebosa and Uriel, who had not realized she was there. Magic enveloped them, and Rebosa activated his own water and divine magic. He was both irritated and annoyed, wondering if this aristocrat would ever stop interfering. Meanwhile, Riley, mumbling lazily with his mouth open, watched the chaos unfold. Then, the bishop shouted for Uriel to take care of the girl first. Uriel, using fire magic, summoned a column of fire, confident that it would stop her. However, to the black magician's surprise, Nani was still standing and was not dazed. His face and body were protected by a protective cloak. Uriel was horrified, realizing that it was a fireproof cloak, which made her immune to fire. He found this impossible. Almost immediately, Nani got up and attacked the villains again. His magic swirled in a whirlwind, creating a formidable threat to the bishop and wizard. Uriel screamed in frustration, calling her a fool. He realized that if things continued like this, they would be at a disadvantage. Rebosa turned to Uriel and ordered him to wear something special. Uriel was surprised by the order, questioning whether it was worth opening a base now. Rebosa didn't respond, but ordered him to hold on for 30 seconds. Following his words, Uriel summoned something terrifying. A beast with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth began to form in the space around them. Behind Bishop Rebosa, a field of purple magic appeared, seemingly drawing out something or someone. Raleigh, who was silent, watched the sinister bishop tensely and intently. Moments later, he shouted at Nani, urging her to act quickly and end the fight. Nani, completely loyal to her master and savior, obeyed Raleigh without hesitation. She gathered her strength and prepared to do whatever was necessary to defeat her enemies. The magic swirling around him intensified, signaling a final, decisive move against the forces of darkness. Nani's magic flew towards the Black Mage and Bishop Uriel. Although Uriel managed to dodge it, he struggled mightily against the overwhelming power of Nani's energy. He called Rebosa, asking what was happening, and warned that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Rebosa looked down, his expression neutral, neither sneaky nor sad. She praised Avarian, saying that he had done a good job and that now everything was ready. A familiar, psychoneuronal smile appeared on the old bishop's face. He extended his filthy hand forward and ordered someone to stand before him. Everything around began to collapse. Debris flew across the road, the ground shook, and the buildings could no longer provide shelter. Frisia screamed that something was wrong with the land, while Han was more worried about his young master, shouting at him to be careful. Riley also wondered what was going on, and Nani shouted at him to come back quickly. Rebosa's face stretched into a wide, sinister smile as she commented that it was getting late. From the ground emerged a massive, incomprehensible beast with red eyes, emitting a terrifyingly strong black energy, similar to that of a bat, capable of destroying everything in its path. The monster roared loudly, and no citizen who saw it could remain silent. The creature was enormous beyond compare and looked directly at Nani and Raleigh. They were both terrified. Nani wanted to say something to her lord, but she couldn't find the words. Raleigh assumed it was a dragon, but this realization brought no comfort. Uriel wiped the sweat from her face and, satisfied, told Rebosa that it was almost ready, wondering if it could have been done more quickly. Riley, despite his fear, realized that the dragon was not perfect. He was both amazed and terrified by the fact that these subhumans could summon a creature like a dragon. Uriel was on the beast's back, laughing with her arms open, proclaiming that this was the evil curse. The black mage was clearly pleased with himself and the summoned dragon, boasting about its immense size, which completely satisfied him. Rebosa, irritated by Uriel's delay, shouted at him to stop wasting his time and get straight to the point. The protagonist understood what was happening, but still struggled to believe it. Uriel began her speech by declaring that punishment would fall on the ungrateful. Suddenly, something started to happen to the dragon. The dragon was trapped by the magical tentacles of a powerful black magician, who was squeezing him tightly. The dragon trembled all over, its red eyes losing their shine. Uriel was also trapped by the tentacles. Then, the dragon's eyes changed color, becoming a menacing purple, as frightening as the old red eyes. Uriel, in Astroy's body, taunted that he should pay his debt in full, although he was not serious. Finally, the dragon's eyes glowed once more, and steam began to emanate from its body. The tentacles released their grip, freeing the dragon, who now looked even more powerful and determined, like an experienced warrior. It was then that Raleigh realized it wasn't just a dragon, it was an undead dragon. Nani also pondered how a creature similar to his mentor could have come so far without being able to understand. This realization saddened her deeply. The dragon opened its enormous jaws, revealing sharp white teeth as menacing as Endow's. A force spread through the city streets. Rubble from the magic tower and other destroyed buildings flew across the lower part of Solia. Riley noticed that the dragon was sucking in air. It was difficult for the protagonist to remain standing. With only a sword, a cold weapon anchored to the ground, Riley muttered to himself that this couldn't be happening. The black mage extended his magic-infused hand. With a laugh, declared that they would kill them all at once. Nani looked at the dragon in horror, remembering something important. When she remembered what it was, she refused to believe it. As her young master, she remembered Endow's warning that no matter what happened, they had to avoid the dragon's breath. Nani asked her mentor why this could not be stopped. Endow explained that only another dragon's breath could counteract him. He was serious when he said that if she couldn't dodge, she would certainly die. Nani was amazed that they, who had barely withstood the Seventh Circle Mage's attack, now faced dragon's breath. She thought it couldn't be real, but it was clear that Endow was in trouble. Asteroid's white beard was stained with blood, but that didn't stop his evil laugh. Blood also flowed from his eyes. The dragon continued to inhale more air and souls. Nani looked into the beast's eyes, more surprised than ever. She realized this was the end. She couldn't stop him. She looked into the black hole of lost souls and found herself unable to move. Suddenly, a familiar voice asked her why she was shaking. It was young Mr. Raleigh, standing in front of her, calm and confident, seemingly fearless. This surprised her a lot. She asked what was going on. He reassured her, asking if she remembered what he had told her. He reminded her of a time when she sat on the cold floor, wearing rags, and he reached out to her for the first time, smiling awkwardly and scratching his neck in embarrassment, promising to help her. Nani remembered everything as if it were yesterday. She wanted to defend her savior, shouting that he needed to get away, but Raleigh, more cunningly, calmly replied that it was too late. Endow, as usual, was more than a little irritated and arrogant, shouting insults and calling the situation, killing two birds with one stone, while Rebosa seemed more complacent than the black mage. Riley gave a loving hug to Nani, who was stunned. Without breaking the hug, he turned to her. As she looked up, she saw Riley smiling at her, telling her not to forget to give him that apple in the next life. Right after these words, an explosion of incredible proportions erupted. The explosion was decorated with various colors and shades of purple, and the only things visible were the black silhouettes of Riley and Nani. Nani, with her eyes closed, thought it was her fault. Meanwhile, she was in unbearable pain and began mentally apologizing to Miss Iris, Mr. Ian, and Miss Zera, the head maid. Uriel, with open arms, laughed and shouted at the ingrates who were now finished. Suddenly, their screams were interrupted by flying lights, like comets or rain. Rebosa silently turned to Uriah, confused by what she was seeing, and then asked the black mage, who was already furious, and shouted at the bishop, asking how he knew. In the dark sky, the red figure of a mighty dragon appeared, its spine and neck outlined against the night. He had large and powerful wings of the same red color. This huge dragon, which was not undead, hovered over Solia's lower half. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and a ball of fire formed inside it. As the dragon began to expire, the deadly flames headed straight for the villains, meeting the purple pillar of flames of the black mage or his undead dragon. Purple and yellow sparks floated in the air, falling continuously, creating a mesmerizing yet deadly spectacle. Riley was still standing with Nani, and everything around them was enveloped in red dragon fire. Nani clung to her master, her eyes closed tightly, terrified. Raleigh carefully called Nani, and when she finally responded, he told her to open her eyes. Raleigh was surprised and relieved to see that she had no burn marks. He held Nani close, protecting her from the flames. Finally, she was free, and Nani looked very happy, thanking God that they were safe. She smiled sincerely at her savior, who looked at her with some confusion. Suddenly, someone from behind asked what they were doing. They turned around with an extremely surprised expression. It was a red dragon. He addressed Nani, reminding her that he had been clear when he told her not to give up. Nani realized that this was her mentor and was overjoyed to see him there. Meanwhile, old Bishop Rebosa was literally shaking with fear, unable to understand where the dragon had come from. Something had crossed his mind, but he refused to believe it. He remembered St. Frisia's words about the appearance of a dragon in Solia, which now made him incredibly angry. Uriah shouted at him, demanding to know why the bishop was just standing there, yelling at him to do something. Uriah was also terrified. Suddenly, Endow landed very close to Rebosa. The bishop was petrified with fear, feeling as if his body had turned to stone. Cold sweat ran down his face, and his hands shook. He thought he could barely move his arm. When he tried and his arm actually moved, Rebosa was shocked. He didn't know what to do, but a spark of hope flickered in him. He focused his gaze on his new opponent, though none of his gazes could compare to Endow's large, piercing red eyes. The dragon ordered the bishop to stand and be afraid. Rebosa was already doing it, trembling with fear. Indal then turned away, promising to deal with them later. The black mage Uriel wanted to run at Rebosa, but he stopped him, shouting at him to stay still. Rebosa explained to the black magician that the best course of action at the moment was to do nothing. Riley and Nani passed Rebosa and Uriel. Riley commented that, as a priest, Rebosa should know everything. A supposed portal in the sky where a dead dragon's head appeared still hovered, and the protagonist asked Indal what to do about it. Indal, somewhat perplexed, asked back, "Like what?" He stated that he did not know this dragon. Then, Indal used his powerful flame again. It opened its mouth, releasing a large bright flame from its mouth, and the fire seemed to swirl around the undead dragon's body. And again, the city was enveloped in a thick layer of smoke and flames. Indal, with his great claws, finished off the undead dragon with a final blow. Indal's blow was so strong that it was deafening to those watching, so much so that Nain and Raleigh had to cover their ears, with Raleigh shouting to Indal that was enough. After swinging his tail to get that filthy mana out of his body, Indal then asked if it was his turn, which scared the bishop even more. Raleigh closed his fingers and stretched a little, stepping forward with the mighty Indal walking behind him. The boy's eyes burned with intensity, almost as if he were a dragon. Rebosa began to shake again, now cursing loudly in her panic. Uriel, reluctant to back down, began shouting about what an ungrateful cheat they all were when something cut him off. Blood gushed from the wizard's body as Uriel crouched in shock, realizing that Raleigh had hit him. Uriel looked at Raleigh perplexed and told him to stop dwelling on the past. Raleigh, wielding his cool, agile weapon, said there was more to be done. He then cut Astroy, the black mage's body, in half. Uriel, still inhabiting Astroy's body, was horrified. Raleigh declared this was something Uriel had to pay for. As Uriel's body split into two, the wizard fell to the ground, already begging for something. Raleigh, uninterested in hearing his pleas, reached out and assured him that he would not let him die so easily. A golden magical field formed around Uriel. Raleigh said that's what he should have expected. Rebosa had completely lost his mind. Watching the scene unfold, he began to laugh slowly, a chilling sound that grew louder. Riley turned his attention to him and asked why he hesitated, warning him that he was headed down the same destructive path. The bishop's laughter turned furious, causing him to crouch, and he sarcastically asked Riley if he really thought he could stop them with that. Riley knew that Rebosa should not be underestimated, so the bishop's words made him very cautious. He mentally called the bishop an idiot and wondered if they still had an ace up their sleeve. Turning to Rebosa, Riley stated that he was going to ask him something before killing him. He demanded to know what prayer they were talking about, what it meant, and where they had gotten the dragon's corpse. Rebosa remained silent. Riley continued to press him, insisting he wanted clear answers, but Rebosa maintained his stubborn silence. After a moment, however, Rebosa smiled and let out a laugh, clearly pleased that the nobleman was finally interested in his prayer. Uriel couldn't help herself and shouted that they planned to collect people's souls and open the door to the underworld. Rebosa was very surprised by the black magician's outburst, not expecting such a confession. The black mage was terrified by pain and pure fear. The dragon's body had been given to that man. Rebosa was literally horrified, his old face contorted with all its wrinkles as he screamed, asking Uriel why he had revealed everything. At this point, Rebosa wished he could bite his own left hand in frustration. Riley ignored Rebosa's outburst and asked the black mage what they meant by the underworld. Uriel was about to explain, but realized there was no turning back. Suddenly something terrible interrupted him. Nightmarish blisters began to grow on his face. His veins felt like they were about to explode, and his skin began to crack. Uriel himself didn't understand what was happening. He groaned in pain and begged for mercy. Riley watched the black mage with incomprehension. In the end, poor Uriel was destroyed from the inside out, with blood spraying everywhere, turning everything a bright red. Even Riley's cheek was stained with blood, a sight unlike anything he had ever seen in his life. The swordsman was scandalized, and Rebosa called Uriel a drunken fool. The bishop was clearly willing to sacrifice his own allies. Rebosa was beyond just irritated with Raleigh and the other aristocrats. The late Uriel was starting to irritate him even more. The bishop fumed internally, questioning how Uriel had the audacity to speak of his prayers to a stranger. Enraged, he shouted that he should have exploded Uriel's stupid head a long time ago. In his fury, the bishop began to refer to the ungrateful man as the Dark Wizard himself. At this moment, Raleigh, with a tone of curiosity and suspicion, asked what secrets were so deeply hidden that they would go so far as to kill a partner to protect them. This revelation took the swordsman by surprise. However, he quickly dismissed his curiosity, stating that he did not mind and that if Rebosa preferred to remain silent, he was free to do so. Raleigh then relaxed his grip on the cold weapon, ominously declaring that Rebosa would meet his end by his hands no matter what. With surprising agility, the sword cut through the air, Suddenly, a scream sounded, commanding Raleigh to stop. A protective field materialized in front of Rebosa, the protagonist, an exceptionally powerful swordsman, struck with such force that small cracks appeared in the protective barrier, making his presence visible and alarming Raleigh. Before them stood a white-haired elf girl, her hand magically outstretched in defense. She stood proudly, her head held high, and explained to the protagonist that Rebosa's body needed to be preserved. Raleigh, although not particularly pleased to see the elf, felt a familiar energy from her. He questioned her intention, hinting at a deeper connection, and she confirmed that she was, in fact, a dragon. The girl formally introduced herself as Isilta, the chief of dragons, with dazzlingly beautiful blue eyes. He informed Sir Raleigh that his mission was to maintain balance and control the Wheel of Destiny. Rebosa, now sitting inside the protective barrier, listened attentively to his words. Isilta continued, emphasizing the importance of keeping Rebosa alive. Raleigh pondered the concept of balance and asked if that was why she had intervened. Isilta stated this, explaining that while it was logical to extract information from Rebosa first before considering his elimination, it was crucial to think long-term. Raleigh interrupted her, stating that he did not want to comply. He insisted that it was his responsibility to explain his actions. He revealed that Rebosa had recently resurrected a goat he had killed, questioning why he should allow Rebosa to get away with it. Isilta countered that killing Rebosa now could bring peace for the next 100 years, but she could not guarantee a good future beyond that period. She urged Raleigh to consider the future of humanity, suggesting that saving Rebosa was a strategic move. Raleigh, with a slight smile, asked if peace would really last 100 years. Isilta confirmed that this had happened in the past, and this time they intended to prevent future chaos by acting wisely now. Without further hesitation, Raleigh attacked the protective barrier around the bishop, taking Isilta by surprise. She quickly extended her arms to reinforce the barrier. Raleigh reasoned out loud, declaring that since the problem would arise within the next 100 years, it would be up to the people of that time to deal with it. He would choose to live in peace, stabbing his sword into the barrier. Isilta, observing Raleigh, thought he looked like an ordinary person, but he felt an extraordinary amount of mana within him, far more than any ordinary man should possess. She knew she needed to stop Raleigh before he broke through the barrier completely. The elf girl raised her hand, and it seemed as if magical currents began to swirl around her. She did not wish to harm him, so she begged him, shouting for him to put down his sword for the sake of the future. In an instant, chains materialized and wrapped around Raleigh, binding his hands and feet. Isilta assured Raleigh that what he was seeking would only grant him peace, which would only be a temporary illusion. Raleigh, seething with frustration at the sudden turn of events, gritted his teeth, his anger evident. He decided to unleash his full power, activating his red mana. Her energy fiercely clashed against the elf girl's magical chains, painting the air around them a vivid red. Isilta watched in awe as Raleigh's formidable power manifested. Raleigh's sword began to cut through the magical chains, defying his efforts. He declared that he no longer had the patience for these interruptions. Finally, he turned directly to Isilta, telling her that he was completely alone and exhausted. Isilta, visibly distressed, shouted for the swordsman to stop and reconsider his action. The elf girl was anxious, but recognizing Raleigh's immense strength, she dared not approach him. Raleigh, unfazed, had already reached the barrier for the second time. His eyes glowed with a murderous red intensity, reminiscent of the Ipiat family. Rebosa, observing the chaos, expressed his disappointment in Raleigh for awakening him so prematurely. A menacing figure with a terrifying wide smile emerged. Suddenly, something long and black knocked the frightened Isilta down, hitting her hard in the back, making her scream in pain. This entity advanced towards Raleigh, who was now also filled with dread, although he struggled to understand what was happening. Despite the confusion and lack of information, Raleigh managed to fight off the monstrous hand. That hand was enormous, matching Raleigh's impressive height. He questioned the hand, demanding to know what it was. The hand was not only large, but also immensely strong. The pressure of the hand threatened to break Raleigh's once mighty sword. Under the strain, Raleigh's sword broke in two, leaving him defenseless. The massive hand then passed through Raleigh, grabbing Bishop Rebosa tightly, pulling him out of the protective barrier. A portal began to open, and the hand intended to take the bishop through it. Realizing what was happening, Raleigh sprang into action, running after them and demanding to know where the bishop was being taken. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man with an intimidating smile appeared before Raleigh. He sat calmly across from the protagonist, smiling and asking if Raleigh was present. The stranger's words echoed, questioning whether Raleigh was still haunted by something from his past life, which shocked Raleigh, revealing his true identity as Beck. In the past, Beck had intervened. The stranger confirmed, expressing awe and comparing the experience to traveling back in time to a world where Raleigh, like Beck, was either a savior or something more. The stranger, in a twisted form of gratitude, mentioned having seen a delightful vision thanks to Raleigh and promised to give him a gift. With a swift movement, the stranger's fist, glowing with a purple hue, rushed forward at an angle, hitting Raleigh with tremendous force. Raleigh barely had time to react before the blow landed, knocking him down and leaving him dazed and vulnerable. Blood ran from Raleigh's mouth, and he had to cough a little to clear it. The blow had been incredibly powerful, leaving Raleigh completely depleted of mana and feeling like a rag doll being tossed around. When Rebosa was absorbed into the portal, Isilta managed to wrap her magical chains around the strange monster's arm. Out of nowhere, Indal came running around the corner, rushing to Isilta's side and asking if she was okay. She didn't have time to respond. His mind was consumed by the urgent need to stop the portal from closing. At that moment, Nani entered the fray, activating her black mana in a desperate attempt to help. The monster's fist was huge, but that was all they had time to register before the portal closed. Nani wondered aloud if they had really disappeared. Isilta collapsed into Indal's arms, exhausted from her efforts. Indal turned to Nani, asking if she could see where they went. Nani replied that he was now searching, his concentration palpable and intense. She opened her wide eyes slightly, focusing with such intensity that it was almost terrifying. Suddenly, Nani felt as if she saw something clearly. She was surprised because she saw a road, cars, and a completely unfamiliar environment. However, she also noticed the tall, reflective structures around her. This place mirrored the nightmarish visions Lord Raleigh had seen. But as she realized, it wasn't just similar, it was exactly the same. Nani was now in that same environment, surrounded by tall glass buildings, paved roads, and trees planted along the streets. She saw school children, students, and office workers moving around the city, which was totally foreign to her. This cityscape was eerily similar to Raleigh's nightmares. She pondered this underworld and the Lord's strange dreams, realizing that he was hiding something significant. Standing on the side of the road, Nani spotted the silhouette of a man in a coat beck. She stared at him, feeling a growing fear. Meanwhile, Raleigh emerged from the hole where he had been thrown by the mysterious fist. He rubbed his neck and complained of a throbbing headache. He was about to curse the bastard responsible, but then he realized he was alone and wondered where everyone had gone. The protagonist was covered in bruises. Indal hugged Isilta, laughing as he asked if the young gentleman was still alive. He joked that Raleigh's skull must have been strong, probably because it was empty. Although Indal found his own joke amusing, neither Isilta nor Raleigh appreciated it. The swordsman, irritated, asked who Indal was calling Hollowhead and threatened to sew Indal's mouth shut. Raleigh managed to compose himself, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves. He commented that they had already passed that stage. With a determined stride, he approached Nani, asking if she had ever met that kind of person before. The girl remained silent, her eyes reflecting a mix of fear and uncertainty. Then, without warning, she grabbed Raleigh's hand and said she had something important to share. Raleigh looked at her intently, and she began to tell him of a dream she had had. In her dream, she witnessed incredible things. Strange little cars with black wheels, which she later understood to be automobiles. Tall buildings like the magical towers of her world. Modern houses and offices. The ground was covered with a black, gravel-like substance, and people were fighting terrifying monsters, red, horned demons unlike anything she had ever seen. Nani explained that the dream seemed too real to be just a figment of her imagination. She vividly remembered a man crying in the dream. Determined to understand, she sought out the man with the black hand and saw the world of her dreams. As she loosened her grip on Raleigh's hand, she said she didn't believe it was a mere coincidence. She begged him to explain, insinuating that she had been to that place before and asking if he knew what it was. Raleigh was stunned, his mind racing with the implications of what Nani had revealed. Her insight shook him to his core. Overwhelmed by her words, Raleigh couldn't help himself and held Nani's hand tightly. Almost desperately, he lowered his head and ordered her to erase everything she had just seen from her memory. Nani was surprised by Raleigh's urgent request, her voice shaking as she addressed him. Meanwhile, someone wearing a red cloak was eavesdropping on their conversation from a distance. That person approached, advancing towards the end of the corner, and was about to enter the square. The man held a letter and document detailing the horrific atrocities committed by the fanatics of the Temple of Zoya. The letter revealed that a large number of corpses had been discovered, and the fanatics were now in custody while healers conducted a more thorough investigation. The revelation that the living corpses case was the work of religious fanatics was shocking. Those who helped the victims were being rewarded for their efforts. Raleigh, reading a newspaper, realized that this was how the situation had been resolved. He looked up from the newspaper and saw Nani, who was talking to Frisia. She mentioned feeling much better and expressed her happiness for her, showing genuine concern. Ian, sitting with them, commented that despite everything, the scar on his face had not disappeared. Nani smiled widely, saying she didn't mind. Raleigh, however, looked at the trio with a cold and indifferent expression. Nothing seemed to please him at that moment. Suddenly, Indal approached from behind and shouted Raleigh's name in his ear, startling him. Indal laughed loudly, teasing Raleigh for not listening to him and calling him princess. He joked that Raleigh should have some common sense as this issue concerned Nani's illness. Raleigh, still confused and worried, asked what Indal meant by sickness. Hadn't they already cured her? Indal's mood soured and he crossed his arms, replying that they had only alleviated the symptoms with magic. But that was not enough. They removed all the magic circles she had and had to teach her everything again, just like dragons do. Indal explained that he felt as if he needed to purge all the corruption within her. And in fact, he felt better once they cleaned out the remnants. However, he admitted that this was not the biggest problem. Pointing to his closed eye with a finger, he indicated that the real problem was there. Raleigh immediately understood that he was referring to Nani's right eye. Indal elaborated that although they could renew his body by replacing it with new energy, the eyes were another story. The eyes were like a complex web of tangled threads, prone to rot. If they made a mistake in handling these threads, not only would Nani not be cured, but as long as she remained human, she would not be able to endure the process. However, if she were reborn into a more resilient form, she might survive. Raleigh realized that this world was not advanced enough to replace an amputated limb with a prosthetic. Overwhelmed and stressed, Raleigh asked what form she would need to be reborn into to survive. Indal explained that she would have to completely abandon her human form. He then asked Raleigh if he understood that Nani's fate was in his hands, whether she would die or be reborn. The third son, deeply disturbed, lowered his head and asked what would happen if Nani gave up her human form. This prospect intrigued him greatly. Indal snapped his fingers, summoning a small but powerful fire. From it emerged a small and charming fire fairy. She was not a terrifying beast, but a cute little fairy named Eliona who served the red dragon. The fairy flew around Raleigh's head, surprising him with her presence. Indal explained that if Nani was reborn, she would become a creature like Eliona, an artificially created spirit. Eliona, originally a spirit, continued to zigzag around Raleigh, lying on his hair, seemingly weightless. Indal commented that being a lord was true, to which Nani disagreed, saying that Raleigh didn't look particularly handsome and that she didn't understand what he saw in her. She commented that she thought he would seem sweeter and friendlier, a remark that Raleigh did not appreciate. Raleigh tried to grab Eliona with his hand, but she let out a scream, covering her face with her small hands before quickly hiding behind Indal. The dragon laughed, explaining to Raleigh that he couldn't take her because she wasn't fully material. Indal mentioned that this was a quirk of these spirits, and if he started explaining now, it would take forever to cover everything. Eliona, now perched on his shoulder, gently stroked his cheek and asked what was bothering him. Nani, hearing Indal scream, turned her head. Indal, his face red with anger, shouted that if she were not the daughter of the Spirit King, she would be in serious trouble. Finally, he turned his attention to Raleigh, sat down at his desk, and asked if Raleigh understood the gravity of what he was explaining. He mentioned that these little creatures retained all of their human memories and traits when they were reborn. Raleigh, with a skeptical expression, asked if Indal was sure there was anything good left. He doubted it. Indal replied that, in fact, they also had their flaws. He explained that, to maintain their essence, mana needed to constantly flow within them, and that artificial spirits should avoid ordinary spirits, as the latter did not like them. Indal reassured Raleigh, pointing his finger and telling him not to worry about the mana. He added that if Nani bonded with a high-class spirit like Eliona, she would not face any problems with pure blood spirits. Raleigh asked if this was really true, but Indal did not answer directly. Instead, Raleigh continued, saying that in that case, Nani should be fine. Raleigh seemed indifferent, casting a suspicious glance at his maid. Indal then slammed his hand on the table, emphasizing his point. He was about to leave when Raleigh asked him where he was going. Indal replied that he was heading west for a while as he suspected something was wrong there. Eliona, curious, asked her host if he was leaving yet. He confirmed, adding that he would stay with Nani as they had received permission. For some inexplicable reason, Eliona seemed delighted with this news, but Raleigh was not pleased with the fairy's excitement. He asked his companion to wait and demanded an explanation. Indal only said that they were discussing the matter, which horrified Raleigh. He couldn't believe it wasn't a dragon orchestrating all of this. Indal questioned why he should be the one responsible for dealing with this, calling Raleigh a shameless friend. Raleigh, clearly displeased, asked with a look of deep indignation why he had to do this. Indal, smiling slightly, replied that as his mentor and Raoul as his teacher, he had to take responsibility. He added that Eliona would provide the remaining details. When Indal left, the doors closing behind him, Eliona returned to her place in Raleigh's head. Raleigh, trying to imitate his calm demeanor, admitted he was speechless. Meanwhile, two men were walking through an immense desert, crossing golden sand dunes. One asked the other if it was true that he had seen him. The second man confirmed, saying he had taken control of the route and was now governing it. Both men wore black cloaks. The first commented that this was why he had missed the last meeting. He asked how the other managed to capture the dragon, noting that it was an incredible feat for a mere human. The second man agreed, recognizing that controlling a dragon was an extraordinary task for any human. As the sun slowly set over the horizon, the golden sands took on a deeper hue. Before them was a terrifying landscape filled with dry bones and remains of some unfortunate souls. A dark purple hand rolled across the floor. One of the men commented that if this was related to what the other was thinking, it could change everything. He emphasized that this time, those entities needed to be captured. The red dragon Endal appeared, with an unusually serious expression, without his usual wide smile. Santa Frisia screamed insistently, begging them to take her along. Riley responded with calm indifference, stating that he didn't want her to go. Undeterred, Frisia activated her enchantment skill, compelling those around her with a hoarse voice, and asked again. She explained that she was actually making the request on someone else's behalf, but now needed to hide her identity because the Temple of Solia had fallen. Frisia's despair was palpable, making those around her feel sorry, including the protagonist. Riley called her Honey and commented that the problem was hers to solve. He questioned why he should be responsible for fixing it. Ian, unable to resist her charm, begged the young man to help her once and for all. Nara accompanied them, encouraging him and reminding them that Frisia was the saint of Solia. Riley coldly told them that her life in the temple had been destroyed, emphasizing that no one would cater to her whims without question. His harsh words deeply disturbed the saint. Riley continued her verbal attack, questioning where they had ever seen a girl her age acting so spoiled. Without waiting for a response, he proclaimed that he was present to witness her behavior. His words hit Frisia like arrows. She was shaking with sadness, on the verge of hysteria. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Frisia screamed for forgiveness, scaring the protagonist. Between sobs, the girl admitted that she was really spoiled, and that was why her temple had fallen. She couldn't even protect her own followers. She confessed that she had thought about it a lot. She said she could survive alone, without food or water, going wherever she wanted, but she knew how to evoke pity effectively. Nara fell into her act, running to Santa Frisia and asking if she was okay. Nara reassured her, saying that she understood her master's intentions and that he said what he felt, asking her not to worry so much. Nani and Han then joined the scene, looking at Riley with a murderous intensity that even he felt uncomfortable. They demanded to know how he could make the saint cry. Riley, speechless, tried to speak, but nothing came out. Sweat of humiliation, fear and frustration ran down his face, and in the end, he had to give in. Reluctantly, he agreed that they would take her with them. Finally, the carriage arrived at the mansion of the family in Pellet. It was night, but the illuminated house stood out brightly against the darkness. The protagonist disembarked with Nara, bathed in moonlight. Riley asked the red-haired girl if she had carried out his orders. Nara scratched her neck and responded affirmatively. The first son hoped that his father would judge them fairly and name the rightful heir. He asked Lloyd if he shared that sentiment. Lloyd, initially confused, quickly stated yes. The first son then commented that, with Rowley's temperament, he was not fit to be the heir. He accused Rowley of hiding behind Ian and engaging in foolish behavior. These words began to irritate even Lloyd. Then the older brother remembered what he had heard about Rowley's upbringing, and his words continued to bother Lloyd. He welcomed Riley back, expressing relief and gratitude that he was safe. He even remembered to congratulate Riley, who smiled back and thanked him. Riley said that if that was all his brother had to say, he would go to the office. As Riley passed and began to distance himself from his brothers, the eldest watched him not as a brother, but as a rival. Shortly after the protagonist left, Lloyd turned to his brother, who asked what he was thinking. Lloyd responded, acknowledging Riley's existence. He told how, when Riley fought the dark and rebellious wizard, he managed to follow him, hiding behind a corner. At that time, he still didn't know why Riley had come to Solia, but his curiosity was intense. That didn't seem to matter now. He had seen the undead, those poor mutilated and inhuman creatures, up close. What he saw terrified him. He heard someone shout for help and someone else order them to point their swords at the enemy in defense of the great Solia. As Lloyd sank deeper into these nightmarish memories, he felt genuine sadness. It was unlikely that anyone would want to witness such horrors even once in their lifetime. Lloyd never mentioned any of this to Riley. Noticing Lloyd's distraught state, Riley asked what was wrong. Lloyd closed his eyes and denied that anything was wrong. The Count was sitting in his office when his children walked in, finally praising them for their efforts. He stated that thanks to them, the trembling Solia had managed to stand her ground again. Lion, the eldest son, smiled with pride. The Count acknowledged that Lion had helped people from many cities, even visiting places he had not mentioned. Turning to Lloyd, the Earl noted that although his second son seemed less satisfied and confident than his older brother, he had contributed significantly to saving Solia. He praised Lloyd, who bowed and thanked him, although he expressed disbelief in his own efforts and asked not to be spoken to in that way. Lloyd's behavior surprised his father, who realized that Raleigh and his team were Solia's true saviors. Finally, the father addressed his third son, Raleigh, pausing for a particularly long time. Raleigh became increasingly nervous. Despite the prolonged silence, the Count suggested that they no longer discuss the matter. Leon was jubilant, ready to celebrate his victory in the battle for the title of heir. The Count pounded the table with his fist to break his children out of their thoughts and focus their attention on him. He announced that he would reveal the heir in 2 days, based on the results of the contest, and insisted that they behave honorably during this period, without fighting among themselves. That was all he had to say. The boys left the office in procession, Raleigh first, followed by Lloyd, and Leon behind. Lloyd called Raleigh, who was a little surprised. Lloyd stared at his brother in silence, which prompted Raleigh to ask if he had anything to say. Otherwise, Raleigh said he would leave. Leon approached Lloyd, sarcastically asking if he had swallowed his tongue, noting that Lloyd didn't seem like himself today. Lloyd simply shrugged, saying that was the way it was. He put his hands in his pockets and replied that he was fine. The sky was covered in dark clouds, signaling an imminent storm. The once yellow leaves had withered and mostly fallen to the ground. The Recap mansion seemed to sink into the melancholy of an autumn day. The wind rustled the few remaining leaves attached to the branches. 2 days later, the sun finally rose, restoring Recap's mansion to its usual bright appearance. The white carriage was ready, and the horses were in their places. Nobles got out of visiting carriages, assisted by servants. The young ladies were engaged in lively discussions. An important night had begun at the mansion. The sun was setting, painting the sky in warm tones. Outside, tables adorned with flowers and candles, covered in white tablecloths, were set in anticipation. Night fell, and the sky was clear, revealing bright stars and the moon. The aristocrats drank and chatted happily, their conversations punctuated by laughter. The property's courtyard was impeccably decorated, shining with elegance and charm. Raleigh was sitting on one of the blue roofs of the house, watching everything from above. Unlike the guests, he was not immersed in joy, but lost in his own thoughts. Raleigh remembered the stranger's words, asking if he was still there because of something he had done in his past life. This question irritated him. He replied mentally, asking if the man thought he liked to remember those times. A long time ago, a thought had lodged itself in Raleigh's mind. He wished he had been born as a normal human being, with no memories of past lives. His exceptional skill with a sword, his immense mana, these were characteristics that intrigued those who observed him, but Raleigh considered them a burden. They weighed him down, a cross he carried in his second life, seeming all in vain. Every path he had taken was littered with corpses, as if he could feel their weight pressing down on him. He recalled Nani's question as to whether he had been to this world before. Reflecting on this, he thought it was no wonder she discovered the truth so quickly. He was always talking about his past as if he was dreaming about it, desperately wanting to forget it, but unable to stop mentioning it. From his vantage point, Raleigh viewed the world below with a heavy heart, the burden of his memories casting a shadow over the festivities. Now the protagonist felt terribly guilty for having spoken so confidently before. And now, when he had to give a negative answer, he felt like a fool. Suddenly, Nani appeared next to him, calling his name loudly, shouting right into his ear. Raleigh was frightened, not having noticed his approach. He asked Nani how she had found him, if she had used his eye despite his warning not to do so. She assured him not. She explained that she simply thought about where he might be and managed to find him. She shouted that it was true and asked him to take her word for it. Raleigh agreed, mostly wanting her to calm down and stop screaming. He was once again deep in thought. While he was lost in his contemplations, his expression was extremely sad. Nani noticed this and was intrigued by his mood. She looked at him silently and then offered him her handkerchief. After a while, they were still sitting on the blue roof, but now Raleigh was lying with his head in her lap. Raleigh asked Nani if she wasn't worried. She asked what he meant. He clarified that he was talking about the possibility of her abandoning her human form and becoming an artificial spirit. After hearing his words, Nani's hand, wrapped in dark energy, appeared just above his. She admitted that there was something that worried her. She confessed that if she became a spirit, she was afraid that the Lord would no longer want to be near her. Using her magic, she peeled an apple and explained that she felt calmer now. She told him it was because he allowed her to be with him, even though she wasn't human. This was very comforting and made her feel as if a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She smiled widely and handed him the apple, apologizing for taking so long to return it. The apple ended up in Raleigh's hands. He then turned to Nani and asked her to take care of him next year too. They both looked at the full moon that painted the sky, and the girl silently accepted their request. Suddenly, the mood among the guests changed. People stopped having fun and talking, starting to look around in confusion. Donor Iris, unlike her husband, smiled warmly at the guests. People were shocked to see the Count in your current state of illness. The guests began to murmur among themselves. Someone mentioned that during the attack on the state borders, the Count was seriously injured. Apparently, that was why he decided to choose an heir. The tension in the air was palpable. Someone asked the others what they thought about the heir. Who would it be? One person said that it was obvious that it would be Lord Leon, as he was the eldest son and had made significant progress. However, someone else disagreed. They mentioned that after hearing rumors about Orly's eldest wife being kicked out of the house, they thought Mr. Raleigh might be the heir. It was also said that he had a maid who was a sixth circle mage. One of the guests laughed and joked that if they were handing out such maids, he would want one too. The conversation continued, full of speculation and gossip. As the night progressed and the tension between the guests increased, the black-haired girl listened attentively to the conversation, finding it quite interesting. Someone asked if she was having fun. She covered her face with a fan and responded in the affirmative, saying she was just curious. She stood alone, a small distance from the other guests, watching them. She commented that these so-called aristocrats were behaving more like common gossips, exchanging rumors and empty talk. She called them fools, expressing her disdain openly. This infuriated the aristocrats. Many turned to her with confused and angry expressions, and two young men asked in unison what she had just said. The confrontation was interrupted by the beginning of the speech of the Count. He and Lady Iris were on a stage, attracting everyone's attention. The Count, he addressed the crowd, explaining that they were gathered to name the heir of the Peyote family. As the guests approached the stage, the Count smiled and thanked everyone for coming. Holding an envelope, presumably containing the heir's name, he spoke of his three sons and his efforts to fulfill their responsibilities. Leon looked confident and proud. The Count emphasized that the selection process had been fair. Raleigh, looking somewhat indifferent, joined the crowd to hear the speech. The Earl built suspense before finally announcing that Lloyd Finer Ipiet would be the heir. Lloyd, initially astonished, did not immediately understand what had happened. With a perplexed expression, he asked if it was really him. The surrounding aristocrats began to slowly disperse. Lloyd questioned why and how he had been chosen, shouting that it should have been his brother Raleigh. Raleigh, however, applauded and congratulated his younger brother with a wide and genuine smile. The other guests joined in the applause, despite having probably forgotten Lloyd's name in their discussions of the heir. Lady Iris also smiled and applauded for Lloyd. As Lloyd walked up the red stairs to the stage, people congratulated him. His father, waiting at the top, smiled proudly. When Lloyd reached him, the Count asked how long he planned to keep the guests waiting. A loud round of applause filled the courtyard of the mansion in Pellet. An emotional Lloyd stood by his father's side. The Count began to explain his decision. Many, including Leon, didn't understand why Lloyd had been chosen. Leon was below, wide-eyed and perplexed. The Count assured them that he would reveal the reason for his choice, presenting a luxuriously adorned sword to the guests. The aristocrats quickly understood the meaning. They realized that Lloyd had been awarded the sword for his active role in resolving a recent and serious incident in the capital. Leon, speechless, could only watch as the Earl held the sword, explaining that it symbolized Lloyd's bravery and his contribution to solving the problem. Someone in the crowd asked if anyone remembered the rumor about a brave mercenary from a noble family who helped put down a rebellion of fanatics. They found it hard to believe that this hero was Mr. Lloyd. This disbelief infuriated Leon. His face turned red with anger. His veins stood out, and he gritted his teeth harder than ever. The Count handed the sword to his son, praising him for doing an excellent job. Lloyd seemed speechless. Inside, someone asked if he was okay. It was Nyan and Raleigh. Raleigh responded that everything was fine, but noticed that Ian was quieter than usual. Ian admitted he was just trying to maintain his composure. Unable to contain himself, Ian exploded, saying that the sword should have been given to the young master. He asked if Raleigh agreed, to which Raleigh responded by asking if he hadn't heard what his father had said. He reiterated that Lloyd saved people, which was why he received the award. Ian reluctantly agreed that this was true. He seemed about to say more, but Raleigh cut him off, turning to say he wasn't interested in being the heir. In fact, he despised the position, finding it all very boring. He explained that the tasks assigned to the heir were tedious, involving signing many useless papers and attending Solia's palace for tiring meetings with aristocrats. Raleigh seemed tired just discussing it and said that just thinking about it made him dizzy. He raised his hand and mentioned that his mother knew his opinion, which was why he applauded for Lloyd. Ian pointed out that Raleigh was the first to applaud and asked if that was true. Raleigh confirmed he was just showing support and questioned Ian if he planned to criticize every little detail. Raleigh turned the corner, only to be abruptly intercepted by a sound. It was Leon. Leon confronted his father, demanding to know why Lloyd was chosen over him. The Count calmly asked him to lower his voice, reminding him that the guests were still present. Leon, unfazed, continued to shout, insisting he didn't understand. The Count repeated that Lloyd was honored for his heroism at Solia. Leon, interrupting, argued that he had fulfilled all the conditions of the contest magnificently, claiming to have saved many more villages than Lloyd. Now calmer, he expressed that if he were not the heir, all his efforts would be in vain. The Count called Leon by name, asking if he understood the difference between him and Lloyd. Leon was visibly angry. The Count explained that although mastering the art of the sword and saving people were important, they were not the only criteria. What mattered most to him was that his successor had a pure and good heart. He pointed out that Leon's recent outburst about his efforts being in vain if he didn't become the heir revealed a selfish attitude, contrasting sharply with the qualities he possessed. The Count valued in a leader. Leon's goal during the competition was not genuinely to save people, but to secure the position of heir that was his only ambition. He held his sword, shocked and speechless. The Earl of Ipiet explained that he had spoken with Lloyd the day before the public announcement of the selection results. The Earl remembered asking Lloyd if he had said the sword was Raleigh's, as he had seen him holding one. Lloyd admitted that he had, explaining that he had only come to Solia because of Raleigh. The Count, impressed, asked if this was true, and Lloyd calmly confirmed, insisting that everything he did was because of Raleigh. He continued to explain that Raleigh should be the heir, not him. The Count related this story to Leon, summing it up by saying that he considered choosing Lloyd again because of his kind and affectionate nature. Leon was beside himself with rage, grinding his teeth and mentally accusing his younger brother of insolence. The Count observed Leon's horrified and distorted expression and challenged him to reflect on himself, asking if he was now blaming Lloyd for everything. He didn't wait for an answer, but provided one himself, explaining that this was the fundamental difference between Leon and Lloyd. These words only fueled Leon's anger even more. Reaching the boiling point, he raised his sword and, with his eyes shining with pain and despair, charged at his own father, shouting that he could take no more. Watching this from a distance, Raleigh and Han were shocked as they did not expect such behavior from their eldest son, especially Han. Ian was about to shout at the Count to defend himself when he realized that his own sword was missing. Raleigh had borrowed Ian's sword and threw it with tremendous force. The sword cut through the air, almost hitting Leon's head. Leon realized what had happened, but his anger was so intense that he didn't care. The sword deflected Leon's attack against the Count. The Count, now more certain than ever that his eldest son had gone too far, acted quickly. He hit Leon in the solar plexus with his fist, momentarily cutting off his breathing and leaving him disoriented. The Count expressed his deep disappointment, stating that if Lloyd had been in Leon's place, he would never have behaved so badly. These comparisons only deepened Leon's misery. In a fit of fury, the Count grabbed Leon's head with great force, ordering the black sword to reveal itself. He told Leon that all his training had been for nothing and that he needed to confront what he had become. Just then, something massive fell from the ceiling, crashing down on top of them. A black palm pressed against Leon's face, causing him terrible agony. As the chaos calmed, the air around them became calmer. Leon, finding strength somewhere deep, began to regain control of his body. He still couldn't get up, but the Count, he stood up confidently. He looked at his son, who was crying, and gave him an ultimatum. Either he died there and now, or he left the house forever. The Count, who never supported indulgences or favoritism, remained firm. A dejected and grumpy Leon stood up, muttering to himself and questioning what he had done wrong. Drained of all energy, Leon didn't respond to his father. He walked slowly down the long hallway, muttering that he had done everything for his family. As soon as Leon was out of sight, Ian approached, not bothering to ask if the Count was fine. The Count was surprised to see the mercenary hero there and asked if he had been responsible for protecting him by throwing the sword. Ian confirmed, saying he believed the Earl was in danger. The Count, he exhaled, relieved. The black sword lay on the red carpet, and upon inspecting it closer, the Count, he realized that it was not Ian, but his son, Riley, who had intervened. Riley walked down the hall, looking around and thinking that Ian would take care of the rest. Still, he felt a lingering discomfort. Riley's attention turned to something that intrigued him. He noticed a black-haired girl in a white dress. Previously, she had covered her face with a fan, but now her beautiful face was fully visible. Suddenly, the girl started looking around, almost panicking, asking where she was. Another aristocrat leaned toward him, responding vaguely. The girl then spotted Riley, who seemed amused by the situation. She glowed with relief as she ran towards him, apologizing and explaining that she was a little lost. She asked if he could help her. Riley, willing to help, asked what the problem was. The girl hesitated before finding the words. She stuttered, trying to explain what she was looking for. Riley, a little impatient, asked if she was looking for the bathroom. The girl quickly said no, leaving Riley unsure of what to do. She clarified that it was not the bathroom. Still struggling to express herself, she shook her head when Riley suggested the living room. Finally, with a mixture of playfulness and boldness, she revealed that she was looking for Lord Raleigh's room. Raleigh was perplexed and asked in disbelief, pointing to himself. The girl, clearly surprised and a little embarrassed, covered her face when she realized that he was in fact Lord Raleigh. She then bowed and introduced herself, saying that she was very pleased to meet him and that her name was Latrina Feliznian, a girl who rarely shows her face at official events. It's not because she's unattractive or has a terminal illness. Furthermore, there were rumors circulating that the Duke's daughter would soon be married. Raleigh, sitting on a white couch, calmly asked her why she was looking for him, mentioning that he had heard she was getting married soon. The girl replied that, in fact, she had received several marriage proposals, but she had not yet found a man she loved with all her heart. Smiling broadly, she explained that there was a misunderstanding, which led to these rumors spreading. His mother, Miss Iris, was sitting next to Mr. Raleigh. She said that was it. Raleigh reasoned that apparently the other false rumors didn't work, so they decided to start a marriage rumor to align with the Duke's status. Iris then asked why Latrina had come to see them. Latrina explained that this was how things happened. She had received a letter from her family and heard that she would be chosen as the family's and Pelleti's heir. Of course, she had also heard that Mr. Raleigh had received a medal and was curious about it, which brought her here. She also asked about the fact that Joy was honored with an award, speculating that it could be a sword. Latrina mentioned that such awards were given to those who had been seriously injured or accomplished great feats. She congratulated Count Estime and therefore the Count of Ipiet, who was also sitting in the chair. Raleigh replied dismissively that it was nonsense and that he did not think congratulations were necessary. He said this out loud, prompting his father to step on his foot. Looking at his father, Raleigh noticed the angry expression on his face, clearly indicating that Raleigh was supposed to be a gracious host. Mrs. Iris mentally encouraged her son, aware of her husband's and her son's temper. She understood the situation perfectly. Raleigh, feeling uncomfortable with his mother's presence, rubbed his neck and suggested that Latrina tell him about the letter she had received from her family. Latrina calmly explained that the letter mentioned something about a meeting. Raleigh looked at his father, who had his eyes closed, and immediately understood who had done all this. Latrina got a little closer, asking if Mr. Raleigh didn't like her because she felt intimidated by his behavior. In truth, Raleigh did not appreciate the situation, but chose not to express it. Instead, he made a dismissive gesture and smiled, saying that it wasn't that he didn't like her. He was simply not used to such circumstances. The girl sighed in relief, saying she thought he was upset with her over their uncomfortable encounter in the hallway. She put her hands together and mentioned that first impressions usually determine everything, asking if he could give her another chance. Latrina assured him that he could simply call her Rena from now on. She reiterated that it was a pleasure to meet him, addressing him as Lord Raleigh. Raleigh responded in kind, formally introducing himself as Raleigh Appolita and saying it was a pleasure to meet her as well. He was starting to get bored with everything. Nanny noticed someone leaving. It was night outside, and she was in the yard near the car. Nara smiled at Nanny and said that she couldn't stay in the house any longer, that everything had its limits, and after all, she was a mercenary. Nanny looked very sad about her leaving. She asked where they were going next, only to be told. Frisia replied that in a dream the night before, she had seen the landscape of the Western Lands and felt that something awaited them there, so they decided to go there with Lady Nara. Nanny was worried about Miss Nanny's well-being, Frisia, but the girl reassured her, saying she would be fine. Frisia mentioned that she probably knew that Mr. Raleigh didn't appreciate her presence, so she thought it best to leave. Nara gestured with her hands and assured Nanny that this was not the case. They were very busy with their tasks and did not suspect that they were talking to an important guest. Frisia then asked how Nanny was, and Nanny intervened, initially not understanding what the saint wanted to convey. Before Nanny could respond, Frisia mentioned that Raleigh was now on a date with the Duke's daughter and wondered if Nanny minded that. Frisia continued, suggesting that there was a chance that Raleigh would marry her, leaving Nanny speechless. Nara watched Nanny with visible confusion, prompting Nanny to explain that Raleigh's decisions were his and had nothing to do with her. Frisia found Nanny's perspective surprising and didn't forget to apologize for getting into a sensitive topic. Nara shook Nanny's hand one last time, saying that they would probably be leaving soon. Nanny, imagining Raleigh with a stunning woman, decided she was happy just being near him. Pink roses bloomed softly in the courtyard under the bright, high sun. Raleigh and Latrina were sitting at the table, the protagonist reading a book while the girl drank her drink. Finally, she turned to him, looking intrigued. Latrina asked if it was true that he had never picked up a sword, and Raleigh coolly confirmed. This left poor Ian in shock, unable to maintain his composure. Latrina was initially in disbelief, stating that she had heard that everyone in the Ipiet family knew how to wield a sword. Raleigh, increasingly frustrated, commented that he must be the exception since he was right there. Latrina could have tried to ignore his attitude, but her servant did not have the same intention and looked at Raleigh with disdain. Suddenly, Latrina perked up and happily asked about his medal and how he had earned it. Genuinely intrigued, She calmly said that she was very interested in the story, but Riley remained silent. Some time later, he turned his attention to her, apologized and explained that he had been absorbed in a very important episode. Latrina's previous positivity disappeared, and she let out a forced laugh, mentioning that this was why she preferred to read. Ian felt terrible, mentally asking his teacher if he could feel the awkward atmosphere present. He truly believed that even a statue could have better social skills. He knew Riley wasn't particularly fond of women, but this was unexpected. Riley returned to his book, while Latrina watched him intently. His purple eyes seemed to understand him perfectly. She called him again, putting a finger to her lips and smiling coquettishly, offering to guess what he was thinking and asking if he would like her to do so. In fact, she didn't expect Riley to respond. She hazarded a guess, saying he was probably thinking about how much he hated the party and wanted it to end. She asked if she was right. Riley didn't quite understand her approach, so Latrina continued. She mentioned that instead of reading, he might prefer to rest since he hadn't been sleeping well lately. Riley was surprised and even put the book aside when she revealed that she was also being tormented by the same nightmare. The protagonist asked who it was. The girl laughed, delighted to finally have his attention, and asked if she had guessed correctly. She noted that, judging by his facial expression, she had hit a nerve and asked him not to be angry with her. Riley stared at her with wide eyes. Latrina explained that she felt the same irritation as him, asking if he didn't agree. Riley remained silent. Then she changed the subject, commenting on how divine the tea was. The protagonist couldn't help but feel intrigued. He asked in a serious tone how she managed that. Latrina, feigning ignorance, asked what he was talking about. Riley simply replied that he was referring to the same thing she had done to him. Latrina pretended not to understand, asking, "The same thing?" Riley's frustration was evident in his tone as he turned to the Duchess. The girl smiled widely, questioning if he was threatening her now. Commenting on her amused reaction, she sipped tea and talked about how he seemed idle, having never held a sword and being the subject of a lot of negative rumors. Ian thought he wouldn't have said anything like that himself. These rumors were really harmful. Latrina spoke as if she knew his thoughts, suggesting that she would share them, but not so easily. She pointed to her guard, indicating that if Mr. Riley was ever involved in a battle, he would inform her. The girl mentioned that several guards from her duchy had fought against him and lost. Riley looked at the extremely arrogant guard and asked if that was why he kept his nose in the air. Latrina replied that he was the right gentleman to bring him back to reality. She asked if it wouldn't be great if he taught her guard a lesson. If the mighty Riley could bring him down, she thought it might even be good for him, shouting that what doesn't kill them makes them stronger. Finally, she leaned across the table with a caustic smile and asked him what he thought, suggesting that it was a very tempting deal. Shortly afterwards, Latrina was in the red room with the Count from Ipiet. He commented that she seemed to have an idea. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear, and when asked if the Earl had said that Riley was hiding his power, she confirmed it. She seemed a little irritated, but the Earl's words confirmed her suspicions. This surprised the Count, and he questioned whether it was true, whether he could be mistaken, or whether it was just his imagination. The girl smiled and looked directly at the Count. She remembered leaning across the table with a caustic smile, asking what he thought and suggesting it was a tempting proposition. Riley seemed to lose his composure. His face contorted with anger as he asked if she was implying that his guard had become arrogant, looking down on everyone. He wondered if the guard was out of control. The guard himself was not pleased, reaching for his sword as the veins on his forehead stood out. Noticing this, Ian stepped forward, extending his hand to stop the guard, firmly ordering him to stop immediately and warning him not to attack. Ian seriously explained that they were in mansion of the Ipiet family, and such disrespectful behavior would not be tolerated there. Latrina found this amusing and intervened, telling Ian that he was as formidable in words as he was in action. She admitted that she also expected to see a fight and asked if Ian felt the same, confusing him as he was wondering how he would encourage Riley. A cold sweat began to run down his body. He tried to assure Riley that he didn't want to fight, but Riley was no fool. Finally, the girl commented that if Mr. Riley didn't like the idea, there was nothing more to do, but she would have to say something to the Count. Riley asked what she meant to say, not liking her condescending tone, but she just hinted. Latrina decided to provoke Riley further by acting as if she were deeply in love, and added that she would tell the Count that lately she had not been sleeping well, which scandalized Riley. She went on to say that she had also heard that Lady Arras desperately wanted grandchildren and thought that if she went with Mr. Riley, it would be beneficial to him. Riley could no longer contain himself. He was almost losing his patience when Latrina asked if the Count would be surprised to hear about this. At this point, Riley had to stand up and ask Ian to be his second. Ian didn't understand what was being asked at first. Caught off guard by the request, Riley was not interested in negotiating. He simply repeated his request for Ian to referee the fight. In front of the tall and proud guard, the protagonist decided that everything was fine. He had built up so much stress lately that he welcomed the chance to vent. The guard considered him a worthy opponent, which only increased Raleigh's determination. Raleigh took a deep breath. He knew the guard expected him to be intimidated by his stern gaze, but he wasn't intimidated. The swordsman considered the guard an insignificant threat, confident in his own abilities. He recalled a moment from a past life when a city saint, with arms raised high, had called for a brave warrior to raise his sword for their salvation as the people approached Beck. Raleigh, with his hand over his mouth, commented that he felt disgusted by the guard's attitude but could still fight. The guard, already enraged, dared to speak out against Raleigh, charging at him while shouting at him to shut up. However, to his dismay, a terrifyingly strong energy emanated from Raleigh, slowing and restricting the guard's movements. The guard was stunned, unable to understand why his body had frozen. Raleigh apologized for the inconvenience, saying he felt very ill and needed to use the bathroom. Upon leaving, Latrina, moved and surprised, stood up and shouted at him to wait, asking how he had done that. Raleigh feigned ignorance, smiling and apologizing, saying he didn't know what she was talking about. Latrina reported all of this to the Count, stating that she observed the guard's reaction and realized everything. Raleigh was definitely hiding his power. These words carried significant weight for Count the Count. She explained that Raleigh didn't like her request, but she liked him and wondered if the Count understood how much it hurt her. The Earl apologized, expressing his greatest interest in Lloyd. Latrina recognized that Mr. Lloyd was indeed quite capable, which is why the Earl chose him as his successor. However, she insinuated that while Lloyd was competent, he lacked spark and heart. As a favor, she requested something from the Count. The Count asked her to place her order. Latrina proposed that the invitation to the New Year celebration banquet, normally given to the heir, be given to someone else. Meanwhile, Naney and Raleigh sat on the white sofa in the living room. Raleigh leaned on her shoulder, and Naney asked how he was feeling. Raleigh didn't respond, internally berating himself for getting so excited. He had wasted so much energy stopping that fool, and now he felt even more exhausted. Naney, sensing his discomfort, mentioned that she had already heard from Ian about what had happened. She commented that Raleigh was on a date with a lady vying for his attention, but suddenly changed her mind. Naney asked Raleigh if their current situation had anything to do with the conversation they had earlier, suggesting that she thought he might be struggling with his memories lately. Raleigh didn't want to discuss it and asked her to stop, saying there were more pressing matters to be dealt with. He then summoned Eliona, and the fire fairy instantly appeared, blinking and expressing relief that he had finally called for her. As she was bored to death, Raleigh told Naney that she needed to gradually prepare herself to become a spirit. Naney acknowledged this, noting that Raleigh did not want to talk about the matter. He then turned to Eliona and asked her to explain how, where and when the transformation would happen. Eliona, delighted to be freed from boredom, enthusiastically agreed to explain. She said that due to her master's preparations, they should try to complete the transformation before next spring. While it would be possible to do this before winter, the ideal time would be in the spring, when they could find a suitable spirit for Naney to inhabit. Eliona explained that a suitable spirit would serve as a receptacle for Naney, a container of sorts. She mentioned that they needed to go west, but Raleigh found that direction too vague and asked for more details. After pondering for a moment, the fairy described a place where snow falls, the whisper of black wings can be heard, and soft music floats in the air, a peaceful and serene place. Raleigh, not liking such romantic descriptions, asked Eliona to repeat it in clearer terms. When she started to do so, he interrupted her, frustrated, and demanded a direct explanation. Eliona clarified that container was a term in spirit language to describe the receptacle for Naney's transformation. She admitted that, as a spirit, she found it difficult to express these concepts in human language. Raleigh, exasperated, asked her to speak more simply. Eliona opened her arms and explained that she was a spirit and could not change the way she communicated. She reassured Raleigh that the spirit had already been informed in advance and would be waiting for them at the designated location. Naney hugged Eliona, expressing the hope that if the spirit was strong, it would leave some kind of sign. The fairy then disappeared. Raleigh turned to Naney and asked her opinion. Naney replied that she was willing to stand by him, but she intended to do more than just that. Raleigh, deep in thought, felt a wave of sadness and lowered his head. While Naney continued to watch him intently, Eliona reappeared and mentioned that she was curious about something. Raleigh and Naney looked at her questioningly. Eliona asked Raleigh if the girl in the garden was prettier than Naney. The protagonist was completely perplexed by the question, feeling a pang of shame in front of Naney. In his confusion, he turned to Eliona for clarification, trying to understand what he was actually being asked. Eliona, with a calm posture, turned to Raleigh and nudged him to acknowledge that the girl in question was, at best, mediocre, insinuating that Naney was far superior. Naney listened to the conversation, her face flushing with embarrassment. In a fit of frustration, she lashed out at Eliona, accusing her of being nothing but a problem. She blurted out that it now made sense why Mr. and Dal constantly scolded her. Overwhelmed, Nanny stood up abruptly and apologized to Mr. Raleigh, promising that she would certainly scold her. Despite her determination, Nanny could bear it no longer and ran out of the room. Raleigh was speechless, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. The morning sun shone brightly in a clear blue sky adorned with scattered white clouds. In the midst of this, Lloyd was in his father's office, both of them turning at the sound of the commotion. Raleigh burst into the room, relaying a message that someone had summoned them. Lloyd, after bowing to the head of the family, declared that he would withdraw. Stein agreed, emphasizing that the task at hand should be completed within a day or two. He warned that any delay of the second child would only increase his workload. Lloyd and Raleigh exchanged a look, with Raleigh noticing an unusual expression on Lloyd's face. Curious, the protagonist asked if something was wrong. Lloyd hesitated before denying it, commenting that Raleigh would be leaving soon and that he just wanted to get one last look at his face. Raleigh was confused by Lloyd. Lloyd, without answering directly, sighed and commented that his older brother's absence and Raleigh's imminent departure would leave him very lonely. He suddenly dropped the subject, assuring Raleigh that everything was fine and that he should ignore what had been said. With that, Lloyd hurried out, the heavy office door slamming shut behind him. Count Stigny Paletta then asked Raleigh to sit down so they could begin. Raleigh, sitting in the prepared chair, asked the reason for his summons. The Count handed him a black envelope, suggesting it was for him. Curious, Raleigh carefully opened the envelope, revealing its contents. To his surprise, the letter inside was from the Feliznian family, inviting Mr. Raleigh Pollard to a grand New Year's banquet. The invitation, adorned with elegant calligraphy, expressed the hope that he would grace them with his presence and enjoy a good glass of wine. The details of the event were meticulously summarized below. Raleigh's eyes widened as he read, his surprise giving way to frustration. He banged his fist on the table and vehemently declared that he would not attend. His father, expecting this reaction, calmly asked why. Raleigh, with a touch of defiance, simply replied that he was lazy. Raleigh, full of frustration, questioned his father about why he would want to go to such a place. He exclaimed that it was obvious they were just trying to humiliate him. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he fell silent, pondering deeply. Then, with a burst of defiance, the protagonist shouted that he wasn't going anywhere and that he had no interest in attending. His father turned to him with a stern look, but Raleigh remained indifferent, insisting that the entire arrangement was very abrupt and inappropriate. Raleigh's anger boiled over as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, shouting that they should have consulted him first. The Count of Ipeet was surprised by his son's intense reaction. Raleigh, swearing under his breath, grabbed his head in a mix of anger and embarrassment. The Earl couldn't help but think about how foolish Raleigh was acting, remembering how he often called himself a bum and threatened to run away. However, Raleigh had never shown this much anger before. Stein, realizing the need to de-escalate the situation, urged Raleigh to calm down and listen. He mentioned that he needed to ask something important. His father's demeanor became extremely serious as he held a sword in a black sheath and demanded to know what he was hiding. Raleigh turned away, and the Earl responded, stating that there was no point in feigning ignorance. He revealed that Ian, Zara, and Iris had told him everything. Holding the sword, his father explained that this time it was about Raleigh possessing the black sword. He questioned why his youngest son was hiding his remarkable abilities. Raleigh remained silent, shocked by his father's knowledge. In his mind, Raleigh wondered if his father believed he wanted to know why he was born with so much knowledge and memories. He questioned why he could not even embark on a proper journey, why he had so many enemies, and why all these misfortunes befell him. He remembered a past life where he sat alone in a burned field, haunted by the accusations of people who blamed him for their situation. People screamed at him, insisting that only he could have caused such destruction. They urged him to get up, saying that his children were dying, and that if it weren't for Beck, none of this would have happened. They questioned what kind of hero he was, calling him a walking disaster. Some begged him not to die but to live and save them, while others demanded that he leave. They believed that if Beck survived, he could save the world. In the present, Raleigh's father was speaking, reminding him that he had not received the medal just by luck, but was present when the great wizard almost destroyed an entire city. He asked Raleigh if this was true. Raleigh, covered in cold sweat, felt as if the people from his terrifying past were now all around him, smiling in a mocking manner. Her father confirmed it, asking if he remembered showing it to her when he took Nanny home. Raleigh, overwhelmed and confused, couldn't understand what his father was saying. He felt a deep sense of unease, wondering who Nanny was, why he had taken her to the house, and when, where, and why all these events had occurred. These haunting figures from his past seemed to want to strangle him, calling him a hero and making sure he didn't worry about those childhoods, claiming they needed him. They argued that if it weren't for the orcs, their belief in the hero, only he could help them. They insisted that letting them die was nothing, because he was a hero who couldn't stop surviving. Keep your head up, because they will support you. Raleigh wanted to say something, but his thoughts interrupted him, swirling like a storm in his mind. He heard voices questioning him, asking what he was talking about. They reminded him that he had taken on this responsibility, that he was a hero, and that this was all he was capable of doing. A voice mentioned that he had died, but also that he wanted to live, that he had asked the hero to save him. Another voice demanded to know why Beck abandoned him, why he killed them. Riley felt like he was in a nightmare place, surrounded by dozens of corpses hanging upside down from the ceiling. These corpses seemed to be looking right at him, each of them silently accusing him. Riley jumped out of his chair, covering his ears with his hands, and screamed as loud as he could that he hadn't killed them. The protagonist was overcome by the most intense hysteria. In a panic, he insisted that he had not killed anyone. Then he remembered that about 6 months ago, when Lady Orley, Lloyd's mother, attacked Lady Iris, Riley himself massacred Orley and her father when they came asking for mercy. The bloodshed was brutal, and the only sounds afterwards were the pleas of a dying man. His father rushed to his side, asking what he was talking about, what other murder he was referring to. Finally, the protagonist reconsidered a little and apologized to his father, explaining that he wasn't feeling well and needed to rest. Stein agreed with his son, noting his pale face, and suggested he take time to recover. The office door opened and Riley walked out, with his father calling out to him one last time, expressing his belief in him. Shortly after Riley left, Stein Ippolita remained in his office. He thought of Riley, his youngest and dearest son, and reflected on the day's events. Stein realized that he would rather praise Riley than push him to attend that invitation. Riley was deeply depressed, and his father was no better, worried that his son might be hiding something else from him. Outside, Nani, Ian and Riley stood among the orange-leaf trees. Nani shouted to Zara that they would leave soon. Zara ran towards them, her arms loaded with various items. She asked them to wait a moment as she was on her way. Ian, noticing her charge, asked if she was moving. Zara finally arrived and explained that in order to properly obey the Lord, these things were simply necessary. Then she asked where the carriage was. Not finding her in the yard, she shouted that they should check the wheels and the condition of the horse. Riley replied that a carriage was not necessary because they would travel on foot. This surprised Zara, who was simply stunned. Riley turned to Nani, who understood without words and activated her magic. In the middle of the purple magical field, a large black door appeared, emanating dark energy. Nani pointed with his hand, indicating where the teleporter was located, and explained that by using it, they could travel directly to the west. The maidens were surprised and frightened by this revelation. They prayed to God, questioning what teleportation was and expressing their disbelief that such complicated magic could be performed so easily. Riley, noticing their hesitation, urged them to hurry, declaring that he would go first. Nani, not expecting his urgency, suggested that it would be better if they went together. However, Riley had already entered the teleporter before she could finish speaking. Nani then approached Zara and Ian and said that they needed to get in quickly, because if the teleporter closed, it would take a long time to create another one. Nani assured them that they might feel a little dizzy, but that it was not dangerous. Despite this, Zara was scared and asked if what she said was true. The maid tried to convince herself that the teleportation was reliable because Nani had created it. Ian, although he tried to hide it, was clearly scared as well, evident from the cold sweat running down his face. Nani smiled warmly, extending her hand, and asked if it was time to go. Snowy mountains, cold air, and falling snow created a picturesque scene as they teleported. Zara, looking back and saw Riley and Nani, but realized that Ian was not there. She asked where he was. Riley was outraged and commented that the old man was probably scared and didn't want to cross the teleportation portal. And Nani added that he didn't know what had happened, but it seemed like the old man was shaking with fear. This terrified Zara, and she asked what they should do now, if they would have to go back and get him. Nani replied that it would be very difficult, and that opening another door would require about 15 days. Riley, not wanting to wait so ceremoniously for so long, decided to move on. Zara asked again where he was going alone. Riley replied that they had to be on their way as there was nothing else to do, and that they would try to contact the old man at night. Zara finally sighed and agreed that there wasn't much else she could do, given that the old man seemed quite cowardly. Nani then asked Zara why he had suddenly decided to accompany them on their journey. Zara replied that Master Iris had requested it. She remembered how, while in her master's room, Iris asked if Zara had heard the news that Riley was heading west. Zara confirmed that she had heard and mentioned that she was going with Mr. Ian. Miss Iris then suggested that Zara also accompany them, explaining that Nani still lacked experience and that Mr. Ian was not very organized and meticulous. She felt that Zara's presence would bring her peace of mind. Zara was surprised by her boss's words and asked if she was really so worried about her son. Miss Iris confirmed her concern, saying she was truly worried. She explained that she thought Riley was going through puberty. Zara told all this to Nani, saying that this was the reason why she decided to join them on the journey. However, Nani remained silent, lost in thought. Back at the mansion, Raleigh's mother reminded him not to forget to call this time. She asked if he understood her concern, emphasizing how worried they were the last time he hadn't kept in touch. Raleigh, feeling a wave of shame, had to apologize once again, explaining that they had encountered an emergency. Iris assured him that everything was fine, but reminded him not to repeat the mistake by giving him a playful pat on the head. Lady Iris then poked Raleigh's cheeks and said that even if he suddenly made a mistake again, he should have the courage to ask someone for help. She emphasized that he shouldn't try to carry everything alone. Raleigh remembered his words clearly. As night fell, Nani and Zara sat near the fire. Zara held a map in her hands, examining her route. She asked if they were in the right place now, to which Nani confirmed that they had, in fact, travelled a significant distance. Zara suggested that they could pass through the Duchy of Filistin, noting its proximity on the map. Nani, surprised, realized that she hadn't noticed how close they were to the duchy. Initially, Zara was pleased that Mr. Raleigh had received an invitation, but then she wondered if he would have accepted it, considering how difficult it would be for him to visit them. Zara felt frustrated because things had started well, but now seemed to be going badly. Nani, on the other hand, was sad because the girl had also sent her an invitation. In a moment of carelessness, Nani cut herself and screamed in pain, scaring Zara. Zara quickly grabbed Nani's hand and asked her to be more careful, then helped her bandage the wound. She wondered aloud what she and her master would do if a pretty girl like Nani got seriously hurt. Nani, surprised by the comment, asked if Zara had called her beautiful. Zara confirmed, adding that if she didn't think so, she wouldn't have said it. Nani, blushing slightly, said that if Zara didn't think she was beautiful, there was no need to say otherwise. Zara responded sincerely, saying that Nani was really beautiful, explaining that she fought with swords for Raleigh's sake, among other tasks like washing clothes and cooking. Zara couldn't understand how someone as dedicated and skilled as Nani could be considered unattractive. Nani, however, replied that despite his abilities, he felt that his appearance was simply unpleasant and even horrible to look at. She mentioned that she had made many mistakes while serving the lord of the house and was only able to fulfill her duties honorably thanks to the support of those around her. Zara held Nani's hand, explaining that her appearance didn't matter to her. She admitted to feeling a little embarrassed, but insisted that Nani was beautiful because true beauty came from within. Zara pointed out that Nani was so stressed about her scar that she didn't realize how much she had grown as a person. She warned that if Nani only cared about her external appearance, she would eventually create a void within herself. Nani, touched by Zara's words, squeezed her hand tighter and asked her if she thought Mr. Raleigh had the same opinion about her. Zara suggested that if Nani was so curious, she should ask him directly. Nani commented that she couldn't do that because Raleigh would probably get angry with her, and Zara replied that she highly doubted he would be irritated just by praising her beauty, and depending on whether he could even ask her to marry him. In fact, she was joking. However, Nani didn't notice and took his words seriously. She ran to Mr. Raleigh, full of determination. Zara, realizing what Nani was about to do, quickly stood up, anticipating the awkward conversation. Nani called her master, who was looking into the snowy distance, and asked what was wrong. With a trembling voice, Nani said that she had something important to talk about. Finally, Riley turned to face her, revealing her terrible dark circle. Nani was shocked by his appearance and asked why he was so pale, almost shouting that he seemed to have no face. Raleigh, trying to reassure her, told her not to worry, as if it was her first day without sleeping. Nani, feeling intimidated by his appearance, asked the gentleman if he wasn't getting enough sleep. Raleigh admitted he hadn't been sleeping at all. With these words, he walked away from Nani. Nani was about to explain that it was all because of a nightmare when Raleigh suddenly hit the wall hard and shouted that she had already figured it all out. He mumbled something about needing a bed, clearly distressed. Suddenly, they heard something happening outside the cave, and Zara mentioned a strange sound. Raleigh quickly realized it was a wolf, noting that there were probably two of them. He asked what they were going to do. Riley tensed, and Nani got a little scared. Out of nowhere, Raleigh unstrung his sword, mentally preparing himself to kill whoever threatened them. However, someone stopped him. It was Nani, who wanted to convince him to think rationally. She said she was fine, and that he didn't need to fight alone. She took his hand and reminded him that resorting to violence and shedding blood was not the solution he wanted. She asked him to confirm whether this was true. Nani explained that if they approached the situation calmly, they could talk to the wolves and make sure they listened to them. Zara, feeling scared, asked Nani to get Riley out of there quickly. Outside, there were two black wolves emanating dark energy. Nani was worried, but didn't fully understand what the purple bubble of energy surrounding them was. Approaching the two wolves, Nani said that she would not harm them and asked them to calm down and come closer. She extended her arm towards the fearsome beasts. One of the wolves opened its mouth, drooling, revealing sharp teeth. Despite the wolves' intimidating appearance, one of them allowed Nani to pet him. Riley was amazed and asked how she had managed it. Nani explained that she had learned this skill from a spirit in her mentor's cave. She recounted an incident from last winter where she witnessed something similar in a desert area near Soli Castle. She then turned to Riley and asked if he had ever seen anything like this before. Riley confirmed that he had. Nani concluded it was true. She elaborated that one of the people who had been pursued by her mentor and Mrs. Isilda had left these marks. Nani explained that these were nullies, creatures that resembled Rabasu or a dark mage who could reanimate people's corpses. She speculated that this could be the result of an epidemic, suggesting that it could occur from time to time. Nani then asked Riley if they could take the wolves with them on the journey. She had read in a book that wolves could be very useful in snowy terrain. Although the wolves were initially exhausted due to some unknown magic, they were now obedient to their savior. Riley agreed, allowing Nani to take the wolves. However, at that moment, someone called for them to wait. It was Zera, with a trembling voice, asking to be sent back. She was clearly embarrassed, but much more terrified. His body shook with fear. Later, Nani was seen resting, leaning against the black wolf's large, warm body. This sight bothered Zera as Nani was sleeping right in front of the man she was supposed to serve during the journey. Riley, with a smile, asked Zera if she was upset about the wolves. Zera vehemently denied it despite her outburst and outrage. However, when she looked at the wolf, she backed away in fear. She confessed that she had a deep fear of dogs, stemming from a traumatic incident in which she was bitten as a child. Riley asked if this happened in Solia and remarked that it was quite unexpected. Zera confirmed that it did happen in Solia. She then wondered aloud if Riley had ever experienced something similar, like psychological trauma. Riley made a light joke, and Zera quickly responded that he probably hadn't. She elaborated, saying she had a lot of fears, not just of dogs. She thought she was getting better, but realized she hadn't completely overcome her fear. Riley then asked if it was possible that these fears were related to his life in the lower part of Solia. Zera laughed and acknowledged that he seemed to be aware of this. Riley clarified that, in fact, he wasn't. He mentioned that during his last visit to Solia, he noticed a change in Zera's expression, indicating her fear. He assumed that his injuries were not related to Solia. As the fire crackled and burned, Zera spoke with empathetic charm, noting that her sensitivity was much greater than that of a normal person, and there was a reason for that. Zera admitted that she felt a little embarrassed talking about her past, explaining that it had been a long time ago and that she had lived in Lower Solia for many years. Zera remembered those difficult days when she was thrown to the ground, shouted at to get out of the way and disappear. At that time, she was just a girl, barely a teenager. She collected scattered grains in an old, rusty basin, while those who kicked her walked away, spitting in all directions and grumbling with discontent. One day, while he was collecting grain, he noticed two men running towards him. However, when they arrived, she had already disappeared. One of the men, frustrated, asked where the girl had gone, noting that she always begged in that area. The other man, equally angry, questioned how she had managed to escape. Zera, fearless and with eyes full of indifference, told the man that she was always running away from people. Over time, he became more vigilant, sharpening his senses. She mentioned that her sense of smell had probably heightened due to the circumstances, and she was now afraid of enclosed spaces and large holes. Feeling embarrassed about bringing up such personal memories, Zera admitted that talking about these things made her a little uncomfortable, wondering if the dawn had influenced her emotions. Riley asked Zera to listen carefully and asked if she had overcome her fears yet. Smiling, Zera replied no, pointing out that he saw her tremble like a leaf in front of the wolves. Riley felt a little disappointed by this, as he was hoping to get advice on how to overcome his own problem. Zera noticed his mood and was a little surprised. She recognized that despite leading a happy life, Riley seemed incredibly tired. She rhetorically asked who among them did not have weaknesses and flaws, mentioning that she herself still had many fears despite her current strength. Zera then shared some details about Master Riley, noting that he had a carriage and a small car, hated anything that disturbed him, slept a lot during the day, and could not contradict his master. Furthermore, Mr. Ian often bullied him, but he still tolerated and helped him. However, Zera emphasized that these were not disadvantages, but rather virtues. Riley was surprised by his words. Zera smiled and stated that living with disadvantages and trauma was not necessarily bad, suggesting that it was acceptable to ask for help. She pointed out that although she knows it is difficult for a strong person without apparent fears to seek help, it becomes easier to accept assistance when fear arises. Riley, turning to Zera, saw her smiling and suggesting that they add more fuel to the fire. Maybe Riley wanted to say something, but Zera gently told him to go to sleep, promising to keep watch through the night. As dawn approached, a man dressed in a black cloak left footprints in the white snow, loudly calling someone insolent. It was Cabal, who pointed his gun at an invisible opponent, shouting that he wasn't like the bastard left leg, and if he hadn't interfered things wouldn't end up like this. Suddenly, a large amount of mana appeared. Cabal was initially perplexed and very surprised by the situation. Out of nowhere, a voice ordered him to respond to his call. Immediately, Cabal fell to his knees, saying he was at his command. The voice then revealed to Cabal that the left hand had died, a revelation that shocked Cabal as it was not what he expected. Cabal could not believe that Uriel was dead, as he thought it was impossible due to Rebosa's ability to revive corpses. The voice then ordered Cabal that he should go on a pilgrimage to find replacements for the left hand and head, and suddenly he released lightning. There, in the snow, Cabal discovered a purple pill or ball, immediately recognizing its importance. The stranger informed him that wounds had appeared on his heart, and that he must now guard it as if it were the apple of his eye. Cabal took the object, astonished, and expressed disbelief that even his heart had been injured. Cabal's hand shook with rage as he realized that not only was Uriel injured, but Rebosa as well. He was almost beside himself with fury. Despite the cold, his blood flowed at an incredible speed. He shouted in defiance, vowing to kill those responsible. Meanwhile, in the cave, Zera was stunned. She turned to Nani and asked if she had not fully recovered yet. Nani replied that they were going to a place where she could regain her full health. Zera then shouted, questioning whether the Lord was aware of this. She laughed hysterically, insinuating that Nani had stopped this. Zera from finishing her thought since the beginning of the journey. Nani confirmed that they had embarked on the trip because of her. Zera began shaking Nani vigorously, demanding to know why she hadn't informed her earlier. Nani explained that she was worried about causing concern. Feeling dizzy, she added that she planned to remain silent until the end. However, the Lord advised that it would be better to share such information. Zera was surprised by the Lord's suggestion. Riley shrugged, and Zera calmed down, thanking Nani for at least telling her now. Riley commented that she had felt something was wrong since the beginning of the trip, and it seemed that the lady was unnecessarily worried about Mr. Riley. In fact, it was Nani who deserved concern. Nani, remaining calm, admitted that she was worried for no reason. His demeanor seemed a little sadder. She mentally conveyed to Zera that her fears were not foolish, but genuine concerns about Mr. Riley. Approaching Riley, Nani asked if he was okay, noting that he looked very tired and suggesting that he get some sleep. Riley reiterated that he had already mentioned that it was his first day without getting enough sleep. He said he was always sleepy, and then approached Nani to ask if the food was ready. He promised to eat and then take a nap for a while. Nani was surprised and tensed, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, the fairy Eliona appeared out of nowhere, adding another layer of confusion to the situation. She suddenly flew towards Nani and asked if she was worried. Then Eliona asked why she looked so surprised, pointing out that it was written all over her face. Nani backed away and coldly replied that, yes, she was very worried. Eliona commented that she would be in the same state if she were in Nani's place, stating that neither the spirits nor their masters could overcome sleep. Meanwhile, Riley was taking a big bite of food, and Eliona commented that although he was strong as a beast, pushing a little harder could lead to something terrible. She asked if Nani had any idea why he was in that condition. Nani replied that, of course, she had an idea, but it wasn't something she could easily discuss, and Eliona sarcastically commented that humans are very complicated. Eliona then whispered something in Nani's ear that surprised and scared her greatly. Shortly after, Riley, Nani, Zera, and the two wolves were crossing the snowy forest. The snow was falling heavily, and the wind was bitterly cold, making it incredibly difficult for the already exhausted Riley to move forward. Despite the conditions, Riley continued. Zera shouted to the Lord, pointing out that the wind was very strong and that they had already traveled a significant distance that day. However, Riley either didn't hear her or chose to ignore her, forcing Zera to scream louder and call out to him. Realizing it was futile, she turned to Nani, begging her to stop him somehow. And at that moment, Nani suggested to Riley that, if he was so insistent on continuing, at least let her cast a cold resistance spell. Zera was unhappy with Nani's words, arguing that she had asked them to stop Riley, not to encourage him to move forward. Eventually, Riley stopped and asked for cold resistance, indicating that it wouldn't hurt to have it. Without further explanation, Nani declared that he would take care of it and extended his arm. She called for Eliona, who appeared immediately, reminding Nani that she owed her a pudding. Eliona asked if they had an agreement, and Nani nodded as Eliona touched his arm. Riley observed the magic flowing, but did not quite understand its nature, stating that he did not need that type of magic. It looked like he wanted to say something more, but then he began to collapse, his strength leaving him. He fell directly into Nani's arms, who held him in a hug. Zera ran, calling Riley and asking what was wrong with him. Nani reassured Zera that everything was fine and explained that she had put him to sleep. Zera was surprised, responding that she thought the magic was for cold resistance. Zera, staring at Nani, asked if she had lied. Nani apologized, explaining that she thought her master wouldn't suspect anything. The swordsman fell into a deep sleep, and Nani mentioned that Riley hadn't had a decent night's sleep in several weeks. She explained that she believed it was best to force him to sleep before he suffered serious consequences from sleep deprivation. Zara, intrigued, pointed out that she had seen Riley sleeping at dawn a few weeks ago. Nani clarified, saying that what she saw was just a brief rest, not proper sleep, and that Riley needed a full night of uninterrupted sleep to recover. Nani explained that Riley just closed his eyes but didn't really sleep, and that he had been doing this even before the journey began. To offer some protection, Nani built a protective dome for them, which was quickly covered by snow. She suggested that they should go back to the cave first. A week later, Riley was lying under a blanket on the cold floor, with Zara sitting beside him. A fire burned nearby, with food cooking in the flames. Riley felt extremely sick. Sweat ran down his face, and his forehead burned with fever. Zara, clearly alarmed that a week had passed without improvement, looked directly at Riley, worried about what they would need to do to help him recover. Suddenly, the cave began to shake and fragments of rock began to fall. Zara, realizing the gravity of the situation, became very angry. This time, an evil Yeti was watching them. With red eyes similar to those of the two wolves they had encountered previously, Zara summoned two great golden swords and asked the sleeping lord to hold on a little longer, promising to find out what was happening and return to him. She jumped high into the air as the Yeti tried to catch her. Jumping from the cave's ceiling, she apologized to the monster, stating that they had arrived first. Suddenly, Nani appeared and, using magic, caused a massive explosion, engulfing the Yeti in purple flames. The creature roared in pain. Zara, also feeling the heat, shouted to Nani that it was hurting and that it was hot. She told Nani that she scared her and asked her to at least give a warning next time. Nani apologized, explaining that she hadn't thought it through, that it was an emergency, and she acted impulsively. Zara then asked if Nani had found anything useful. Unfortunately, Nani replied that she had not found any medicine and had not even been able to gather food for them. It was true that it was very difficult to find anything in such a desolate area. Zara noted that it had been a long time since the effects of the magic should have worn off, but Riley still hadn't woken up. Nani admitted that she was worried about this while looking for food and medicine. She blamed herself, thinking that if she hadn't used magic, none of this would have happened. Panic began to take over her as she wondered what would happen if Riley didn't wake up. At that moment, Zara grabbed Nani by the shoulders, urging her to come to her senses. She reminded Nani that they could not lose hope and needed her help. Zara's words and courage surprised Nani, making her realize the gravity of the situation. Zara then took her backpack and insisted that they couldn't stay there any longer. They had to leave immediately. Surprised, Nani asked what she meant and where they should go. Zara, with a serious expression, explained that there was no place nearby that could help them. The only option was the Duchy of Feliznian. As they approached the entrance of the Duchy of Feliznian, the guard was surprised to see them. Despite their pleas, he apologized and said he could not let them in. Meanwhile, Nani carried Riley on her back. The guard replied that an invitation was necessary, without which they could not confirm their status. He said that if he let the wrong person in and there were problems, his head would roll, and he asked them to understand him. As Zara was a servant of a noble family, she perfectly understood the guard's situation. She was surprised and frustrated that they were being denied entry, especially with a sick person in their care. With no other plans and with night approaching, bringing with it the intense cold, Zara's eyes filled with tears of helplessness. She mentally looked to Nani and the Lord for support, feeling completely desperate. The girl whimpered, wiping the tears from her eyes, which moved the guard. He ran to her and asked her why she was crying. Zara apologized to Nani for dragging her into this situation without considering the possible consequences. She felt terribly guilty. Nani just looked at her silently. Then, she put Riley on Zara's back and asked her to carry him for a while. Nani suggested to Zara that she would resolve the situation herself. She seemed much more determined and resolute. Approaching the guard, she struck him, making him prepare his spear and ask if she wanted to see the consequences. In an instant, his weapon was melted by Nani's magic, leaving the guard stunned. Nani's magic swirled around him as she warned him to let them pass or face her wrath. The guard, terrified and confused by the sudden display of magic, knew he needed to call for reinforcements. However, before he could act, Nani froze the signal button. Suddenly, a grumpy Eliona appeared in the guard's helmet and demanded to know what he was thinking. She advised him to get out of the way quickly, warning that Nani was in a very bad mood. Nani raised her hand, and a whirlwind of magic swirled around her, asking one last time if he would let them pass. The guard, overcome by real terror, fell to the ground and tried to distance himself from the nightmare he was facing. Inside the mansion, a grand ball was taking place. Beautiful noble ladies in luxurious dresses and well-groomed gentlemen enjoyed the festivities. Aristocrats talked about various topics and drank culturally. Someone mentioned that there was a lot of confusion last fall, questioning the need for the alliance. The anxiety among the nobles was palpable and needed to be addressed promptly. Another noble asked if there were rumors of mutiny, causing an aristocrat to swear loudly. He cursed the temple of Solia, asking where the saint and the reverend had escaped. A blonde-haired girl responded that a reward had been promised for her capture. Another person expressed confusion as to how the situation between the temple and the wizard's tower had escalated to such a point. He reflected on the situation, pondering the reasons that caused so much tension and turmoil. The boy told what he had just remembered. He mentioned that there were rumors that Count Stein had lost his hand in battle. The count had decided on an heir for the family. The other boy confirmed this, explaining that they chose the second son, Lloyd, which surprised the first boy. He wondered why they didn't choose the first son, Leon. The other boy explained that he heard that the first son attacked Count Stein and was banished. People also commented that Lady Latrina was present at the event. Some claimed the rumors were false and found it impressive that he did not appear to be a defeated figure, but rather quite intriguing. At this moment, Lady Latrina passed by and heard the guests' conversations. One of the aristocrats expressed interest in the mercenary who cut off the Count of Stein's hand and insisted that they must capture him. Another responded that it was unnecessary to state the obvious. They continued drinking and gossiping. Mrs. Latrina felt nothing but pity for them, thinking that all their gossip and rumors were insignificant. She especially didn't like how they repeated such trivial things over and over again. She was also upset that Mr. Raleigh hadn't arrived, which made the event even more boring. Suddenly, someone called out to her. It was the same gate guard, running towards Latrina, clearly agitated and shouting about a problem. Latrina calmly asked what was wrong. The guard explained that unexpected guests, claiming to be from the Ipiet family, had arrived. He admitted to having let them into the house without an invitation, identifying them and noting that they were accompanied by a sick person. He led the guests into the ballroom to begin. Latrina asked the guard to wait and seductively asked if he had mentioned that they were from the Ipiet family. Meanwhile, Riley was lying on a soft bed. Nanny placed a cold compress on his forehead, saying it was undoubtedly better than the cave and asking if Riley agreed. Zara confirmed, agreeing that it was definitely an improvement. Nanny sat next to her master while Zara took care of some chores. Nanny mentioned that they now had another problem to solve and unfortunately, it was not clear when the gentleman would wake up. Suddenly, Riley started to show some body movements and sighed loudly. Nanny tensed and called out to him, thinking that he was finally facing something he had been avoiding for a long time, although she didn't say it out loud. Nanny believed Riley was dealing with all the problems she had been neglecting. She blamed herself for not realizing this sooner. His thoughts were a chaotic mix of worry and self-punishment. She understood that she was also avoiding these problems. Nanny thought that if she knew the kind of people he cared about, she would feel hurt. These thoughts were so selfish and tragic that tears welled up in his eyes. Zara noticed the suffering on Nanny's face and called out to her. Nanny realized that all they could do now was wait. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened and Mrs. Latrina entered, smiling apologetically. Zara quickly bowed to her, but Nanny remained sitting next to Raleigh's bed without turning around. Zara, feeling embarrassed by Nanny's behavior, called her again, but Nanny still didn't move. Latrina seemed perplexed by the situation. The guard tried to speak, but Latrina silenced him, explaining that there was a sick man present and that they needed to remain silent. She confirmed their identities, assuring the guard that she knew them well. Despite this, the guard was still concerned and suggested that a guard remain with her for safety. Lady Latrina, becoming irritated, insisted that there was no need to repeat herself and that she could handle the situation. The guard, intimidated by his authority, reluctantly agreed and said he would wait outside. Finally, the door closed and Latrina expressed her pleasure at being alone with them. She commented that she was happy to see them again since their last meeting at the Ipiet house. She looked directly at Zara and asked her name. Zara quickly introduced herself and didn't forget to introduce Miss Nanny as well. Latrina acknowledged that she had heard about their argument with the guard and apologized, explaining that recent events in the capital had made everyone cautious. She asked for understanding. Zara assured that everything was fine, although in thought she considered that the situation had been more of a confrontation than a simple argument. Latrina, noticing the lack of an invitation, deduced that they were not there to spend the night. She inquired about Mr. Raleigh's condition, questioning whether he was truly ill. Zara, unsure how to respond, remained silent. Latrina, realizing something was wrong, coughed and speculated that something undisclosed had occurred. Zara just looked away. Latrina took her fan, covered her face with it, and assured that she understood. She promised to explain the situation to the family and team, offering help if necessary. His words surprised Zara more and more. Latrina approached her, asking if everything was okay. Zara hastily replied yes, although clearly disturbed. Latrina urged her not to worry so much, expressing her concern for Mr. Raleigh. She mentioned hearing about the Seventh Circle mage who killed Astro and asked if it was true. At that moment, Nanny finally turned around, surprised by Latrina's knowledge. Latrina, pleased to have attracted Nanny's attention, commented that it seemed like they both had secrets that they were reluctant to share. she confided that she also had her own secrets. Lady Latrina laughed and commented on the allure of women's secrets. She then decided to leave, mentioning that the reception was over and that she couldn't stay away for long. She threw a sarcastic look at Nani, who noticed the look, wishing them a good night's sleep. Latrina left. It was a dark, gloomy, cold night, with stars twinkling in the freezing air. However, morning soon arrived. The sun shone brightly, warming the land, and gradually rose over the duchy where the protagonist rested. Zara, noticing Nani's tiredness, suggested that she take a walk. Nani, folding another compress, asked what she meant. Zara explained that Nani had been sitting there for 3 days and asked her if she was bored. Nani insisted that she was not bored. At that moment, the fairy alien appeared out of nowhere, loudly agreeing with Zara. She commented that, whether spirit or human, staying behind 4 walls for so long was unbearable. Even Alien couldn't take it anymore and suggested Nani to leave, practically pushing Nani with his words. Alien encouraged her to take a break. Nani finally agreed, and Zara wished them a safe ride. When the door closed behind them, Zara sighed in relief, having been very worried about Nani. Meanwhile, Mr. Raleigh was showing signs of recovery. That night arguments arose about why Mr. Raleigh had come instead of Mr. Lloyd, the named heir. Someone asked if Raleigh was the one they called the vagabond swordsman. Another mentioned serious debates about the future of Olia, while another person questioned what the tramp was doing there. One person speculated that Mr. Raleigh had a trump card up his sleeve, potentially changing Solia's fortunes, which piqued the interest of another nobleman. Someone shouted, asking how a mere cunning maid could be an asset. Another asked for calm, suggesting that they start by listening to him. He reminded everyone of the incident with the wizard Astroy, which left the aristocrats astonished. They wondered if Raleigh had simply been lucky. But the speaker stood firm, stating the truth. He explained that Nani had survived Astroy's experiments and was now a high-ranking mage. The aristocrats decided they could use it as a secret weapon. However, one noble argued that placing such a prominent wizard in front of the tower during turbulent times would discourage anyone from approaching them. Zara heard all their conversations from around the corner. Then a nobleman questioned whether the scar on Nani's face was too prominent for such a position, worrying that rumors would spread. Another agreed, suggesting that they should talk to the people at Solia Castle first. The first retorted, asking if they thought they were the only smart ones, implying that there must be many others like them. Zara was amazed at how worried they were about Nani's appearance. She squeezed another compress for Raleigh, muttering to herself about how they would first turn a person into a weapon and then criticize their appearance. She was completely outraged that aristocrats would engage in such disgusting conversations, and placed the towel on Raleigh's forehead with a sigh. Meanwhile, Nani was walking along a green path with several stones. Despite the pleasant environment, she found no joy in her walk, feeling frustrated with everything. Suddenly, a smiling Mrs. Latrina appeared at her side, commenting on Nani's luck and saying that, thanks to her, they would have a wonderful excursion. Fairy Eliona wondered why they had met her, of all people. Latrina approached and asked about Mr. Raleigh's condition. Nani replied that he was neither truly alive nor dead, just in a vegetative state. Latrina noticed Nani's sadness and shared in it for a moment, her face showing genuine concern. Then, a peculiar and sly smile appeared on her face, and she asked Nani if she had feelings for the man. Latrina's words left Nani stunned and deeply embarrassed, unable to respond intelligently. She shook her head, denying everything she could, trying to explain herself. But Latrina interrupted her repeatedly, suggesting that Nani should give up. She explained that her family, the Pellets, was not just an empty name, and that the Count of Estein would oppose such a marriage. Latrina reveled in his words, taking pleasure in Nani's discomfort. She mentioned Nani's scar, commenting that the boss shouldn't look at her as her skin hadn't healed yet. Eliona, more than irritated, shouted that Latrina was a vile woman, profiting from threats, but Nani asked the fairy to calm down, knowing that it was useless to argue. Latrina continued, saying that even if Nani was 100 times more beautiful, if her scar wasn't hidden by a bride's veil, no one would attend the wedding. Asking if Nani shared that opinion, she added that a wedding without guests would be quite sad. His words broke the poor girl, who admitted to knowing this. Then, Latrina placed her hand on Nani's shoulder, smiling as she asked why she took everything so literally and who wouldn't attend a wedding for such a reason. Nani, now confused, did not understand what Latrina wanted from her. Latrina then asked if Nani's surname was Reinfeld, to which Nani nodded. Latrina talked about etiquette, surprising Nani with her knowledge. The girl questioned her, but Latrina only replied that she could see that Nani was intrigued and, as she said before, it was her secret. She suggested that Nani consider everything she said to her as harmless jokes from a rival who also loved the Lord. At dusk, the sky darkened once again. Eliona was furious, questioning what kind of vile woman Latrina was, and who she thought she was to treat Nani this way. She shouted that Nani was 100 times more beautiful than that horrible woman. Nani, however, remained silent, looking at the ground, lost in her thoughts. Eliona was still furious, her flames burning even more intensely than usual. Known to be a fire fairy, her anger now burned with vengeance. She declared that if she had been in Nani's place, she would have burned Latrina alive on the spot, while Nani stood there, feeling like a helpless spectator. Eventually, Nani turned to Eliona and pointed out that normally when a joke is made, it is clarified that it is just a joke. Eliona acknowledged this, but admitted that she still didn't understand Nani's point. Nani elaborated that Latrina had intentionally phrased her comments in a way that made Nani think they were jokes. Eliona, looking straight into Nani's eyes, covered her nose in a dismissive gesture and urged her not to let such comments affect her, encouraging her to wipe away her tears. Nani, feeling defeated, mumbled that it was useless and that she didn't look good. Eliona, intrigued, asked what she meant, because if she could become an artificial spirit, it would heal everything, including her scar. This revelation piqued Nani's interest, who asked if this was true and what needed to be done to achieve this. Eliona suggested that they go to her room for a more private conversation. Once there, Zera, remembering the white snow, asked Eliona to continue her story. Eliona told a tale about a place where snow falls and the whisper of black wings can be heard. A peaceful place where the song of light plays softly. Nani asked if white snow symbolized winter and black wings a raven. Zera wondered what a quiet place where soft music plays could mean, questioning how a place could be silent if music was playing. Eliona admitted that she couldn't say for sure where this place was, but she felt like it was close. Intrigued, Nani and Zera pressed Eliona for more details. Nani confirmed that Eliona had mentioned seeing the spirit before, and Eliona confirmed this. Curious about Nani's intentions, Nani then approached Zera, asking if she could look after Lord Riley while she was away. Nani revealed her intention to meet the spirit in person. Eliona, surprised, asked if Nani knew where to find the spirit. Nani firmly replied that she did not know, but intended to use her own skills to locate him. She asked Eliona to remember the spirit and think about it as vividly as possible, hoping to use this method for her search. Nani, trying this new method for the first time, tried to believe in her own strength. White butterflies began to fly around him. Suddenly, Nani woke up in a dark place, feeling a little pain. Eliona hurriedly asked if she was okay. Nani, holding her eye, reassured her that although it hurt a little, she was close to meeting the spirit. She saw butterflies and the silhouette of a man in a dark cloak, with a butterfly resting on his arm. Sweat poured down Nani's face as she endured the horrible pain, doing what she could. Exhausted, she had already collapsed to the floor. Zera ran to her side, asking her not to try so hard. She shouted that the teacher wouldn't want that, but Nani now knew where to find the spirit. Eliona and Zera, surprised by Nani's determination, asked where. Nani, despite her weakened state, pointed with her hand in a specific direction, gesturing towards the unconscious Riley. Zera, seeing the unconscious protagonist, was amazed by Nani's words. She asked why Riley specifically, not understanding the connection. Eliona began to suspect something, and Nani confirmed that Riley was the key. Eliona protested, saying that nothing in that situation corresponded to the prophecy. She pointed to Riley and asked where the black wings were and the silent place where the song resounded. Nani replied that if seen from a certain perspective, Eliona was right, and Riley's eyes reflected sleepless nights. She explained that everything didn't fit together perfectly because the place they were looking for wasn't in the real world. The three looked at the sleeping Riley. Nani clarified that it was not in reality, but in Riley's dreams. It was as if she was submerged in something deep and cold. Eliona, perplexed, asked why the spirit she knew was involved. For months, this spirit was present in Riley's dreams, and she admitted that she didn't understand any of it. Nani got up and approached Riley's bed. Eliona asked if she really planned to enter his dreams, and Nani confirmed. Eliona, worried, asked if she knew what this entailed. Entering Riley's dreams could be dangerous due to Nani's illness. If she got lost in the labyrinthine parts of her mind, she could end up in a paralytic state. Zera, worried, asked if Nani was overreacting again. Nani, determined, said she wanted to make things right. Whenever Riley felt bad, she wanted to be there to understand and help him. She could no longer stand aside and just watch. Zera looked at her silently, realizing the depth of Nani's determination. With no other choice, Zera asked Nani to be careful. Their agreement stunned Eliona, who questioned why they weren't stopping Nani. Zera explained that they couldn't because Nani had insisted on doing it herself. Eliona, frustrated and angry, said she could go crazy with them all. Eliona warned Nani that if she failed, she would become nothing more than an ordinary puppet. She asked if Nani still wanted to continue. Nani, unwavering, agreed, horrifying the pensive fairy. Eliona asked if Nani wanted her master to kill her. Nani, smiling, reassured her that her mentor was definitely not that kind of person. He would understand, for Nani Endao was indeed one of the kindest beings. However, Eliona was not convinced. She could already imagine her master's furious look. demanding to know why she hadn't stopped Nani. The fairy shouted that Nani was clearly overestimating him. Coldly, she wondered if they were talking about the same person. The fairy grabbed her head in frustration and screamed that she would never understand people's thoughts. Why did they always run straight into danger? She begged Nani to reconsider, noting that even from a spirit's perspective, she was now quite healthy. Nani admitted that he had thought about it a lot, whether it was really necessary to do such a thing. However, now it was not just about becoming a spirit, but also about saving the Lord. She said that she wanted to become an artificial spirit from the beginning just to be by the Lord's side. Smiling widely at the fairy, she asked Eliona to understand and watch her closely. As Zara did not fully understand the importance of her actions, Eliona told Nani that in order to enter the dream, she would have to completely alter her consciousness. Until she resolved her issues and returned, she would be defenseless. She asked Zara to protect her during this vulnerable time. Zara listened attentively, then hugged Nani tightly, surprising her. Zara asked Nani to ensure that she brings the Lord back and that he returns safely, promising to protect and look after them in the meantime. Nani closed her eyes and knelt down beside Raleigh. She promised. Holding the Lord's hand, she prepared to begin. She used the dream communication skill. A red aura surrounded her as she mentally reached out to her teacher. His black hair sparkled with magic. She braced herself even more, mentally begging for more time as her strength waned. Zara, realizing this, rushed to Nani with all her strength. It was dark. There was no need to close the curtain. Lady Latrina lay on her large plush bed, thinking about the maid from the seventh circle. She wondered what the girl had done to make such a leap and was tempted to delve deeper into her thoughts. However, he decided not to overdo it. Something knocked on the window, and Latrina jumped. A black bird with red eyes appeared at the window, and she wondered if it had been sent by the angry dog. She opened the window and read the letter the bird had brought. It contained lines about the right leg and head, which she read in pairs. A frantic smile began to spread across her face as she spoke. Realizing she wasn't wrong, she wanted them. She wanted to possess them so intensely that a shiver ran through her entire body. His violet eyes seemed even more vibrant, and his desire grew stronger. The sky was darkening, dawn was approaching, and the sun was shining. The pink sky appeared behind the green curtains, but somewhere it was still night. Raleigh and Nani were lying on the bed, their hands intertwined. Eliona commented that time seemed to be dragging on, but Zara reminded her that it had only been 2 days by spirit standards. Eliona, a little exasperated, asked Zara to stop sighing, warning her that it would only shorten her life. Zara apologized, explaining that as a human, the more time passed, the more worried she became. She confessed that taking care of them was the only thing that kept her sane. Eliona acknowledged this, but pointed out that there was nothing they could do at the moment. She suggested that if someone was feeling impatient, they could pray to the goddess Idnasa, as people often do in difficult times. Zara admitted that she didn't believe in all this and asked where Eliona had learned phrases like, "If you inhale, your life will shorten," or, "If it's difficult, pray to the goddess." Eliona laughed and said that Nani had told her, which immediately made Zara suspicious, thinking something was wrong. At that moment, they heard a woman's voice on the other side of the door. The woman asked if anyone was in the room. Zara immediately recognized Lady Latrina's voice and responded affirmatively, asking what the problem was. Latrina explained that she was worried, as she hadn't seen them for 2 days, and that's why she came to check on them. She asked how Mr. Raleigh was, noting that the girl was still beside him. From the other side of the door, Zara replied that Raleigh's condition had worsened and promised to inform Latrina immediately if there was any improvement. Latrina then asked if Nani was in the room and entered without waiting for a response, stating that she wanted to speak to her. This made Zara nervous, especially as she remembered locking the door securely. Eliona, as usual, was indignant and muttered about the detestable woman. Zara, truly worried, watched as Latrina got closer and closer. Latrina approached Raleigh's head, inspecting him with a horrified expression. She noticed that his temperature and breathing were normal and that he was just sleeping, holding Nani's hand. This angered Latrina, and a frantic smile appeared on her face, similar to that of Euryalus or Cabal. Zara, recognizing the danger, offered to explain everything, but suddenly Eliona shouted a warning for Zara to get out of the way. A beam of blue magic cut through the air. Zara coughed up some blood and questioned why Latrina was attacking her. The poor maid was then thrown out the window by Latrina's magic. Eliona screamed for Zara, but she couldn't do anything to help her. Latrina, now leaning over Raleigh's bed, declared that she had eliminated the clutter and that she and Raleigh could now enjoy their unhurried time. She grabbed Raleigh's face, expressing a touch of regret at having to say goodbye to her status as the Duke's daughter. But she believed the Lord was worth it. She was confident that he would bring her wonderful memories, fully determined to pursue her desires. Nani found herself in a deep, dark place with very little visibility. She stood up and looked around, stretching her arm out in front of her and calling for light. but realized she couldn't use her magic there. Desperate, she began calling for the Lord, screaming and searching as she wandered through the dark environment, never stopping calling him. The realization that she was in a maze scared her. She wondered how she would find her Lord in such a place alone, but forced herself to abandon her self-destructive thoughts. Repeating to herself that she had already decided to see this through to the end, she resolved to find and return to her Lord, whatever the cost. Suddenly, Nani heard a strange sound but couldn't identify it. She heard someone moaning nearby. As he advanced, green butterflies fluttered around him, their light growing brighter. Nani, covering her face with her hands to protect herself from the glare, noticed a black butterfly turning towards her, calling her name. The butterfly apologized for scaring her and asked if she was scared. Nani asked who the butterfly was, but instead of introducing herself, the butterfly said she wanted to show her something. Before her appeared a city covered in snow, with black smoke rising into the sky. The scene was unfamiliar to Nani, with tall buildings she had only seen in her Lord's visions. Startled, Nani listened as the butterfly explained that this was the world where she had lived before, a place where snow fell and black butterflies flew. A peaceful place with bright, clear music that was just an advertisement on a broken screen. Nani asked the butterfly if this was true, and the butterfly confirmed, saying that it was from her past life. This revelation shocked Nani deeply. She asked about the man's past life, but the butterfly, understanding her confusion, said he remembered everything. The butterfly wanted to tell Nani many things, but she observed that they didn't have much time, and there was a lot to show and tell. At this moment, the butterfly transformed into a more human form, wearing a dark brown cloak. He asked if Nani had come there for the Lord, and she confirmed, questioning if he was there. The butterfly cryptically replied that the Lord may or may not be there. Confused, Nani asked what he meant. The butterfly, now disguised as a man, handed her something green and magical, telling her to take it and see for herself. The object glowed with its own light. Nani took the object in her hand and suddenly screamed. She heard someone shouting about a sword. She took the sword, realizing that this little boy was destined to save them. She saw the vision of a small man with a large sword in his hands. They were in a church, and the priest told everyone to rejoice. Finally, a hero had emerged. Nani gently held the glowing orb in her hands and asked if it contained the Lord's memories. The butterfly confirmed that it was indeed the memories of his past life. Nani expressed her guilt, feeling as if a tremendous burden had been placed on her shoulders. The butterfly explained that this world was much darker and more dangerous than the one Nani lived in. It asked Nani if she saw any forests or mana similar to her world here. Nani looked around and confirmed that she didn't sense any mana. It was almost as if it were empty. The butterfly explained that the absence of these things in this world was due to the Lord's efforts. But the butterfly explained that before all this it used to be horrible. Nani asked what he meant by horrible, and the butterfly explained that they were just getting started. She gestured towards a scene, urging Nani to look carefully. Following his gaze, Nani saw a man walking and swaying. As the man took a step, the asphalt beneath his feet cracked and purple light began to emanate from the fissures. Suddenly, hands emerged from the ground, grabbing the man. Unaware of what was happening, he continued walking until hands wrapped around him, covering his nose and mouth, preventing him from making any sound. He was dragged underground, unable to grab anything to save himself. The butterfly explained that these were the Black Hands, the evil forces that Mr. Raleigh had faced in his past life. Specifically, he had fought them underground, where these things appeared. Nani saw fragments of those terrifying memories through the memory capsule. She witnessed soldiers shouting to their captain that they were running out of bullets, begging him to stop, asking if he was going to kill the people behind him. They screamed, believing they had seen demons and needed to escape. The butterfly told Nani that people tried to fight back, but it was useless. They could only put their trust in one hero, and that hero was Raleigh, known as Beck in those days. The people applauded and celebrated the hero, cheering for his salvation and the promise of survival. The butterfly asked Nani if she wanted to know what it was like for Raleigh. While showing her a man who cared only about saving lives, Nani saw that he was completely exhausted and mentioned it, feeling deeply for her master. The butterfly confirmed Nani's observation, explaining that at the age of 3, Raleigh had been chosen by the sword and had become a swordsman. From a young age, he tirelessly honed his skills. At 7, he took his first life, killing a foreigner. At 9, he was betrayed by his mentor, and his sister died under horrific circumstances. At 10, he killed his mentor. By the age of 12, he had already killed more than 1,000 people, including demons. At 13, due to a friend's betrayal, he lost his parents. His dedication to heroic duties left him no time even to mourn them properly. Driven by revenge, he began hunting his friend. However, in his absence, people died because there was no one left to protect them. They blamed him for these deaths, and public condemnation grew stronger and stronger. Eventually, he stopped his activities. This led to the loss of half of humanity, and the burden of responsibility fell entirely on him. He was punished. Nani asked why the hero was punished. The butterfly explained that it was easier this way. The hero, blessed by the saint, received his punishment in the form of immortality, a body that does not die. The saint discarded him as a slave in her witch hunt. In his quest to destroy demons, he sometimes inadvertently killed innocents. Over time, his body absorbed people's grudges and curses, and his ability to help them gradually decreased. A child looked at the bloody sword and asked his uncle if he was a hero. She was the same girl who had once asked him to fulfill her request. Beck apologized to her, explaining that he wasn't following the monster's orders. The girl protested, saying that all the children believed they were suffering because of him. They complained of intense pain, with mouths and eyes as black as lava, and there was no life left in them. The children, missing their mothers, begged the hero to kill them to end their suffering. Beck was deeply hurt by his requests, as he never intended to hurt innocent children. Despite his shaking hands, he gripped the sword tighter and struck with even more determination. Bitter tears streamed down his face as he softened his cold weapon, feeling the weight of his actions and the sadness they brought.